Look here, I be on a paper chase. I'm all about my cheddar. I ain't touching the mic if it ain't 5Gs or better. I plan to never fall short. Again, I won't gain. Woody, I'ma tell you, no pain, no gain. I hustle hard for what I want, that's how I get it. I struggle hard, and if it's out there, I'm gon' get it. If you see CMR, a dollar sign on the CD, somewhere on there you'll see featuring the BG. Me and my nigga V, like Suge and Pop, we getting our shine on all the way to the top. Look, ain't no stopping us, boy, don't try. When you hear once, it ain't no secret you going by. You could lie about this, stunt about that. You can't dodge these 50 shots, I'm about to rat-tat-tat. Ain't nothing changed, still a bust a wig splitter. Straight hustle for my cheese, I'm a money go get about my paper, my cheese. So before my eyes close, I want my green to add up to 6 zeros. Get your betty nigga, somebody play a hate split 'em. Get your betty nigga, somebody play a hate kill 'em. I'm about my paper, my cheese. So before my eyes close, I want my green to add up to 6 zeros. Get your betty nigga, somebody play a hate split 'em. Get your betty nigga, somebody play a hate kill 'em. It's all about Benjamin, that's all I wanna have. Ducked off in my house with a hose, taking a bubble bath. Sparkling marble, covering all my room floors. A maid in a bathing suit, doing my house chores. Do not disturb sign on my bedroom door, cause my dick getting ate by my #1 whore. Look, I'm money hungry, about acting a donkey. No longer a junkie, I got rid of that monkey. I'm cheeky, I don't want you fucking with my shit. My neck and my knuckles covered with crushed out shit. Sparkling gold cover my motherfucking grill. Pockets filled with big head $100 bills. Fucking up this rap game with these wicked rap skills. And ain't far from making G's to making meals. I'm a trill BG, uptown hard hitter. On the real, my nigga, I'm a money go getter. About my paper, my cheese. So before my eyes close, I want my green to add up to 6 zeros. Get your betty nigga, somebody play a hate split 'em. Get your betty nigga, somebody play a hate kill 'em. About my paper, my cheese. So before my eyes close, I want my green to add up to 6 zeros. Get your betty nigga, somebody play hate split 'em. Get your betty nigga, somebody try to stop you, kill 'em. Oh, I gotta get it, gotta grab it, gotta have it. Like snorting dope or snorting coke, it's a habit. I gotta see it, gotta feel it, quick to spin it. Shoot dice all day with my niggas, trying to win it. I rap hustle, cause I'm a hustling ass nigga. Also a get told about busting some ass nigga. So you come play with me, about my cheese, you gotta go fool. In a casket, 6 BDs, selling tapes and CDs, like selling pick 3s. Rang up a million sales, we didn't hit the lottery. I'm a Benjamin chaser, clear hater eraser. Police have no case, cause I do murders without a trace. I'm almost at home, I didn't pass third base. I'm playing with 5 figures, but when I get 6, I'm straight. If I catch your bitch down bad, I'm a hitter. Paper chasing nigga, BG, a money go get about my paper, my cheese. So before my eyes close, I want my green to add up to 6 zeros. Get your betty nigga, somebody play a hate split 'em. Get your betty nigga, somebody try to stop you, kill 'em. I'm about my paper, my cheese. So before my eyes close, I want my green to add up to 6 zeros. Get your betty nigga, somebody play a hate split 'em. Get your betty nigga, somebody try to stop you, kill 'em. I'm about my betty nigga, I'm about my betty, by all means necessary. I'm about my betty nigga, I'm about my betty, by all means necessary. All about the Benjamin, it's all about the green, the motherfucking loot. BG. I get mine on. I get my grind on. I get my shine on. You get yours on. I'm trying to get mine. You trying to get yours? I'm stacking mine. You stacking yours?
We go hard in the yard with a library card. Y'all know how we rockin', man. 7 games, 7 candlesticks. Listen, man. Y'all know today it's just me, Dolo. It's just me, Dolo. You know what I'm saying? We here to review this content. Today I'm Dolo. Red beam on the weapon like Han Solo. Just me and my pogo. Y'all know how it go, man. But hopefully I'm gonna send a link out. Some of the bros might come through. I'm gonna give a disclaimer, man. Elder Yarah, you watching? I agree with the premise of that Black Hebrew Israelite theology started in America. It's an amalgam that started in America. It's the same thing when we're dealing with Yiddish or we're dealing with Ashkenazic rights. Ashkenazic rights is something that started in East Europe. You know what I'm saying? It started in Germany. We were reading that yesterday. So there's nothing inherently wrong with saying that. So I actually agree with Raborn's premise. You know, I know y'all gonna throw your tomatoes at me, but I just gotta be honest. I'm not like those guys over there. See, they can't be honest. They're always gonna ride with their God no matter what. And I got love for Elder Yarah. I just reviewed your discussion with Reggie, and I felt like you washed him. And I felt like Reggie, he was stumbling and fumbling and all that other stuff. But before I get into this debate, I haven't watched the debate in its entirety, so a lot was going to be said is going to be new to me. And just because I agree with Raborn's premise that Black Hebrew Israelite ideology has its inception in America, doesn't mean he's necessarily going to win. See, the premise, I could agree with the premise all day, but if Raborn does a terrible job arguing it and not proving it, then, hey, he's going to lose. And if Elder Yarah does a better job proving this point, he's going to win. You know what I'm saying? But I just want to put out there on the record as a disclaimer, I actually agree with Raborn on this. You know what I'm saying? Which for me is totally unbiased. I don't agree with a lot of stuff Raborn says when it comes to Hebrews, Israelites, and whatnot, because they tend to be ultra Afrocentric. Raborn, I want to see your DNA, man. Let me see your DNA, because you always have a lot of negative stuff to say about E1B1A, or people talking about E1B1A, which is the vast majority of African Americans. So it makes me wonder, makes me lift the eyebrow. What is Raborn's haplogroup? What is he hiding? But no, yeah, if you can share that with me, man, hit my email, HebrewJedi@gmail. Let me know what your haplogroup is, brother. Stop hiding. But anyway, like I said, man, I feel as if the premise is true. The premise is true. That doesn't give you automatically the win. I have to see if you argue it right. But yes, Black Hebrew Israelite theology is an amalgam that was formulated here in America. It has some Pentecostal themes in it, Baptist themes in it. It has some KKK racist themes in it, because again, they were reverse engineering racism. So they found out white people were teaching that all black people are Ham or all black people are pre-Adamites. They kind of reversed that and said, no, all white people are Gehazi. They come from the children of Gehazi. They were saying stuff like that to combat and reverse engineer racism. Said, well, all black people are the chosen people. And Marcus Garvey said, all Africans are Hebrews. He actually said that. I learned that from a non-black. I learned it from Edith Bruder, a French woman. You know what I'm saying? Because, we can't depend on Afrocentrics to teach us anything. They're very narrow-minded. And, I try to get Israelites away from that narrow scope and narrow way of thinking. But, yeah, stuff like that just points to it being an amalgamation. It's not an old world Judaism that was transferred here. It's a new amalgam of ideas that were formulated here in America, around in the antebellum South and in New York and in Chicago, stuff of that nature. So that's why I agree with the premise. But again, Raborn still has to argue the premise. He can't just rest on his laurels and be like, oh, yeah, we know that's true. No, you have to, in a debate, doesn't matter if I feel that your premise is right or not, you have to still argue it and do it well. I haven't seen it in its entirety. So to get a disclaimer, so when this debate is over and I tell you who I thought won, don't get upset with me. You know what I'm saying? It's your job to defend your premise or debate against it, Elder Yarah and Raborn. That's what I was saying before I get into this. A lot of people get upset. And Raborn, man, y'all prove my point, man. Y'all want a safe place to debate too. You want to go to Sonetta because majority of his audience is against the Hebrews. It's a no-brainer. You want to go to Garfield's channel because majority of his audience is going to throw tomatoes in cans at Hebrews. You don't want to go somewhere neutral. You don't want to give us a fade over on one of our channels. Because the opposite may be true, and you don't want to, you can't sustain that pressure. So shout out to Yarah, because Hebrews go over there all the time in debate. Like, y'all got to start coming over here and catching no fades on our channels. You know what I'm saying? Give our channel some of those thousands and thousands of views that we freely give y'all. And you know, that's why I don't support going over there. I've been on Garfield's channel, been on Raborn's channel. I don't support going over there because it's time that we need to eat off our own content. And if we bringing in the person, we're bringing in the people. If Hebrew stop going over there, it's going to be a big problem. You see, every time they try to revolt and go against Sinetta, he get the, oh, I'm sorry, brother, did I offend you? Like he started backtracking and trying to make it right because he understands that you guys are a catch. And I want y'all to understand that, man. Y'all really be pissing me off, man, real talk. But that's another subject. Let's get into this debate, man. I'm going to see who won. I'm going to judge this thing fairly no matter what side is what. I love you, Elder Yarah, but, you know, I'm going to have to call it how I call it, you know. It's like Zion Lex. He debated Chris Harris. I felt like Zion Lex was off topic. I felt like Chris Harris, even though he was erroneously arguing, he was arguing a negative, and he did enough. I felt like he won that debate. Hey, y'all can kill me later. Fuck it. I am who I am. I said what I said. But I'm not going to be those guys. I'm not going to be Sinetta TV. I'm not going to be Garfield. I'm not going to be them where they continue to say every Hebrew lost just because they're Hebrews. No, we're going to judge it based off what was said in the debate, damn it. With that being said, no further ado, let's get into it.
All right, let's get this thing going, man. Chess Master. Hey, we got to show KRS-One some love. You already know I am a MC. Are you one too? Show that, brother. Hey, Captain Tazoriak, you better get on that KRS-One shit. Get that new joint, fire. Yo, listen, this is going down. This is also going to be fire. Make no mistake about it. You already know I got Elder Yarah in the room, and Raborn can't turn on his camera because he's better with Zoom. And he wanted to do it on Zoom, but we're already over here. So it is what it is. This is going to be a one-round knockout. Either one-round knockout for Elder Yarah.
Before we start, I want everyone to know that we're covered under Section 107 of the Copyright Act that provides a statutory framework for determining whether something is a fair use and identifies certain types of uses such as criticism. So I will be giving my criticism, commentary, news reporting, teaching. We'll be using this for teaching purposes, scholarship, and research purposes. So we are covered under Section 107 of the Copyright Act to review this tape today. Thank you.
And Raborn, a one-round knockout, 20 minutes. All right, the title is Raborn versus Elder Yarah. Was the Black Hebrew Israelite doctrine? Hold up. Was the Black Hebrew Israelite doctrine? I gotta delete something. I see it's messed up. Was born in America. Okay, I'm gonna fix that. Don't worry about it. I'm gonna fix that. I'm glad I read it just now. But that's what it's going down to be. So we're going to get this thing pumping right now. And Yarah, I want to give you, Raborn, I want to give you 3 minutes of an opening to let the people know exactly what it is you are here to prove. And I'm going to give Elder Yarah the same time, 3 minutes as an opening to set the stage to let the people know what it is that you are here to prove tonight. So without any further ado, are there any questions, brothers? Turn on y'all mics. Are there any questions?
No, sir.
Raborn, you there?
Yeah, you can hear me, right?
I hear you now. Are there any questions?
No, sir.
Okay.
No,
so let's get with it. Raborn, you got 3 minutes in your opening round to let the people know what it is you're going to be explaining here tonight.
All right, peace. Today's build is about the Black Hebrew doctrine being born in America. A lot of times we hear this.
Hold on, Raborn. Because I know you repeat this throughout the video. Learn how to say doctrine. What is a doctrine? I'm sorry, this is going to bother me. He's going to continue to keep saying it that way. And guess what? I'm your real friend because, you know what I'm saying? Your best friend gonna always tell you stink. You know what I'm saying? You stink, go home, take a shower, clean up, then try again. I don't know what you're trying to say. What is a doctrine? Is that like a doctrine and a lantern? They had a baby and then became a doctrine. Let me look that term up, make sure I'm not tripping. You know what I'm saying? I'm sorry, y'all. Go ahead. Raborn, stop saying it. It's doctrine. I think you're trying to say doctrine. Somebody help me out in the comments. Is he trying to say doctrine?
This ancient Black Hebrew doctrine always been a part of our culture in Africa, and somehow we brought it to America. The problem is, they knew they were his Hebrew Israelites in Africa, but when they got on the boat, they caught amnesia because you don't see the culture amongst the Black people. When we look at the Black people who write for themselves in the 1700s, they called themselves something Pacific. They say we are the Africans. When you look at the first writers, or you look at the first people who make the first Black towns, such as Fort Mose in the 1730s, you have Francisco Menendez, who says he is a Mandinka. Same as you move down the line with Martin Delaney, I'm Mandingo. So the closer they are back in time, they knew their Pacific tribe. As time goes on.
Wait, hold on. How do you know how to say Martin Delaney, but you don't know how to say doctrine? Raborn. Doctrine. 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 Not doctrine. I don't know what that is.
Because of the transatlantic slave trade, you get to see that. Now, what is the Black Hebrew Israelite doctrine? That would be the opening of the slides, and you'll be able to see what is being taught. What is that? Where did it come from? I'm telling you, people.
Yes, yeah, Raborn. What is a doctrine? Hey, can somebody in the chat tell me what the hell a doctrine is? And matter of fact, the title of the video is actually, let me see. I'm sorry, y'all. This is going to bother me, so I just have to address it now and get it over with because it's going to bother me. And I'm not saying I have the best grammar in the world and I pronounce all my words correctly and intact. But come on, man, this is just a lack of effort when you keep messing up words like this and the people around you not even telling you like, hey, Raborn, man, it's doctrine, man. It's not doctrine. And even in the title, it says doctrine. Doctrine. Your friends don't give a fuck about you, Raborn, because they sit up here and listen to you talk like this and never take you to the side like, hey, bro, this is how you say it. You know what I'm saying? Okay. He says, when you are driving on the docks and make a right or left, a dock turn, Bruce Smith said, it's when you talk to a doctor and turn from your sins. I don't know what the fuck a doctor. Them niggas over there don't care about you, man.
Today, that it came from the church right here in America. In fact, you'll get to see that they used that information to go against white supremacy and what they were saying in the Bible. However, when you hear the people talk, they start talking about Esau, 70 AD, the world is going to end in 2000, millennialism. You're going to see the magic. You're going to see the origins tonight of where this comes from. There's nothing real ancient of it. It was made right here, just like the Nation of Islam was made here. Is that the real Islam? No, it's not. It was made here to do something specific. Same as the Moors, 5%ers, and any other organization. It is homegrown in America. And the question I got to ask you guys, I just want you to think about this. Have you ever heard an African refer to themselves in Deuteronomy 28? Have you ever heard that? Is there any ancient record of this? Is there any ancient records of West Africans calling white man Esau? Today, we're going to learn the origin, where it came from. Since this individual, I don't know, he hunts me down. He claims he wants to challenge everything I teach, which you don't know. Obviously, you think I just talk about Hebrews, which is retarded. But yeah, and this is what we're going to get today. And that's what I'm going to be presenting. It's going to be a one round, boom, boom. And I'm done.
All right. You done on time too, my brother Raborn. All right. So we want to give the same opportunity to my brother,
So his premise, I know I had to, I'm going to be bothered by him saying doctrine and not doctrine, but I'm just going to have to get over that, right? But his premise is basically saying that there are elements with the Black Hebrew Israelite movement that you can't find outside of it, or it seems to be that way, right? But I will say this, Raborn, the Judaism, old world Judaism, did compare white people to Esau, just not every white person, like we see. So it is a unique idea that we find in America. It very well is. Like I said, I agree with your premise, but just have to see how it plays out. I like how you opened up and said, hey, everything that you guys are like the millennialism that you guys infused with the 2000 doctrine, the Esau thing, and certain other narratives is something that had its inception in America. I think it was a very strong start from Raborn. Let's see how our brother Elder Yarah responds.
The Yarah, and let him get it in. Brother Yarah. Oh, one more thing. Raborn, I want to make sure. Are you able to show your slides on this
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
good. Brother Yarah, the time will start when you start, my brother. You got 3 minutes in your opening. Paint the picture. Let the people know what it is that you are here to prove tonight.
Yeah, I appreciate you signing up for having me on the channel. And again, to the nigga brew, Heat Killer, for showing up tonight. This is what we're going to get into, family, right? We're going to deal with the fact that the gentleman espouses, as you just heard.
Hey, Raborn, you ain't the nigga brew killer. You the English language killer, because you be slaughtering them English language. You be destroyed. Like, you be smoking the English language. You be pushing the English shit back, right? I'm like, bro, it's doctrine, not doctor. I'm sorry, y'all. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Heard him say that Black Israelite doctrine or Black or Israelite doctrine began in the Americas, that it has its origins here. This debate is very simple, family. It's very simple. That if we show evidence tonight that Israelite origin, Black Israelite origin, preceded its existence in America, on the shores of America, among our people, then this debate is over. It's a one-hitter quitter. I don't even know why he stepped up to the plate just to talk about maroons or whatever he's want to try to espouse this evening. This is very simple. We're going to talk about what his understanding of doctrine is. I don't think he has an understanding of what doctrine is. He would have been better off talking about theology, which is something completely different from doctrine. But he chose the word doctrine. So we're going to deal with Black Israelite doctrine this evening, right? We also going to get into the fact where my opponent espouses that there's no evidence of Jews or Black Jews in America pre-colonial times. That's ultimately what his argument is about, because he's postulating if there's no evidence of rituals, then these people could not have been here. But we're going to show evidence that they were here, that Black Israelites or Black Jews were in the Americas pre-colonial times. And so once we get into this information, family, it's going to be over really fairly quickly, probably about 1 or 2 slides. I'll be done with them, but I'll continue just to build with the family. So when we get into this information, some people need to know how to actually formulate their arguments and not just throw rhetoric. You're going to hear a lot of conjecture, just like he just did about Deuteronomy 28, that has absolutely nothing to do about whether or not you see Black Jews in America. Now, whether or not they're teaching them being Black Israelites, we're going to talk about other Black people, or whether Black Africans or slaves in America that was espousing this before William S. Crowdy, because that's his whole premise as he tries to muddy the waters. His whole entire premise is that it all began with William S. Crowdy. He's going to talk about the Black church. I dare him to bring up Azusa Street. I'm going to rip you to shreds. I suggest you stay away from the church. Stay away from the AME. Stay away from the Zionist temples. Stay away from it, because you're going to die on that anthill.
All right. I think he had a response. I think it's a great response. It's just, Yarah, pre-colonial times, there were no Black Jews here. So I don't know what you meant by that, brother. I hope you clarify that. Pre-colonial means before colonization of America, right? Before we're talking about America. Unless you're talking about Africa, that's a different thing. We're talking about America. There were no that I know of black Jews here. But I also want to state something else that Raborn, me and him have spoken about before. Everything doesn't come from one West. All ideology doesn't come from one West. But he is right. I agree with his premise. Black Hebrew Israelite ideology does pretty much get their inception in America. But as we read Edith Bruder, she tells you that some black people actually have merit to what they say because of the Caracayo Jews, the Caribbean Jews, and a lot of these people that are coming out of the Caribbean, like Marcus Garvey, and I think Matthew Ford comes from the Caribbean. One of those two brothers come from the Caribbean, and they bring these ideas about us being Jews to America. So it's not all cut and dry. It's not all one thing. Even Bruce D. Haynes in his book says some Jews have. Let me get that real quick. Let me get that in Bruce D. Haynes' book. Let me pull that up. Yeah, but the one issue I have with Yarah's opening is that he said in pre-colonial times. I knew what he was trying to say, but you got to say it. I guess he was saying before America formed, or before revolution time, pre-revolution. I think that's what he was trying to say. Correct me if you're watching Yarah, what you meant by that. Because pre-colonial means before the colonization period, before Columbus and stuff of that nature. So let me go to Google Play, open up my books, and let me open up Bruce D. Haynes' book, because he has a page in there that talks about the merit of some black people actually going back to a certain period, a particular period. And I want to share that with you guys. Before we finish the video, I'm trying to be very quick on this. And of course, it's not going to be the first book that pops up. Let me put Bruce D. Haynes, put that in the search bar. Soul of Judaism, right there. Boom. So we're going to open this book. And there's a particular quote in here that pretty much shows you that some Black Americans actually do have merit to their claim. And Garfield had this guy on his book, and why not bring this part up? It's always, they fake their covers or whatever. It's because you're not balanced. The book talks more about. There's a lot more that's being discussed here in this book. Right here. Let me share my screen, and then we'll get back to this debate. He said, I'm sure the original Israelites weren't racist, so yes, the Esau sermons and stuff is new. Yeah, like saying all white people are Esau is new. Now, you do have rabbinic writings saying that Rome was Esau and some of the Europeans, but every white person, I don't know if we can justify that in old world Judaism. Yeah, I'm open if you guys can show me that. I haven't seen it. So this is The Soul of Judaism, Jews of African Descent in America by Bruce D. Haynes, and it states here, the Hebrew Bible narrates the quintessential story of exile and return of bondage, deliverance, and the promise of redemption. It is the story of a chosen people that has long served as a powerful metaphor for the Black experience in America. For at least some Black Jews, laying claim to the ancestral line is a strategy for inserting themselves back into history. In some cases, the knowledge of a Jewish ancestor may serve as a catalyst for exploring one's Jewish roots, or may provide justification for claiming Jewish identity. In other cases, the links are more allegorical. Yet the presence of real Jews in the histories of even a few African American families has contributed to the general belief that at least some Blacks are by definition Jews. Garfield, why not bring this part of the book up? Why not? Are you too busy trying to paint a narrative? Did you skip over this? Did you read it? Did you get to this part? Did you get this far in the book? Did you get to this book? I'll read. I'm a reading warrior, so I'm gonna take my time out and read. But anyway, it says here, if most of the Jews in the U.S. trace their direct lineage to Eastern Europe, many Black Hebrews and Israelites groups that emerged in the early 20th century trace their lineage to Ethiopia or the Caribbean. And the Caribbean is important. It says, for at least some individuals, there is historical merit to their claims. That's what the book says. So you have to address that. And then you have like Marcus Garvey coming from the Caribbean. You have, I think, Matthew Ford. Correct me, is it Josiah Ford? I can't remember which one of the brothers. One of them brothers come from the Caribbean. The other one comes from West Africa. So I just want to share that tidbit of information with you guys. Let's get back to the video.
That's my time. Let's get it.
Yes, my bad. All right, yes, let's get it in. Elder Yarah is definitely a formidable opponent, and Raborn is basically home. He got home court advantage, whatever that's worth for the people that's in the building. He got home court advantage. So one thing I failed to let the people know, the sparrers that's in the chat right now, Raborn and Elder Yarah, there is absolutely no name calling. Please refrain from the name. If you get hot, stand up, put some water on your face or whatever, but there's no name calling. There's no cursing each other out. The people are here for the information and the scholarship. So with that being said, Brother Raborn, the time will start when you start, brother. You got 20 minutes in this first and final round. Let me know when you're ready. Unmute yourself and let's get it in.
All right. Share screen.
And hit the like button. Everybody that's out there, share this video. Put it on your Facebook, man. Let the people know it's on tonight. It's on tonight.
Hold on. Trying to.
Yeah, just let me know when you're ready, brother. And you got a Mac, right, bro?
Nah, I got something else. I got.
I seen a Mac. You brought a Mac to my house before.
Yeah, I have that, but this is the new that Surface.
I got you.
Pro.
Yeah.
Hold on.
All right, I see your screen. Your screen is up. Let me know when you're ready.
Hold on.
Yeah.
I gotta I need to move this thing over here. Give me 1 second, bro.
While he's getting it up, I also want to say, like, the Pan-African doctrine thing, that's something that was birthed over here in America as well. This Pan-African ideology, which we see was infused in early Hebrew ideology, Black Hebrew ideology. Yeah, I call him the English language killer. I call him the English language killer, but I'm not going to be biased towards him. If he wins this debate, I'm going to say it.
Why is this shit not moving over? Oh. Okay. Hold on. All right. We're gonna begin the conversation. You can start the time now.
Okay, hold on. Go ahead. Go ahead, start, brother.
All right. Today's build is Black Hebrew theology, and I'm saying it was born in America. This is the key point to this debate or teaching session. What is the definition of doctrine? This comes from the Cambridge Org. It is a belief or set of beliefs, especially political or religious ones, that are taught and accepted by a particular group. I want this to stick to your brain. It is a what? It is taught and accepted by a particular group, a set of beliefs. Next, here's Hebrew theology. 11 points we're going to go over. White man is the devil, Esau. We are the 12 tribes of Israel. Holiness, Pentecostal Christianity mixed with Jewish practices. We came from Palestine to West Africa, 70 AD. Occult New Age science mixed with Jewish traditions. Freemasonry. Africans are Hamites and not Israelites. interracial churches.
Let me stop him real quick. I'm sorry for cutting his knowledge, but right here, I'm reading in Edith Bruder's book that Josiah Ford actually comes from Barbados, and we will be dealing with in a later episode about the Sephardim Creoles of Barbados. Wait till that comes out. I have an excellent episode on that. I'm going to educate you guys about this tidbit of history that's not really being talked about. So Josiah Ford actually comes from Barbados, which has a known history of Sephardic Jewish interaction and introgression. So y'all stay tuned for that.
Africanism, anti-Africanism, millennialism, and magic. My first book up is by James E. Landing. It's called The Story of American Movement. This is the environment that created the Black Hebrew Doctrine. The 19th century in the United States was a turbulent era in the history of American Protestantism. And access to separation compounded the number of Protestant bodies, erroneously a movement which gained rapidly with the beginning of the independent Black church bodies. Added to this were the separations occasioned by the Holiness and Bible Conference movements, and shortly after the turn of the century, the Pentecostal movement. Much of the three later separations were centered on the urgency of salvation due to the believed imminence of the second coming and other interpretations of eschatology of Christian millennial teachings. This is white people, everybody. They're all waiting for the second coming. One of the chronological elements of Christian apocalypse was the restoration of the Jews to Palestine prior to the millennium, a belief that occasionally many spurious efforts to locate the lost tribes and gave rise to the concept known as Anglo-Israelism. So these are the white people who are saying they are the Israelites. The work of the London Society for Promoting Christianity Among Jews figured prominently in the former and teachings of Richard Brothers in London and later. The travels of Henry A. Stern, on behalf of the London Society, brought information to the world about a group of Blacks who are adherents to the ancient form of Judaism. That would be your Beta Israels. All of these elements fused in the United States following the Civil War and gave rise to much free interpretation of the elements of the Bible. The oral tradition became an important element in combining these developments of the 19th century of the Protestantism with fervent efforts to seek holiness and better understand and predict the events surrounding the millennium. In the American South, the development in the Black churches was coupled with the beginnings of a new form of legal Black disenfranchisement known as Jim Crow. It was this historic context of Black Protestantism in the American South that gave birth to Black Judaism. Next book, Chosen People. We're going to start with Bishop William Christian and the Church of the Living.
So that's he's doing exactly what I would do if I was arguing this point. Like, that was a great source to show that there are elements that were contrived here in America and conceived here in America that were absorbed and used to incite what we call BHI doctrine.
Living God. In 1890, two pioneers of Black Israelism, William Christian and William Sandys Crowdy, both combined holiness Christianity with Freemason and taught that the Israelites were Black. Christian was a slave in Mississippi and began preaching at the age of 19 in rural Wrightsville, Arkansas. He preached for 13 years before he received a divine revelation, telling him that he had been preaching the doctrine of men, not God, and teaching a new doctrine. I want you to pay attention to that. You're going to see all of these people, there's no oral tradition from their family. God tells them that they are Israelites and they are in the church. In 1899, Bishop Christian founded a small group that he named the Christian Friendship Work, then the Church of God, and finally the Church of the Living God. Those churches and the various churches, they spawned Christian thought that the ancient Israelites were Black and the contemporary Blacks were descended from the ancient Israelites. This is the formation of doctrine teaching, not someone who says they are a Jew. This is the formation of the doctrine. Here is how he does this. William Christian doctrine. Question: was he a member of the Black race? Yes, Matthew 1. How do you know? because he was in the line of
Raborn doctrine. It's on the screen. DOCTRINE. Doctrine. Come on, brother, get it together.
Abraham and David the king. Question: is the assertion of sufficient proof that Christ came from the black generation? Yes. And you can see the rest here. What color was Job? This is the formation of doctrine that you will not see anywhere else. This is what we're talking about. William Christian, clearly, this line of Jesus raises the black race to a position counter to the prevailing white thought and dominant black thought of the time. It makes, this is the formation. What color was Job? This is the
I'm going to stop him here because he says we don't see that this argumentum existed outside of America, where he says, I don't know about that David one, but the Job thing has been known for years. That's just in the scripture. There's even talked about in rabbinic writings in the Mishnah. So I don't know what you're talking about there. Maybe Jeremiah 8:21, you have a point there. Who was Moses' wife in Ethiopia? Yeah, this was talked about prior to America. So you lost me on those 2 points. Let's see if Yarah brings it up in his rebuttal round.
Formation of doctrine that you will not see anywhere else. This is what we're talking about. William Christian, clearly, this line of Jesus raises the black race to a position counter to the prevailing white thought and dominant black thought of the time. It makes blacks lineal descendants of biblical patriots and through the line of genealogy descendant of Jesus Christ, who was of a black race. It also counters the Anglo-Israeli theory, which assigned to the white race the millennial role to be restored to Palestine and aligned with Christian as theology. This all has to do with great awakenings, and this is all happening in America. Using the same exegetical mechanism of those who espouse such doctrines, Reverend Christian simply replaced whites with blacks, and it was also a view which opposed to the espoused by many whites, some of who were Baptist ministers. The blacks were not humans at all, but descended from some bestial origin. So this was created to go against that we are cursed of Ham and all these other things. And they read the Bible, took this, and came with their doctrine. Next, we have the Church of God and Christ. Bishop Christian's contemporary was none other than Bishop William Saunders Crowdy, founder of the Church of God and Saints in Christ. He ran away after a fight with a white man in 1863, joined the Union Army, serving as a cook. After he was discharged, he purchased 100 acres of land in Guthrie, Oklahoma, where he was the pillar of the community, serving as a deacon in the local Baptist church. He becoming an active Prince Hall Freemason. Guthrie at that time was a heavily standpoint. How does he become a prophet? How does he find out that we and he is a Hebrew? Obviously, that's not what he was doing originally. Let's see. The biggest adventure all came in 1893. The father, happy-go-lucky, whom everyone liked, began to act strangely. He often didn't know when people were talking to him, but would sit staring for longer periods of time. Sometimes his lips were moving, but no sound came. His wife thought that the result of too much kerosene with his brothers, who she accused of making her husband drink when she was not at home. She asked him to give up his lodge meetings, for he was an adherent Mason, but he had rarely attended the meetings for quite a while. This strange behavior, commencing in 1893, was the beginning of a series of divine revelations through which Crowdy received instructions about belief in the manner of the founding of the true church. So both of these people, God came and told them that they were nigger brews. Here, so we clear, the original black Hebrew Israelite doctrine. Both Christian and Crowdy were both slaves in the South. Both became active in the Baptist church. Both were Masons and incorporated Masonic symbolism in their movements. Both used biblical weapons that placed emphasis on racial harmony and vigorously opposed discrimination and racism, promoting a biracial church. Yes, white people was a part of the church. Both proclaimed black genealogy descent from original Israelites and taught that biblical patriarchs, the Israelites, and Jesus were black. Both placed emphasis on the 10 Commandments as a mandated social code. Both forbade wine. Both made foot washing a mandated ceremonial tradition. So the original black Hebrew culture, you was washing feet. Christians referred to the churches as temples and Crowdy as tabernacles. Both stated that the truths which they taught have been made known to them through divine revelation. Next person, Prophet Cherry. He's a self-described educated black seaman, railroad worker from the deep south. His exact origins are unknown, but his own account was visiting a foreign country in his native land. He returned to Tennessee and in 1886 said he founded the Church of the Living God, later moving to Philadelphia. The founding date of 1886 is according to Cherry's own account. Landon and others point to a date that is probably fabricated in order to usher up the Church of God and Saints in Christ claims of the first black Jewish group. There is no mention of Cherry incorporating any of this in any black newspaper. We have newspapers.com. We looked. But let's look up more divine crazy revelations or how they found out they were Hebrews. According to another account, stated that Prophet Cherry was sent personally by Christ and the personages of the prophet Elijah to lay down the foundation of the Church of the Living God and to be a successor to Father E.D. Smith, who had founded the group. Smith had actually founded a group known as the Triumph, the Church and Kingdom of God in Christ in Baton Rouge, Louisiana. After receiving divine revelation, again, more revelations, in 1897, despite the fact that the message was not speeded to earth in 1902, the world, and made known to the world in 1904. About 1920, Father Smith left for Ethiopia and left Prince Allen in charge of the church. Until Prophet Cherry arrived, Prince Allen went before the congregation and said, "Here is the prophet." This was probably about 1920. So you have that Elijah. All right, more goddamn revelations. In Prophet Cherry's visions, it had been revealed to him that the Hebrews of the Old Testament were in reality black men whose descendants were the house of Israel. The present day black Jews, although the only real Jews were and are black, not all blacks either in biblical times, or at the present are Jews. All mankind was black until the days of Isaac and the births of Esau and Jacob. Esau's birthright was not stolen but purchased by Jacob. The descendants of Esau became red or white people, hated by God. And its descendants of Jacob became black, beloved by God. Only blacks who can trace their lineage through the tribe of Jacob or Israel were real Jews. Only Cherry was called to identify the true Israelites, since only he knew. So he's the one who knows. If you want to find out you're an Israelite, you got to go before him. So his teachings is different from the other two. This is the origin of this. The Church of God subscribed to a dispensationalist theology, popular among evangelical Christian groups and the period. Cherry and his followers believe that history has been divided into 2,000-year periods, corresponding to God's covenant with humanity and described in biblical texts. The first dispensation was the flood, God's covenant with Noah. The second, Jesus' birth. The final, the millennium, signaled the rapture and the second coming of Jesus. Cherry employed the commonly used millennial text of Revelation to describe the battle of Armageddon. Cherry also taught that 70 AD is the date that Jews left from Palestine to go to West Africa. So this 2,000-year period that you see here, that 2,000 period that you see there, where you see the UPK waiting, yeah, this is where it comes from. Let's keep moving. Now we have Rabbi Arnold Ford. Him and Mr. Arnold Wentworth, those two people, they mixed conjuring, folk wisdom, healing practices, Freemasonry, pronounced Christian elements, more emphasis on the rituals of worship than conventional Judaism. Arnold Ford and Wentworth each collaborated with African Americans in Harlem and attracted followers of both African and West Indian backgrounds. Ford was a 33-degree Freemason and was a member of the Memram Lodge 51 of the local branch of the Scottish Rite Masons. In the Garvey movement and his Masonic Lodge, Ford met people interested in Black Israelite ideas, including Jamaican-born seaman Samuel Valentine.
See, what he's doing right now is cementing his premise. You know what I'm saying? He's cementing his premise. He's showing that, hey, these things have Christian elements to it. They have masonry elements to it. Shout out to the early history of the Masons, because you do have a Jew amongst the early history of the Masons. And Garfield and Raborn was like, oh, he was a cover. No, he wasn't. Both his fathers were Jews. I have the book on that, and I actually shared that information with you guys live before. His name escapes me, but he's like the second Grand Master of the African Lodge. He was indeed a Jew. But back to this debate. You're establishing your premise. I have to see what Yarah says, but I'm leaning heavy on Raborn's point. Like I said before this, I gave a disclaimer. I agree with Raborn's overall premise, but he has to argue it, and he's arguing it very well. He's showing you the inception of what a lot of Black Hebrew Israelites theology and doctrine, Raborn, not doctrine, comes from. So he's doing a great job.
Bishop Saint of the Vine. Then he met Mordecai Herman. Herman spoke Yiddish and sold Jewish literal items. He started an Israelite Masonic organization known as the Moorish Zionist Temple of Cusham in 1921, which lasted only for a year. Ford became involved with Herman as a business partner, and they collaborated with Valentine, etc. Mr. Ford. Ford's preference for the terms Hebrew and Israelite rather than Jew helped to carve out an autonomous identity. He said, "We are Africans." He declared in blow 3-word sentences. Ford used the category of race, but not to signify color or geographical origin, but rather culture and human virtues involved. So you can see the original Hebrew Israelite doctrine with Christian and Crowdy. They're not anti-African. They're Pan-Africanist Freemasons, but Cherry is a little different. But let's keep moving. Ford's theological depth to esoteric and Islamic religious practitioners active during the Harlem Renaissance, with whom he had come into contact through the Garvey movement, can be seen in fact that he integrated some Islamic practices, such as the observance of the fast or Ramadan. This is interesting. According to an early account, he was through the Garvey movement that Ford became friendly with these voodoo men and glorifiers of Mohammedanism. So now, here's something that I grabbed from the Schomburg Museum. So this is a primary here. So what he does is he writes Rabbi A. Wentworth. And when you see how he opens this letter up, he says, "Greetings to yourself, your family, and your congregation, and the blessings of Allah." Why are you not saying Yahweh? In any event, he says, "I have sent you by post registered your certificate of ordination. Have Brother Elder Phillips or Elder Payne sign it, and then you may frame it." So he's the one who ordained Wentworth into this movement. However, this guy's believing in Allah. He's dealing with Kabbalah, and we're going to deal with the magic. But it's interesting how we see this anti-African rhetoric, because when he's there, he's telling his brother this: "My dear brother, if I ever need your help, it is now. I need a representation in all of America, a strong and determined character. I hope you will fill this bill for me. I will give you full authority to represent us. His Most Excellency Majesty Haile Selassie II, Emperor King of Ethiopia, His Highness Halial, and His Excellency Kentaba, God bless them. They are with all of you for good." In any event, this letter is to get Black people to go to Africa. Where did the hate for Africa come from? I don't know. Tazariak and the rest of them, they're not walking in the ancestors of the goddamn faith. It's very weird. In any event, with the support of the hundreds of members of his club, Ford and 3 followers left for Ethiopia, carrying a formidable petition to Emperor Haile Selassie. He died in Ethiopia as well. Next person. I also got this in the Schomburg Museum. It is called The History of the Negro Jew. So this movement that you hear about, the Moorish Zion.
Hey, I want to share with you guys real quick about what I was talking about. Nero Prince, the second Grandmaster of the Prince Hall Grand Lodge. And I actually went out my way and bought this because I remember Raborn was like, "Oh no, he was everybody a convert. If it has something to do with Africans or Blacks, they automatically converts." So that's very racist, by the way. So let me share this. I just put it in the Genesis 49ers resource group about the Kissinger's legacy reprints. The Nero Prince, second Grand Master of the Prince Hall Masonry. So I want y'all to see this real quick, and then we're going to get back to the video. Share the screen. Share the screen. There we go. There we go. Nero Prince, the second Grand Master of the Prince Hall Grand Lodge. So in this book, it says Nero Prince, the second Grand Master of the African Grand Lodge, was a native of Russia. He filled the office acceptably to the craft from 1807 to 1809. His parents were Russian Jews, but he identified himself with colored people. This is what the record says. This is what the record says, man. Y'all get mad at history. Y'all hate history. A lot of y'all guys ahistorical, man. I be telling y'all. I just want to share that with y'all real quick because he's bringing up the masonry infusion that's mixed with the Black Hebrew Israelite doctrine. Doctrine, Raborn. Doctrine, not doctrine. Doctrine. All right, back to your regular scheduled program.
Temple, the one in 1921, it is actually older. This is totally different than all the rest of them because this is true Judaism and there is no Christianity mixed in it, no washing feet, no none of that. But it is also biracial. Here we go. The first Negro Jewish congregation in the United States was founded in 1899 by Rabbi Leon Richelieu. He claimed to have been born in Ethiopia. Richelieu Temple was known as the Morazian Temple. The members of his congregation were both Negro.
3 minutes, Raborn. 3 minutes.
I'm almost done. And white. Richelieu received his ordination from rabbis in the United States. Also, he never applied for membership in the New York Board of Rabbis. He met both Arnold and Wentworth Matthew were members of his congregation. When they approached him and asked to become rabbis, he said, they're not good enough. So here's Rabbi Wentworth Matthew, right? He founds the commandment keepers, etc. But we want to get to the interesting thing here. This is the church foundation. Here, 1929, when you go in the doors, he's called the bishop. And it says, meet thy God, Jesus saves. So now we're going to get to the magic nigger brew. That's just the origin of your One West and their teacher. He was using the 6th and 7th books of Moses and Hebrew spells and diagrams that would compel God to enter his body. Sounds like Father Divine and all of the rest of them. Let's keep moving down. Come on. Oh, here's the diagram right here. This is from the Schomburg Museum. You can see it right there. Here's the next one. This is from the 6th and 7th books of Moses from D. Lawrence. Magic. These are the amulets here. And because I got 3 minutes. Here is one of his letters. You see the Masonic sign on the back. You see I'm there with the primary right there. And we're going to go down. Hold up. Oops. Let me get one more. Hold up. Let me get one more. Damn, what's going on here? Why this shit is not moving? I'm stuck here.
Want me to stop the clock?
Yeah, I don't know why it's stuck.
You got 1 minute and 10 seconds. I'm going to stop the clock.
Why did it stay stuck? Shit is not moving, bro. The side is moving, but the slides ain't moving. Okay, here you go. We can stop it now. All right. He can become invisible. One evening after Friday night services had concluded, Matthew turned to a dozen of worshipers in his audience, began speaking on familiar themes of magical abilities. Turning to Brother William, Matthew asked for corroboration that he had made himself invisible with the wave of a hand. Yes, you did, corroborated Brother William. I saw you disappear with my own eyes. Immediately, the rest of the worshipers, all women, rose from their seats and shouted, hallelujah. So this is the magic part of it. I got 3 more presentations that we're going to get into after this. We're going to stop it here because we talk about the real Jew.
Ho, 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 it's magic, you know.
And then this is for my ISU Kippei brothers and all the rest of them. Royal Ethiopian Hebrew. See his name on the bottom? Rabbi Matthews, but it's F the Africans. But we could get to why that happened. In any event, this is the show. The origins come from the church. It's made in America. They did this. Oh, we're done.
All right. Time.
So Rob Bourne's round is concluding. He stayed on point. He stayed on the premise about arguing that, hey, this doctrine, Rob Bourne, doctrine, not doctor. Doctrine has an inception in America. We can see the elements that were also in America that were grafted in and amalgamated into Black Hebrew Israelite ideology. Some from the Masons, some from Islam, some from Christian Protestant church, Baptist church, and so on and so forth. He brought forth the evidence, showed and proved. He did an excellent job in laying down the premise and defending the premise. So let's see how our brother Yarah responds to that round.
Let
Time.
me go to the other. Hold on.
My brother Yarah, you there?
How can I mute?
Oh,
Do you
just mute.
still- is my
I muted for
screen
you.
still sharing?
No, I stopped sharing. I muted for you.
I'm here.
All right, brother. Yarah, it's on you, my brother. You got 20 minutes. If for some reason you need me to stop your time, don't hesitate to say, hold my time, sir. Stop the time. Let me get this. You got the same play here. All right, it's on you. The time will start when you're ready.
All right, let me share my screen.
I see your screen. Just let me know when you're ready. I just want you to see the time starts. Your
All right,
screen
my
is
screen?
ready. Yeah.
All right, let me do a presenter's view so y'all can see it. All right, can you see my screen clearly?
Yes, your screen is there.
All right, let's start it.
All right.
Right.
It's
So
on you.
so 20 minutes real quick. As I said, family, come on, bro. Like, let's not do this. A time before William Sanders Crowdy. We're gonna deal with the elephant in the room. We're gonna hit him point by point, right? And the pioneers of the Black Israelite movement who came before him. You got to understand what he's positioning. He specifically stated, right, that the Black Israelite movement and the tenets that they taught only began with these gentlemen, William Crowdy, Christian and Cherry, and a few others. Now let's really get in and unpack what he said, right? So let's deal with William Crowdy. And I want to bring something out to you guys, right? He went over William Crowdy's background, but I'm going to do it a little bit, right? William Crowdy was born St. Mary's County, Maryland, August 11, 1847. At 16, he joined the United States Army, served in the Civil War in 1863 to 65. He then became a quartermaster sergeant in the 5th Cavalry in 1867. He was discharged in 1872. Now, listen, people, while in Guthrie, Oklahoma on Tuesday, September 13th, 1892. We're talking about origins. Anytime you come into a discussion or a debate or an argument and you start off with your premises being an origin, you must show a timeline. Not all of this conjecture. That's the crux of this debate. What was the origin of these tenets? So these origins of these tenets, is he espousing began in 1892? Let's see if his information lines up with what he's been saying. September 13th, 1892. The Lord God appeared to William S. Crowdy in the vision, telling him that he wanted him to redeem Israel out of spiritual bondage. You can see the source at the bottom, right? Here's Raborn's established timeline. This is what he gave you guys. He began in 1888, was his earliest date, to 1929 was his latest date. That's the timeline that Raborn just established in this 20-minute runaround, right? Then he went on to different tenets. He talked about dispensationalism, right? Dispensationalism is what the covenants of Noah, the covenants of Abraham, the covenants of Adam and Eve, and what those different things meant that he claims only began with William Crowdy, William Cherry, and Brother William Christian. But we clearly see that it was first developed by John Nelson Darby, who also has his own Bible, the King James Version or the Darby Bible, with his annotations and notes. That was created around 1830, well before 1892, before William Cherry and before Crowdy began their evangelism, before they began talking about that they are the children of Israel and then what the quote-unquote Black Hebrew Israelite movement. These things were already in existence. How can you create something, Raborn, that has already existed before your time? It's impossible to do so, sir. Then you go and you talk about feet washing, because these are the main things that you really wanted to hang your hat on. I told you don't down these anthills. Feet washing. Feet washing is an ancient African culture. It's a ritual. They didn't create that. That didn't start in the United States. That's an African ritual. Let me see if I.
That was a great point because he tried to make feet wash the zinger. But we know feet washing is something that's Middle Eastern, African. It's not something that was just had its conception in America. But I still think Raborn still made a great point that, hey, since it's an amalgam, a mixture of elements, and we can see where these doctrines come from, that it was conceived here in America. But let's see where my brother goes from here.
I can hit the link on that really quickly. Let me see. Oh, that knocked that out. Hold on. Let me see it. Right here. Right? The cultural resources, the African American lectionary, feet washing. Right? That's an African practice, bro. That's an African practice. That didn't start in the Americas. We read about feet washing in the Bible. That was well before 1833, well before 1611, well before the establishment of the King James Bible. Feet washing is an African ritual, family. Let's continue. Right? You got me going through this. Raborn. This is from your information, right? In the 1890s. This is where you began your information again. 1890. Raborn. And you say all these things didn't come about until 1890, that they weren't heard of to our people or to people of pre-colonial times, to people didn't call themselves Jews, or black people didn't call themselves Jews, or slaves or African descendants of slaves called themselves Jews. This is what you said. You also went into the original black Hebrew Israelite doctrine. There's no such thing, Raborn. There's no such thing. Again, your timeline starts in 1893, right? You claim that these people created all of this during these times. Let's continue. A doctrine, a principle or position, a body of principles, and a branch of knowledge or system of belief. Dogma or Catholic doctrine is an example. A statement of fundamental governmental policy. A principle of law established throughout past decisions. A military principle, a set of strategies, something that is taught, teaching, or instruction. Doesn't the word Torah mean instruction? If these guys are reading the Bible in and of itself is solely based on the Torah or the Hebrew Bible, which is what we know that they were reading. That was well before 1890. How did they found and create anything? Any type of doctrine? Impossible. You needed a timeline. And you gave one, but you didn't understand it. Let's continue. What is Black Hebrewism, aka Black Judaism? How was that defined, Raborn? Judaism has been present in sub-Saharan Africa for centuries. Beginning in the 15th century, Jews who were fleeing persecution in Spain and Portugal founded small mixed communities down to the west coast of Africa. There was also an indefinable Black Jewish community, which was probably of Spanish origin in the West African kingdom of Loango until the end of the 19th century, right? That's from Tudor Parfit. Let's talk about what the origins really are. They didn't begin in America. Let's see how they got there. Let's talk about that, right? Black Hebrewism, Black Judaism defined, Raborn. Generally speaking, the terms Hebrews, Jews, and Israelites all refer to the same people. The nation which sprang from Abraham, from Isaac and Jacob, a nation promised and chosen, a chosen people, chosen by God in the Old Testament, Genesis 12:1. This also still precedes your timeline of 1888 to 1929. This blows you out of the water. You have to base your argument on a timeline. If you said something is the origin or it began somewhere, you have to show the timeline. You gave the dates. You gave the dates. This is already over. Each term emphasizes some aspect of this people's origin or background. A time before William Crowder. Let's talk about the elephant in the room, Raborn. Is there historical evidence of practicing Black Jews in America during slavery. Let's talk about it. Black slaves confirmed as Israelites. The following evidence, let me shout out to Dante Fortson. The following evidence was published in 1985. It confirms that the belief that black people are Israelites is not new. It has been around at least the last 119 years, and not just since the 1960s, as some people falsely teach. I'm going to go back.
All right, so what he's going to do is just go before the timeline of William Crowdy and whatnot. LD Yarah, I wish you would have just made him make the topic about that. Did the Black Hebrew, not even Black, did the Israelite theology or something like that start with William Crowdy and others, right? You should have stuck them to that. And I think what you're presenting would have had a bigger impact. But the title itself, again, I have to reiterate, the title is this. I know y'all gonna throw tomatoes at me. Y'all gonna hate me. No Israelite really like me, so it's okay. But the title was the Black Hebrew Israelites doctrine born in America? You should have fought for a title that says, did it start with William Crowdy, or does all Black Israelites start with William Crowdy? You could have got him on that. But I'm gonna let you continue, man. I just give him my critiques. That's all, brother.
Further, the Black Jews, the religious challenge of politics versus religion. This is a swipe what you took at our brothers in ISUPK. Didn't just this begin with them. Let's go back a little further. This from Cambridge University Press, right? The Black Jews in the same claim. In the first months of 1879, you're still out of the ballpark. You started your timeline in 1888. In the first month of 1879, there was a massive migration of some 5,000 blacks to the northern territories in the United States, mainly Kansas, Oklahoma. This exodus was of despairing blacks seeking a refuge, a place where they could, where their political rights would mean something, where they would be free, economic exploitation, and different things of that land. Let's continue. From the 1900s onward, North South Carolina were overrun by black preachers. You get that? That didn't happen until the 1900s. Raborn, your timeline is horrible. Your timeline is horrible. But I'm going to show you something else. A historical example supports the hypothesis. What hypothesis? From 1900 onwards, North South Carolina were overrun by black preachers who were propagating a doctrine according to which the lost tribes of Israel was none other than the Negroes. Although this might at first sight seem an odd claim, it can be seen as reflecting the beliefs that some black slaves, that means before 1863, Raborn, that some black slaves had held.
Man, see, Yarah, I see your angle. I see where you're going. And if you would have held him to the view that he was, y'all gotta learn how to put these niggas' feet to the fire, bro. I'm getting agitated. I'm getting mad because this is a good source. But the title was the Black Hebrew Israelite doctrine born in America? And Raborn laid that premise down well, brother. And what you're showing and proving is the idea that blacks are Israelites existed prior to Crowdy. It existed prior to, Josiah Ford and Rabbi Matthews. That's what you're proving. And you're doing a great job at doing it. You understand? But the topic is not that. My brother Yarah, the topic's not that. You allowed him to get away with murder by picking that topic. The topic is the Black Hebrew Israelite doctrine born in America. That's the topic. And I felt like Raborn laid that premise. And you're not really arguing against that premise. And to be honest, I don't think no one can, because again, it's an amalgamation. It's things that were conceived here together and fused here together in America. So it's like, damn it, bro, missed opportunity, bro. You shooting at them, you got good ammunition, but it's not for this fight. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying, bro. What you got right here is not for this title. Let me show y'all what the title is. Let me share my screen real quick. Let me drop that to the back. Share my screen. This is the title. Was the Black Hebrew Israelites doctrine born in America? I will never be like Sonnet of them. I will never be like Garfield's fans or none of that, where they will always say just because you're Hebrew, you're wrong. So I'm an Israelite. I'm not going to sit up here and side with every Hebrew and just say they all right automatically by proxy or because I'm an Israelite myself. I got to keep it real, bro. Was the Black Hebrew Israelite doctrine born in America? What you're saying is not defeating the premise. Garfield established the premise that, hey, that these guys were Masons, these guys were bringing in Islamic traditions, these guys were infusing, Orthodox Jewry beliefs and systems, Ethiopic beliefs and systems, Christian, Protestant beliefs and systems, and infusing and creating this new goulash that was conceived in America. Man, Elder Yarah, why not? You should have told him, nah, I don't want this topic. Let's debate. Did it start with William Crowley? Then you would have crushed him. You would have beat, you know what, down his leg, brother. You know it, man. So I'm getting agitated at this part. I'm sorry, y'all. I'm getting very agitated because I think it's because the topic is what's really whacking you across the head right now, Elder Yarah. I'm just saying that in all fairness.
The captivity when they were interrogated on their origins, their destiny. A historical example supports this hypothesis. Let's get into it. A slave uprising took place in Richmond, Virginia at the beginning of the 19th century, which was led by a slave called Gabriel Prosser, an outstanding personality who had acquired some knowledge of the Bible. He frequently referred to it in order to convince his brothers that they were the descendants of the Israelites and that God would free them from slavery as he had their ancestors. He identified himself with Samson, his favorite biblical character. Like Samson, he wore his hair long as a sign given by God and an alliance made. It is well known that in 1500 years before Islam, Judaism present in Africa. Travelers' tales and stories of journeys across North Africa, the Sahara, and the Sudan provide considerable evidence of the existence of Jewish communities on the African continent. We know this from time of St. Jerome, from 340 to 420, a chain of Jewish commercial towns stretched almost uninterrupted from Mauritania, where we get the word more from.
That right there, that right, I'll be crushing them with that all the time. Oh, the Jews didn't get there to this particular time, and they would come. No, so we have historical records. Historicity is on our side. St. Jerome says that there was Jewish communities from India all the way to the western tip of Africa. He says that in the 4th century. Again, this is an excellent point. This is a great source, but it's not on topic. All right, y'all gotta run that back, and you gotta make him say that it started with Cherry them. If you make him say that and that be the title, you're gonna beat this dude easy. You're gonna wash him. Because what you're reading is historical facts. The St. Jerome document, they can't do nothing with that. You can't do nothing with that. Josephus, you can't do nothing with that. The Arabic sources, you can't do nothing with that. You're just gonna have to swallow that. You know what I'm saying? You're gonna be like Diddy, take that, take that, take that. You know what I'm saying? This is an excellent source, but it's like, man, it's not on topic, brother. It's not on topic. I know Israelites gonna hate me, they hated me about the Zionists thing. I always hate me. It's cool, but I'm gonna be fair with this. Again, I'm not going to be like the opposition where they always vote for their guys, whether right or wrong. I'm not doing that. I'm gonna keep it a buck with you, bro.
Black or more to India. So we see this has already existed before 1863. We have Gabriel Prosser specifically in the year 1800. Started a slave revolt uprising in 1800, claiming that he was an Israelite. He didn't get that from Crowley. Crowley wasn't born until 47, almost 50 years later. Cherry after that, and William Christian after that. You're dead. You needed an established timeline. This is a fact of history. Esau is the white man. Crowley revelation or historical fact. You said he came up with that? Let's see who actually started that. William Beeston, the Roman Empire, the Empire of the Edomite, 1853. You're still out of the water. You're dead. Cherry didn't start until what? 1892. 1896. The Roman Empire, the empire of the Edomite. You have William Beeston in 1853 making connection that Esau or the Edomites or Esau was the white man or the Roman Empire. That didn't come from Crowdy. That didn't come from Cherry. Your information is skewed and flawed. Your confirmation bias is showing. Let's continue. William Beeston, the Roman Empire and the Edomite origin. Strong evidence that the Roman Empire is of Edomite origin. Left our minds in bewilderment is one to be studied. That's from the Church of England. William Beeston, in his book, The Roman Empire, the Empire of the Edomite, contends the Roman Empire was of Edomite origin, displaying a great amount of research into ancient documents and traditions, and gives some sound expositions of a few obscure parts of sacred oracles. The Hebrew word Edom means red and is derived from.
It's not on topic, D-Red, because the topic isn't it where there are black Jews existing before this time. The topic was the black Hebrew Israelite doctrine born in America? That's the topic, bro. That's what I'm saying. He should have negotiated the topic. He should have been like, look, the topic got to be this. You know what I'm saying? The topic got to be was the idea that blacks Israelites predating Cherry. And Raborn wouldn't have took it because he know he's gonna get cooked on that. That was off topic, bro.
The name of his founder, Esau, the son of the Hebrew patriarch Isaac, because he was born red all over. As a young adult, he sold his birthright to his brother Jacob. And I'm going to continue with that. Thou shalt not abhor an Edomite, for he is thy brother. The Tanakh describes the Edomites as descendants of Esau, Deuteronomy 27, verse 3. Crowdy didn't create this, brother. He didn't come up with this on his own. The origins clearly didn't start with Crowdy. Was Esau the white man? It's documented history here, right? At the time of this publication, Beeston's research overturned in the minds of some long-standing notions concerning the origin of the Roman Empire, or at least cast considerable doubt upon them. Edom appears in written sources relating to the Bronze Age and to the Iron Age and in the Levant, such as the Hebrew Bible and Egyptian and Mesopotamian records. You can't come against this information. Your premise falls flat. Again, let's go back to Gabriel's rebellion, another view in Virginia in 1800. The purpose of the rebels was clearly expressed in the battle under which they planned a march to which eloquently stated death or liberty. The assault planned August 30th, 1800. Although it never came together, torrential rain caused confusion and traitor from within the group. That's that Esau I was talking about, that black Esau I was talking about, Sarnetta.
You know what? I take that back. That St. Jerome thing would be on topic because you have to say that the idea that Jews were in Africa, which is what these guys were teaching, is supported by the doctrine. So that could be on topic. I have to think about it. Yeah, that would be on topic.
Blacks can be Esau too. They confederate against Israel. That black traitor within the group warned white authorities of the impending attack. Gabriel's careful plan and demonstrates that some enslaved people actively resisted slavery and were well informed about the world beyond their own harsh circumstances. Given the heightened political violence of the 1790s, Gabriel believed that he could forge an alliance with some Democratic Republicans against the common Federalist enemy. The timing of the revolt, just before the 1800 election.
Hey, I agree with you, Jermaine Howell, but here's the problem. I said this earlier before the debate started, or during Raborn's round. The Esau thing is not being taught the way the European Jews teach it. That it's Rome and Greece and stuff of that nature. Here we say all white people are Edomites. Like, no, bro, that's my thing. Like, you can't really say that that's the same. You know, that's my opinion, man. I'm gonna open up the floor when the debate done. Y'all can tell me what y'all thought.
Makes it a radical expression of anti-federalism. Those who were Confederate, as Psalms 83 says, those are Confederate against Israel. That's who Esau is, my brother. That didn't begin with Crowdy in 1996.
5 minutes, my brother. 5 minutes.
Let's get into this. Islam and Mount
5
Vernon,
minutes.
right? I got you. This talks about George Washington and how he described his slaves. Here's the notion right here. By 1799, most of the enslaved individuals at Mount Vernon were second or third generation Americans. Some enslaved people were involved with Christian denominations in the area, including the Episcopalian, Baptist, Methodist, and the Quaker communities. This is in 1799. However, elements of both Islam and other traditional African religions are found in the documentary and archaeological records of Mount Vernon's enslaved population. Evidence of similar cultural survival has been found as well. Let me get to it, what George Washington himself says. These traditions survived in the longest in areas where the enslaved populations among Africans. But George Washington says this, George Washington expressed little preference as to the religion practiced by the Mount Vernon workforce or slaves. Writing in March of 1784, Raborn, Washington noted, if they are good workmen or slaves, they may be of Asia, Africa, or Europe. Asiatic slaves? Let's get into it. They may be Mohammedans or Mohammedans or Muslims. They may be Jews. You mean he had black slaves that he recognized were Jews? In 1784, Raborn? This is 100 years before Crowdy. Black Jews.
Yeah, this is a fact, man. I keep telling them, stop speaking of absolutes. Stop speaking of, yeah, a lot of y'all guys be speaking of absolute. No black came over here on slave ship. Well, you have Simmons. He was a convert, bro. The primary don't say that. He didn't say that. So you're just making that up. Y'all always talk about primary. Do you know what a fucking primary is? Let me teach you guys what primaries are real quick. Because like I said, I agree with the stuff Yarah is saying. I just don't think it's on topic. That's all. Watch this. What is a primary? Primary source. What is that? We get a primary source definition. Because people always say the primary. Don't even know what the hell a primary is, man. Y'all just be saying stuff. All right. This is what a primary is. Primary source definition. Primary sources are immediate first-hand accounts of a topic from people who had direct connection with it. So Simmons, his interview on a newspaper writing during the time he was living, that's a primary source. You always ask for primaries. That's a goddamn primary. If George Washington did indeed say this, it's a primary.
Or Christians of any sect, or they.
All right, man. I just had to get that off my chest, bro. Y'all brothers always talking about primaries.
May be atheists, right? Let's get into the black Jerry, man. I don't even want to get into that. You can't even handle that. That's too much. That's too much. That's too much. The meaning of chosen people. The chosen people has always been talked about. It's equivalent to Hebrew Israelites. It's equivalent to Jews. It's equivalent to nigger brews, as you say. The chosen people, black people in slavery, always referred to themselves as that. Wilson Moses in Black Messiahs in Uncle Tom's 1983, he says African Americans who adopted the rhetorical formulary of a black Jeremiah included Prince Hall in the 18th century founder of the Black Freemasons, the Afro-feminist Nexula Mary Stewart, and clergy such as Absalom Jones and Richard Allen of the African American Episcopal Church, the first independent black denomination in the United States. These people always refer to the Hebrew scriptures. The Jeremitic tradition comes from the book of Jeremiah.
Hey, and then what's so cold about this source is it says it includes Prince Hall. Why is that so apropos? It's because Nero Prince, the second Grand Master of the Prince Hall Grand Lodge, was an actual Jew born of Russian Jew parents that identified with colored people. You know what I'm saying? So I like the information, family. I love what he's saying. I understand that, man. I just don't think it's on topic. That's all. I see. I want y'all to join in when we finish with the review and give y'all opinion, because, like I said, the debate title again is in the favor of Raborn, man. D-Red, I see you said this is why Raborn is losing in my book. He ain't specifying what group of BHI he referring to. But that's the thing. The topic doesn't have to specify. It's a generality. I think Yarah should negotiate the title. My brother Straymail says not all Israelites follow the same doctrine, so you can't really claim that an individual gave the entire movement its doctrine. But that's not the debate title, bro. Like, I'm like, am I tripping? I'm gonna let y'all come in and express y'all opinions, man. But that's not the debate title. The debate title is generality. It says my issue is that they are arguing in straw man because I never met an Israelite who identifies BHI. Definitely no organization or camp. That is true as well, but we know what he's talking about.
And that staunch movement for the Israelites of freedom as a chosen people, the 6th century Hebrew prophet, they always manifested these elements in their insurgence against the nationalist ideology. That has always existed. Raborn, go read Wilson Moses' work. Let's go read it.
2 minutes.
Ethiopianism, the earliest African-American religion. That began in 1889 in the Timbu Tribal Church in 1884. That began in Ethiopia. How did it get to the Americas? These people always considered themselves to be Israelites, to be the people of the book, the chosen people, Raborn. What you're reading and you're talking about, Cherry, you're reading about things that he read about, things he studied about. He was a well-traveled man. Did you not bring out that his father was a preacher? You didn't think that had any influence on him? William Crowdy? Let's not come with conjecture and innuendo and illogical fallacies and things you can't substantiate. And you bring up Deuteronomy 28. All of these things deal with doctrinal teachings. This is what you based it on. You based Black Hebrew Israelite theology on these tenets. You can't do it. Ethiopianism and African nationalism in South Africa before 1937. All of this stuff kills you, brother. What my time look like?
You have 30 seconds, brother.
I got 30 seconds.
Yes.
Okay.
Don't worry, I got another round.
Okay. Man, before his date. This is the real account. The land shall be deluged in blood. We're going to talk about the real account of the Nat Turner Revolt. Well before Cherry was in existence, well before William Crowdy was teaching anything about the blacks were Israelites and all of that. Nat Turner, who is found to be the chosen people and an Israelite, also waged war against the master, the white slave master, against Esau.
I decided to try Alkaline Foods CMOS Sports because I was looking for a way to retire today.
Okay, where are we? Here is a Chrome tab. Where's that presentation?
Powerful debate between these two brothers right here.
Okay.
Powerful information. All right, I see your screen. Your screen is up, Raborn. Let me know when you're ready. You got 10 minutes.
Yeah, give me 1 second. Hold on. Scroll back up here.
This is off the fly, brothers and sisters. We just giving this to y'all tonight. Show some love. If these brothers got a cash app, show them some love. If, you know, they ain't asking for it. Just show them some love. I'm asking for it, goddammit. I'm not too proud for that shit.
All right.
I do the work for the people.
All right, I'm ready.
All right, your time starts when you start. Go ahead.
All right, so I want the record to reflect that he did not show the Black Hebrew Israelite doctrine for mating in the Americas. A key again, a belief of or sets of beliefs, especially political or religious ones, that are taught and accepted by a particular group. He did not show you one church other than the ones that I showed you or anything. What he did do is he showed you individuals. He told you about Ethiopianism. That is correct. We looked at the Bible as a way of liberation at a specific time. He brought up the Exodusters movement that has nothing to do.
I'm sorry, Raborn, listening to you talk is like someone stretching a chalkboard. Bro, it's not. Oh my God, it's hard to listen to this guy. It's not. What did he say? He's just butchering the English language right now. Let me go back. Let me go back. Let me go back. This guy.
This is off the fly, brothers and sisters. We just giving this to y'all tonight.
Doctrine for mating in the Americas. A key again, a belief of or sets of beliefs, especially political or religious ones that are taught and accepted by a particular group. He did not show you one church other than the ones that I showed you or anything. What he did do is he showed you individuals. He told you about Ethiopianism. That is correct. We looked at the Bible as a way of liberation at a specific time. He brought up.
It's not Pacific. It's the word is not. This is really frustrating me. The word is not Pacific. Mari, what's the word? What's the word? How do you say it? Specific. Why is he saying Pacific? Like the Pacific Ocean. Why is he saying that? I'm sorry. This is driving me up the wall right now. I can't not say anything about this. The man said Pacific. Raborn, you are a grown man. Fix this. You shouldn't be saying Pacific. It's Pacific. God damn. God, please. I'm sorry, y'all. This is bothering me. This really is.
The Exodusters movement.
What is the Exodusters? It's Exodus. Oh, I'm sorry, y'all. I'm going to let it play.
That has nothing to do with Israelites. That's Benjamin Pap Singleton, and that they were going to Kansas. And wherever they went, they called it the Promised Land. These people are a part of denominational churches. In those churches, they did not teach this term. He talked about Williams Crowdy, and he keeps leaving out the part. All of those founders said they had a revelation from God that told them they were the Hebrew Israelites. You can't change that. Nowhere in this whole thing. And then we're going to get to the other stuff he said, but let me get down here. Let me get down here. Come on, man.
Let me know if you need me to stop the time.
Yes.
No, we're not doing that, D-Red. We're not doing that. We're not saying it's an accent. That's not an accent. That's poor grammar. That's not. Stop making excuses for black people for fucking up the English language like that. We're not doing that. It's specific, not Pacific. We ain't talking about the Pacific Standard Time. We're not talking about the Pacific Ocean. We're talking specificity. We're not talking about. Mark, help me out. Help me. And then he said the Exodus. What's the Exodus, Mark? Yeah, what's Exodus? Can you help me? Yeah, he definitely not British. I'm sorry, y'all. Let me get back to this video. Stop giving these niggas, these grown ass men, excuses, man. Correct that. Stop it.
Stop it till you get down there. It's not.
All right, I'll pause it.
All right.
You had 8 minutes, 31 seconds.
All right, hold on. Okay, you can start it right now.
Resume.
All right. So this book is Jews and Negro Slavery in the Old South, 1789 to 1865. It says, we do not even have the help of religious affiliation in our investigation of this question, since Jewish congregations would not accept Negro members. The Richmond congregation required that its members be free and
D-Red, you promoting idiocy. You saying I'm going dine. That's a slang term. But when you say Pacific instead of specific, that's remedial shit. That's not slang. That's just remedial. Stop it. Stop it, man.
Charleston Beth Elohim Constitution of 1820 accepted proselytes only if he or she, they are not people of color. There is only one reference to a Jewish Negro in all of Southern Jewish records, a free man of color who was converted to Judaism by his master and was accustomed to attending services at Charleston Synagogue. This is what the real Jews were doing. They was going to the Europeans. Next book, Southern Families at War, Loyalty and Conflict in the Civil War South, Jews in the South. What is clear, however, is that the numbers must have been incremental. Some slaves who were owned by Jewish families considered themselves Jewish. That these slaves ever formally converted to Judaism in a ceremony that would have met their exotic rabbinic criteria for Giat conversion is unlikely. That they nonetheless may have received some instruction in matters of Jewish from their masters or more frequently mistresses is not improbable. This is what you will see. Let's keep moving. Hold on. This is what the Jews were doing. These are the real Jews. Enslaving Negroes. Here's real Jews enslaved blacks. What's that?
This is a fact. What he's saying is facts. Sephardic Jews had slaves. They enslaved. They sold slaves. They traded slaves. They did treat slaves better than their English counterparts. They did do that. A lot of people don't mention that. But what he's saying is facts. They did convert their slaves into Judaism, and a lot of them were manumitting their slaves because of that. It's another point they don't bring up. And they were able to come into the Sephardic Jewish community, which was a hodgepodge. And that's what we're going to talk about. And I want to do it next, actually, but I might not be able to get to it the next episode. We will deal with the Sephardic Creoles of Barbados, damn it. We're going to deal with it. What he's saying is true. But guess what, Raborn? This is off topic. The topic is, was the Black Hebrew Israelite doctrine, not doctrine, Raborn, it's not doctrine, damn it, say doctrine, not doctrine. I think it's how much Black Hebrew Israelite doctrine. Was the Black Hebrew Israelite doctrine formed in America or born in America? That's his argument. That's the argument. You're off topic with this. This is completely off topic. But I do agree. Black Jews did enslave blacks. Real Jews did enslave blacks.
That name there, Judah P. Benjamin's plantation. Let's keep moving. Real teaching Jews slave records. This is what they're doing. Auction, private sales. Charleston, we don't got to put bifocals on to find them. Moses and Cordavo. These are all slave records to get the Negro. And stop it for a minute, sir, because I want to show something else.
All right, you at 6:25.
All right, stop it for one second.
It's on pause. 6 minutes, 25 seconds.
Stop it for 1 second.
I got it. I got you.
Oh, all right. Let me get back. Oh, shit. How can I even?
Your screen is not sharing.
I'm trying to find where we was at, though. StreamYard. Is this StreamYard? What? Wow. How am I? I can't even find this joint, bro. Is this it? Damn, bro. This is it. All right, cool. All right, give me 1 second. We're going to be ready to roll right now. Give me 1 second. All right, share screen. Okay, Chrome tab. And he showed us John Nelson Darby. What is he? An Anglo-Irish Bible teacher. Where is he teaching that the black people are the Israelites. Why would you show me this? Did he set up a congregation of black people teaching that they were Jews? That's the name of the debate. The Black Hebrew Doctrine. All of it. You haven't shown that. And lastly,
You big dummy.
Pause. You got 5 minutes, 49 seconds.
all right, and I'm gonna get to my other joint. So let's open this up here. So now we're gonna go open something else. And you really messed up when you did this. I don't know why he did that. Is my screen sharing?
Yes, your screen is sharing.
What do you see?
John Nelson.
Oh nah, that's not.
All right, you got to go out of it and come back in. Go out of your screen, sit there. Now come back in.
Screen share. Okay, Chrome tab. Okay, is this it? All right, share. Oh, this guy brought up
Freemasonry.
This guy brought up Prince Hall. I don't know why. Why did you bring up Prince Hall? Only God knows why, and that's who you believe in. In any event, Prince Hall did not found the Judah, Benjamite, or any of that type of thing. He founded the African Lodge. And when we go to the people and you look at the people that he helped and you're looking at reparations, he is said to write this bill. And this bill is by Belinda Royal. And this is what happens. Before the 12 years enjoyed the fragrance of her native groves, and she realized that the Europeans placed their happiness in the yellow dust, she was carelessly marked with her infant footsteps. Even when she, in the sacred groove, which each hand in that of a tender parent, was praying and donation and making donations to the great Orisha, and made all things armband, white man, etc. So these people talking about that. But anyway, let's go back down here. He makes the African Lodge. Not only does he make the African Lodge, he makes the African what? The Back to African movement. Nowhere does he call himself a Jew, all those people. It's called the African Lodge. In any event, you brought up Richard Allen. Why? This is one of the first organizations that free people build on their own. They call it Free African Society.
Hold on, wait a minute. Let me put some empirical science in it. I brought this out earlier about the Prince Hall Grand Lodge. Yeah, this is off topic too. This is all off topic. This is bad. This is off topic. But I want to bring this point up since he brought up the Masons, which he's just not. He's going to ignore special plead. You know, said poo-poo on the Masons or whatnot, and say, oh, it's just this one element. No, there's another element there. And we're going to show you. We're going to show you. This is from Nero Prince, the second Grand Master of the Prince Hall Grand Lodge. And of course, you would do that instead of open. Okay, there. So it says here, Nero Prince was the second Grand Master of African Grand Lodge and was a native of Russia. He filled the office acceptably to the craft from 1807 to 1809. His parents were Russian Jews, but he identified himself with colored people. And I did everything to perpetuate Freemasonry among them. This is what it says. All right, Raborn? That's what it says. It's part of the history.
What does he say here? Whereas Absalom Jones and Richard Allen, two men of the African race. Why didn't he say two Israelites, two Judahs? Why did you bring that up? Any one of these people, David Walker, Freemason, all of them, Lewis Hayden, William Lambert, all of these black people said that they are one thing. They are the people of African descent. All of them. So when you look at all the organizations that come after this, you have, or before, the African Union Society. That's 1780. And he is calling himself the African. Every single letter, every single thing that we write when we come forth, they're calling themselves the Africans. Just because you show a person identifying with the tragedy that's in the Bible, that is not the debate. The debate is to show the doctrine, which I showed. You have not shown one black synagogue predating what I showed you. You have not shown one church, nobody else doing anything. It all starts from that point. Everything you said was weird. I just was just sitting here. I thought you was about to come with some atomic bombs because they was in the black church that make them Israelites. That's what that's what that means. You're in the African.
This Raborn is revealing how you can crack them on this. It's easy. Change the topic to the idea of blacks being Israelites. Did it start with Crowdy and Cherry? And you can easily crack them on that. There's 1,000 sources on that says, yeah, that idea actually existed before then. Crack, slap, elbow. Hey, where my brother Shawn Michaels at? We're going to hit him with that sweet chin music. You heard me? Jersey.
Methodist Episcopal Church. Why isn't it called the Benjamite Episcopal Church? This debate is, that's why I said one round, B. It doesn't make any sense. And hold on. How many minutes I got left, sir? How many minutes I got left?
All right, you got 2 minutes and 20 seconds.
Right, and we're gonna put this one more thing in here. We're gonna put one more thing. I had to download or send myself to my what's his name? Go to my inbox. Hold on. Give me 1 second, sorry, my bad. Gmail. Come on, open up. Open session. All right, this next thing right here.
What the hell?
So I think this is where the video drops out. And we're going to have to move to the next part. I think that's what's going to happen. So I'm going to get ready to upload the next clip. Right now, we're still waiting.
What's up, Jay?
Yep. So that's the part where it messes up. They go off air, they come back on. So let me get that video file here for you guys. So we're not worried if they take it down. We kept the file. So part 2 right here after pretty much just system crash. We back in it. Smell like swimwear.
One whole damn computer.
Get y'all right back into the action. Hold on.
All righty.
All right, I see your screen. Are you ready?
Hold on.
2 minutes
Let's
and
get
18
ready to
seconds left.
slow. Come on, Raborn. Damn.
Which one is this? This one.
He's still not ready. I had to play the Jeopardy thing twice. Come on, Raborn.
All right.
All right, I see it.
All right, so we good. So
Time resumes. We starting.
all right. So the brother failed to show us the establishment of Black Hebrew Israelite doctrine in America. He then goes to talk about Africa. I don't know why he's talking about Africa. None of them hold those 11 tenets where you're mixing new age science with this. None of them is teaching any of that. You have no records of it. You didn't show it. It's not here. I don't know why you brought that up. But in any event, we want to look at, this is a presentation I did the first Africans to come to the Americas. So we want to look at something real quick here. So we're gonna just nip this in the bud real quick. Let's go down here. All right. So this is a primary from the Portuguese. It says agreement. It says the agreement prohibited the residence in the colony of individuals banished from the Spanish kingdoms and those who have been Jews or Moors reconciled. Not allowed here. 1501. Go down further here. When you look at the Americas, this is the first revolt that happens 1521, 1522, right? And they talk about it. It says an uprising that started by the blacks. Colin Sugar state his black slaves, and not by all, had but by about 20 of them, and most of them the language of the Wolofs. Wolofs, yeah, not Hebrews. So I only brought this up to just say that one actual point there because it makes no sense. And then I tell people, get 1619 out of your mind, 1526, and they called them Negroes. That first revolt that happened here on that coast of Florida, they're not called Jews. They're not called any of that. They're not called these things. So, you know, that was all off topic. I'm only responding to his all over the place, sub-Saharan Africa and all these other different places. The goal here was to show one specific thing. And let's go back here again to show one specific thing in
I'm sorry, family. I'm sorry. I'm leaning on Raborn's side. All he has to do is rest on his laurels at this point. You have to disprove that the Black Hebrew Israelite ideology was born in America. You have to disprove that. I don't think it was disproven. Sorry. Don't think it was disproven. That was some powerful points by Yarah, but I thought it was off topic. I'm sorry. And I think Raborn was on topic, that little rebuttal round he had, but it's like he just can just rest on his laurels because he laid his premise down and hasn't been knocked down yet. D-Red, click the link. Tell me why it's a bad argument.
He didn't do it. Didn't do it. And that goes. Hold up. I'm almost done here. Hold up. I just need 30 seconds. If the spinning death doesn't stop, then you can just go ahead because we have some technical issues here. Is wrong. Your goal here is to show that this black theology, the belief or set of beliefs, especially political or religious ones that are taught and accepted by a particular group, you must show that. And this right here is it. Here's my 12 points. Magic, millennialism, Freemasonry. I showed all of these things. 70 AD. And I showed you the environment. He hasn't done that. He showed you people who identify with the book who are going to church. They have no organization teaching this theology at all. With that, I'm done.
All right. My brother, Elder Yarah, is on you. You got 10 minutes.
Micah Israel, that's what I'm saying. The topic, like, I wouldn't have never chose this topic. You're right, it is faulty, but it's the topic that they both agree on the debate. It says, of course, it was born in America. We had no contact with the outside world while we were slaves. Where else would it come from? That's what I'm saying. Like, man, like Raborn can just rest on his laurels and just keep reinforcing his premise at this point. There's nothing else to talk about, in my opinion, you know?
The time will start when you're ready.
Yeah, I'm going to share my screen. Again, the brother keeps saying why I didn't show any origins or tenets of Black Hebrew Islam beginning in the Americas. That's because it never happened. You can't show something that didn't exist, brother. Those things, the reason why they began in Africa. Let me ask you something, Raborn.
You ready? Let me know when you're ready.
Yeah, I'm ready. Yeah.
All right, time will start, brother.
Yeah, you can start. This is a rhetorical question, brother. Let me ask you something.
You know you're not sharing your screen yet.
Yeah, I got it. I'm
Go ahead.
going to share it in a second.
All right.
Let me share it now. All of those things, those 11 or 12 tenets you brought up, that all those things, these people that you say started these 12 tenets, did they get them from the Bible, sir? Did they get them from the Hebrew Bible, sir? Did they get them from the Torah, sir? If they got these things from the Bible, the Torah, the Tanakh, then they didn't create it. They are not the originators of it. Do you understand that? The title is the debate of this debate is the beginnings, the origin of the Black Hebrew Israelite theology began in America. No, every tenet you put on screen, down to the feet washing, came from the Bible, came from the Torah. You can't give them credit for something they never did, for something they didn't do. They didn't create it, Raborn. Just because they practice it doesn't mean that they created it. And that's all you proved, is that they practice Israelite rituals. That's all you proved. How can you date something 1,000 years before these people's time and give them credit for it? That's called plagiarism, Raborn, and that's what you're doing. But let me share my screen. You said something about the Wolof speaking people. You said these are not Hebrews and not connected to Hebrews. You said something of that nature, right? In Senegalese Bush, the B'nai Israel tribes claim Jewish heritage. Why are you saying the Wolof people? Are these not the Wolof speaking people? Why are you saying they have no connection to them, bro? Let's hear what they say. The tree is holy ground, says Khadijah, president of the remote settlement of 4,000 souls. Our Jewish ancestor, Jacob, planted it when his people first settled here 1,000 years ago. That's his history. The lush kapar tree towers over the parched shrubbery at the edge of dusty community in eastern Senegal near the border with Mali. The residents, all Muslims, are members of a tribe whose name means sons of Israel. And they trace their lineage of two clans, the Sila and the Drame. They say they are descended from Egyptian Jews. We are all practicing Muslims and we don't want to become Jewish. Frederick says, in fact, we don't like to talk too much about our Jewish background, but we don't hide it either. We know our people.
I want to say this about this source. Chris Harris comes in and butchers this source, and Yarah just read it verbatim. And reading it verbatim, they say they come from Egyptian Jews. That's what the people say. You can say, oh, they're lying all you want, but that's what they said. And Chris Harris has come later. You're going to see him just butcher this article because these people are biased. And Chris Harris suffers from what I call light skin syndrome. You know what I'm saying? You can't help itself. Too damn light skin.
Who came from Egypt to Somalia and from there to Nigeria, and we split 1,000 years ago. One branch of the two families went to Mali and the other to Guinea, and we settled there. Do you understand that? So this is what we're saying, brother. Like, you didn't prove, it didn't show the fact that these things originated in the Americas simply because they practiced them. And just because these people claim to be America, these slaves said they're Africans. I'm sorry, that they're Africans. What tribe of Africans did they say? So a lot of what you're saying is only conjecture. Let me show you something else. The Lost Tribes, a myth suggestion towards rewriting Hebrew history, January 1, 1930. Let me read to you what it says. It says, Israelites among American Negroes. Dr. Allen H. Godby postulates the position that Black Jews were on the west coast and African coast from Senegal to Angola, and they the Central Sudan by Muslim propagandism having a knowledge of the black Jews in the United States. Let me put that down. Gabi arrived at this conclusion. These facts have peculiar significance when the presence of Judaism among American Negroes is to be considered. So they had an understanding of Judaism, of Negroes, Negro slaves in America practicing Judaism that weren't converts. He didn't call them converts. Hundreds of thousands of slaves were brought to the Americas from Western Africa during the days of the traffic. The transatlantic slave trade is what they're talking about. Beginning nearly 400 years ago, how much more of Judaism survived among West African Negroes in that earlier time? It says, as persecuted communities, they were rather more in danger than in other Negroes of being raided by war parties and sold as slaves. It may be considered certain that many partially Judaized Negroes were among the slaves brought to America from the book The Lost Tribes of Myth. So your whole premise is dead when you talk about whether or not these people were in the Americas, whether or not they were practicing Judaism. If they weren't practicing Judaism or even speaking the language, then why would even George Washington call some of his black slaves Jews? You're arguing over the tenets that someone didn't create. I'm addressing everything you said. William Crowdy got everything that you say he practiced or came up with. He got it from the Bible, from the Torah that existed well before his time. So how can he be the originator of it? That's just like me going out and saying, I'm the great MC. 1, 2, 3. I can say it, but that doesn't make me the originator of it, does it, Sinetta? And that's all Raborn showed tonight. Is those 12 tenets and practices, feet washing. That's in the Torah, that's in the New Testament. Everything he showed in those 12 tenets came from the Bible, well before William Crowdy existed. Well before that. So your argument on all points is moot. That's all the legs your table stood on. He's looking for people in the Americas to call themselves Israelites or call themselves Benjamites. Or he's looking for people at during pre-colonial times to come in and build them a specific synagogue. We have evidences of people who were writing in a mesh of Arabic and Hebrew writing written on church pews in Savannah, Georgia during the time of slavery. So we know that people were practicing, they're still practicing their culture. So all of these things that you're postulating, they fail on the simple fact that you claim these guys, Frank Cherry, William Crowdy, and Christian created. They were the first to do it in the Americas. That's false. That's false. Everything else you said tonight is gish gallop. It means nothing. It has
2 minutes
to do with the topic of this debate. And the topic of this debate was, did they create it? Did the origins begin in the United States? And the answer is no. That's why I brought up Ethiopianism. That's why I brought up Africa, because you see those things happening in those areas before they get to the United States. And how we know they got to the United States is through the African transatlantic slave trade. How else would George Washington know that these people were Jews? How else will God know that these people were practicing Judaism in America? How else would he know that? A lot of gish gallop and no substantiating information. I addressed every point you had. The very fact that it didn't originate there, that those tenets originated in the Bible thousands of years before Crowdy existed, thousands of years before Black Hebrew Israelite movement in quote unquote in the Americas, which doesn't exist anyway. There's no such thing. So anything before that happened, like you can't subscribe, you can't ascribe the beginnings, you can't give them credit for something that they didn't create. That's it. That you can't do it anywhere. Simply saying, oh, because they practice it here, they must be the first ones to have done it. We already showed you that's not the case. We already showed you that's not the case. So again, his whole
All right, you can take an extra 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Yeah, so his whole premise is faulty to the degree, again, when we start talking about whether or not that that William Crowley, because this is what he's basing this whole argument on, whether or not he actually found it. What is the definition of origin? What is the definition of origin? It's the point or place where something begins, arises, or is derived. None of what William Crowley taught, if you want to talk about magic, there's no magic that began in the United States. All of that stuff was imported. This is a mixed culture of people. Nothing began here.
All right, Raborn, come on in the room. Enter the room, my brother.
Yeah, man.
Okay, you have a
I just have a couple questions.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say.
Yeah.
You have a question to bring to Elder Yarah. Yarah, you have to answer the question, and Raborn, you have to allow him a minute to answer the question without interruption. So if you ask him a question, he has a minute. Did I do a minute or 2 minutes before? I did a minute. Do y'all remember, family? Remember when I was doing that? Did I do 2 minutes or a minute?
It was a minute.
Okay, you got a minute to answer him, Yarah, without no interruptions, Raborn, and vice versa with Elder Yarah. So Raborn, is on you. The time will start when you finish your question.
All right, brother. You keep saying that the founders of the Black Doctrine, the codified doctrine that I showed, got it from some ancient Bible thing. My question is, where did Frank Cherry, William Christian, and Saudi Crowley say they found out that they were Israelites and black people are Israelites? Where did they say they got it from?
You understand, Yarah?
Yes, they said they got it from Yarah.
Time start.
They said they got it from God.
So they got a revelation from God.
Yes.
Okay, so that's clear that starts with those three people, because God came to talk to them and told them that we are the Black Hebrew Israelites to make this new doctrine. So that's cool. Second,
do I get a chance to respond?
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, they got it from God, but they got it from the God of the Bible, which they would have no knowledge of had they not read the Bible or Torah. They didn't say they came up with the concept of the revelation of God. The only way that they would have ascribed these things and be able to understand these things is if they had knowledge of the Torah, the Bible, or the Tanakh. This is where they garnered these things from. Every theme you see, every sermon they preach comes along with a scripture reference that they gave every time. That's the only way that people would have even followed them or even considered them to be a prophet. They call themselves prophets. That is how it happened in the scripture. That is where they took those tenets from. They didn't create God. They didn't create an understanding of the Bible. That's my time.
Okay, Raborn. Elder Yarah, it's your chance to ask Raborn a question. Raborn, you got a minute to answer it without interruption. Go ahead, Yarah.
Yeah. Raborn, do you postulate that there were no Black Jews in the Americas during the time of slavery?
No.
So you agree that there were Black Jews in the Americas during the time of slavery?
I showed them when I was talking. Yes.
Okay. So if you showed them while you were talking, you agree that they were here in the United States during the time of slavery, black Jews. Do you have any evidence at all that they weren't practicing Judaism in any form?
You got a minute to answer, Raborn. It's on you.
What I showed was those black Jews were slaves to Jewish masters, and they were practicing Judaism.
So if they were they black Jews?
Yes, they were slaves to Jewish people.
What time did this happen? What time were these black
This was
Jews?
in the
You got to give him a minute. Let him answer,
Oh, okay,
Yarah.
okay.
That's in the 1800s, brother. I put the slides up. I gave
You
you.
said what time period was that?
In the 1800s. They were slaves to Jewish people, and they were practicing the faith.
Was that before William Crowdy?
Was that before William Crowdy? One of them, I believe, was. Yes, yes.
So then how do you attributing those practices of black Judaism to William Crowdy if he wasn't the first to do it?
Because they were going to the European synagogue and not teaching that black people are the Israelites. They were practicing the faith of Judaism that they learned from their master.
Okay. So does in 1800, when Gabriel Prosser claims to be an Israelite, did he get that from a white synagogue?
He got it from the Bible. And
he got it from the Bible.
Right, right. And then you go back to who gave
When
him.
was the Bible written, sir?
Where?
When?
I don't know. I don't have a date for when the Bible was written. I know that.
Give me one.
I know that black people in America who got this term of their Bible or their scriptures came from the masters. That's how you got it. You were not allowed to practice your faith. You were not allowed to practice. There's no voodoo church. There's no Yoruba church. So they were reading. And he took that and used it to do what he wanted to do, like many did, like Harriet Tubman called herself Moses, and how we called wherever we went the promised land. That was us internalizing. That's not a problem.
Okay.
All right, time.
One more question. If they weren't allowed to practice their faith, as you just said, how can you show and prove that they weren't allowed to practice Judaism, Jews coming from the west coast of Africa?
The Jews that I showed, the black people were allowed.
I didn't ask you about the ones you showed. I'm saying black Jews that we know, because there are more black Jews than the ones you just showed.
I mean that was your time to show them, and you didn't. So
what you mean that was my time to show them? I asked you directly. I'm not talking about what I showed and what you showed.
Okay. Do you want?
You said that there were black Jews and that were in the west coast of Africa.
No, I didn't say anything about
the slave ships?
No, brother. Listen very closely to what I'm saying. I showed the common denominator is those people who practice Judaism, not that mixed Christianity that I showed you with this black Hebrew Israelite theology. Judaism, they learned it from their master, and they were able, and you have one that was able to actually go in that synagogue. And that's just in North America on the
United. So when I just showed you the source of Alan Gabi stating that I showed you that there were black Jews taken from the west coast of Africa and being called Jews in the Americas during the time of slavery, what's your pushback on that? Because he doesn't agree with what you just stated.
Brother, the name of this debate was to show the black people teaching said doctrine. You gave me something that is speculation and hypothesis. You were the one that was supposed to show us these black people in America, because the times you're showing, like 1808 with the Ethiopians coming over here to make the Abyssinian church that worked with the brothers over there, they were making their own things. There was nothing stopping them from making any Jew or whatever.
You just said white slave masters wouldn't allow them to practice it. So how now you double talking?
No, brother. I said they didn't allow.
The title, first of all, the title of this debate.
Don't I have a minute?
Time.
The title of this debate.
Do I have a minute?
Hold on. Let him answer the question, Yarah. He got a minute to answer.
Okay, he got a minute. Okay.
Go ahead,
brother. Those people were converted, and there was an individual that I pulled up that he was allowed to go there. All of the other people that had those specific faiths that I showed, all those people, they learned it from their master. The name of the debate is Black Hebrew Doctrine. That doctrine is Pentecostal holiness Christianity mixed with Judaism, not that pure Judaism. I'm done now. Is it time for my next question?
All right. Raborn, it is your turn to ask Yarah a question. He got a minute to answer.
Can you give us people before the people that I showed that had a codified doctrine teaching it?
What?
I didn't get that either, brother.
Can you give us people who are teaching that we are the Black Hebrew Israelites, that we came over here 70 AD, and all of the aspects that make these things up prior to those people that I showed? Codified doctrine.
Yeah. There's no one people that codified that. What you're saying codified it, you're saying tenets. What you're saying is, all you're saying is that these people took from here and took from there. They didn't create any of that, Raborn. They took from this and they took from that. That's not creating it.
Let him answer, Raborn. He got a minute. He got a minute.
Go ahead, my bad.
Hold on, Raborn. They didn't create feet washing. They didn't create prophecy. They didn't create that they were children of Israel. They didn't create that they were Black Jews. I showed you all of that. All of that stuff was being done in Ethiopianism well before William Crowdy began, and it was codified. Let me show you that if I got time. Let me show you Ethiopianism.
You got 16 seconds.
Let me see if I can get it real quick. I might not can do it in time.
7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Yeah.
Yeah,
But
you could open up the phone, man. Because
this is like going here we're gonna do. All right, we are at this stage now. We're gonna open up the phone lines. I just want y'all to ask your.
Yeah, man, it's not doctrine, bro. Like that shit crazy. So what y'all think, man? Who y'all got, bro? That was the debate. Who y'all got? I feel like Raborn got this one because he just rested on his laurels and he rested on his premise. And his premise was that what we call Black Hebrew Israelite theology, or a doctrine, not doctrine, doctrine, had its inception here in America. It's very unique in America. So, I mean, who y'all got, man? I'm going to put the link in the thing, and I'm going to let the video play. Put the link in the comments. Anybody can jump in and tell me who you got and why you picked that person or individual for winning this debate. I personally believe Raborn won because he set the premise. He defended his premise well. I think he was off topic at times. I think Yarah made some amazing points about Blacks already having the idea of being Jews or Israelites prior to Cherry, which were amazing points. But I just think those are off topic. That's my opinion. Anybody's willing to express their opinion, step to the stage and let us know.
Question, and the same thing. You got a minute to answer the question, y'all. Ask the brothers your question. Show some love to Sonetta's chat.
I also want to share this before we get into here. Chris Harris is going to come in here and try to butcher his sources like he always does. The dude's a dilettante, man. I want to share this with you guys with this debate, and this made me think of this, bro. And let me see if I can pull that up. Okay, you should be able to see it now. So this is the Princeton Companion to Atlantic History, page 302 and 303. It says the marginality among the multi-ethnic and multi-denominational Christian populations both encouraged and discouraged Jewish alliances with the enslaved and manumitted majorities in the Caribbean and Brazil. In Curaçao and the English colonies, Jews generally shunned integrating enslaved and free Africans and Euro-Africans into their community. But by the early 17th century, on the Senegambian coast in West Africa, And in Suriname, during the latter half of the 18th century, a sizable Jewish Euro-African subgroup arose. In the latter case, perhaps 10% of the population, confessing Jews legally recognized as such by colonial government and by Jewish communal leaders. These Jewish Euro-Africans illustrate that African spiritual traditions, Christianity and Islam were not the only possibilities available to Africans and their free or enslaved descendants. This is the part that these guys don't get. You have black people, you're African Jews that have well documented and are established in history that are in the mix. They're in the fray. Some of them were getting sold as slaves. Some of them are still in West Africa. Yada, yada, yada. So they were already introduced to this. They were born to this. They had Jewish fathers and African women. Them Jews was coming down West Africa, you know what I'm saying, knocking them African women's walls down, man. That's just the history. That's the history, bro, and having children. And that's what we just read. All right, somebody just stepped in the building. Let me let them in. D-Red, talk to me, man. Who you got in this debate and why, brother? Red. Come on, Red. Where you at, brother? Waiting on my brother Red.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you now, brother.
Yeah, man. Like I said, I got it a draw, man. It's another draw for me. I think they both. I understood what Yarah was trying to go with his premise. You know what I'm saying? It's trying to show different elements to show that to kind of deconstruct Raborn's 12-point thing of saying that these tenets came from one doctrine that formulated some new doctrine that was created over here. And he was showing that those tenets were pre-existed. You see what I'm saying? And so I think he did good that round. I think Raborn did good in his round. I think Yarah did good his round. But after that, they both got off topic. So I gave it basically a draw because they was only on topic for one round. You see what I'm saying? So I gave that one a draw. But I think they actually brought forth way more information, useful information, Yarah and Raborn than Chris and Zion did. The Chris and Zion debate was utter trash.
Exactly.
You know what I'm saying? But this debate was actually informative. They both proved a point. You see what I'm saying? Bro, even when they got off topic, they proved the point that they were trying to make, even though they both was off topic. You see what I'm saying? But they actually brought forth real good scholarship, real good information. But they was really only on topic for really one round. You see what I'm saying? Then when they got to asking each other questions back and forth, neither one of them really want to answer each other's questions. So that's why I had to pretty much make it a draw. Because when Raborn was asking him Yarah certain questions, I really wasn't clear about his answer. And then when Yarah was asking Raborn certain questions, like when he asked Raborn about the Jews that weren't the Jews that Raborn's source was talking about, Raborn didn't really want to concede to that point and say, yeah, it was probably Jews over here that wasn't converts. You know what I'm saying? And then Yarah didn't really want to concede to the point where Raborn was kind of asking him like, okay, but they'll say, can you show me a doctrine over here? You see what I'm saying? And he couldn't, and Yarah really couldn't show him a codified doctrine either. You know what I'm saying? Even though I understand Yarah's point, but he couldn't show that it was an opposing doctrine. You see what I'm saying? As opposed to William Crowdy and F.A. Sherry. So he couldn't show an opposing doctrine in those two. So, but like I said, other than that, I think they, for the most part, they did good. But I think their bias has gotten in the way of them either wanting to be able to concede to certain points. But that's it.
And like I said, if you set the topic, you set the premise on it, I feel like Raborn did a good enough job to show that, hey, the elements that are in this Black Hebrew Israelite ideology, right? Because we know Ford and Matthews, they set the foundation and later becomes One West. I know you made mention of this. And a lot of people, when they look at Black Hebrew, and this is up in the air because it's general. What he posted, the topic is general. Black Hebrew Israelite theology in general. And most people think of Black Hebrew Israelite ideology, they think of One West. They're overrepresented. They don't think about any other group. And I think that's where he won, how he won this debate, because he showed that leading up to that point, leading up to One West, all of these doctrines that are new and unique to this group come to mix, and it's an amalgamation, and it gets its birth here in America. That he stuck to the point, he stayed on it, he rested on his laurels, and all Yarah did was say, hey, there were Jews before him. There was Jews before Cherry. There was Jews before Crowdy. But that wasn't the debate topic, so I couldn't give him points for that. You feel me?
Well, but you got to look at it like this, though, Jashu. He kind of was saying more than just that, though. He was saying that some of the tenets that Raborn was saying was a part of Black Hebrew Israelite doctrine, like prophecy, feet washing. He was showing that those things predated
African
the
American, Black Hebrew Israelite theology. Yeah.
Yeah. So by default, that's why I say, well, you got to really catch what he was doing. He was deconstructing those points that Raborn was making. He was deconstructing them. So even though it seemed like he was getting off topic, he really wasn't, because you got to think about keeping your mind the points that Raborn was making, and he was going to those points and said those points predated these people. This point predated that people. This point predated them people. This point predated them people. So now, what are you left with? At that point, once he showed that those things predated those people that Raborn was giving credit to. You see what I'm saying? So that's why I said, Yarah, when you understand what Yarah was doing, he actually did a good job. I could tell that he actually listened to Raborn have this conversation before, because Raborn makes those points all the time, and he listened to him, and he actually went and found shit that could deconstruct it. You see what I'm saying? And he methodically deconstructed Raborn's point. So when he was looking like he was going off topic with the feet washing, he wasn't. He was saying feet washing predate that. Prophecy, that's why he brought Nat Turner and Gabriel Prosser. He was showing prophecy predates that, and he was just showing each one of those tenets was predated by. So what are you talking about?
I got you, and I highlighted that during the debate. But what I'm saying is, I would be a fool. It would be remiss of me to sit up here on this live and sit up and act as if the Black Hebrew Israelite theology, as we know it today, is not unique to African Americans.
But again, but I think that's my problem. As a person that grew up in Chicago, you know what I'm saying? As a little kid, I understand that the Israel of God and those Midwest church Israelite groups don't have really anything to do with One West. You see what I'm saying? Their theology and their doctrine is totally different. They don't believe Esau is the white man. They don't believe in none of that. They don't believe that.
They believe Gehazi is the progenitor of the white man.
You know what I'm saying? So, okay. So what I'm saying to you is these people have a totally different theology. So there is no one theology. So when you say the Black Hebrew Israelite theology, you're gonna have to be specific, because you're going into something that is really specific. Because a lot of these groups is groups in North Carolina that have their own thing, that do their own shit with their own little clan and congregation that don't have nothing to do with that. So there's no one theology.
Whose fault is that? Is it Raborn's fault, or is it Yarah should have fought for a better title? Because the title's left open-ended, it's general.
I mean, I agree with that, but the problem is all once with it being open ended like that, all Yarah had to do is just show this predated that, and chop away at some of those tenets. So now, what do you have to show that is exclusive to these Black Hebrew Israelite formation that Raborn is talking about? And he couldn't prove that it's exclusive. It was up to Raborn to prove the exclusivity of the Black, quote unquote, Black Hebrew Israelite doctrine. And he didn't prove the exclusivity of it.
Okay, but the same thing can be said about modern Christianity and modern Christian church in America. A lot of those sects have, like the Baptist church, they have their inception in America. That's not saying there are components about that church that are older than America. It's just saying the idea, the inception of the doctrine had its birth in America. We got our brother Yarah in the building. Yarah.
Hey, shalom, shalom, Shabbat shalom, family. What's good with you, Yeshua?
Shalom, shalom.
Shalom.
Good with
Don't
you,
beat, don't
Red.
beat
What's
me up,
good,
brother.
family?
Don't beat me up.
No, I'm not beating you up, bro. I didn't come on here to beat you up, man. I really came on, man, to appreciate you, man, doing the debate review. I always watch your debate reviews, man. And so, I respect your scholarship as well, both of you brothers, man. So it's nothing but love, man. But I think both you brothers bring out strong points. Um, and to your point, Yeshua, the first part of the debate, and I mulled over this, um, was that first of all, that's the stipulation for him even wanting to have the debate was to debate that specific topic as it was worded, right? Or else he didn't want to even have the debate,
Ah,
right?
ah.
That was his only stipulation. So I said, okay, let me get surgical to the point where I'm going to take your confirmation bias, this topic you want to debate, right? That solely leans towards, you think leans towards your argument. And as the brother Red just said, and let me deconstruct it. I knew it wasn't going to, it wasn't going to be it wasn't going to, the way I approached it, the methodology I used was simply to deconstruct every single thing that he thought makes up Black Hebrew Israelite doctrine, as he called it, right?
Yeah.
So, but my whole premise is that he doesn't really understand that what he's actually debating is not doctrine, but theology. And there's a difference between doctrine and theology, right? And so he starts the debate out saying, I'm going to debate Black Hebrew Israelite theology, but then he tries to go into doctrine, right? The only thing about doctrine he brings out is nothing. When you talk about magic, right? We can go into the scripture. We clearly see that the use of the and the thummim is a form of divination. We tend to step back from the word, but the actual definition of what they were doing with the Urim and the Thummim, the priest, is divination. So he alludes to that understanding as magic. Well, it's not magic. It's called divination. Then if he goes into feet washing, everyone that lived in an environment where it's desert and they're walking bare feet, open toed sandals in Kemet, the ancient Near East, anywhere in Africa mostly, right? They wash their feet. That's not something. None of what he brought out was initiated or was an origin that began with the with William Crowdy, Frank Cherry, and William Christian. None of it. So if you kick the legs from under that table, he has nothing to stand on. What he wanted to talk about was a codification. Well, I said, how can you codify something? How can you codify something that doesn't require codification? They weren't creating scripture. Now, if they were creating scripture or creating their own tenets based on their own writings, like we see the Mormons do, or we see other religions create their own writings, like the Jehovah's Witness, they have their own interpretation of the scriptures. Just like Catholics, they have their own interpretation where they basically write their own scripture, right? They have their own liturgy that they follow. What we call Black Hebrew Israelite theology or doctrine has none of that. As my brother Red said, they didn't create prophecy. What they did was they took from this and they took from that. That's a belief system that stems from one source, and that's the Bible. Either the Old Testament, the Tanakh, the Torah, or the New Testament. It only comes from that one place. There's nothing you hear Crowdy did or espoused or preached. What Crowdy did differently was take all of those things that we read about in scripture we had already seen that predates his founding of his church. He evangelized it. He took that from one place to the next. I clearly showed he was not the first one to come up with whether or not Esau was the white man. That came from a white man, right? So, you know, he's whining and crying. The problem is that these guys have poor reading comprehension issue.
I agree with you there. You know, I agree with you there.
They have very poor reading comprehension. And so what happens is, and here's the other part too, right? And I found this out when I had the discussion with Roadblocks Reggie, Dr. Reggie, right? Is that the only understanding of a black Israelite or black Judaism is through the One West teachings. That's it. And that's that New York state of mind understanding that they have.
See, that's
Right?
what I said. That's what I said in the chat, Yarah. The problem is they don't understand Chicago Israelites. They don't
Right.
understand St.
See,
Louis Israelites. They don't
exactly. I'm
understand
from
that.
the house of God. I know. I've been around people who I've communed. My people grew up with with Prophet Ben Amin. We didn't teach Esau was the white man. They had feet washing, but they had feet washing as a sign of respect. Right? So, but all of those things, we see Moses wash the sons of Aaron, wash their entire bodies. We see Yeshua in the New Testament scripture washing the feet of the disciples. What are they doing it for? He's washing the dust off his feet. We see Abraham doing it to the three men that came to him and prophesied to him that he called Yahweh or Yahweh in Genesis chapter 18 and 19. He washed their feet. It's a custom. It's an African custom. So a lot of this stuff he was espousing, he argued the nuances from a One West perspective. And this is why I say and a lot of people will say, well, why would you take that topic? I said, because this is what we will get. We will get the fallout in the conversation. Now you have to go back instead of looking at all of the meme scholarship that we get about Crowdy. And now you have the information that you can say, well, look, we have information that says these things began before Crowdy. Now we have to have that argument. Now we have to have that conversation. And this is what we have to do with a lot of these pseudo-lectuals out here, like these guys. Right? We have to attack their information. We have to make it. The problem is they've been hid and protected over there in their echo chamber so long, they have an issue with their information being challenged. But what that leads to when your information is challenged, if you're a true scholar, it leads to poor scholarship. And they've been going since Kemet on trial with this poor scholarship because none of these so-called, and I'm going to say it, prominent Israelites that were out here from these camps and others weren't challenging these guys on their information. They wanted to go along with the buddy system and with the good along game. I don't want to sit down and eat with Raborn. I don't want to sit down and eat with Garfield. You're not my friend. You're a Confederate against Israel. That's my position with these cats. So my whole thing is that I don't teach Esau is the white man and the white man alone. I teach anyone that's Confederate against Israel, whether you black, white, Asian, Mexican, Puerto Rican, whatever you want to hail from, if you're Confederate against the nation of Israel and against my God, then I'm against you. That's just what it is for me. And so that's the way that I bring it. It's going to rub a lot of Israelites the wrong way, but so be it. I'm taking that smoke too. I'm taking that smoke too. So, but again, just shoot, I appreciate you, brother. Like, I'm not one, I have tough skin, fam. So I ain't gonna fall out with you because you say you disagree whether I lost that debate. You would have approached it differently. You know what I told some of the brothers? How you killed that whole argument and with just one slide is with DNA evidence. That's just not my strong suit, so I don't argue it like that. But
I think
DNA tells us.
I think y'all right. I think you should have made him change that title, bro.
Yeah, I
That's
know
my opinion.
a lot of people wanted me to do that. A lot of people wanted me to do that. Black Jesus Minister called me. He's like, man, don't take that title. Man, don't take that title. Y'all got to see the. Y'all got to see the method. You got to see that there's a method to the madness. And the thing is that he had, simply because he comes and says, I have 12 things that I say William Crowdy created, or he was the originator of. None of those things he listed, he shows that William Crowdy authored or created. He
But
didn't.
He even showed that it didn't start with William Crowdy, because he was pulling out sources about, like, even the magic point, right? That pre-exists.
Yeah.
William Crowdy, right? But my thing is, like, I thought this is what he was arguing, that what we call Black Hebrew Israelite theology had its formation here in America, because all these things, these elements, Christian Protestantism, Baptist elements, Islamic elements, Judaic elements, were all mixed together like a goulash here in America.
Well, and I understand that. I understand what you're saying. But here's also what I'm telling people, and I want people to understand that. You see Judeo, and this is what I'm calling it. You see Judeo-Messianic cosmology in West Africa before you even get to the Americas.
Fact.
We can see in African history and culture, we can see dying and rising savior cosmology. It's there, family. And I'm gonna bring it out. It's
You
there.
see it in West. You see it strong in West Africa. You see it in West African cosmology. Yep.
Absolutely. And I'm bringing that lesson out. I'm putting the finishing touches on it. I'm still talking to some of my people about it. I'm telling y'all, it's there. And it's been there for thousands of years. It predates Sephardic Jews coming from Portuguese and Spain coming into the West Coast and the Ivory Coast of West Africa before 1492. It's been there since before 70 AD. It's been there.
Mm-hmm.
If you really get down with it and the understanding, you can show these concepts of a dying and rising savior. You can see a Masonic cosmology in West Africa. It's there. But they don't want to have these.
You see it in voodoo. You see it in. You see it in Ifa. You see it in a
Bro,
cone.
it's
You see it
all
in
through
Odinani.
Ifa.
You see it.
It's all through Ifa.
Yep.
Listen, look, bro. We're breaking down the festivals when they make the food. When they make the fufu. From the mashed yams, the fufu, the little bread that they pull in the ball, in the Ifa, when they put, you know what that is? That's unleavened bread. These concepts have been there. These practices and rituals have been there, but you have these liars who reading the same information. And I'm not talking about Raborn. His reading comprehension is shot. But I'm talking about those like Garfield. These guys are reading this information, but they choose not to bring it out. You can go into Ifa and deal with the Biafri and deal with the Igbos. They will tell you this is our history dating back to the time of ancient Kemet and Egyptian Jews. They're not talking about the Sephardim. They're going back thousands of years and I'm telling you, look, most of what we find.
You killed Chris Harris on that point because he was trying to chop.
Yeah.
He was trying.
He's not.
It says Egyptian Jew on it. Like, you can't get around it. That's what the people claim.
Exactly.
You're upset, bro. Like, stop chopping and screwing sources. Just read it verbatim.
Exactly.
But the problem is you can't get around the multiple migrations. Like I told you, when I went, the Okari, they were called Okari. They said that they came from Du Nuwas. You see what I'm saying? So when people say, well, Du Nuwas was a convert. Well, why did he convert? He converted because of the pressure from his people who were ethnic Jews. And so
Con.
these people, when they were doing a war with Axum, who were Christians, when they lost, they got banished to the western edge of the Axumite Empire. This is these
Right.
people oral tradition, and
That's
so
their
they
oral
migrated from
tradition.
the western edge of the Axumite Empire into what you would say present day Nigeria.
Right,
Facts.
right. Yeah,
Con.
So
you can't debunk or refute the Jews of Yemen. That is well attested
You
in
cannot do
history.
it, brother. You can't do it.
and they're the descendants of those people, bro.
Yes,
So
they
so
are. The
so
B'nai
when you
Israel, the Ephraimite Moors, all of
yeah.
these tribes, bro, these people have a direct, unbroken lineage, an unbroken lineage, and they're telling you who they are. And it's mighty funny that when we say that these are these people's oral traditions, that they are the descendants of Jews, even though they'll tell you we're practicing Muslims, but our origins are from Jews. And it's mighty funny when we're reading the primary sources of these people directly coming from them, that somehow we're looked upon as not having true scholarship, and these people can only be conversos, but these people are telling you that they're not.
Exactly. Exactly. From the primary source. Them niggas don't know what a primary is.
They don't know what a
What
primary source is.
what it is they want to reject. What it is this is why they're not. I don't even like hearing those guys talk about science, because they reject scientific research methodology. The first
Absolutely.
rule of scientific research methodology: you got to put your bias to the side. If you can't put your
Absolutely.
bias to the side before you start to research, a faulty methodology is going to lead to a faulty conclusion every time. And
Every
because they
time.
can't put their bias to the side, that's going to lead to a faulty methodology, and that's the reason why they come to the faulty conclusions that they come to, because they cannot put their bias to the side. So I don't even like those guys even talking about science, because you don't even know how to first employ that by saying by doing unbiased research. You see what I'm
Con.
saying? And
Con.
so those guys, they're not really scientific in their methodology at all. They're too biased for it. You see what
No,
I'm saying?
no.
So
And I'm gonna tell you, listen, I'm gonna tell you, these guys don't listen, I can't say it enough. They don't read well. They don't read well. And because they don't read well, they have poor scholarship. And as we continue, whether we agree or disagree on certain things, but what we all see is that once you challenge their information, the first thing they do is go Confederate. They get Berean, they get all of these other cats on here that simply want to say, and I'm gonna say this: there's no such thing as Black Hebrew Israelite theology.
nope, there's no. That's y'all right. Not to cut you off, brother,
Hold on real
but that's
quick.
what I
Hold on
was
real
trying to
quick.
explain to the shoot.
Rob
That's
Bourne,
what I was
click
trying
that link. Hold on, Rob Bourne, click that link, man. Don't be taking pot shots in the chat. Click that link, man.
Yeah,
But that's
come
what.
here. He's the biggest. He's the biggest nigga brew walking with Allah
But
scribbled across his chest.
but no. But what I'm saying is there is no one theology.
No,
So
there
once
isn't.
so once you try to say the founder of the Black Hebrew Israelite doctrine, you got to put specific. You got to put specificity on it. You got to be able to say boom, 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 boom. And you got to cover all the
Exactly.
gamuts of the offspring of that. And you can't
Exactly.
really cover that. You see what I'm
You
saying?
can't
Because
do
there's
it.
no one doctrine. There's no one doctrine.
There
You know
is
what I'm
no
saying?
one doctrine. Exactly.
That's why Rob Bourne want the title to be open-ended in general, so he can just rest on his laurels.
Right. And because he was so cowardly with it, because in our initial setup of the debate, I said, well, if I can show you that these things happened or existed before William Crowley in 1896, can we have that debate? I don't want to debate that. I don't want to debate the commandments. I said, I didn't ask you anything about the commandments. I didn't ask you anything about Noah's Ark. I didn't ask you anything about nothing. I said, if I can establish that, that's why in the debate, I wanted people to listen and understand that he's establishing a timeline from 1888 to 1896, that these things did not exist before that.
Mhm.
And if you can't show that those things only, if you can show that those things only existed within that time frame that he gave, then he wins the debate. But he couldn't do it. He couldn't do it. And then he says, well, why are you all the way in Africa? Because you brought up the Wolof.
We got Raborn in the building.
The God of the nigga brews is here. How you guys are doing?
You know what I'm saying?
We doing
You're 7 bricks. I'm gonna call you a 6 bricker.
I got a 6-pack though. I can show you how to get one if you want
And
to
now
work
see,
out.
I ain't off into that.
Yeah, I know you
You
don't
know,
work
whatever
out.
that,
Yeah,
that
you should try
pseudo.
it. Workout is good for you.
I ain't into that pseudo sexual stuff, bro. I
I
don't
don't know
want you to
about
see
no
your
Hey,
abs, bro.
sexual work.
Raborn, why don't you
What's up?
debate a brother on whether the idea of blacks being Israelites existed prior to Cherry?
Why what?
The idea of blacks being Israelites, existed prior to Cherry.
Why won't I do that?
Yeah.
Because I'm not interested in it.
No, because he can't prove that. He can't deny that. That's why.
No, because I'm not interested in it. I'm
No,
not
because
gonna,
you can't deny that,
brother. Listen, I'm not.
right? So
Okay,
the brother just asked you a
he
question.
asked me a
So,
question. Can I answer
but in the debate, he already agreed.
Can I answer his question
He already
before?
agreed that they exist.
Can I
All right,
answer his
let
question before?
Raborn say what he's saying, man, and then we'll move
I
on.
don't. I'm not debating of black people being Jews. I know that. You guys heard me for 6 years saying the same thing over and over again. So I don't know, like, what do you want me to talk about? 6 years later, still talking about the same thing. The only reason why I debated you because you kept calling me. So I said,
No, the
there's
only
no. I
thing
said
that you
there's no.
debated was I challenged you because when I challenged you initially on what things that you said, instead of you taking a debate with me, you came on Sinetta's channel the very next day and ran that and ran that presentation. I thought that was cowardly.
Brother. Listen, brother. Like you said, right? When I asked you if I want to challenge, Yashu, there's some things he teach. I know exactly what it is. Like, I don't agree with your eHaplo group. I'm gonna challenge you on that. When I ask you what you want to challenge me on, you say everything I ever did on Sarnetta. So if I
Yeah,
start,
everything you ever did on Sunday, I don't
okay,
think nothing
so
that
all
comes
right,
out your mouth
hold
makes
on,
any
brother.
sense.
That's your fatal mistake because I don't talk about Hebrews. So if I ask
I
you
didn't say
about,
you talked about Hebrews. Why you
no,
keep saying that though? I
listen,
didn't say you ever
brother,
talked about
please, yo,
Hebrews.
brother, just we
But
was
you keep
chilling.
saying that
Yo,
though.
brother, listen to what
Well,
listen to what your demands are. You saying you coming to me. I want to debate you on anything you put on Sarnetta. So if I ask you about the New York Vigilance Committee, do you know? If I ask you about Sister Bernstein, you don't know. These are the things that I did more on Sarnetta than what you want to talk to me about.
Actually,
That's the
no. I don't
problem.
think nothing you says makes sense.
That's fine.
But my point to you
That's
was I
fine.
spoke to you about something specific when you asked me that. That's
I
how
didn't
we
ask
got on
you
the whole
anything,
topic.
brother.
That's
You
how we
came,
got on the whole
brother.
topic of
Listen,
William
brother. You
Cherry.
came to me and wanted to debate me, and I said, "What do you want to debate me on? What do I teach that you want to debate me on?" This is where you get to talk to me directly to tell me what I disagree with you on.
Didn't I tell you? How did we get on the topic of William Cherry, Raborn?
We get on the thing. I said, "This is what I teach. There's no doctrine, keywords, a set of principles taught and agreed by a specific people before these people." That's how we got on it. I said, that's
Right.
what I teach.
And I said, you're wrong.
Okay. And then
so let's debate it.
And then I said, let's do it. And then you went all crazy. And then we made a debate to be on Garfield at 9 p.m. You didn't show up. And then
No, first of all, before you start saying that, I called Garfield 4 hours before that debate. He said, fine, I won't have it on my show tonight. We'll do it on Sarnetta. He never called you and told you that?
He denied that. He denied it live on air. He said
he denied what?
He
that I
denied
called
what
him?
you just said.
He denied that?
We was on live at, why would he set up a show for 9 p.m. and both of us are sitting there and he's
Listen to what I'm saying to you, Raborn.
Brother, he called you on the phone.
Listen to what I'm saying to you, Raborn. Listen to what I'm saying to you. I called Garfield and I said, hey, you know what? I promised to have that debate with Raborn on Sarnetta's channel. I don't think it's right that I have it on your channel, but I'll do it on Sarnetta's channel with him. He said, you know what? You're right.
He didn't say that. So I get what you're saying.
Hold on. But he said, you're right. He said, I'll call Raborn and tell him.
Right. So
did he do that?
No, he texted me. He said, yo, what up? He said, yo, Dude said that he don't want to do it. He want to do it on Sinetta. And I'm like,
Okay,
what?
so what I've
So
said
wait a
is
minute.
accurate.
Brother, could you please wait? This was an hour prior.
No, I called him 4
Listen,
hours prior to that, to 9 o'clock. I called him at 4
telling you
o'clock.
when he called me, man.
I'm telling you though, I agree. I'm
fam,
not saying that
listen,
ain't when he called you.
Brother,
I'm
listen to
telling
me.
you
Brother,
that he
listen.
didn't call you until an hour to
Brother,
the debate.
listen to me, brother. Listen to me. He told me, okay, I don't know about your 4-hour thing. We was on live at 9 p.m. scheduled time. So when it's time, he said, let me call Yarah and see.
He knew I wasn't going to be there though already.
Brother, listen, he called you with the phone on so we could all hear it. The first time you didn't pick up. The second time you picked up. And you said on the phone to him, it's recorded that I'm not doing that. So now the issue where this became a problem is you called me out. You came on the show when we was talking about something. I got tired of you talking and I said, well, let's do it 9 p.m. You said, bet. We said, where we doing that? We agreed to do it right there on Dagger Squad. That's what happened, fam. So, like, I don't know.
And so what happened was, like I told you, did we not at first agree to do that debate on Sinetta's channel? Yes or no?
Brother, listen, that's not a problem.
Okay, so stop saying. So then stop saying. Hold on. Stop saying I didn't show up. Hold on. Stop saying I didn't show up for the debate or that I ran from you. That's childish and girlish.
Brother, listen.
What I'm telling you is that, bro, it's not even a point anymore. At the end of the day, none of those 12 tenets you based your debate on,
bro. I know.
Is a codified doctrine. It doesn't exist.
Okay, brother.
And it never has.
Listen, okay, whatever you say, brother. Listen, I'm just.
And you still can't prove it. You can't show me one. You can't show me one document, one Bible, one book that Crowdy wrote that he said these are my 12 tenets.
Yes, he did, and I showed that he said
you don't have that. It doesn't exist. Show us the book. Show us the one book. Hold on, Raborn. Show us the one book that Crowdy wrote that says these are the 12 things. These are the 12 things that I believe. And this is the doctrine that all Black Hebrew Israelites must follow. That doesn't exist.
Can I answer you? The name of the book is called The Life and Works of Crowdy. He made the 7 keys. He said that he got a vision from God that we are the 12 tribes of Israel and Black people.
Did that not exist before him?
Yo, listen. When you looking at what the word doctrine means, a set of beliefs, social, political, or religious that is taught and a group of people agree on. That is a codified organization.
That is not a codification.
Yo,
why
brother,
do you keep saying that?
Yo, brother, listen. Let me make it. Let me.
No. Tell me what was codified about that.
Let me make it more simple for you.
Do you understand what codification means?
Let me make it more simple for you. If I look at the Nation of Islam, right, the word Islam and Allah does not originate in America. They took forms of Islam, Masonry, and all of that, and they made a codified religion. With questions and answers.
Bro, I'm asking. You keep saying codified. You keep saying codified. I don't think you understand what you're saying. Is my point.
Can I finish?
No, but you keep saying codified. Show me the codified book that exists where they say, brother, where they're worshiping Allah or where they're doing Islamic practices along with Christian practices and Protestant practices. Show me the codified book, because the only book that I know that they use is the Bible.
No, they don't. They have the 7 keys, which is
no, bro. Show me the book that was codified.
This is a revelation from God that came from him.
Do you understand? That's what I'm saying, Raborn. I don't think you understand what you're saying, bro. You don't understand. Will somebody pull up the definition of codification, please?
Yo, listen, right?
No, stop.
Right? So
can somebody show what the definition of codified means?
Let's make another point. Check it out. If I say the Moorish Science Temple of America, are there real people called Moors? Yes. When you look at what is in their documents, they're taking stuff that's from all different kind of religions, and he codified it. He
with what?
Together. He put it
Joshua, can you read?
together.
Can you read the definition of codification, please?
Oh, wait a minute, man.
No. I've had enough of your gish gallop.
All right, man.
Show us the code. Read
the
codification. No, brother, because you keep blowing past the stop signs.
Bye, man.
Stop blowing past the stop signs, and let's have a conversation. Let's break down what you're saying, bro. Let's break down what you're saying. Because this is what he doesn't have. He keeps saying there's a code. Where's this codified document or book?
Well, the codify means to arrange laws or rules into a systematic code. Arrange according to a plan or system. That's what the word codified is, but he dipped out of here.
You know? And
Raborn, don't run, fam. No. Don't run, fam.
And this is what I'm saying. He can't show this.
But the doctrine, man, like y'all should have made the title different, bro. Because the title don't say that. You feel me? You're right. It don't say that.
I gotta agree with Yashub 1,000,000%.
But see, y'all keep this is the problem that what I'm saying a lot of people are having. It doesn't matter if he says doctrine because he's not arguing doctrine. He's not. He's arguing theology. There is a difference.
Doctrine, right? Trinity. That's doctrine.
Yeah, exactly, bro.
So at what point in time did he prove the Israelite or Black Hebrew Israelite doctrine in the debate?
He can't, bro. He can't do it. And I keep telling people, but see, I understand there's a lot of unwinding and untwisting of years and years of poor teaching. And I understand the challenge and I'm up for it, but somebody got to unwind it. Somebody got to unwind it.
Yeah, I mean, I wish you.
Somebody got to unwind it, and I'm taking it on me to do it.
No, because you go hard. You a warrior, man. You over there. You smacking shit up. I ain't gonna lie. You did.
I'm gonna keep it a buck though, y'all. It's a shame that you're on here just like talking about that instead of breaking down the fact like your man just got waxed on the Wolof information and whatnot. Because he literally like I like the debate aside, right?
Yeah.
Like so understand this, like so y'all can understand. There's certain things that y'all ready to talk about because I asked him to talk about certain things. I've been lacing with certain information because he was supposed to be set up for a debate with Garfield, which he's obviously running and never going to happen and whatnot, right? And so he was supposed to go on yesterday and just give a presentation on some stuff, right? You know what I'm saying? They do the whole like another HOK thing and bombard him, and like you know what I'm saying. He has a debate set up that he with a title he doesn't want to take and whatnot. He got people like me and Black Jesus Minister advising against the thing and whatnot. But your man Yarah like to stay punching, so it just is what it is, right? But understand, I specifically asked him not to bring out certain information in the debate, right? Like with the title, yeah, crazy. The title, like I wouldn't have done that title. I would have worded like I'm a title Nazi. I always word my title super specific, right? That aside, though, like when we get into the part 2 and whatnot, right? The debate is what it is. When we get into this information about like, are these Wolof people that like, is their oral tradition? Is it cool? Does it line up with anything? Right? When your man brings out his sources, like the Encyclopedia of African Religion, etc., right? And he starts breaking down like the whole bit about the language and how it connects to Kemet. I want you to understand something. I asked Yarah to touch on certain stuff, right? In that very article that he touched on, you see him scroll down to a certain point and he stops, right? If he keeps going down in that article, it breaks down the fact that there's Wolof words connected to Hebrew.
Facts.
Hold on, boy. Hold on, real quick before you finish that, man. There's language cognates with the Wolofs that connect them to Kemet.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so what's the problem with Yarah bringing out the article that says they descend from Egyptian Jews if they got language cognates from Egyptian?
No, but the same article says they got language cognates in Hebrew. So hold on, wait. So if they're saying they're Egyptian Jews and the language is connected to Kemetic and Hebrew,
that's what I'm saying. Like, that's a bomb.
So just understand, Yarah was sitting on that nuke because I asked him to. You know what I'm saying? Because we were hoping that Garfield would actually man up and take this, like try to set this debate title up on terms of like It was going to be something along the lines of like, were there any people coming off the slave ship with the messianic practice or whatnot, right? And we were gonna expose what they don't study, right? They have a heavy bias with to the Caribbean and a heavy bias to like South America, and they don't show you the American oral tradition or the American practices and whatnot in terms of the continental American, right? And so y'all know that's what I've been focusing on, right? I've been focusing heavily on the Gullah Geechee people, their oral tradition, their spiritual practices, etc. Whatnot. I'm ready for that convo, fam. I'm 1,000,000% ready for that convo. And I was trying to sit down with the Garfield for the entire month and have him like have him walk through the info with me, like on camera, like, you know what, this is our paradigm we're talking about. But just like how y'all got your Table Nation paradigm, I was going to break down this whole paradigm, like how we can prove an Israelite tradition over in West Africa and in the Americas at the same time. People coming off the slave ship with these practices, right? Same time, right? In their own language, talking about this stuff, writing down in their own language and whatnot, right? And so I actually had a conversation with Garfield about this same source on his channel, and he took the video down, right? Of like this was at the beginning of the month and whatnot, you know what I'm saying? And so I put a portion of it up. I put up the portion I could keep, you know what I'm saying, before it came down. I got like 85% on camera. Then he confirmed the other 15% on camera on Brand's TV, right? To where he actually had to say, like, the part he took down, he confirmed after we were talking, like, you know what? I'll give it to you. Those Wolof are Jews. He confirmed that concept. So now he's on his channel today trying to be like, oh, see, really, family, what happened is they come from somebody who said they had a dream about some stuff, but didn't show no primary documentation, no documentation whatsoever. We just talking. And meanwhile, again, so now we got all like, so I asked Garfield live on there, like, so should we respect the oral tradition of these people in Africa? Yesterday, I was like, yeah, we got to respect it. So, but we got to check it out. I agree with that. We got to verify the thing. We got to check it out with language, with archaeology, the genetics, all the type of stuff, right? So when we're doing that here, so check this out. So y'all, man, shout out to the source. Shout out to Yeshua. Y'all get DNA, right? So not only does the language match up, the DNA matches up too. So when I go amongst the Wolof, when I go amongst the Fulani, when I go amongst these people, these Yonki people that they're talking about, you know what? They got my haplogroup, EM132, amongst others, right? You know what you can see amongst my haplogroup? You can see it in Egypt. You can see it in Sudan. You can see it in North Africa. You can see it in West Africa. So they got the right DNA. They got the right language breakdown. And on top of that, you got a former Israeli ambassador to Senegal in this article saying, you know what? It makes these people's lives harder identifying as Israelite or as Jewish in a country where they're Muslim. They don't get any benefits from it. They get no benefit. It makes their life harder, not easier. They're not even sure they're not trying to get Israeli citizenship. They don't want to have like a Jewish practice in terms of religion. They want to be Muslim. Like, it makes their life not easier at all identifying as being of Jewish ancestry. But yeah, that's where we're at for him.
That makes sense. And then a lot of people, Chris Harris was really off out of pocket for saying that the Wolofs first get their idea of being Jews from Sephardic Jews, which is also a part of African history as well that y'all ignore. Right. They had children, and their children were black. Their children were African. Some of their children were even caught up in the slave trade. We can prove that. The Bigogo slave raids.
Facts.
They were catching the Portuguese. I got sources where the Portuguese the slaves were working side to side with the other West African slaves in the Caribbean. So we can do that. But his point about they had their first mention by of Jews, or the idea of being Jews from the Portuguese and Spanish Jews, is false.
Facts.
Because we have Arabic sources that say the Wolofs that were Jews there prior to any Spanish or Portuguese Jew being there.
Man, say that one more time, fam.
You got Mungo Park and all them people.
Shout out to the Timbuktu Chronicles, man.
Mungo Park is afterwards. I'm not talking about Mungo Park. I'm talking about Ibn Abisar, which is around 1300s.
Mm-hmm.
That's way before any Spanish or Portuguese Jew made it to Senegal. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
This is documentary evidence.
The Timbuktu Chronicles got the B'nai Israel in Tindirma in Mali at 1402.
So
Go ahead.
What I got on the screen is to support what Elder Yarah was speaking about concerning our Elder William Crowley, and then what you just said, more, right? Uh, right here in verse 19, right? It says, "And what was and what will be, he saw in the vision." This is talking about Enoch, right? In the vision that was given to him about, let me just start at 17. 16. In the 11th Jubilee, Jared took himself a wife, and her name was Baraka, the daughter of Uzal. So we go all the way down to Enoch, right? So then we get to 17. He says, "And he was the first among men that are born on earth who learned writing and knowledge and wisdom, and who wrote down the signs of heaven according to the order of their months in the book, that men might know the seasons of the years according to the order of their separate months." 18. And he was the first to write a testimony, and he testified this to the sons of men among the generations of the earth, and recounted the weeks of the jubilees, and made known to them the days of years, and set in order the months, and recounted the Sabbaths of the years as we made them known to him. Speaking of the angels, letting him know what the days are and how they work, right? Verse 19. And what was and what will be, he saw in a vision, just like our elders saw. We are Israelites, just like he was given word by the Most High. So look, it says, of his in his sleep, as it will happen to the children of men throughout their generations until the day of judgment, right? So he also says he saw and understood everything, and wrote his testimony, and placed the testimony on the earth for all children of men and their generations. So what Raborn was bringing out about the so-called seven, whatever it was that he was talking about, that just lines up with our teachings. What Elder Yarah was talking about, something that we've been having from the beginning. It ain't have nothing to do with a doctrine. This has everything to do with our customs, how we interact with our power, how our power deals with us and teaches us things, give us revelations on things, right? So I just want to bring that out, man, to confirm what was said, man.
And this is why I would have been a stickler on the title, like she was talking about, because like, so instead of, because what it sounds like is eventually you're trying to like defend like One West doctrine or whatnot, like the history of it, right? Versus the better conversation, which is like, so are people of African descent identifying with the Israelite tradition in any way, shape, or form? Does that predate the One West stuff and Cherry and all that type of stuff, or does it predate? Or can we find it coming off the slave ships? Like you always see Garfield, like, show me one Israelite, show me one person coming to slave ships talking about they called themselves an Israelite or had that practice, right? That's the real conversation, right? What's the historical accuracy of the thing? Because if you can show the practices in African and in plantation, like plantation America, right? Not like post-slavery. I'm talking like pre-Civil War America, right? It's a wrap, fam. Like, because what they want to do is they want to relegate everything to two conversations. Like, so, okay, if you're in West Africa, that means you're descended from a Sephardic Jew somehow, right? If you're in America, that means that you're connected to the One West thing somehow, right?
They don't even say descended; they say convert. They don't even bring up that component that actual Jews had children there. They
Facts, convert. Facts, convert. Facts. But yeah, that's why this conversation got to get blown all the way up and wide open in terms of just getting the history right. Because like, does history bear that out to be the fact, right? Does history say what they're saying is the truth? No, it doesn't, and we got to really, really show that to the people, right? Because it's way more, and this is like Yashar, you know me, I've been trying to open up the Islamic source to people for like the last couple of years or whatnot, right? And really break the subject for people and whatnot, right? And it's been a slow conversation, you know what I'm saying? Unfortunately, I failed in that endeavor, right? Now I'm about to just drop bombs, fam, but unapologetically, and just be like, all right, let's go. Because at this juncture, they're playing games. They don't want to have an honest debate on the matter. They could have honestly debated Yarah. I would have laced Yarah with a couple of things, fam. It would have been clear, right? But they want to play games. Now it's got to be, you know what I'm saying? It's got to be shocking off.
See, I had jumped on one of Garfield's streams when he had so what's that dude name, man? Yeshua, who be talking crazy with the little funny voice. He called himself the Hebrew killer or something like that, or no, scripture killer.
Oh, Isabio.
Man, Sabios. Man, listen, bro. This dude said there is no Hebrews who got off the slave ship. Show me. So the records, according to the African records, right? An African site, not a European site. When you go into those records and you pull up Yah, right? You type in Yah in the name search. You know how many names pop up?
Yeah, I don't even rock with it like that, right? Like, cause they got arguments against that, and some of them are viable, some of them are not, right? Because you got to do a real deep linguistic study to match all those up with like a Hebrew concept, right? Because not all of them do match up, right? Some of them will, some of them won't, right?
But we talking about, well, what other language is that name used in West Africa?
A bunch. Like, so I could show you y'all an American Creole, and it has nothing to do with it means here. You know what I'm saying? Like, or so like that's what I'm saying. Like, we like there. This is what I'm saying, fam. Like, on a scholastic level, we gotta make sure when we're making a claim, we can walk that one all the way out with the language or whatnot, right? So you're saying what other language? Like, there's a bunch of them, fam. But like, I'm saying, like, it does connect though too. Like, so I'm not saying it doesn't connect to any of them, right? So like when he's like
I never seen nobody use the Yah as a name. What I'm saying, like, okay, I mean, as other than the name, you understand? So, like, for example, when we talk about the captivity of us being in Egypt,
okay,
there we were named after our power. Same thing. Like, and just like Yasharyah, right? I'm named after my power. So now look at Yeshua himself, Yahushai. He's named after his father. So what I'm trying to understand is, now that we at the slave records, now all of a sudden the name is something else and it relates to this other language and this other people. When in that part of the land, who was speaking Creole? Like, what are we talking about? So I'm just, you know what I'm saying? Like they make all of these statements, but they don't support their statements by nothing. Just random statements, and then expect for us to deal with that. Like, nah, bro, deal with the actual information. Go into the records and show us thoroughly, right, that there was no Hebrews that got off that boat, and you know the Hebrews by their name.
Right. And this is what I'm saying.
I'm gonna kill him with this. Watch this, because I was gonna deal with the Creoles, right? Barbados. I was gonna deal with that, and I'm gonna show y'all. I'm gonna share this book with y'all, because this is coming out on my. Because it's like they're not gonna debate this stuff, so might as well just do.
Exactly. You might as well just unload this stuff. You feel me? Like,
they just might as well just start bringing out the information and let them make their pseudo commentary on it, because they're not gonna read the books. Remember that question you just said, right? A slave that came out the boat. We already have one, Billy Simmons. He came out the boat, claimed to be Jews. Then there's two more. There's two more in that same article by James W. Hagee of two Jews of the Moorish habit. They thought they were Moors. They thought they were black Moors.
Yep, 100%.
And it was like, no, we Jews. We got captured. Why are we here in Carolina being treated as, you know what I'm saying?
You talking about the one where they had to find old girl that spoke Hebrew, wasn't it?
Yes.
They had to get a translator, fam.
Right, and it was like, oh, these people.
Wasn't she native of the land, though?
Huh?
Yes,
translator a native of the land?
Yeah, she spoke like Arabic and other stuff from like North Africa and whatnot. You know what I'm saying?
Come on, man.
So I told them that years ago.
Matter of fact, they're like, she's like the only one, man. If it ain't her, fam, like we're asked out. You know what I'm saying?
Watch this.
Go ahead, Yashub, and then I'm gonna come right behind you with another Israelite sister who was a translator for fucking Cortez.
Watch this. So I don't know how well we're gonna see this. I just took a picture of this. I didn't scan this in, but hopefully y'all can see what I'm reading. Because I actually own the physical book. Right. So this is a book here. It's actually, let me give you the cover real quick.
Hey, Yashub, when you go to that, can you go to your slide and then like blow it up just like a couple of inches when you get to the paper? Yeah, like there. Can you make it bigger just a little bit?
No, it's not. I got to do it on the email. I have to go on my email file because I don't know Facebook. Let me Share what you got, then I'm gonna send it to my email, see if I can make it bigger. You want to share something?
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, go
So-
ahead and share that to give me time to do that.
I got you. I'm about to go to it right now. Shit. Yeah. Can you see my screen?
Yes, sir.
Yep.
Okay, here we go. Let me get off of this real quick. Go to this. Right here. Okay. It's the Malinche princess. That was her name. That's what they called her. Show you real quick. Right. So let me blow it up a little bit. Right. So again, you see the fringes down here, and you see her dressed in modesty, right? So if you just read a little bit about her, you understand what she was and how they used her, right? So the only detailed written historical accounts about her comes from Cortez' companion, conquistador Bernal Diaz Castillo. Bernal Diaz was pleased to record that Donna Marina, which is the Malinche Indian princess, was one of New Spain's first Christian and described her as good-looking, intelligent, right? So this intelligent lines up with what Ak was just talking about the translator being able to speak different languages, being able to communicate with different people. Now, mind you, Ak just spoke about a sister. Now I'm relaying and I'm confirming another sister, an intelligent sister that comes from our stock, right? That was also considered to be intelligent and self-assured. His account then goes into some detail about her life. He wrote that her parents were lords and caquis of a town called Panela. Her father died when she was young, and when her mother remarried, she gave La Malinche to some Indians from Calengo, so that there would be no disputed inheritance with her stepbrother. Excuse me. And here go another source from the conquest conversion of concubines, history, sex, and gender. You say you need the source for that one? All right. First, Donna Marina was described as the prettiest, the most active, and lively of the number, and having an appearance that attested to her status, a truly great princess, the daughter of Caquis. Donna Marina originally
it's caciques.
Okay, appreciate that. Caciques.
Yeah, and when they call her Donna, real quick, just so you understand, like that's like when you see like the term Dawn in like mom movies or whatnot, like that's the female version of it.
Female version of who?
That's like she's a female Dawn, if that makes sense. Like, Donna Marina, like she's not like just some little grandma. Like she's on top of the game. You know what I'm saying? Like she's a she got land. She's running stuff. You know what I'm saying? Like if she got the name Donna, she got some clout. You feel me?
So she would be considered like Queen Caliph.
If nothing else, like if not a queen,
princess.
like a governor or princess. Yeah.
Okay. Sweet. So now that even our Aki Moore just confirmed what Castillo was talking about when he considered her to be an Indian princess, right? So we're still talking about the same thing. So here we seeing from the historian.org, the teachings in the Mexican history, right? So then we move on to Professor Dr. Marion Wood giving us a nice little detailed information, right? So Donna was originally given to Hey Moore, when I get to these words, help me out, bro. What this say right here?
Where you at? Puerto Carrero. The port of Carrero, yeah.
But upon his return to Spain, she lived with Cortez, to whom she bore a son named Don Martin Cortez. She later went on to marry Juan Armilio. She was
Juan Jaramillo.
Yarmilio.
Jaramillo. It's don't even. I got you. Also, if you want to, I'll just say the Spanish name. It's cool.
Okay. She was one of the 20 enslaved women given to the Spaniards in 1519 by the native Tabasco, right?
Yep. Yeah, you got that one.
Cortez chose her as a consort, and she later gave birth to his first son, Martin. He is known as one of the first mestizos. So basically, family, what you see here is one of our sisters being a very intelligent one that actually, you know what I'm saying, did the transliteration as well. So you ready, Yashu?
Yeah, I'm about to pull it up, man. I'm trying to take these pictures the best way I can
All right.
so they be legible. Let me see if I can pull it up here.
So yeah, you know what I'm saying? He trying to do a whole presentation. I just wanted to show that information concerning one of our other intelligent sisters that was out here transliterating and doing things like what the brother was just speaking about. So confirmation is key, family. You know what I'm saying? If it's done by one person, it's going to be done by multiple others before and after.
Right. So let me just share what I got, and then hopefully y'all can see it. If not, then I have to wait till I actually scan this thing in. 'Cause I'm just literally taking pictures from my phone and trying to get the best picture I can get. It is what it is. So I'm gonna share y'all. I'm gonna share this book with y'all, and in a later episode, I'm gonna deal with this book in more detail. So the name of the book is "The Jews in the Caribbean" by Jane S. Gerber, and we're going to page 184. Right. So within this book, remember what they say. Oh, show me a Jew that came off a ship that was a Jew and claiming to be a Jew. All right. Do you really want that answer? It shows you plenty of them before. Let me see if I can zoom in for you guys. Hopefully, I don't know if that's blurry or not. Maybe it is. So just bear with me. So it says here, a similar case was that of Joseph Pellegrino, a Jew of ambiguous ancestry, who in 1720 petitioned the Sermonese authorities to recognize the manumission of his children. Why would he have to recognize the manumission of his children? Because this man was born in slavery, right? It says the family name appears as Pellegrino, and Pellegrino, Simha, Jacob, and Mariana. He declared were all conceived outside legal marriage and had been converted to the Jewish religion through the Portuguese rabbinical teacher. Moreover, these children had been properly manumitted according to the rules of the Jewish nation, because once you go through the Sephardic conversion, your children should be manumitted during this time. It says, what prompted the senior Pellegrino to approach the government was his concern that their status and right to inheritance would not be accepted outside of Jewish circles, whose laws were sometimes at variance with those of Dutch colonial government. The court granted Pellegrino's request, declaring these children free of all slavery and legitimized as his true descendants. Now, Joseph Pellegrino himself is not a convert, but his children had to go through the proper conversion to get what? Manumission. He himself is a Jew of ambiguous ancestry. I want y'all to keep that in mind. It says, while this petition in Jewish communal sources lack references to the racial status of Joseph Pellegrino, the legal position of his descendants suggests that he was either a mulatto or a black, according to historian John Jack. I'm just going to say that because he has a crazy last name. Joseph's son Jacob was classified as let me blow this up so you guys see what I'm reading. A carboger, a child of a mulatto and a black. So he himself was classified as a black. It says, in his grandson Daniel Pellegrino as a Negro. My own search of Jacob's Pellegrino racial status has proven largely unfruitful, since the Jewish birth records do not mention it. However, Jacob Pellegrino was laid to rest in the Congregante row of the Jodas Van Cemetery in 1750, as he was seen confirming his second-class position in the Suriname Jewish community. Moreover, your African Jewish activities in the 1790s remembered Joseph Pellegrino's son Jacob Pellegrino as a carboger who enjoyed similar rights and privileges as full members of the Jewish congregation. Now, here's the point right here. It said it is not now possible to reconstruct Joseph Pellegrino's family tree, but his last name unusual in Suriname, and the naming patterns in his family suggest a new Christian ancestor who settled on Africa's west coast during the previous century. So this man, this Jew of ambiguous ancestry, is not a convert. He's actually a descendant of a new Christian. What is a new Christian? A Jew that converts into Catholicism. That's what this man is. So we have a slave that came over here from West Africa, went over to Suriname, knowing that to be a Jew, knowing his past as a slave, having children during slavery, getting them manumitted. So we have we pretty much have the case study here. And then the last highlighted portion is father and son joined the group. Father and son joined a group of new Christians and reconverted Jews, entirely male or nearly so, who had already settled there trading iron ore, ivory, wax, and gold. And that's talking about in Guinea in West Africa. That's where they traced this guy back. So again, you have a Jew named Joseph Pellegrino, a Jew of ambiguous ancestry, starts off in West Africa, ends up in slavery in Suriname, right? And we have the records to show that. So that will kill them as well. That will kill them as well. And that's what I want to share with you guys. We're going to touch on that some more when we deal with these Sephardi Creoles. All right. That's what I want to share with you guys. Hopefully, you guys were able to see that and it was legible.
Yeah, I'm gonna let y'all deal with the Sephardic Creoles and whatnot. I'm gonna jump on the whole the Israelites who either willingly or were forced to convert to Islam in West Africa, and then came off the slave ships, and some that continued to practice Islam, and some that did a whole different tradition right off the slave ship.
Right. The reason why I'm gonna bring sources like that up because they act as if no black person, because this was a black. Joseph Pellegrino was black. He was considered black.
Mm-hmm.
And he knew he was a Jew when he got off the slave ship.
Yeah, and if he's a new Christian, like that's the messianic in some way, shape, or form.
He was messianic. Yeah, right. He was messianic. He was a new Christian.
Hey, see, Yarah, like, so I'm glad Yarah brought this out. And some other people brought this out on with Black Jesus Missed It on Sunday Channel was the fact that, and Yarah definitely brought this out against Reggie, right? Which is the fact that, like, so Reggie was like, yes, well, show me the gospel in West Africa. Show me the gospel in West Africa. And he was like, well, yeah. And he told me this too. He was like, man, I've heard you say this so many times. It just popped in my head. He was like, yeah, like they had the Quran because the Quran confirms the Torah, the Injil, you know what I'm saying, and the previous scriptures and whatnot. And it literally, like, in order to be a Muslim, you have to confirm Jesus as the Messiah and a prophet or whatnot, right? And you have to confirm the gospel as a scripture and whatnot. So, like, when he brought that out, they, like, you could hear a rat pissing on cotton for a sec. You know what I'm saying? Like, oh, word. I never thought about that. Here's a whole nother thing, right? We literally got records of slaves. Like, so I'm gonna, like, the dude I'm gonna bring out, like Omar ibn Said, right? I'm saying the name now. Like, I've talked about him a little bit here. So I'm gonna go even more so, right? In the sense to where he's gonna be one of the main people I bring out. Like, so just like Bill Simons, right? Or Bill, like, he can speak Arabic and Hebrew, right? But he's connected to a tradition. He's connected to an Islamic tradition of people. Again, the same group of people, like the B'nai Israel and whatnot, right? Like, so that, like, they were actually reading some stuff off on Garfield's channel, breaking down the fact that the B'nai Israel are connected to a Islamic group. That when you actually do the history of the thing and whatnot, they're connected to the same group I'm talking about of Islam in West Africa, where that's unique amongst Islam, to where they have, like, an Israelite leaning tradition, to where, like, they do stuff like tithing and whatnot, right? And when you see that they're connected to people like the B'nai Israel, like, you see why that happens and whatnot. It's completely consistent. And so they actually have this clerical class that actually spans between, they speak the Janki language, like they were talking about, but they end up going amongst the Wolof, the Fulani, the Hausa, and the Mandinka, right? And so it's one group of people that ends up spreading up amongst four different groups of people, and becomes the clerical class amongst all of them, and intermarrying amongst all those groups of people. You understand what I'm saying? And so all four of them end up practicing this tithing system in West Africa, right? And so when we see them and the people that come up from underneath them come off the slave ships, we see this Hebrew practice and whatnot. Like, so you saw me talking about like the harvest festivals and whatnot, right? We see the people cut off the slave ships immediately. Like they either do the Islamic thing or they do that. And the cool part is they're both facing the east, praying 3 times a day. One just does it on prayer rug, speaking Arabic. The other ones don't. Looking straight like out the book of Daniel and whatnot. You know what I'm saying?
So it's distinct.
Distinct, fam.
Mm-hmm.
And like they're doing things that the Muslims aren't doing. You feel what I'm saying? The Muslims got their own festivals and they got their own festivals. You know what I'm saying? And like Yarah was talking about, I laced them up with this article I just found about a yam harvest in West Africa amongst the Igbo and the Yoruba, right? Peep game on this, fam. Like, so in this yam harvest, right? They have a meal that like the harvest is based around the fact that they had a drought. And somebody was said to sacrifice their children, and it gets graphic here, like chop their bodies up and bury them in the ground and whatnot. But what happened was the yams started growing on the mounds of their body parts and whatnot, right? And so like the yams fed the people, they survived the drought, all that kind of stuff. And what they do is to celebrate, they make food out of yams and chicken to represent the body and the blood of the son, not the daughter, just the son, just the son, right? And so when you understand yams in West Africa, this is what they get their flour from, like Yarah was talking about. And it's a gluten-free flour. It's an unleavened bread. So, wow. So they so they literally have a character, a male character who's connected to like a bread of life concept, right? And connected to like an unleavened bread concept. And again, when they have their festivals, they do this same circle dancing like I'm talking about. The same circle dancing and whatnot, right?
Have you did a presentation on this yet or no?
No, bro. We were gonna drop all this on Garfield during the debate, right? But since they run it, like guns blazing, fam. Don't even like shock and awe. We will be knocking on your door real soon, bro, man. You know what I'm saying?
We gotta find somebody that want to debate this stuff, man.
No, but bro, nobody wants to, bro. And they're not going to at this point, fam. Because check this out. What?
What about Shaka Almos?
Oh, I definitely want to debate him, but he ain't gonna do it, fam.
Oh shit.
They don't, bro. They don't want like, bro. They got like, so they're built to debate one West Israelites. You know what I'm saying? Because one West Israelites don't really deal with history. They don't deal with genetics. They don't deal with archaeology. They just deal with like rhetoric and whatnot. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So like they want that. You know what I'm saying? Like the Christians want that too. They don't want people who can act. Oh, well, you can really do DNA. You can really do history. You can like language and archaeology. Oh, what? Like it took one question to unravel Garfield, and he doesn't even know it yet. Because like so okay, Yashar, we're talking about all this Arabic stuff and whatnot, right? And I'm gonna break you off with some sources on names that we can definitely corroborate are 100% Hebrew. That the Arabic that are in Arabic sources that Muslims would not have, like they're Israelite names. You feel what I'm saying? There's certain Israelite names that Muslims wouldn't take. But to that note, right? So we're talking about like Arabic in West Africa, right? A lot of people don't even know that the Arabic that's in West Africa is called Hassaniya Arabic, right? It comes in with a group of people called the Beni Hassan tribes and whatnot, right? Amongst them is called the people called the Banu Khalal, and another one called the Banu Sulaim. The Banu Sulaim, right? Amongst them are Arabic Israelite tribes that are from the tribe of Judah, Levi, Manasseh, Simeon. There's like 6 of them. I'm forgetting a few. You feel what I'm saying? Like Ephraim and whatnot. And these are the people who are bringing in the Arabic script into West Africa. So the Arabic script enters West Africa on the backs of people who are also Islamic tribes coming from Southern Arabia. Just think about that. Like, so like West Africa, like its number one trade was literacy at one point. Above gold, above salt, like the number one trade was books at one point, right? And books in Arabic at that. Like Timbuktu, all them types of things. That's all them scrolls and whatnot, right? And all that Arabic came in on the backs of people who, a portion of which were Arab Israelites that eventually mixed in with the people and made this clerical order that I'm even talking about, fam.
Yeah, that's heavy, man. That's heavy, and that's a lot of stuff that they ignore. Like they'll know that. They'll hear somebody bring the information out, they ignore it on purpose because they know they can't really slice and dice it. Like you said, they're built for, like you said, one West camps. You know what I'm saying? Hey, brother's gonna be in there. Deuteronomy chapter 28. You know what I'm saying? They can't deal with history. They can't deal with the science. They can't deal with the actual historicity of the argument. So, yeah, man, they we know we see what they're doing, bro.
Right.
We know exactly what they're doing.
See more what you said about the Arabic truth berry, because I don't call it library, right? I like to say we kept truth and not.
Oh no, man, I'm stealing. I like that, bro. I like that. That's what's up.
So I look at the same thing when I come across our scripts, right? That's talking about our heritage and our culture, like the Ugaritic script, right? The Greek script. What other script? The one that's found in the Near East. It's not a real script, but it's a temple where it has our whole plot and our whole, you know what I'm saying, past and future drawn out or carved in the temple. I can't think of the name of the temple right now. But my point is, we've always been an intelligent people and kept records. I just showed you the very first person in Jubilees, in Enoch, who was our first record keeper. And who taught him how to keep the records? The angels in the garden, according to the record. So why wouldn't we continue that intelligence? Why would we just...
You know why? You know why y'all South they got a problem with that? Because the idea of West Africa, West African people is what's the word? What's the word I'm looking for? More debased, like primitive. They think we was primitive, bro.
And isolated.
Primitive and isolated. We wasn't dealing with no knowledge. We didn't have no understanding of books or nothing.
We were just sheep herders.
Not even that. They don't even
Not even that, bro. They don't even give us that, bro.
Yeah, because it's related to money. You got to be intelligent to be a sheep
No,
herder.
because it's related to pastoralist culture. Like I said, they want to avoid that because that's what we can. We can connect to that real quick. Because once you get to hit the pastoralist culture, when they're like, how to get there? How did it get there? Now you talking about. You got to answer that question. How to get
there? Who are the cattle herders?
Right. That's why I love, man, when we get to tapping in and digging like that, because now you start to see civilization. You see who started it, bro. It starts with intelligent individuals, man.
Man, we give honor to our ancestors for real, bro. They want to make our ancestors some kind of debased, primitive people that were stuck there until Christianity came along with the modern Catholicism and stuff came along, bro. That's insulting, bro. That's insulting.
Facts.
More, you got something you want to share?
Yeah, if you got time, I got a few slides, man.
Yeah, bring that out.
Oh yes.
So this is the B'nai Israel people that my man was talking about in the article and whatnot, right? Like, so this is like, so when Chris is saying like, show me a primary source, like, so this is the president of the area, right? Like of the clan that he's of, you know what I'm saying? And he's the Merabah of the area. So he's like their imam or their sheikh or their top like religious leader, whatnot. Like, so he's the one breaking down the oral tradition in the article, whatnot, you know what I'm saying? So that would that be a primary source or no?
By definition, that's a primary source.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure. So yeah. Okay. First off, let's start off with them in Timbuktu, right? Like, so in Tariq al-Fatash, the Timbuktu Chronicles, the manuscript C of the Tariq al-Fatash, it chronicles a community called the B'nai Israel existing in Tindirma, Mali, circa 1402. They were said to own 333 wells. They had 7 leaders and had an army of 1,500 men. Right. Tindirma is near modern Timbuktu in the region of Mali currently. Right? This little red area right here, smack dab in the middle of Mali, right off the river. You feel what I'm saying? And so that man broke down the fact in the article that they came from Egypt, went to Somalia, went to Nigeria, and then split off into 3 groups, right? Some went to Mali, some went to Guinea, and some went to Senegal. So yeah, this is him saying what he was saying there in terms of them being descended from Egyptian Jews. Yarah went over that already.
Wait. So he didn't say they came from Portuguese Jews, right?
Not at all, fam.
Oh, I'm just checking.
And this is what I'm saying, fam. These are potentially Israelites who never left Africa ever.
Facts.
Think about that, fam. Potentially never left Africa. Went from Egypt to Somalia to Nigeria to Mali to Senegal to Guinea. Some are even in Gambia and whatnot.
The crazy thing about him connecting himself to the Egyptian Jews is the Egyptian Jews are one of the most well-documented African Jews.
Man.
Within their documents, they talk about Maghribis, people from the West, traveling to Egypt and back to Maghrib.
That's why Yarah was going off like, man, you trying to tell me this is not the Egyptian Jews? Yeah. Like, let that be a debate right there. Was there Egyptian Jews? Yo.
They're going to be playing games with that. Well, what really is an Egyptian Jew? What the word Egypt? Bro, we ain't worried about all that, man.
Right. This is the coldest thing, fam. They said that where they got to, that they planted some trees to commemorate this thing. They have a sacred grove, right? You know what I'm saying? They got trees like, we don't let foreigners go there. You know what I'm saying? It's like awesome Israelite stuff. We don't let outsiders go there. You know what I'm saying? And so, like, again, they say that they're practicing Muslims, that they don't want to become Jewish in terms of their religion and whatnot, right? In fact, we don't like to talk about it much. Our Jewish background, but we don't hide it either. We know our people came from Egypt to Somalia and from there to Nigeria. They're split about 1,000 years ago. One branch of the two families went to Mali, another to Guinea, and we settled there. Now, peep game, right? So, like, Raborn was talking about this whole bit about like the Kemetic language. Again, the Wolof word for cheek is pronounced lechai, as it is in Hebrew. One of Wolof's words for wise is pronounced the same as the Hebrew word or for hakum. And weaver as fabric merchant is called rab, like similar to rabbi. The B'nai Israel also have a cultural trait in common with Jews, an aversion to intermarriage. According to Fadiga, this guy right here, the community tries to not assimilate, preferring to wed with members of the tribe who live in neighboring villages. So again, Raborn completely so you got two linguistic connections to this Egyptian Jew concept. Two linguistic connections to the thing, right? And like I said, the genetics already matches up.
Hey, Moore, what type of tree did they bring there? Because like palm trees and stuff like that, those are imported trees. So I'm wondering what type of tree that they actually brought in and planted in.
The kapok tree. I don't even know what that is. I got to look that up. Right? Okay. I think it's these trees here in the background.
Got it. All right.
Give me 2 seconds.
Yeah, that's awesome information, man, about these brothers and sisters in Senegal, Mali, and Guinea. Awesome information.
Yeah, and so what I'm about to bring out here, though, is like, so again, we're talking about the B'nai Israel and how they split up and whatnot, right? So two of the most well-documented Muslims in American history are Bilali Muhammad and Omar ibn Said, because they both wrote manuscripts. One wrote an autobiography, one wrote an Islamic manuscript. Both were Sufi Muslims in Fulani from West Africa. From Guinea and from Senegal. And so this brother was from Guinea, I believe. Yes, he was from Guinea. So again, they talk like, so I want y'all to hear this, right? So the patriarch Bilali gave Muslim names and traditions to his 19 children, left a manuscript in Arabic, was buried with the Quran. And again, it specifies later, this is Maghrebi Arabic, right? This is like, again, the Arabic that came off the backs of people who were also from Arab Israelite tribes or whatnot, right? But was buried with the Quran and his prayer rug. Bilali Muhammad was born in the late 1770s in Timbo, Guinea, near the Fula Jahanki centers of Kaaba, Karawan, and B'nai Israel, according to most accounts. So they're talking about a B'nai Israel in Guinea, right? So he was born near the B'nai Israel in Guinea. Now, these people, like these Fulani in this area in Guinea, were getting put on slave ships all day, fam. Hence, my man is literally in America writing this stuff here, right? So this, like, it's 1,000,000% plausible that the B'nai Israel were coming off slave ships from Guinea, etc., and other places. Because again, the Fulani had like 5 big centers, and I'll show that in a map real quick. But again, That's even marked by Hodgson and whatnot, right? Like Hodgson like has a lot of interesting work, and so does Godby. Hodgson and Godby are really interesting people dealing with source work for us to deal with. Godby is somebody I'll be bringing out in a second that Yarah brought him out. So I don't know who was saying something about. I forgot what it was, but somebody was saying something about patois or Creole or whatnot, right? Godby actually has a source talking about like the B'nai Ephraim in amongst the Yoruba tribe, speaking a mixture of Maghrebi Arabic, Hebrew, and patois, but also having the Torah amongst them.
Wow.
So these are the Fulani descendants I'm talking about in Futa Toro, Futa Jalon, Messina. Again, that's connected to Mali and whatnot. And we have Sokoto over in Nigeria and whatnot. All these are major Fulani centers and whatnot. Hold on. Matter of fact, let me just jump to that.
Even
that.
site.
Yeah, I'm gonna jump to this B'nai Ephraim quote right quick. If anybody has from Babylon to Timbuktu, this information is in there. They directly link it to the Yoruba and whatnot. But in southern Nigeria, the natives call black. This is from Black Jews: The Religious Challenge or Politics versus Religion, Cambridge University, page 235. In southern Nigeria, the natives call black Jews the strange people of the Omo Yoquaim. They are called the B'nai Ephraim, the sons of Ephraim. They claim that their ancestors came from Morocco, and this is supported by Godby, who noted that the language is a mixture of Maghrebian Arabic, ancient Hebrew, and local patois. For example, Abu means father, became Iyaba. For mother is close to the Hebrew word. These Omo Yoquaim Jews live in the Ondo district and have a copy of the Torah. And so again, fam, like they're being identified as Yoruba. And so, like, so I'm talking to you about this this harvest festival with the yams. The Igbo and the Yoruba both have that harvest festival, right? So they want to talk about practices and whatnot, fam. We got them all day. But again, we got Omar Ibn Said and whatnot, right? Again, full on autobiography in Arabic, Maghrebi Arabic as well, right? He's born in Futa Toro in Senegal and whatnot, right? In 1770. Comes over at the age of 37 and whatnot. Watch what he says about his practice. Before I came to the Christian country, my religion was the religion of Muhammad, the apostle of God. May God have mercy upon him and give him peace. I walked to mosque before daybreak, washed my face and heads and hands and feet. I prayed at noon, prayed in the afternoon, prayed at sunset, prayed in the evening. I gave alms every year, gold, silver, seeds, cattle, sheep, goats, rice, wheat, and barley. I gave tithes of all the above named things. I want y'all to understand something, right? Muslims don't give tithes. They give alms, like it says above, but they give 2.5% of their earnings, just their money, right, in charity and whatnot. This dude gave 10%, a full tithe of actual tangible things like an Israelite would: gold, silver, seeds, cattle, sheep, goats, rice, wheat, and all that type, and barley, all that type of stuff, right? And so this is connected to a specific Islamic system, like I'm telling you, that's amongst the Hausa, which is the biggest tribe in Africa, family, the Fulani, the Mandinka, and the Wolof, right? To where they all have this same clerical system and they all practice this same tithing system. In fact, when one of them would enslave the other, they would literally throw another 10% on the tithe that they had to pay, just like you had Joseph paying 20% in Egypt and whatnot. So yeah, this is some real, like I'm saying, unique practices that you don't find anywhere else in Islam. Anywhere else in Islam. And again, you're finding people called the B'nai Israel amongst these type of people, fam. Going forward. You know what? I'll even skip that. Hold on. Let me see where I want to go with this right quick. Yeah, let me break this part down. So Omar Ibn Said, just like Billy Simons, right? In this book, 5 Classic Muslim Slave Narratives and whatnot, I couldn't get the page number. I'll put the page number in the comment section and whatnot. But it specifies this: Omar proved useful at church due to his knowledge of Arabic and Hebrew. Asheville Citizen from 1887 quoted in Austin. So he could speak Arabic and Hebrew coming off West Africa. So we have slaves coming from East Africa who could speak speak Arabic and Hebrew, talking about they were Israelites and whatnot. And we had people from West Africa who could speak Arabic and Hebrew, talking about they had Israelite practices like paying the tithe and whatnot.
Right. That's powerful information. There's another source about a man that I think he was blind or something like that could speak Arabic and Hebrew, a black slave.
Mm-hmm.
They brought that out a while back. I can't remember the actual source, but it's from a newspaper article like in the 1800s. So yeah, it's prevalent.
So when you find stuff about the slave narratives about Mandingos, Fulani, Hausa, Wolof, understand they came from a part of West Africa where they practiced the tithing system. Any four of them, right? Any four of those tribes, fam. Like, so for instance, I could go through a book called Servants of Allah right now by Sylvian Diouf and go through chapter 4, which is just about founding literacy amongst different slave groups and whatnot, right? And I can give you at least 14, maybe even more than that. I got to think about it, right? At least 14 different instances from these different groups of people, like the Hausa, the Mandinga, the Fulani, etc. Because when you find them, fam, amongst those four groups, you're hard pressed not to find a literate one. Like, they all can write, you know what I'm saying? But they also came from an area of West Africa where they all practiced the tithe. So again, when you're reading these books like Antebellum in the South, or like Muslims slaves in the Antebellum South, or any kind of tradition about slaves like in like the Caribbean or whatever, you know what I'm saying? When you see these tribes and whatnot, Hausa, Mandinka, Fulani, Wolof, just understand they all came from an area where they practiced tithing. Omar Ibn Said, right? My man Yarah was talking about these pews in Savannah, Georgia, and whatnot. So if you're hip to that argument going on, you know that people like Abu has put forth the possibility in jest, actually, just trying to show people how to do the argument, that there was actually Arabic on the pew. I actually agree that there was Arabic on the pew and actually confirmed that concept, right? So he was saying that there was potentially like the third ayat from the 114th surah on the pews and whatnot. And ironically, Omar Ibn Said wrote the 110th surah, and there's a word in the 110th surah that's almost exactly the same as the word in the 114th surah. In the 114th surah, the word is el-Nasa, which means mankind or humanity. And in the 110th surah, it's al-Nasi, which is the people. So it has the same razm, or the base spelling, in terms of the consonants, and it's almost 100% spelled exactly the same way. And so when you actually put them next to each other, so this is the word there from the 110th surah. This is the pew in Savannah, Georgia, and this is the word that Omar Ibn Said wrote from the 110th surah and whatnot. And so this is where Yarah was talking about it being a mixture of Arabic and Hebrew. If you notice, it's not completely conjoined in how it's written. And we're finding that they like we see with that Godby source, that they spoke a mixture of Maghrebi Arabic and Hebrew. So in Hebrew, you don't conjoin everything always and whatnot. And so we see in writings from Bilali Muhammad, and also from Haitian slaves, that they actually how to say this, like they wrote like sheens for scenes and things like that. So where, like, if you were actually going to write Hebrew in Arabic, or vice versa, like if you're going to blend the languages, it would look the way like they wrote it, in the sense that they were actually blending some of the letters or changing some of the letters, like a kuf for a kaf, a sheen for a scene. Let me see what else they had. There was a bunch of ones that they had that were like it would perfectly switch out if you were going from Hebrew to Arabic or whatnot. So we literally see a blended language on the pews. We also see potential Ge'ez on the pews and other things, and also potential just like straight Hebrew as well. Let me get out of that. Let me see what else I got that's relevant. I showed that. You already showed Billy Simons or whatnot, right? And so what's funny about Billy Simons, and what people need to understand about this, is he claims to be from like Madagascar, right?
Mm-hmm.
From a Rechabite tribe, right? And so all day long, Garfield keeps trying to make the Rechabites North African. and the Rechabites aren't North African. They're connected to Yemenite people, right?
Exactly.
And
Go in.
Yeah, and so again, what Billy Simons does, he confirms the East African aspect of the slave trade based upon this bit here, because again, 542,000 slaves came from the ports of Mozambique and Madagascar.
Facts.
So we have that, so I want you to check this out. So Garfield actually emailed a scholar about this stuff, right? And he was like, yeah, he wanted to know about Billy Simons and was he really a Jew? All kind of things there. So the guy writes back, as you point out, Billy Simons' background is ultimately unknown. There has long been a belief in Madagascar by many that they are descended from Jews, but the DNA just doesn't bear that out. Rather, the original settlers appear to come from the Indonesian region, followed by a second wave of Bantu-speaking settlers from mainland Africa. This, however, perhaps raises the question of the accuracy of the DNA test, since it's known and demonstrated through DNA that a portion of the Bantu-speaking peoples, the Lemba, are likely descended from Jews, as they have long asserted. So the dude in the first paragraph of the response is like, yeah, they most likely think most people think he comes from Madagascar. And then says like they took it, like the DNA doesn't bear that out in terms of like of the area, but says since there's Bantu people there in their migration, the accuracy might be off because they're saying that the Lemba are coming up with the markers.
Right. It's so
you might want to double check that, is what he's saying.
Hey, you know what else this kills is because they always said, oh, Billy Simons was a convert. There's no evidence of that, and they always try to talk over that. He says that he himself descends from Jews. He doesn't say that he was converted into Jewry. You know what I'm saying?
Facts. 100%.
Powerful points, man. Powerful points.
Yeah. And so again, with the Rechabites, fam, like they say they come, like they deal with they deal with Yemen and whatnot, right? You said Sana'a, Yemen, right? Like they're not.
It's going right back to the Lemba oral.
Yeah, exactly where the Lemba say they come from. So that's why the guy's saying, you know what, like you might want to check them out, because like it seems like the same migration pattern. And if they can get to Mozambique, they can get to Madagascar.
Which Bantu people are there, obviously. So yeah, it's over with, man.
Yeah, it's 100% over with. These people, like again, like it's an Arabian thing in a Yemenite thing. It's not a North African thing, like your man keeps trying to say. But even then, they're like, so if he comes from North Africa, does it make him not a Jew?
Right. He'll still be a Jew. There's no way around it.
This is what they do. Even if you locate something, like, well, this is why you don't want to connect to that person, because this is what they did this and they did that, blah blah blah. Like, no, fam. Like let's keep it a buck, right? Like, so, like, did the Fulani enslave people? Yeah, 100%. And they also got enslaved all day too. Hence, they came over in droves on slave ships, right? And if you want to get technical, they also were part of like an Islamic uprising against the slave trade and whatnot, right? There's a big history with all that type of stuff. But let's keep it a buck. All of us descend from groups of people who were selling people into slavery in West Africa, fam.
Thank you.
That's why from Nigeria to Benin to Togo to Ghana to all these countries on a national level are apologizing to all of us, saying, hey, we sold y'all, fam. We sold y'all. Some of them are saying, since we sold y'all, y'all can come through. Some of them are saying that, right? But most like they're just saying, sorry, we sold you. It is what it is. And all of our genetics goes back there, fam. It just is what it is. You know what I'm saying?
No matter if you think it's nefarious or not, that's what our ancestors engaged in.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, man, that beautiful presentation, man. We need more presentations, and hopefully, these brothers stop ducking. They stop ducking that smoke. You heard me? They need to stop ducking that smoke.
They bobbing and weaving like a boxer right now. You know what I'm saying?
They looking like Floyd out there.
Yeah.
Maybe
but they're throwing in the same time. Like, how you like fighting but throwing in the towel? What's going on?
But that's the thing, though. Like I was saying that years ago, man. The worst thing they could do is what they did. You know what I'm saying? They made us form Voltron. You see what I'm saying?
Facts.
And vote, they can't. In reality, is they can't fuck with us. You see what I'm saying? That's just this. I mean, and I'm not even saying that from a biased perspective. I think they got some brothers over there that's good researchers and stuff like that. I think Reggie's a good researcher, but he don't present good. You see what I'm saying? And so when it all comes down to the come down, they really just can't get with us when it comes to dealing with the information, unbiasedly. You see what I'm saying? Because when me and Jashub and James and stuff like that, when we be bouncing stuff off each other, we'll tell each other, "Nah, that's not a good source, man. That really don't say, nah, man, I don't think that's good. We need to scratch that." You know what I'm saying? Nah, that's not good. That ain't really saying, you know what I'm saying? So we'll tell each other that ain't good. The problem with them is they don't tell each other that ain't good. They just go with everything. And everything ain't a go, man. And every premise ain't good. And then when you get
long as it's anti-black Israelite, they're gonna say
yeah,
you
they're
rock
gonna say
with
it's good, exactly. And
Mhm.
every premise like you can't use it like that. And so what ends up happening is because they create an echo chamber, you know what I'm saying? They've seen me and Jashub argue about shit on air because we don't agree on some shit. They don't never argue and they don't ever disagree. They just go with everything somebody say just because it's anti-black Jew. And and that's their downfall, is that they have an echo chamber. You see what I'm saying? And we don't do that to each other. And that's why our scholarship kept going up, going up, going up. When they would say we don't really have scholarship, but our scholarship and information kept getting higher and higher to the point where they really can't fuck with us. They can't fuck with us on science. They can't fuck with us on history. They can't fuck with us on nothing because we were forced to do this shit. You see what I'm saying? You know, it was cats like James that was going into West Africa when them niggas was still stuck in Kemet.
Right. James was talking about
Real
when
nigga-
Moore brought out the Yam Festival. James was talking about that 2016, 2015.
That's what I'm saying. So that's what I'm saying. Like we was going into West Africa when them boys was still stuck on Kemet. Wasn't nobody talking about Joe Garfield wasn't talking about no West Africa. Motherfucking Raborn wasn't talking about West. There wasn't nobody talking about West Africa 2015, 2016. Nobody was, but we was already talking about the note culture and all of those shit. So we was on some shit before them niggas was even on this shit.
Hey, James,
D-Red.
holla at me. We got to talk about a couple things, fam.
Yeah. D-Red, where yams come from?
They're not indigenous to West Africa. They're not indigenous to West Africa. They're not indigenous to West Africa. You know what I'm saying? So I mean, again, they don't even know what the Green Sahara is, bro.
Hey, it ain't
They
my
don't even know what
job
it
to
is.
educate them brothers, man. Them brothers be saying words like docturn and stuff. So you know what I'm saying.
I mean, my grammar be fucked up too. That's why I
No,
always
it don't,
use
bro.
you.
You do not
That's
say
why I
docturn.
always
No,
use. That's why I always use you.
We're not doing that. You do
No,
not
because
say
I know I say shit
docturn.
fucked up. No, I say shit fucked up, and my language, my
No,
mouth
you
be foul
don't,
and
bro.
shit. So I use you and Ebri and
No,
James. And y'all are way more eloquent. I tell y'all this shit
I
all the time. So
understand.
I'm not.
Wait.
Do I not tell y'all that all the time though? The shoe. Do I tell you? Do I not tell you and
D-Red.
James that shit all the time?
Well, cut the cap out. Of course, you're gonna have a hard time. Like I have a hard time reading some difficult words. Everybody has a hard time reading difficult words. We're not complete grammarians, but we're not gonna sit up and act like saying doctrine and doctrine is okay. Doctrine is how you say it, not doctrine. I don't even know how you even get that from doctrine.
I mean,
Come
I
on,
get that.
bro.
I get what you're saying, but I'm saying I don't critique people because I know I've had, you know how many times I had motherfuckers when I was back in the back
That's
chat
your
back in the
problem.
day.
That's your problem. You don't critique people. There you go. That's
No, you didn't even let me finish what I'm saying. I said I don't critique people because I remember when I was in the back chat, Reggie and them niggas and Maroon them would always get on me about how I say shit. So I
Maroon
can't be a
ain't talk
hypocrite
about
and do that
nobody.
shit. I
He
can't
be
do to
talking about
somebody
the
else.
English language too. Like, nah,
I
we're
mean, I
not
hear what
doing
you're
that.
saying, but I know I do it. So I know I do it. So I can't castigate somebody for some shit that I know I
I
do
get
too.
it. You just trying to be Pacific, huh? You trying to be Pacific.
I am being Pacific, like the ocean. I'm being peaceful. Know what I'm saying? I'm being peaceful. Know what I'm saying? That's what Pacific meant because it was a peaceful ocean. So I'm being peaceful. So I'm being Pacific.
Your literacy offends me, sir.
So no, but what I'm saying is though, we like I said, it's just at a point, it's just a wrap, bro. They got their ass whooped on Kimmel on trial, and they've been getting their ass whooped. No, they've been getting their ass whooped since Nazi, and it just ain't never stopped, bro.
Well, because they speak in absolutes. I tried to debate Black Line Supreme. He said, nobody in Africa are Jews. Nobody. They all converts. Okay, let's debate it. You know what I'm saying? Can't get him.
And I bet his ass won't debate it.
No.
And I don't even had that conversation with Raborn. Speaking in absolutes, this is why I was just saying earlier. These niggas are not scientific. No scientist is gonna speak in absolutes, bro.
No.
Yo, what don't even make sense about that claim is in order for there to be a convert, there would have to be like an original Jew to convert them, right?
And that would be written down. Orthodox, I say this to them cats all the time. You gonna have to show me the rabbi who converted them. You have to show that to me. You have to prove that rabbi existed.
And it wasn't, and it wasn't in Africa, because I was saying, like, so how did the original Jew do this to all the Africans, but it wasn't in Africa? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, I don't understand. You telling me some OG Jews came to Africa, converted a whole bunch of people, and had no wives? Like, there was no intermarriage, no nothing, nowhere.
Bro, and they don't even understand that the number one form of conversion was through marriage.
Yes.
So that means that they would have offspring.
Oh, marriage and trade all day, yeah.
So they don't even know. They don't even know. That's why I say they don't. They're so biased in what they read, bro, that they don't even understand the Jewish culture. You can't just go into it like that. They don't just convert people like that.
And there's obviously intermarriage amongst these tribes or whatnot. Like just with the four tribes I'm talking about, like with the Fulani, the Wolof, the Mandinka, and the House or whatnot, you can see the multiple haplogroups amongst them. Multiple haplogroups. Yeah. Right? So there had to be some intermarriage somewhere. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
you see the same intermarriage in these groups, right? Like I'm saying, like you see like my haplogroup amongst all four of them, right? You can see a few different haplogroups amongst all four of them, right? Like so, it's like okay, you're seeing the same different groups coming in from the east west and mixing with the same group of the people in the west. All right, cool. Like it all plays out. You know what I'm saying?
Like, bro, we know this, but they don't know this. Like I said, but this is why I'm more interested in debating white people, bro. Like I'm just being honest with you.
Exactly.
I'm more interested in dating Ashkenazi Jews.
You see, our last two debates was with white people, man.
Yeah, like I'm more interested in debating them, bro, because debating these cats is not even proving that at this point.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Because their scholarship is trash. You know what I'm saying? It's only a few of them that I respect as researchers. You know what I'm saying? Danny and them cats. Each one teach one. I respect them, but the rest of them, I mean, I fuck with some other cats, Consul and all them because them the homies. But in goes, I fuck with him on the science. You know what I'm saying? But the rest of them cats, man.
Hold on, no, we're not doing that.
You know what I'm saying?
No, bro, hold on. Consul retarded.
Look, Consul is not retarded.
He read a source. He retarded, bro. He read a source. No, bro, we not doing that, man. He read a source that these blacks were descendants of Jews and that they were Jewish. And he said, "Oh, it says they were Jews, not Judeans." Nigga, you retarded. I'm sorry, you retarded. When you say stuff like that, that's remedial shit. Go ahead, D-Red. Go ahead.
I mean, I get it. I mean, everybody fuck up. You know what I'm saying? Players fuck up. You know, they sold you that next Friday. You know, so when you putting the shirt on, players fuck up.
Like this is crazy.
But what I'm saying again, stop being technical, Jushu. You know what I'm saying?
The brother said, "Oh, it didn't say Judeans there, so don't." Oh my god.
Look, you know what I'm saying? But what I'm saying to you is that look.
My head hurt.
I understand.
So Consul's not retarded, right? Consul be on some real calculated bullshit, right?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like he do this shit on purpose, man. He'll do some shit on purpose just to get you arguing about some other shit.
Bullshit, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, he wants you to be arguing about some shit that's off subject, bro. He'll have you worried about his grammar, and then he'll be going somewhere else with the shit.
Consul is one of the best blocking fullbacks in the game. You know, you need him for the championship. He will block.
Yeah, bro.
You don't got to get a ball now. One time, he will block all day. You know what I'm saying?
Hey, Chris Harris said some dumb shit too in that same video. He said,
And
"Oh,
Consul will block all day for Chris Harris. You feel me?
Chris Harris was like, oh, the Jews had children here, but their kids were converts."
What?
Chris came on and said that wasn't a primary resource, a primary source. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Yeah, he said that's not a primary.
Then he tried to say,
D-Red, don't defend the retarded shit, please. Don't defend the retarded shit. It's retarded.
Yeah, she came like, no. I had to mute off and laugh for a second, bro.
We not doing that, D-Red, bro. Foul on the play. Foul.
You put the foot down on her like, no.
Forget y'all, man. Forget y'all. Look, you can't stop me from having my homeboy. Y'all might not like some of my homeboys, but that's all right. I don't think I got homeboy.
Hey, that's what I'm saying. Consul's not retarded. He be on that bullshit on purpose, but that's what I'm saying. I'm sticking up for y'all. I'm sticking up for Consul on the fact that he's at least.
Yeah, thank you. See, the OM even talking about. See, you know what I'm saying?
Your friends wear a helmet and slobber on the desk. How about that?
Forget you, dude. You ain't gonna be talking about my homeboys. You ain't gonna be talking about my homeboy. Shoot,
they on some radio shit, D-Red.
Fucked up. Oh man, look, hey, that's fucked up.
I wish I had a clip.
No thing, y'all got some special needs friends too. Y'all got some. Look, y'all got some jacked up friends too. Shoot.
Oh man.
You're gonna be talking about people. That ain't nice. That ain't godly.
Hey man, I'm half retarded my damn self.
Hey, y'all, you just seen me mess up horribly on some words, brother. My own source. So hey, I ain't perfect.
No. Hey, Yashar, you can say doctrine. I know you can say doctrine.
Docturn.
Right? What the hell is a docturn, nigga?
It ain't even spelled that way, my nigga. Like,
that's a doctor. That's a doctor finna turn, nigga. You know what the fuck a doctor. So y'all need to chill out. Y'all know what the fuck he meant.
No, I didn't. No, the hell I don't. I don't know what he meant.
Man, we about to be real petty, man. Fuck that.
I see. Y'all ain't right, bro. Y'all ain't right.
No, his language is not right. His
you know what?
Right.
I'll put respect on this. Like, so I got to give it to Raborn in the sense to where, like, out of all the cats that they deal with over there, like, he knows West Africa better than most of them, right? I will say this though, like, he's just regurgitating a lot of stuff though, right? Like, so when you really do like a lot of footwork and whatnot, and you double check your stuff, like, I'm gonna be going over his whole like Africanisms in an America presentation he did with Sonnet or whatnot, right? Like when he goes over like the ring shot with the gullet and whatnot, fam. Oh, fam, like it's no, like when you could easily go over the information and see how it connects to certain things, right? And the cold part was like the moment he starts talking about the ring shot, he's like, oh yeah, like first like well, it was a Congo thing. It was a Congo thing, but you find it amongst the Wolof and the Fulani and the Mandinka in the house. I was like, I just started dying, fam, because I already broke down the fact that, like, again, the way that they did their council. Again, the word for ring shout again is the shout. The word for shout is an Arabic word for shout, right? It means to like do something to the point of exhaustion and whatnot, right? And so like what they break down from the tradition is like since they couldn't go on Hajj or whatnot. They would do this ring dance tradition to where they would dance in a procession or in a circle until they got exhausted and whatnot, right? However, and this is what I'm saying, like when you see him coming off the ships, fam, and this is why if everybody gotta buy the book Drums of Shadows, fam. Like you like that's like your great grandparents telling you what it was, fam. That's like your great grandparents telling you what it was. Like they got people in that book that were born in the year 1800. Telling you what it was. You know what I'm saying? Like a bunch of pre-Civil War breakdowns from that book, right? They're talking about like, yeah, like the Muslims had their Hajj thing, but there's this whole other group of people who do the same circle tradition, right? And they're doing it for like first harvest festivals, for like first fruits and whatnot, right? They're doing it for other things and whatnot, right? And so when you look at this circle dancing tradition, you can look up the like again, like the Muslims said, yeah, we did it for Hajj, right? Well, there's a Hebrew equivalent to that word Hajj. It's Hagag and whatnot. It's our word for festivals and feast days and whatnot, right? And there's this concept of it also having this connotation of having a procession, a circular, going in a circle, and also dancing. And when I put, hey, you sharp peep game. And when I put up that video, a homie from the Congo got at me, like in the comment section, and he said our word for circle is almost the same word for Hagag. It's Khag or whatever. It was Hag, right? Like it was Hagag in the singular. I was like, wow. So like, no, there is linguistic ties to the thing, man. But no, Raborn, yeah. Sorry, bro. I gotta come for that presentation, man.
I mean, when you look at it, man, most of the tribal languages are not indigenous, and they're made up of Hebrew words. Majority of them, you know, especially when you talk about the major tribes from west to north and even to the east. You know what I mean? It's so shrouded with the Shemitic tongue, bro. It ain't even funny. Whether you want to call it Arabic, whether you want to call it Bantu, whatever you want to call it, it's you can't get away from the language mix. You can't get away from it.
Yeah, and you're going to find it at all different levels. And so you can tell the migrations through the language mix like that. I told that to Dana Marici once in terms of like, you follow language like a fingerprint. She's like, oh, that's a great idea. And it works fantastically, fam. And what's cold about it, fam, is like you'll typically find that the language mix, like it rocks with the genetic mixes and whatnot, right? They almost always overlap.
That's why they mix. That's why when they relate the, like for example, Lex, right? He like to say Afro. What do you say? Indo-European. It's a language, but it moved with the people. It's like we've been saying that all day long about the Shemitic language, but y'all refuse to accept it. But you accept it about the Indo-European language, but Shemitic, nah, it don't work the same.
And here's the cold part, right? Like, so when they're connected, like, oh, it's cool to connect to an Egyptian language, but not the Hebrew language. Like, well, they're both Afro-Asiatic. What are you talking about?
That part. You know what I mean? It's like, so only difference is the script. It's the only difference. You got a pictograph compared to a written script.
And we got some pictograph too in some spots. You know what I'm saying? Like
big facts before we even get to the written script.
Yeah.
Hey, you know, Raborn one time said, name the Jews in West Africa. And I just started listening to Luongo, the Dagatun, the Jews of Wargala, Gaio, the Sunikis. I just started naming a whole bunch of people, and he wanted me to stop. No, bro, it's a lot of fucking West African Jew entities, bro. It's a lot. The Dagatun, you know what I'm saying? Lamb. You can keep going, bro.
Yo, that Soninke is a cut, fam. Because we fought that Soninke line like that, they bleed into a whole bunch of stuff.
Right. And they knew they would. Then the Judala people, like it's so many groups. Like you can't ignore it, bro. You can't ignore it at all. But I have on the stream something because the stream from Bruce D. Haynes, because Garfield had Bruce D. Haynes on his show twice, I believe. It's like, and I wonder, have Garfield read this book? You know what I'm saying? Has anybody in the audience actually read this book? Because it says something interesting here on page 125, 126. Also, early he says that some blacks do have merit to their claims to be an actual descendants of Jews. He says that. Right? So watch this. On this page right here, 125 to 126, it says a number of factors contributed to the Negro identification with ancient Israel. The majority of Africans in North America were brought from West African societies which regularly practiced ritual circumcision, the ritual slaughter of animals, and the separation of women during menstruation. So again, he's saying a number of factors contributed to Negroes' identification with ancient Israel based off of the customs, right? He says these so-called Hebrewisms invoked by Black Hebrew groups such as the Harlem-based Commandment Keepers and other Judaizing Africans and African Americans have been frequently dismissed as inauthentic cults, Like, Garfield, they dismiss the Hebrews, you know what I'm saying? Everybody dismisses it, right? Since a number of scholars have described early Black Judaism as a fusion of Messianic salvation and Black nationalism. A few have even framed African Jews with the context of a new or emerging Jewish communities that have either converted or merely identified as Jews. So the thing is, why not focus on this part here? The majority of Africans in North America were brought from West African societies, which regularly practiced ritual circumcision, the ritual slaughter of animals, and the separation of women during menstruation. This is a pivotal point, because then he goes into the history here. He says, wow, the Hamitic hypothesis has shaped thinking about civilization in Africa since the 19th century by tracing all significant African cultural developments to Asia. We know that since the Middle Ages, Arabic writers such as Al-Idrisi have spoken of Jews living south of the Kingdom of Ghana. So we know Jews were there. South of Kingdom of Ghana, and we know that we have customs that can be attributed to these West African peoples that are similar to Bible tradition and ancient Israelite tradition, right? It says here, according to the historian Hugh Thomas, during the 14th century, Jewish traders from Spain traveled across northern Africa into Sahara, establishing colonies and marrying local blacks, such as Fulani. Eventually, they traveled as far south as Senegambia, which later, during the transatlantic slave trade, would serve as a strategic route into the Sudan. So they'll accept this because they accept Spanish and Portuguese Jews coming into Africa. But what about Al-Idrisi? Al-Idrisi existed before this, when he talks about Jews living south of the Kingdom of Ghana, right? Then right here it says, and since 1000 BCE, which is which is the date that Moore brought out in although Jews, the West African brothers and sisters in Senegal, said they go back to 1000 BCE when their forefather brought, according to the oral testimony, a tree and planted it, right? Said that since 1000 BC, the Central Age trade, the Arab trade route across the Sahara, linking Timbuktu to Sijamasa, which is in Algeria, right, had been traveled by dark-skinned African merchants as well as by Jewish merchants from the North African ports. So why is this part of the history being ignored? And why is this part being ignored that's in his book when he comes on Garfield's channel? This should be brought up. This is before Portugal and Spain gets involved. This is prior to that, right? And it brings up Siljamasa. Why is that important? Because this is where you find the Jews of Waragala, right? The Jews of Waragala are Karaite Jews. How were they Karaite Jews? Karaite Jews, that's pretty much an isolate at this point, which is coming from, I believe, Babylon and Persia, right? That's where that way of thinking is coming from. So some way,
also in Spain, there's a good pocket in Spain.
Right. So some way, those ideas transmitted to the western tip of Africa, because we see it in Algeria with the Jews of Waragala. All right, I just wanted to share that with y'all about this book, because he had this author come on his panel on his channel twice, and it's like he doesn't mention this part. Neither does he mention, from what I've seen, the part where he actually gives merit to some Jews. Let me see what page it is. Let me see if I can find it real quick. Right here, it says right here on page 105 and 106, it says the Hebrew Bible narrates the quintessential story of exile and return, of bondage, deliverance, and the promise of redemption. It is the story of a chosen people that has long served as a powerful metaphor for the Black experience in America. For at least some Black Jews, laying claim to this ancestral line is strategy for inserting themselves back into history. In some cases, the knowledge of a Jewish ancestor may serve as a catalyst for exploring one's Jewish roots, or may provide justification for claiming Jewish identity. Why is this part not being brought up when he brings Bruce D. Haynes on his channel? Why not? You just want to bring the metaphorical part of it, or the conversion argument. What about this part that's in his book? right? You only talk about the latter part. In other cases, the links are more allegorical. You only talk about that one element. You don't talk about the historical element that he brings up in his book. Same thing with Edith Bruder. You don't bring up the historical element. She says, she speaks in nuance in her book. She says, whether real or imagined. That means she's leaving it open. It's a caveat that these things that
Hello.
we're saying is real.
Hello.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yeah, you good, Yashu.
Oh, okay, I heard D-Red say hello, so I thought.
All right. So I got the part. Huh? What'd you say?
What's going on, brother? Talk to us. Talk to us, D-Red. I guess he having internet problems. But anyway, they always talk about the allegorical part, but they don't talk about this part right here, that in some cases, the knowledge of a Jewish ancestor may serve as a catalyst for exploring one's Jewish roots or may provide justification to claiming Jewish identity. They only talk about this in other cases that the links are more allegorical because they're not comfortable with having that discussion that some of these people could indeed themselves be descendants of Jews. They're not comfortable with that, right? It says, yet the presence of real Jews in the histories of even a few African American families has contributed to the general belief that at least some blacks are, by definition, Jews. You understand? So if most Jews in the U.S. trace their direct lineage to Eastern Europe, many Black Hebrew Israelites and groups that emerged in the early 20th century trace their lineage to Ethiopia or the Caribbean, which is huge. It says for at least some individuals, there is historical merit to their claims. Why is that not being brought out? Why is that being ignored? Why not talk about that portion of his book? Why just focus on allegorical? Because you're trying to paint a narrative that everybody's fake, everybody's false, everybody's converse, we're crazy. That's it. And that's what you call being biased.
And on the real, they do it to have a counter narrative to like their whole thing is based upon the argument of like, okay, all blacks that came off the slave ships are Israelites. You know what I'm saying? Because like that's what like the One West talks about. You know what I'm saying? And so they make the counterclaim, well, none of y'all were Israelites coming off that joint. You know what I'm saying? Like,
yeah. None of y'all, all y'all converts, all y'all fake. So yeah, man, it's crazy. And you brought out the email that he brought out. Let me show y'all something. Let me stop this. Let me go to the Prophet's book. I actually read to the Prophet's book from the beginning all the way to the end. I actually did that live, right? And let's go to the Prophet's book and let's go to his last chapter and see what he says, because it's powerful about the Bantu group. That it does have J markers, but it also proves that the Bantu component is important in a Jewish family in Africa that has been confirmed. You can't get around that. You understand? And when you can't get, once you hit them with points like that, that's why they don't want to have the argument about DNA. Because we can see the migration, like we mentioned earlier. Where did the cattle herders come from? How did the Fulani and Yoruba get the ability to digest milk? Where did that come from? Why all these goats have West Eurasian Y chromosomes? These are questions they can't answer because, like my brother Moore said, they're built to go against One West.
yeah. Why does Lemon got 4 different E haplogroups?
Yeah, why the got all these happen? That shows gene, because at first they said nobody traveled to sub-Saharan Africa, but obviously they did because we can see the gene flow within the limber.
Yeah, they got EM35, they got EM40, they got some version of EM2. You know what I'm saying?
Right, right, man. Like y'all got to explain this.
Yeah. They got 13 different haplogroups just amongst the priestly clan. Like, I was like, once y'all hit the floor, I was like, yo, what? That's a straight up mixed multitude, fam. Like, what you like? And it's got the E and J like it's the Block Party, fam.
Yeah. Yeah. They got that cognac going on.
Yeah, bro. It's got that Israelite, it's got that stamp on it, bro. There's a brew somewhere. You know what I'm saying?
Okay. Watch this. I'm going to share this. This is how To the Prophet ends his book, The Black Jews in Africa and the Americas, right? This is how he ends it. I see a question. I'm going to get to it in a minute. Let me share my screen. Right here, it says, It says here, page 138 of the Black Jews in Africa and Americas by to the Prophet. It says here, let me get straight to it. It says here, in the United States, Israel, Africa, and elsewhere, including Papua New Guinea, where there are altogether millions of adherents to some or other aspects of Black Israelism, groups that exist increasingly consider themselves and may be considered by others as complete, legitimate, transnational Black Hebrew Israelites community with increasingly strong links with other sections of the Jewish world. This is not what I want. I wanted the unassailable. Oh, right here. Here it is. Here it is. Here it is. Here it is. It says here, the Black Limbo, the white men who came from Sinai, with their bodily and striped genetic history that ties them with the Middle East, now serve for many aspiring Black Jewish groups throughout the world as the one Black Jewish proof community whose authenticity, in their view, is based on the most unassailable scientific proof of all. It is most unlikely that this will change. That's in his book. Unassailable scientific proof. That's why we argue DNA. Y'all can't, there's nothing, you're just gonna have to eat that. You're just gonna have to eat that. You're gonna eat that. The Bantus have a genetic component that goes back to the Bronze Age Levant. You're just gonna have to eat that, right? That's what the genetics show. You have to eat that. E1B1A moved anciently in the Levant. You have to eat that, right? And they don't want to argue this. They're not going to argue this. And this is why it's in this book. And their view is based on the most unassailable scientific proof of all. It is most unlikely that this will change because DNA is concrete. There's nothing you can do to get around that. Right? So I want that to be noted, man. And if anybody got an issue, I can put the link in the chat and you can come on and give me and have your issue.
Hey, real quick, shout out to the plumber, the homie Jermaine Howell in the chat. I had a homie a viewer of mine that asked me a question about EP252, and I just made a video about that for him. So if you want to go check that out, it's right there. It's got an interesting connection to it.
Yeah, EP252 is the Fulani. Yeah, a lot of Fulanis had that.
It's real interesting.
If anybody got an issue, man, instead of woofing in the comments, click that link and join. I'm waiting. And I've also gave my winner to this debate, and I gave my reason why I thought that person won. See, I'm not like y'all, man. Y'all just pick y'all guy because y'all cool with them and y'all against Israelites. So I'm waiting on y'all to join because I see somebody in the comments that got something to say, but too much of a pussy to jump on that link.
I'll say this: I think that Raborn won the battle, but he definitely lost.
Yeah, I think Raborn won the debate too. So it's like I'm not biased like you niggas over there on Sinetta channel, and something was said at the end of it where he said, "Oh, look, the polls went up and it said I won." That's why y'all want to debate over. Y'all have y'all fan base. Y'all got all of your well wishes that are there. They're going to help and support you and vote for you, whether you lose or win.
Oh yeah, them polls said that Reggie won that debate with Yarah 77 to 23. I was like, bruh.
Yeah, they out of their mind.
No, Yarah slapped Reggie, fam.
Yeah. They lost their damn mind, bro.
Yeah, man. I mean, but like I said though, it's we don't do that. We critique each other. So I mean, it just is what it is. You know what I mean? So they don't, like I said, they don't critique each other. They want to sit around in the echo chamber. That's why they only go to family-friendly channels and shit.
Mm-hmm. It's a church. It's a church.
I know. Like I said, that's why I said the best example of that shit is this was years ago. We caught them on Brother Sanchez show. And all the shit that they was talking about them abos about niggas, people that look like Negroes were not first people here. All that shit they said on their channels, the motherfuckers got over there and conceded to damn near every goddamn point when they went on their channel. But then the cold part about it is they went right back on their channels talking the same shit that they talking against the same shit that they conceded to on Brother Sanchez channel. That shit was crazy. I was like, hold up, y'all niggas went right back to talking that old crazy shit. That shit was crazy. So I mean, you know, they know what they got to say on their channel to keep their audience. You know what I mean? Like I said, man, it's a money thing, man. They can't own up to that shit and be like, keep it a G with the shit. So they gonna do whatever they got to do and say whatever they got to say to keep their audience fed with the bullshit. And that's the end of that.
Right. And here's the thing: y'all don't own a monopoly on black people, bro. You cut that shit out too. Y'all think y'all own the monopoly on? Oh, everybody should think the way we. No, man, we're not gonna think. Y'all retarded. A lot of y'all retarded. A lot of y'all can't read. Your comprehension skills are lacking, and you guys are completely biased. Right? Completely biased. And I'm waiting on this person in the comments to join the broadcast. I don't want to see your comments. Jump your ass on the link so we can have this discussion. You know what I'm saying? This is probably Chris. Like, this is the type of pussy shit he does. This is that light skin energy I was talking about, bro. Jump your ass on the link. That's all I want to see. And we're gonna have a discussion. Give your points of contention, I give mine collegiately. Because what y'all not going to do is undo the fact that the Jews have a deep ancestral connection in West Africa. Y'all not going to undo that. There's nothing you can do with that. You're just going to have to accept and swallow that. That's historical. The Jews have a mark of antiquity in West Africa. You can't get around that. Here we go. Hopefully he drunk some courage juice. This not him. This Yarah. I'm thinking it's him.
Hey, Shalom, Mark.
Shalom.
Nah, I just want to commend y'all brothers, man, and ask if soon. I know I usually hop in, listen to the sources, write them down myself, order books and whatnot. And you know, you're one of the reasons why I ordered the Two to Parfait and all that. Great book, man. But if y'all could in the future, you know what I'm saying, continue to drop a lot of those sources where y'all have like slaves claiming to be Israelites, man, that'd be appreciated.
I think more working on that. I think my brother more what you talking about the slaves having the culture and stuff of that nature.
Yes, sir. I will be coming out with that very soon. Forthwith, man.
Oh, that's all praises. You got your own YouTube channel too, bro?
Yes, sir. The Orthodox Moor.
Word. You mind dropping the link in the chat so when I hop out, I could just click it and just subscribe?
I'll do it right now, fam.
Appreciate you.
Yeah, man. There's a lot of people that are they just cynics, man. Because when we deal with the historicity of the argument, y'all ain't got an argument. That's why y'all don't want to debate the shit y'all say. You know what I'm saying? That's why y'all hide on y'all channels.
Facts.
Y'all say all day, all Jews in West Africa are converts. Debate it. Which one of y'all got the gonads to debate it? You know what I'm saying?
Yo, real talk. Because I'm trying to tell you, bro. Like, I was literally on with Dana Marniche, and she's like, you know what? If there was any conversion being done,
got the gonads to debate
it was done by the Soninke people. I was like, what? I was like, bro, I was done. I was like, it's over with this. I was like, cool, I'm with it. I'll take that all day.
Right. And the Soninke people how did the Soninke people even know about Jews if they're isolated from the rest of the damn world?
Okay, so she's talking about like she links them to the Songhai, Zagai, and Zagawa people, right? And even deeper when I brings them and coming in from like from the Babylon captivity in the chat and whatnot, right? Talking about that they were the people that started like the Carthage and whatnot. I was like, stop it. I was like, what? She's like, yup. I was like, okay. I was like that. I was like, bruh. Like, so we got the Soninke people rocking with like the Carthaginian Jews going into West Africa, like kicking it in Chad and whatnot. I'm like, okay, that's a wrap, bruh.
Going back to your point about Egyptian Jews making that trek into West Africa, what does the word Soninke mean? The children of Sonin. Word Sonin in Egypt. Another receiver said, I got an issue with your shoe because he is a light-skinned apologist. Nah, man. I call it how I see it, regardless of who the person is, man. You know, Chris Harris, you're a trash debater, bro. Your debates suck. Your argumentum is sorry. Like, it's trash. You only won that debate against Zion because Zion, to me, was off topic, man. He was off topic, in my opinion. Ramal Yahoo says Jewish historians back then found black Jew communities and were shocked who converted them if the European Jews did. Exactly. They found Jews like Abraham, Ibn, and Ezra found Jews in Africa or knew about Jews in Africa. Let me put it to you like that.
See,
how do you explain that?
Yeah, and if you rewind the clock far enough, fam, like you got it to the point, like, so understand something. When the Moors went into Spain, right? Like the Jews put out the bat signal to the rest of the world, like, hey, if you're Jewish, come through here. This is the spot to kick it. You know what I'm saying? During the Cordoba Caliphate, it definitely was, right? If you were Jew, you got the Jewish golden age outside of Israel in Moral Spain, right? And so at one point in time, and this story gets disputed, etc., whatnot, but you get these people, you know what I'm saying, from a haplogroup G areas, I'll just say, writing, or you know what I'm saying, linking up with the people in Spain. So I'm like, yeah, we're a kingdom of Israelites over in over here and whatnot. We got a kingdom, we're linked to Judah and all kinds of things. So they're like, what? What's going on? And so the people in Spain are like, okay, well, what's the secret handshake, bro? Like, what are your practices? You know what I'm saying? Like, what do you do? Like, what makes you Jewish and whatnot? And they had no answers, right? No answers. So they're like, oh, okay, y'all are definitely on some Johnny Come Lately type stuff. Okay. But like, so nowadays we got the whole roles reversed. The people that descend from the people that couldn't verify themselves are now going into other places trying to find people. And I'm like, well, how can you verify you are who you say you're? Like, bro, everyone that was there before they could, like, but before like these again haplogroup G types were in contact with the people in Spain trying to verify who they were. You know what I'm saying? It's crazy. It's so crazy. Like, you just fast forward a few hundred years or whatnot, and now like they're the ones trying to legitimize everybody. Like, well, what? How does that work?
Right. And you don't see them having the same type of energy towards them, trying to challenge their history, challenge their oral testimony, challenge who they are. Like, say, oh, well, the West Africans, they believe in scarification and they believe in bloodletting and stuff of that nature. Well, why don't you go to the Jewish community and say, oh, well, you guys believe in putting souls in golems. You guys believe in bloodletting as well. Yeah, I don't see nobody saying that to the Jewish community. Say, oh, how could they be Jews if they have these pagan beliefs? I don't see anybody saying that. Y'all only doing that because it's black people doing it. So with black people doing it, it's a problem. White people can do it, it's okay. Y'all got a race and skin doctrine.
Nah, you just don't understand. You can't be an Israelite because you rock with the New Testament, fam.
That's a crazy ass statement. The first 15 bishops of Jerusalem were all Jews, and they believed in Christ and they believed in the New Testament. You done. What are they talking about? So these type of tactics that they're using to demarcate African Jews is a load of bullshit, and they know it. And again, this is why you won't debate it. And Chris, you did a terrible job of trying to debunk Yarah when he brought up that article saying that these Jews themselves claim to be Egyptian Jews.
That's why he had to go off this. Like, he came back on, right? He came on a second time, like, all right, I got to read the whole thing.
Yeah. And then tried to low-key debate him on it. I'm like, what are you doing? What are you doing? You make yourself look like a fool, bro. What are you talking about? Like, it says what it says. They say they come from Egyptian Jews. You can say all day, I don't agree with that claim, but that's coming from the people themselves. Why argue it? You make yourself like an asshole, bro.
And this is what it gets into, right? It's like people got to recognize that, like, these African tribes are not homogenous, fam. You got different clans that have different migration patterns, different origin stories, all that type of stuff, right? And so these people told you what clans they come from specifically. They're not saying that all Wolof have this origin. They're saying they do, right? And there's a lot of different tribes that are like that. To where like the Yoruba, for instance, right? There's a bunch of different Yoruba, fam. Like they got different E1B1As that you can find in Kenya. You see what I'm saying? But not all of them have it. But the vast majority have E1B1A. Like so they'll focus on, they all got E1B1A. All right, but which ones, fam? Which ones? Well, what do you mean? Like, nah, bro, you got to like which ones, fam? Because like if I can find that same joint in Kenya, and some of the Yoruba talk about they got an east-west migration, come on now.
Yeah, like y'all just gonna have to, y'all had to get that up, man. Watch this. I'm gonna share this source right here. Let's see. This is the legend of Ouagadougou. I've shared this source before, right? To go with what you just said about that east to west migration into West Africa. Share my screen right here.
Yeah, and after you do that, I want to touch on our practices in Morocco.
Okay, yeah. Bring that thing out. So right here, this is the legend of Ouagadougou, right? So it's the Soninke's people ideas about their history are expressed in the legend of Ouagadougou. This is an oral tradition told by many generations of the Gesserit, Sonike professional storytellers and musicians. Details vary from one version to the next, but the legend generally describes the origins and early deeds of different Sonike clans. The legend often begins by describing how the ancestor Dinga came from somewhere in the Middle East. That's what it says. So y'all gonna have to eat that, man. This is an east to west migration. They come from outside of West Africa, then they come into West Africa. That's it, man. Go ahead and share your source, brother.
I'm gonna read it because I don't actually have it as a PowerPoint right now. But this is out of the book of West Hebrewisms of West Africa, chapter 17, right? And it's talking about racial deterioration, right? And so it reads right here. It says July 7th, 1883, Charles de Foucault records, in Morocco, has a Jew ever been seen writing on the Sabbath? It is forbidden, just like traveling, lighting a fire, selling, counting money, talking business, and whatnot. And all these precepts are observed with equal care. For the Jews of Morocco, all religion consists in that moral precept they deny. The 10 Commandments are bygone tales, at most good for the children. But as for the 3 daily prayers, lengthy grace before and after meals, keeping the Sabbath and feast, I believe nothing in the world would make them miss them. Endowed with a very lively faith, they scrumptiously fulfill their duties toward God and themselves at an expense of his creatures. Nahum scouts strongly resents the Fasu savage and prejudice criticism of the Jews of Morocco. So what you see here, family, is that you have people that's recording our actions in these places. You see what I'm saying? And the source of this information is, one second, I'll find a number in this. Okay. Rene Bazin Charles de Foucault, Hermit and Explorer, London, 1923, page 40, right? So that's where that particular information comes from. So when you're talking about different places outside, different tribes and different countries in Africa, outside of where Ashanti is or dealing with the Ashantis, you see it all throughout West Africa. You can go to Sierra Leone, right, with the Mendes. right? You can check into those people and see our practices, right? You can check into who the Ashan people. You can check into a few other different people if you want to keep tapping into different tribes, literal tribes that's still there, that have our practice and they still practicing to this day. I yield, bro.
No, that's a fact, man. That's a fact. It is. See, Millionaire Mindset says Moroccan and Berber Jews are well documented and known. Nothing interesting. What do you mean nothing interesting? What are you talking about? Nothing interesting. That shows that Jews had a presence in West Africa for thousands of years. That's very interesting. Y'all try to sweep it under the rug because y'all have a mindset where you guys are trying to say everybody's a convert, everybody fake over there in Africa. But what you just said is proven to show that that's not the case, right? That's what you just brought up. You know, Tuaregs, where are the Tuaregs located? Do you know? Do you know where the Tuaregs are located? You don't even know. What's the genetic profile of the Tuaregs? I want $1 million mindset to answer that. What's the genetic profile of the Tuareg? Probably don't even know.
So I mean, like, we just dealing with West Africa right now, but we can talk about the Jews in India. We can talk about the Jews in China. We can talk about these things, and we can talk about when those migrations actually took place. And I can give you a hint right now. First captivity, Babylonian captivity. A lot of us went east, right? A lot of us went into Africa. A lot of us didn't return back home. But see, we got this documented. You say something is interesting. Well, come on the line and let's talk about whatever you deem to be interesting and see if we got some sources on those topics. Because there's nothing for us to deal with, whatever it is that you feel is interesting.
That's what I'm saying. I'm trying to see what's interesting, man. Click that link, Millionaire Mindset. Don't be scared. We don't bite. Y'all want to be keyboard warriors, man. Y'all thumbs might have a bicep and a tricep on it. Y'all be clicking it, clacking it, clicking it, clacking it. I want y'all to click that link and let's talk about it live. That's all. Let's have a discussion, man. Don't hide in the comments. Say what you mean and mean what you say. And join on here. You mentioned the Berbers. You mentioned the Moroccan Jews. So let's talk about it.
So who converted the Berbers?
That's a good question. Millionaire Mindset, who converted the Berbers? Who were they converted by? Crickets. Crickets. You just place it up. Sit over there for me. Give me that cup.
I just don't understand why type the question when you can come up here and deal with information. Obviously, you know something we don't.
Yeah, I'm trying to.
Like, so when you talk about a convert, right? Like, you literally talking about like expatriation in a sense, right? Like, so, like, if I leave, if I'm no longer a citizen of America, if I revoke my citizenship, right, and I become a citizen of another nation, right, like I got paperwork for that. You know what I'm saying? Like, there's a paper trail, fam. Like, who did the conversion, man?
I'm waiting on him to come on. He's still commenting. He said they are mixed of North and West Africans.
Is this the real or the fake Black Jedi? That look kind of blurry right there.
That's the real one. That's Anon.
Anonymous. Shalom, Mark.
I need to hear. I need to
hear your mic, brother. Unmute your mic, brother.
Yo, shalom.
There we go. There we
Y'all
go.
can hear me?
Mic check.
Mic check, Nick. Mic check.
Y'all can hear me, Nick?
Yes, sir.
Yeah,
you good.
Yeah.
I'm on this phone, man, so I could barely hear y'all. I don't know what stream y'all be doing to these iPhones. But... Yo, what's good, man?
Man, you know what it is, man. We just talking about the ops real quick, man. Those that oppose us. You know what I'm saying?
I ain't even got to say now. I just wanted to come and tell y'all great job, man. I've been watching. I've been working. So I'm super busy right now. But I just wanted to tell you great job, man. I wish that I could hop on a lot more and add to these conversations. But y'all wiping these niggas out, so... And then I want to commend you too, Joshua, because you keeping it, you know what I'm saying? You calling it down the middle. We need that. right? We need to have that conversation of being able to point out, good and bad. Try to point out both situations. So yeah, you know what I'm saying? I ain't gonna sit here and pour no gasoline on. I just wanted to tell y'all I rock with it and I'm watching.
Hey man, before brothers go over there and debate, we gotta talk about them topics though, man. We gotta sit down and really
That's a good
reevaluate
point.
these topics.
I'm gonna tell you this though. Like, some people stay punching, bro. Like, you could tell people not to take a topic, but if they want to take that topic, they're gonna take it.
I get it, but it's like you gotta recognize game when you see it. You know what I'm saying? Like you gotta see that it's a trap before you get into the trap. That's how I'm looking at it.
Yeah,
Man,
I can
you know
confirm people trying to drop that game on a brother. You know what I'm saying? The one thing I will say about Yarah, like again, like we call him stay puncher for a reason. You know what I'm saying? Like he never saw a fight he didn't like. You know what I'm saying? He don't care if it's uphill. Then he's like I can do it. You know what I'm saying? Like as long as if he feels like he can win, he will. Like just like when he came out on here, right? Like he kept debating the joint. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, he's still gonna fight it. So, but that brought up to another point that I want to bring out real quick too. Like, we moving to the point now where we need to start reframing their questions, right? Like how you were saying with the Raborn thing. The real question should be, is there any reason to assume that these slaves would have been Israelites? Because that's what he's trying to, that's ultimately what he's trying to say. You have no material culture to say whether or not these people are Israelites. So we need to take him there and then make him argue all of the stuff that we're bringing up.
He's not going to argue the thing. That's what I'm
Right.
saying.
So then when that happens, call him the little girl that he is, and then we build a narrative from there. We build our theories and our models from that point.
100% agreed.
Right. Like that's where we at this point. Make them debate or keep building the theory, keep building the model, keep building upon it.
Yeah, and it's crazy at this juncture, fam, because like just like they try to isolate West Africa, right? Like they can't. This is going to be the part that they can't deal with, fam. Is that you'll have one tribe that are doing similar looking practice. Like they'll have different clans doing similar practices for different reasons. Some will have to do it for a Hebrew reason. Some will do it for a non-Hebrew reason. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
So like that. We got the material culture, fam. That's not even the hard part. The hard part is it's not even a hard part, fam. It's just, okay, like, are you having an honest conversation or not?
But and see, that's how you make them. Remember when you had that conversation with Garfield on Berean's channel, right?
Mm-hmm.
I just went back and listened to that not too long ago because I'm just catching up on everything, right?
No worries.
And he says he likes talking with you because you're making people ask the questions that should have already been asked. Well, there were many of us that were asking these questions already. For whatever reason, you just want to be honest now, right? Remember, like his whole point was something along the lines of, you're getting to the crux of the question because they're purposefully asking you ambush questions in order to put you in a situation where, like Yashub said, you arguing something that seems like it's non sequitur to the debate.
Facts.
Nah, bring them into having a whole argument.
And that's what this whole Raborn thing was, right? Like so the fuckery behind the scenes was that, like, so Garfield and Yarah were supposed to be negotiating their debate topic today, right? On Sunday, right? But so your man's getting shook, right? So he wanted to do like a feel out thing, and so he wanted to throw Raborn at him right quick. You know what I'm saying? And so you know what I'm saying? Yarah felt like he could take Raborn and do the debate thing, but the long story short is he was getting advice otherwise from other people to you know what I'm saying, to just focus on Garfield or whatnot. But like Yarah loves the debate, right? So it is what it is, right? But again, even in the messed up topic, he still ended up smacking Raborn with the Wolof source, right?
Right.
And that's just the code. Like he literally like again, Raborn died live right on air, fam, reading his own joint. And like they say, like they always say, like a pseudo dies at their own source. So like if you're gonna be honest about it, okay, you're saying they came from Egypt, right? Or you're saying they say they came from Egypt. I'm reading a source saying that their language is connected to Egypt. Oh snap! Okay, I got to give that to you. But he wouldn't even do that, fam.
Right. And so okay, yeah. So let's keep our foot on their neck, but then let's also look at the conversations we're having as basically living room conversations now, as opposed to where we were 5-6 years ago. Right. Let's pile on. Let's pile on and keep putting together the model. Right. That's where we at now. Make them take the debates, but keep doing
that. Who, bro? Who's gonna debate us?
I mean, you already know it. I can't get a debate to save my life. We're not even gonna go there.
People ain't taking money to debate me. Come on, fam.
Like, bro, you know how hard we've been trying to get debates.
I put money on $500. I say $1,000 pot. Nobody want to do it.
Exactly.
Yeah, they just stopped talking about me, bro. Like they won't even. I can't even get on certain channels. I'm banned in the joint. Like
I keep saying, hey, Ebri, stop ducking me. Remember what's up the Iceman Israelite debate? You know what I'm saying,
bro? They got me blocked up. We're gonna have to start debating each other.
I said that a year ago, fam. Like I'm saying, like it just is. But like this is where we got to recognize, like the debating's not where it's at, right? It's about becoming a scholastic Voltron or whatnot. You know what I'm saying? Like debating is only an aspect of the thing. Like we got to be pushing the goalpost or moving the chains in terms of information and whatnot, right? Changing models and all that kind of stuff. It can't be just as simple as just debating people in the conscious community over this stuff. Like D-Ray got a point. Like, no, it's time to start debating like Europeans and other people and whatnot, right? Because the people we're talking to just have a confirmation bias, and at one point it looks like insanity going back to argue with them. You know what I'm saying? Because like no matter what you bring them, they're going to try to discredit it the same way every time. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
And if they can't discredit the information, they're going to resort to the fuckery. We already know what that is, fam. So it becomes a game about chasing narratives versus chasing information and whatnot. And that's that, bro.
But then that's why we do got to start having the conversations. Because I don't disagree with what Joshua is saying, right? Make them have the debates that are pertinent, because then that's what starts to shape the narrative. Like we see what it is now. Like I can look on this
panel. The narrative, right? That's what I'm saying. Because you put the clean glass of water next to the dirty glass after a while, people recognize, okay, that they got nothing for that. So if we keep pushing the information that they can't answer, right? Because the question becomes like, okay, why won't they jump in the ring with more? Why won't they jump in the ring with Yashu? Why won't they jump in the ring with Anon? And like I keep saying, the reason why they won't is because they want one West Israelites who are unstudied, right? Because that's their one trick ponies. Period. The UA community, one trick ponies, right? It's the same thing. Both got the same game plan. You've been hearing me say this like ad nauseum, Anon, right?
Yeah.
All they want is a one West Israelite who doesn't study language, history, genetics, none of that type of stuff. It's because it becomes an easy game for them, right? Super easy game. So they're like it at this juncture, debating us hurts their bag. It hurts their money. They're not gonna. It's bad for business and whatnot.
Yeah, just keep pressing these cats, bro. Like, everybody see it at this point. Like it's not even funny.
Yeah,
just keep pressing. Yeah. I'm sitting back watching.
And at this juncture, we got to start pressing everybody on all sides. Of like, so for instance, like Brent, like bro, like you were out there saying that if there's actual proof of there is been Israelites being in West Africa prior to the slave trade, we got to take that serious, fam. Well, nah, it's all over the place, fam. Like
that's the other weird part. Like it's not like we bringing out sources that these are not 2022, 2021 sources. Now some of this is new information, but most of this stuff been around for years. So that means they wasn't even trying to corroborate in it. They just, like you said, it's confirmation bias. It's just, I want to argue what I want to argue, and the rest of it is.
Bro, they jacked the game. Like so, they're now like Adam Coleman, right? Is trying to go to. Hold on, I got the book right here. As a matter of fact, it's the. Hold on. It's a book about Islam. Here we go. It's the corpus of early Arabic sources in West African history, right? They're now quoting Islamic sources to try to find like pre-colonial Christianity in West Africa to prove the thing, right? That's the UA community. So like, fam, it's a wrap at this juncture, fam. Like, if they're doing it, like, do you know how many sources we can drop like to prove our thing in Arabic in West Africa?
Right.
It's bruh. It's stupid ridiculous. So that's
but
what
then, I mean, this also speaks to the narrative that we see in the text. You know, we would convert. We would get into lands and pick up other religions. So
100%.
I don't even understand how this is something we arguing about. Why it's a fight? Let's just keep putting all the sources together.
And like you found, right? Like, so like you kicked the whole thing off when you went on the tour and whatnot. My man told you that there was a mix of Arabic and Hebrew and whatnot, right? And now we're literally at the verge of proving that trade language.
And it's been in your face. Like you brought out Gabi, right? Gabi's work is speaking to a lot of that.
Mm-hmm.
But then the work, and I'm gonna give these cats credit while I'm here, man. Like, you know, some of us, like I've been dealing with DNA for a few years. You know, I guess since 2015, 16, something like that. But what I'm seeing y'all do, and how y'all taking that and reframing that and really lining that up with the Table of Nations. Like, this is unprecedented. This, you know, at some point in time, we're going to have to really sit down and start to say, like, okay, we changing the game. We changing the culture of how we really attacking this. And when we do that, like, now we achieving the real goal. Like, you're going to watch us achieve the real goal that the Most High put in front of us. Like, I'm watching Ibri have a conversation with Rosenberg, right? I'm watching Yarah do this now. I'm watching Moore. I'm watching Yashub. I'm watching everybody put all this together. Like, yeah, keep debating them. But like Yashub was saying, let's get these presentations up. Moore just ran through a presentation today. Let's get these presentations out. Let's put these 20, 30-minute presentations. And I'm guilty of not putting them out because I've just been so busy working. But let's put them out so then everybody can be able to come and beat up everybody that's running their mouth. Like, we on the cusp of really building the kingdom. And you're going to start to see the practicality of it. And I'm going to start getting on everybody's nerves. Because when I speak from now on, that's what I'm on now. Chop up who we need to chop up, but then let's look at the practicality of building the kingdom.
So here's where the reality comes in, though. So like it's about drawing a line right now. So so if like I was telling this to Yarah earlier, fam, like the whole reason we should even be messing with like Sonnet of them is to prove that we're not one West Israelites and to separate the paradigm and whatnot, right?
Right.
Because at this juncture, if like so like our information works against us as well, right? In the sense where it confirms their thing. You know what I'm saying? Like, so if at one point they like, so like I was telling you, like I'm already seeing people trying like people are like people who will be my nemesis, etc., running with my information now, right? You know what I'm saying? Trying to backdoor the information. Like it's gonna be the same thing with the One West people at one point in time. Like,
but look how many people running with Yap information. Like,
yeah,
these cats can put together a whole new paradigm.
Mm-hmm.
Like, yeah, okay.
But that's what I'm saying. That's why the differentiation needs to come in with. So the thing with the app though is like, okay, like with the DNA things, they're saying we're using DNA to prove that this thing can't be racist. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
So like that becomes built in with the thing. It's got to be. See, this is why I push like the remnant theology concept so hard. Is because like again, it's we got to draw that line in the sand right now. Because if we don't draw that line, like what happened with Yarah, right? Like Yarah got caught up defending the thing that's not even his.
Facts.
Hey, with the DNA, they can no longer parse out people. They got to accept every one of them.
Facts.
That's why they don't like the DNA. And for Guns and Roses and these brothers talk about, the Fulani and Tariq played a role in the slave trade. Were you not listening to more when he said everybody on the west coast of Africa played a role in the slave trade? Were you not listening? And then, okay, our ancestors engaged in what you would call a nefarious act. Are not we engaged in nefarious acts today? Against our own people? That don't mean we not related to them, bro. Hey, y'all got to cut that shit out, bro. Just because our ancestors played a pivotal role in slave trade does not mean anything. Does not mean we not related. Y'all weird, bro.
Man, we've been having this issues since the northern and southern kingdom, fam. Since the divide.
I'm
Since
glad
the
you brought that
separate,
up
since the
because
split.
the Northern Kingdom enslaved the Southern Kingdom, right? In the scriptures, right?
Right.
Come on,
See?
man.
Come on, man. So like understanding is key. If you ain't trying to have it, then this is why we keep going back and forth, going over the same circular arguments. Because you're not trying to have understanding. You're not trying to put it together. You're just trying to argue.
Thank you. Thank you. I want to show y'all something because they always say, oh, we didn't know nothing about Jews and there's no connection to Jews. The reason why you don't want us connected to Fulani and Taured because you know through DNA and through history, through anthropology, we can make a claim that we Jews. That's why you're trying to disconnect us from the Taured and the Fulani. Tell the truth, bro. Now, this is from Family Tree DNA. Family Tree DNA. What does it say? Hebrew DNA Research Project. So let's go back to this individual here. What is this right there? EU174. That's E1B1A. Who does he belong to? Taured. Y'all see that? So come on, bro. It's done, man. That's why you don't want us connecting to the Taured or the Fulani. Because we can make those claims, we can stake those claims. These people been teaching that they're Jews, and they go back a millennia. That's why you got a problem, bro.
And then right there in the little parentheses, you see what it say. United
Native
States,
American.
Native Americans.
Mm-hmm.
So
They basically say, why you want to be part of a people that hurt you? You know, that's who we are. That's our family. We can't separate ourselves from them.
Excellent point, Sean.
just
But
like
that's
if
what
you, my bad, Ebru, go ahead.
I hear this all the time. They try to like get us to separate ourselves from our own, even though they committed atrocities against us. And this is their argument, and it's really like, I mean, how could you? Are you really listening to the argument you're making? Are you?
So this is the sad part is you can tell how much people don't know about slavery in West Africa, right? Because so what do you do when it's like the rich, powerful Fulani enslaving the poor Fulani? Do you just disregard the Fulani at all? So again, how did the Fulani get over here in the slave trade?
Exactly. Thank you.
I mean, Tutsi what's his Hutsi? Tutsi and the Hutsis?
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, that in itself is explaining what we're talking about.
Look, he says here, that's modern genetics. People convert. Do you understand how you get on this family tree DNA chart?
You can't convert to genetics, bro.
He don't even
understand.
He don't even understand how this individual got on this DNA chart to begin with.
Let's live in the convert space real quick. All right. Number one, like you just said, convert don't change DNA. Right. So whatever game you want to play with that nigga, that's on you. But if there are some of us who are converts, I mean, because we got to keep it a stack. Many of us are right now first or second generation, maybe third generation Israelites.
Right.
Right. So there's two parts to this. Number one, we got to reestablish this for our bloodline. Right. So my kids, and my kids' kids, and my kids' kids' kids, there will never be a question at that point. Right. But then two, y'all got to stop BSing, bro. You're not finna sit here and tell people who've done the due diligence of looking up all of these haplogroups. And then I'm hearing so many people get caught up between not understanding autosomal versus a Y haplogroup versus even a mitochondria haplogroup. It is so weird. You can tell like half these people don't know what they're talking about. Bro,
oh my bad.
I'm in right here. I'm laying right here. If somebody has a Y haplogroup or something, nigga, paternally, their father, that means nigga that traces directly to that. We can keep it simple like this: the mother's the giver, the father's selfish, right? My daddy is my daddy. His daddy is his daddy, and so that's why this information becomes so pertinent. Now, if you want to get into culture and material culture, we've already proven that. If you want to get into y'all are not Israelites because you haven't kept the culture up until this point, cool, great. Well, now I am because now I'm keeping the culture. So then we shouldn't have nothing else to talk about.
But see, that means I can't be any tribe from West Africa, fam. What tribe from West Africa like are we currently keeping the social from?
Because they all associated with slavery, right?
Right.
Like the closest you can get is the Geechee culture, right? So how many y'all niggas is doing the Geechee thing, Garfield? You know what I'm saying? Raborn, like what's going down? Like for real? Like, and if you were, you would see how stupid your arguments are.
Facts.
Because the practice that they practice is so entwined with paganism and our culture. It's entwined. Boom, bam.
It's entwined and separated all at the same time, fam. That's the cold part. And when you read their own, when you have their own oral tradition breaking that part down, it's crazy. And when you actually understand, like, so the beautiful thing about like slave voyage and whatnot is you can actually see who was coming to Charleston when, right? And who was making up these people coming off the slave ships, like when,
right?
Fam. And then when you hear what they have to say, it kills the game because they say, you know what, like we had some of this conquering stuff, but it wasn't like it was now. Like this wasn't our main thing. This came thick and heavy later in the game, and they're saying that in the 1930s and whatnot. This like that came late in the game, fam.
Yeah, I did a video on them very individuals right here on the source dealing with the Gullah Geechee, and they giving a personal experience. You know what I mean? Like it's man. I'm just saying.
Yeah, man, these cats playing.
Yeah, so he addressed me. He said, Hebrew of Israel, African Americans always match well with Fulani because you're both 80% sub-Saharan African and 20% non-African. So they're always your closest population match based on that mixture. Now that right there, that's not true.
That's not true at all.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've
That's
looked
not
at
true at
Yap
all.
Gang's
What are you,
DNA.
bruh?
Yeah, I looked at Yap Gang's DNA and Jed Match, and I've seen people test close to Fang. I've seen people test close to Igbo, and I've seen people test close to Fulani. We're all kind of distinct in our own way.
Yeah,
as far as those groups.
exactly.
Right.
And, you know, that's like saying all Western Europeans are the same. No. If you test a French person, they're going to be French. They're not going to pop up as German. Like, if you test a German, they're not going to pop up as Russian. Same thing with West Africa. Those groups are distinct as well. Minor distinctions, yes, they're all related, but minor distinctions where you can tell this person is Igbo, this person is Fulani, this person is, let's say, Tutsi or whatever. So, no, like, if you look at different African Americans, they're not going to all be Fulani. They're going to test as different West African groups like Akan or Dinka or Yoruba, etc. That's all I had to say. Well, it'd be nice if you click the link though. I don't like reading comments. Just...
Yeah. This keyboard warrior shit is played, bro. Like you already said, two things you were incorrect on.
It's too many hitters on the panel tonight.
Yeah, come on, man.
You know they not jumping. No, it's too many shooters tonight. That ain't happening, bro.
And that's why we just gotta have like that, bro. This is why I keep talking to you about the whole concept of the think tank and just putting out research papers and whatnot. Because at this juncture, there's, bro, think tanks like change the way people talk about stuff, or they change the facts that people use to talk about stuff, right? And that's what we're doing at this juncture.
Man, look at this pussy ass nigga. You finna get blocked. You won't even jump on here and have a conversation, bro.
What do you say? Soft hitters pillow.
Right. He's not gonna jump on here and have a conversation. So guess what?
Yeah, Guns N' Roses. I need you to explain to me how I got EM 132.
No, hey, look, we could just have real fun and say, bro, like all of us got debate records, bro.
Yeah,
like, we got debate records.
Debate records, man.
You feel like just keep running your mouth. Like that's what I'm saying. Like I'm not finna let us keep talking to these type of weirdos who you just gonna keep running your mouth. You know what it is.
Yeah,
bro.
Right,
bro.
At this point, it's punching down though. You feel what I'm saying?
Let me just say this, right? You got two champions right now. Source champion, SVDL champion. Two debate leagues. Enough said, man.
Like it is what it is, bro. Just hit the panel.
Yeah, bro. Hit the link, man.
He said EM 132 with a question mark. Yeah, exactly.
He don't even know what that is.
Probably think it doesn't exist anymore.
He don't even know what
Doesn't
that
know
is.
it's the old clade.
He making statements like this, bro. This is why you don't want. No, this ain't him. It was another statement he made, but it's like we could tell that you don't know what the hell you talking about, bro. You trying to separate us from the Tuareg and the Fulani? Come on, bro.
Because of the easiest population to parse out as Israelites. The easiest.
Exactly. It's
Yeah,
clear,
100%. Exactly.
clear.
Yeah, like my brother stole from me, and now he's no longer my brother.
Hey, peace, God. What's good?
And then he tried to low key try to say that, oh no, y'all not really Fulanis. Y'all not descendants of Fulanis. Y'all just match up autosomally, but y'all not really. That's really what he was trying to low key say.
Yep.
Now me, I really do match up autosomal into Fulani when but so does my Y DNA. So what do you do with that, man?
That's what I'm saying.
I feel tempted to just show my DNA, but I feel like I want to wait for my channel.
You just want to flex as a
Yeah,
Fulani
just hold on
supremacist.
to
I see you, man.
Just hold on to it at this point.
He's a whole Fulani supremacy. Hey, did you see all the Fulani supremacy going on earlier, Ebri? When I was breaking down
I
the sources and
didn't,
whatnot?
but I'll go back and look.
Yeah, bro.
Fulani supremacy is funny as shit.
no, that's between me and Ebri because he's a lightweight Fulani supremacist doing.
I must protect my cattle.
They always try to do this divide and conquer and shit. We prove the Bantu genetics have something to do with the Levantine Bronze Age ancestry, right? We prove that without a shadow of doubt. They turn around and say, well, we're not really Bantus. Bro, the reason why E1B1A is spread so much in sub-Saharan Africa is because the Bantu agricultural expansion. Without that event, you won't have such a prevalence of E1B1A in sub-Saharan Africa. What are you talking about? They're always trying to parse and separate people from each other as soon as they have any link to the Middle East, any link to the Jews, any link to the Israelites. Now you want to say, nah, we ain't counting the Tuaregs, we ain't counting the Fulani, bro. Go kick rocks, bro.
But you know why it's dope, though? You know why that's dope, Joshua? Because eventually, all the people that they kicked out, we gonna be related. Like, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Eventually, you're just gonna be looking at.
It's gonna be only A and B left. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, basically, they're gonna make us.
It's gonna be 93 and Chris Rock in this piece. You know what I'm saying?
It's strength in numbers. They trying to keep the numbers from swelling.
Right.
I think they starting to just make us into tall pygmies, which is an old racist theory.
Damn, that's an excellent point.
Yo, let me ask a question, bro. What Y haplogroup is the Fulani connected to?
They're connected to several haplogroups.
They got like at least 7, yeah.
Yeah. I think they have mostly E markers though. I'll just put it that way.
They like 90% E1B1A.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
They have E1B1A, E1B1B. They got R1B. They've got EN132.
I think they even have T.
Yeah, they got T. There we go.
You know what's interesting about their?
They got the same T as the Limb as well.
Yeah, exactly. I was just about to get to that. Their genetic diversity reminds me of the Limba. Yeah.
Yeah. Like yeah, exactly.
So they considered an ethnic group as well.
The Limba or the Fulani?
No, the Fulani.
Yeah, they're an ethnic group. Yeah,
got it.
They're like the Rolling Stones of Africa. You know what I'm saying? Like you find them everywhere, fam.
And then this is another excellent point. When you find yourself in these conversations, make sure you separate ethnicity from the race conversation that they having. Because you have different cultures and different belief systems amongst all these tribes. That's the other thing. This blanket statement of saying a Fulani is a Fulani, a Limba is a Limba, this is a this, a Hausa is a Hausa, a Dagme is a Dagme. No, you're finding different culture amongst all these tribes.
Yeah, he tried hard. You see this? Sorry, I'm sorry about it.
None of these folks accept you. First of all, you don't even know. I know every brother on here. I know what their paternal line is. I don't even know what you is, bro.
I can hit up a Limba Cohen right now. What you talking about?
Come on, bro. This nigga might be.
He better off going. I'm
gonna keep it funky, Sean. This nigga probably a European.
Oh, really?
I was about to say he better off going to the AAs that got haplogroup I, J, and G. You probably get them to stand aside from us.
He gonna tell me not to connect to my brothers and sisters I have a genetic fucking inheritance with, a connection with, and connect with people with assholes like him, which is probably a European descendant, man.
That's
And
that.
like you said, like we know each other's DNA.
Yeah.
Like they're
I know these my
they
brothers up here.
There ain't no playing with that.
I know these my brothers up here.
Facts.
Hey, Jay Guider, hey, hit the link and explain that. What's the difference? What's the difference between hoodoo and voodoo?
And Ifa.
It's going to be cultural, you know what I'm saying? Like, so like hoodoo is going to be more in terms of like the east coast, the southeast coast. Like it gets more like voodoo once you get to the south, like the Gulf Coast.
So they basically they calling on the same powers?
So it's not 100% the same. There is some small differences to where like some things won't overlap and whatnot. But it also has to do with like, again, like, so fam, like just like within Georgia and like with the Geechee went out, you got at least 21 different tribes making that up. You know what I'm saying? Making up them peoples and whatnot. Right. So yeah, like it's not all the same fingerprint everywhere. Like it's just like grits, you know what I'm saying? Everybody eats their grits a little bit different, you know what I'm saying? That's how it works with this thing, you know what I'm saying? Like, so the people go.
That's the significance, and how many of us are waking up to this truth, and then finding out genetically we connected.
Right, exactly. And what's crazy, bro? What's starting to get me is like all the people like I'm finding in West Africa who are claiming to be Israelite. They're real small groups, like
Right.
2,000, 6,000, 4,000, 8,000. You know what I'm saying? Like they're not big groups like the scrolls say they're not going to be. You know what I'm saying? And like, where do the rest of their people go? You know what I'm saying?
You talking about the pockets?
Yeah.
But I mean, okay, and I'm glad y'all brought this up because it's a great segue into Bum Harris trying to interpret that article.
Primary source Harris, what you
bruh.
That shit was trash, bro. That was trash.
It was so
Hey, you
bad.
see
I had read
Millionaire
the article.
Mindset's comment?
Yeah,
I had to go back and read the article because I was like, hold on.
Hey, bro, and I told y'all to hold that joint too. So he only read a part of it. Like, so when you read the whole thing, what'd you think?
Bro, I read the whole thing and I'm like, he dead in the water.
Hey, that's why he stopped reading.
Right. That's why I say I'll read the whole thing later. You know, so like, nah, bro, you read that thing. You read that thing, bro.
Did you hear his breakdown? Who came up there with a breakdown of how they could beat Egyptian Jews? Was that
What
Chris?
is the Egyptian Jew?
Man, Elder kept saying, man, the elephant team.
That nigga said they was Egyptian Jews because they came from Egypt and then converted to being Jews. I said, nigga, stop.
Hey, they really say, hey, those
That
are
don't
really
make no goddamn sense.
Right.
Bruh, how does that work? Nigga, they telling you where they come from.
They converted from Jew from Sephardic and Egypt like 1,000 years ago, bro. What you talking about?
Just having this discussion about the elephant team papyrus. Just had the discussion.
I ain't gonna lie, that was trash.
Hey, Millionaire Mindset, why don't you hit the link, man, and come up here?
Yo, hey, no, for real, bro. Like, he like, man. Did it hit you like it's possible that them Jews like never potentially never left Africa?
Well, think about it. Like they would have pushed further down in as you starting to see regime changes in Jerusalem at that point.
Yeah, but they didn't say we went from the Levant to Egypt to Somalia to Nigeria. They said we went from Egypt
because they set up shop. I mean, think they set up shop in Egypt. What, 400 years, 500 years before that?
Right.
Like they set up shop in Egypt. I want to say when Jeremiah and them is running. Like, so by the time you get to these elephantine Jews, they got a culture, but they are still trying to reach out and get more culture, get more things understood.
Bro, you got some of them talking about their link to like the Exodus migration though.
Facts.
You feel what I'm saying?
Now look, that's another conversation that Yarah was saying. So Yarah was pointing out how you got people in the Exodus migration coming into West Africa.
See, what we failing to realize, like I was saying earlier, you talking about a mass migration coming out of Babylon. We went east and we went west. So going west, we had to go through Egypt. So you think we didn't establish places as we went? You know what I'm saying? So at the end of the day, like, it's there. It's just a matter of, you know what I'm saying, having the source right there to support what we say when we say it.
Right. And so the other place we all got to start looking to is in these mines, right? Looking at these different mines and these different things along these trade routes. That's really where we're going to find a lot of our people, right? That's what put the Exodus together for me. You got to start looking into these different mines.
We became major merchants dealing in Babylon while we was there. Major.
But then think, like, okay, our culture is just so diverse, bro. Like, you got people who merchants, you got people who gonna be proficient in agriculture, you got some of us who proficient in war, and you just seeing a spread across everybody's kingdom. Like right now, we're spread across this nation, sprinkled here and there. It's the same concept. And so yeah, you're gonna find different trades, different traits, right? Now we're starting to get into genetic memory. This start to move a different way. That's a whole nother conversation. But yeah, nigga, like you finna find us. The more we keep looking, the more we'll find each other. And that's a problem. And we gotta keep it honest right now. That's a problem.
Here's the next problem with it, right? Is the actual doctrinal level of this thing, right? Like, so there's the ethnic side of this thing, right? But like, people they want to like, you know what I'm saying, pigeonhole, like, oh, you got to be a Talmudic Jew or this, and it's like, nah, fam. When you actually really look at these practices, fam, and really look at the, like, so for instance, like when I asked the question, like, so who told you about Jesus first, a white Christian or a black Muslim, right? Like, that's a paradigm shifting question, fam.
Right.
Like, we're like, this is what I'm saying about punching down on these cats. Like we're literally on paradigm shifting stuff now. DNA, genetics, history, archaeology, language. Like, bro, it's yeah. We're punching down, fam. Like, the question is, like, where do we punch up?
Nowhere. We just make everybody come have these conversations.
Yeah, like, so okay, you keep saying that, bro. Like, who did you make go have that debate with you yet?
Yeah, nobody wants to have the conversation.
Yeah, nobody.
That's
Like,
because
I ain't gonna lie, bro. Like, you get
hey, you got to do
frustrating
the
after a
presentation,
while.
Anonymous. Once you do your presentation and you put the information out there, they ain't gonna have no. It's just like how Garfield, he do things. He present things, and then what we do, we eat that shit up. We tear it up. It's the same thing. So they think they can tear something that we present.
Yeah, no.
That's exactly why we do it.
And that right. And that, go ahead.
But they still haven't even done that. He hasn't touched anything coming from this side.
He's not going to.
He's not going to, and that's what I'm saying is punching down, is they can't touch it, fam.
It's funny y'all say that because Hebrew Israelism claims he's going to do a paper on my information.
Yeah, I heard.
I'm
Yeah, I
still
was
waiting.
asking you.
On what?
Weirdo. Who is this guy?
What's the what? He gonna prove Jay or what?
Yeah, well, from the sound of things, I've been listening to more and more about him in different comment sections on Berean and on here and other places. I feel like he's going to try to make E and J cousins, and that's how they're both Semitic.
How?
He has tried different ways to, like. First, it was just trying to push.
I can't even do it, bro. I can't even do it, bro. Like, so first of all, like, so we went from like F coming out of E, you know what I'm saying, to like now we're talking about cousin, like, yo, cousin.
I don't know. At first, he was just only in favor for Jay. Like, nobody else is Shem, nobody else is Israel but Jay. And now he's trying to say, well, you know, slip in E.
Yo, what's wrong with the E and J block party, Hebrew? Is like, can't we just kick it? You know what I'm saying? Why I gotta be beef, fam? Man, like, yo, in the mixed Boston, we was kicking it, fam.
They don't want to lose their spot.
There is no cousins to DNA, okay,
bro.
Yeah, they want to stay in control. They want to stay in control.
Hey.
Craziest thing is he could be an E marker because he told me he hasn't taken his DNA test.
Hey, well,
but he said even if he was an E marker, he'll still push J. He said.
What?
Yep.
He said even if he was an E marker, he would still push J.
Yes.
Damn.
I had the comment.
That don't even make sense, fam.
I screenshot it.
Yeah, we got that screenshot. We still got that.
Yo, that hurts my yo. I feel
He
bad.
says his ultimate goal is to debunk Yap Gang because they seem to be the most credible group so far that everybody's using. So his whole
He
mission is
literally
to
put that in black and white.
yeah, I got that
And
screenshot.
every time they want to make an argument, this new argument about Jay and E are cousins, all you got to do is scream at them, "Yap."
So
And also,
your
if you go
best bet to
to
take down the Yap Gang is try to deal with the cousin haplogroup argument.
yeah, and also
Hold on, but you
he's
don't know
hooking up
who
with
Yap
Nano.
Cousins is though?
No, but like, there's the way you would have to murder, like the genetic
No,
tree
Philo tree.
to make E and J cousins and whatnot, fam. Like the way you got to butcher genetics to make this happen, bro. Like the whole gene splicing, bro. Come on, stop it.
And also, this guy.
They're gonna need a CRISPR. They're gonna need a CRISPR for that.
How?
Also, if you go to his YouTube channel, Danoy, the guy that I debated, apparently Hebrew Israelism is also planning on working with him. If you look at the comment, he says, "Contact me."
Oh no, that's your kryptonite right there,
Hey,
bro.
hey, Ivory.
Oh no.
Yeah.
Look at this bullshit.
You claim Levantine ancestry would have only got about 1 through 5%, and the funny thing is, could easily win European side, since a lot of Europeans,
Wow.
a lot of Europeans do not have Neolithic Levantine ancestry.
You stupid motherfucker.
And also go to his third comment.
Looks
because
like
he
you
kinda-
big
he
dummy.
contradicts himself.
He thought he was cooking with heat rock. He thought he was.
But this is how you know niggas they don't know the conversation, bro.
Southern
But if you go
Europeans
to
would
the
though.
third comment,
He would have
contradicts
never
himself.
tried to say that if he knew the conversation.
His third
Where
comment
that you
says,
big dummy?
even your
Where
average
that you
Kenyan
big
right
dummy
now
clip at?
has more Levantine ancestry than anyone on the panel. But Kenyans are African populations. You said that we likely got it from Europeans. Some of us actually have Kenyan ancestry.
I was about to
believe it
say,
or not.
bro, do you know how much Kenyan I am, fam?
Yeah, so you kind of contradict yourself. What if our
You
Levantine
big
ancestry
dummy.
came from Kenyans and not Europeans? So
Hey, what
you
about the
played
Tobo
yourself.
people? What about the Tobo people in West Africa? They eat
Also-
markers.
Also,
They
if you
like-
did,
They 30% Eurasian.
also if you did any studying, you would know that people like Yoruba actually have like 12% Ibero-Mauritian North African DNA, and there was Eurasian gene flow into Africa. There's various papers that are bringing this out, so it doesn't have to come from Europeans.
What's the? How old
Comes
is it?
from us.
How old is that Eurasian gene flow? Because you got to tell him that, because he thinking it's colonial time. That's what
Well,
he thinks.
Yeah,
He is not shut.
the Eurasian gene flow actually came into Africa around the time of the Bantu expansion, which is interesting. Which would
Yeah,
have been
stay
about
your ass in
3,000
the
years ago.
comments, because you in the wrong arena, boy.
Oh man.
Lame ass nigga, be quiet.
Click the link and we can talk about it because I don't like reading comments.
Don't even bring his lame ass up here.
Lame ass nigga.
So this really what it is now. This the I can't get a debate group. That's what we is.
Man, we didn't told them money, cash rewards. We done
No,
did
but
all
see, this is
fallout.
why I'm saying the whole think tank concept, and like for real, in a
Who
sense,
said-
because man, check this out. Like, so we're literally like, I gotta apologize to the whole community for letting people like Tayo and them live. I didn't know they existed, fam. Like,
Damn.
I gotta apologize for letting people like Garfield and Raborn live. I didn't know they existed till recently. Fam. You understand what I'm saying?
Really? Dang.
Well, I'm talking about like in the past few years with like Garfield, you know what I'm saying? Like I'm talking about like with like Tayo and your couple, fam. I knew about them last year. You know what I'm saying?
Hmm.
Like it wasn't like I had to relearn about your debates with them, fam. Like
Your
you,
Shub
like
just
you, like,
learned
remember, I
about
had,
them like
remember I had to
6
get the
months
debates
ago.
off you. You know what I'm saying?
Your Shub just learned about them like 6 months ago.
But
Yeah.
they've been out here spewing their nonsense and act like in like the biggest echo chambers. You know what I'm saying? And so like this is what I'm saying. Like we got to change the stats that people actually use with this thing. We got to actually have like actually scientifically credible stuff to where like, you know what? It's not about just having a model. It's about having a proven model, a testable model, a model where we're putting out actual falsifiable or like predictions and whatnot, changing stuff, like literally changing the game, like just putting out so many different reports and whatnot that you would have to write a report to come at it. You know what I'm saying? And if you're not going to combat it scholastically, then all right, cool, it's done.
I went on Berean and told him that. All of them. Kevin G, G-Con, where your model at? Where your working model?
Yo, Joshua got me banned from Berean channel.
Really?
Nah,
Nah,
you got you banned from Marine Channel.
It was Joshua for.
Oh, he tried to pass that buck. Why? Because he light skinned.
Hey, I got
Hey, who I get
Team
banned?
light skin, baby.
Nah, hey, remember it was I forgot what time, but it was on there. It was me, you. I want to say it was Ebri on there, and they was bringing Garfield on. And really, the only reason I got on the panel because I wanted to beat Garfield up. Man,
Oh,
Garfield
Bereans?
did something, nigga. Called Berean, that nigga kicked me
Yeah,
off.
Garfield make sure you can't get on. Yeah.
I ain't even been in the chat since. He got me quadruple blocked.
Yeah, we all
I
had
want
to
to debate Berean. I debate Berean.
Bring on, come on.
Yeah, but let's go straight to the kill the head, destroy the body. You know what I'm saying? Like I want to debate.
Berean ain't gonna debate,
bruh.
I heard him say a few things that we fakes and stuff. So
that nigga ain't gonna debate.
I gotta come look at y'all feet to make sure they're both on the ground.
He gonna sit there and say,
Bruh, we literally kill his whole paradigm because his whole thing is he needs the well, are you one West or are you not one West kind of a beat popping off, right? And so right now he's working the game with the monitors he knows got a skin doctrine, right? You know what I'm saying? So he can play both sides of the fence right quick and whatnot. So we don't fit that model, right? Like, so you're talking about DNA kills racism. Okay, that kills everything he's talking about. Not to mention they got no one that can deal with your own DNA. Come on now, fam. But it's not happening.
Yeah, this is crazy.
When we did have our debate over there, we beat up on G-Con and Kevin G was just smoking and annihilating them niggas. Like it wasn't even close.
I ain't never heard G-Con that quiet in my life.
And one of them didn't come back to the second debate either. They just left their friend to hopelessly debate two people.
G-Con.
Okay, G-Con.
And then they lied and said G-Con on vacation. I know that's a lie because my brother Yarah was with him that weekend. He wasn't on no vacation, man.
Oh, that hurts.
He wasn't on that vacation. Yarah was with him that weekend and spoke to him and everything. He's oh yeah, I was just with him. He was telling me about the woo-woo. I was like, so this nigga just left Kevin G up there like a little hoe. Like, that's crazy.
Oh, that's like when Moran said he cut the cord on the internet one time when he was getting beat up in a debate.
Yeah, he will cut the cord, nigga. He will turn it off and walk away,
bro. We were just beating them bloody, and then he let Garfield go on there and just say anything, and then we couldn't even address Garfield because as soon as Garfield got done, he left.
Right.
I'm like, man, you niggas is hoes. Like, ain't nothing else to say. Like, there's no academic way of putting that, bro.
Right.
Stop it. You know what I'm saying? Like, y'all don't want no smoke. Y'all don't want to get in that ring, have a formal debate with nobody on the panel. But all y'all do is run y'all mouth. That's it, man.
The money's not improving your concept. The money is in staying in your echo chamber, making people feel good about their bad habits and whatnot, right? And just reaffirming people's stuff with their confirmation bias and whatnot. So hence the question, like, so like either we form like Voltron and build our own echo chamber, right? Or we change everybody's echo chamber, right? To where they can't talk about the same stuff anymore. So the question is how do you punch up from here? Who do you slap?
You don't.
What do
You
you
just
slap?
be Voltron and you dare a nigga to come mess with you.
That's what I'm saying.
Like that's where we at this.
That's
like
that. Do you feel you're feeling me now? Because I'm like, bruh. But I'm not saying just like dare nigga. I'm talking about like go be Voltron now. Like go set the trends now. You know what I'm saying? Hit the gas with both feet. You know what I'm saying?
Is that a
yo? Whatever happened to Kenny G's, Kevin G's? That brother used to be an Israelite, man.
He got his DNA test back, and that shit said Scandinavia or Sardinia.
Shout out to Haplogroup I.
That nigga found out he was from Sardinia, man.
Yeah, that shit crazy, right? Yo, sometimes I think, I guess he's like a dude that I guess I could say he's smart, but he dumb at the same time. He's like a smart dumb nigga. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, man.
Sometimes I look at him and just wonder, like, damn, dog. Because I used to have conversations with him back in the days, and he was an Israelite. He used to break that shit down and all that, like why he felt like that. And it's like, I don't know, man. It's like these dudes are shooting the world over the truth.
You remember his Hebrew name? He was like Yahweh or something like that. You remember
Nah,
his
he ain't had
name?
no Hebrew. He ain't had no Hebrew name or nothing. Just like I ain't got no Hebrew name. But at
Nah,
the end of
the brother used to go by Yahweh. I wish I had James on here that he could
Yeah,
attest.
you know,
Stop it.
he did
oh,
have a
word? Oh, he had a Hebrew name. Okay.
Yeah, he
I
was like
didn't.
Yahweh
I
guy.
forgot. Either didn't know that or forgot about it.
Yeah, he was rocking with us. And LaRon, he used to come to me talking about, hey man, you know I got a stuttering problem. Come over and speak for me with Garfield, because he used to run with us to go debate Garfield back in 2012, you remember them days, 2013, the Google Hangout days.
When
You know
everybody was on Hangouts, just being quiet.
Yeah. He was like,
But
hey,
that's a good thing, though, man. That's a good thing because you know, at the end of the day, a lot of those brothers they've been exposed. You know, it is weird, man. But it's like these cats that go so hard at us believing that we Israel and claiming to be Israel. You know, it's almost like they're getting paid to do it. You know what I'm saying? It's almost like they getting money for that. Like it's a check involved or something. You know, but it's good though, man, because you get to see certain people's character. You know.
Nah, they spirit involved.
They
That's
are
what it
getting
is.
paid. They are getting paid because
They-
they
yeah.
get more clicks, they get more ad revenue.
Yep.
They get, like, come on, man, there's thousands and
Super
thousands of
chat.
views in it. You know what I'm
You
saying?
get
So
Yeah,
that
you can get
translates
paid on the
to
One West Cats because it's easy to go to. Like the One West Cats give you conflict and they give you views and whatnot, but they don't give you anything to worry about in terms of scholarship, right? So it's just a consistent, like if you can get that fight going back and forth, it's a consistent money maker for him. That's why, like when all else fails, you see Sunday start beating up Israelites and Moors and whatnot. When all else fails, you'll see people like Raborn going back in on Israelites and whatnot. Oh, see y'all Israelites. And just start
I think guys, I think you guys took it one step further than the One West camps. You know what I'm saying? Because I like the One West camps started with that brother. What was his name? Vocab and them just came out with a book on him. You know what I'm saying? Father something, Baba something. Yeah, I forget his name, but
You're talking about Abba
it
Bivens?
started with Albert Bivens. Albert Bivens. It started with him. You know, when you read his book, you can see the resemblance of the One West camps today, how they break down scripture and all that. And I believe he was 100% on point. You know, but you guys took it one step further. Y'all was because one thing with the One West camps, what they would do is they would say, "Yo, just forget about those guys." You know, we debated them years ago. These cats is they never gonna learn, they never gonna get it. So just ignore them. And they wouldn't go as deep into the DNA and this, that, and the third. But you guys showed your faith. Like y'all really go deep into the scholarship and the DNA. Y'all willing to take the battle to their turf. And that's one thing I respect about y'all cats, man. You know what I mean? And then I used to believe in the whole camp thing and all that. The camp thing is, it's kind of iffy. It's not 100%. Man is fallible at the end of the day. So you're going to run into corruptions and things like that. But I don't discount a lot of the information that I learned in the camps. You know what I'm saying? A lot of that stuff I still believe in today. But you just got to kind of make it practical with what's going on today. Like me, for instance, right? I believe I'm an Israelite, but I also believe in FBA first. You dig? So like, and I understand that the scriptures say that the tribes is going to be going at Judah. They're going to have, anger toward Judah. But that's a whole nother thing. But Yarah, he did a great job, man. He been doing a great job over there because even though they don't appreciate it, they kind of overlook it and act like he never said that. And he said that shit like over 10 times. Where he's reading how these people is explaining how Israelites came to Africa. Shit we've been saying. But he's backing it up. A lot of cats wasn't backing it up. We came across things when we saw what he's saying, but we just didn't really record it. And we'll just tell cats that and wouldn't care to back it up. Nah, y'all brothers is backing it up. And that's what I respect about y'all cats, man. Y'all doing a good job, man. And I thought it was crazy too how the dude, but brother Bavarian, what's his name? Boridian? Bavarian. He ain't never bring y'all back up there after y'all came up there. It killed them with the DNA and all that. You know what I'm saying? He never brought y'all back. You know, so you know, it's what it is.
The church put in the call.
Yeah, certain people got the power to make people disappear. You know what I'm saying? So, and that's what people got to recognize. Like all these people got the same friends, like Garfield, Berean, so I know, like they're all in the same like back chat talking to each other. Like they're all scratching each other's back because they're splitting the same bag. You know what I'm saying?
So let me get this straight. An Israelite can come over there and have 15 minutes to get his premise out there, get his understanding out there. But somebody that clearly doesn't believe in the Bible, says the Bible's fake, it's all mythology, it's stolen from Greeks, you know what I'm saying? On record saying all this stuff, can go up there and give an hour dissertation. See,
Our
make that make sense.
dissertation. He ain't getting no hour dissertation. He getting episodes. You got about 6, 7 episodes over there.
Oh, they doing it like that? 6 episodes? Come on, bro. And then when we get on there, oh, we can't tolerate that heresy. Well, goddamn, you can't tolerate black people claiming to be Israelites, but you can tolerate a nigga that said that the Bible that you hold true is Greek mythology.
That's when I realized they was all the same. They all the same, bro. There's no difference between the so-called people that want to debunk the Bible for the strength of on the strength of we all Africans and it's all about African unity and all that. There's no difference between them and the Christians. They both on the same. I mean, it's a difference between them, but they willing to join forces when it comes to us.
When you think about
You know, and some of these brothers, I done seen them join forces with cats like Polite, like a brother Polite, questionable cats, dudes that's known scammers. I've seen them join forces with guys like that. They have a bad word to say with them, sitting there, composed, civilized, letting that person speak and getting his views and his points out. And you know that this dude is a known scammer. You cool with being civilized as pot. You ain't got no smoke for him. But when
That's
it comes
because they
to
all thieves too.
yeah, I think that's a telltale sign right there, man. It's a major red flag.
Yeah, bro. Yeah, it's crazy, man. That's why I say I want to debate Berean. Y'all saying, I'm calling Berean out. I want Berean on my channel. He gonna get smoked for 3 rounds. I smoke him on his own channel. You know what I'm saying? I don't want no guests. I don't want no. I just want me and Berean.
He ain't gonna do it. He ain't gonna do it. What's the name? Tried to Zadok. Zadok offered wanted him too. Zadok wanted his ass. Who else wanted him? It was one other person. Not one of them. I can't remember who it is. It's gonna come to my mind in a second. It was one of them. Zadok. I think Dante too. Dante put out. He'd like to debate him.
Dante wanted to, man. Listen, man. Berean, if you watching, because you probably watch my stuff like everybody else, all them niggas be watching. I want that fade, bro. You owe us that fade because you talk all this shit. And when we had our debate over there and completely wiped the floor with them niggas, and you was like, oh my God, I need to get somebody in here. Let me get Garfield in here. Like, nah, what kind of debate is that? How am I have a debate that you call somebody in for support? Like, nah, that's not what part of the game is that? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, Berean actually challenged Dante to a debate.
Yeah, it's
Man,
time.
they pull out all stops. I was watching the Yarah Raborn joint, and Raborn was basically giving up with the information that Yarah brought out. And he basically resorted to saying, yo, let's just go to the polls, man. Because he knew
it was crickets, bro.
He knew that they was going to vote for him 75%. He knew that. He knew he was going to get 75% of the votes, but he knew he lost that debate too.
But
and he was like, that's the last thing he could say. Like, that's the only thing he could really stand on was the biasness that's over there.
Yeah, they know that poll don't mean nothing, man. Like, stop it. Like, y'all know, y'all niggas is gonna ride with y'all, right or wrong, bro. They gonna ride with y'all because they anti-Israelite just like you. That they learned to be anti-Israel from y'all. So now they not gonna sit up there and say, "Oh, he had a good point." They not gonna even say he had a good point. You know
No,
what
they
I'm
gonna
saying?
lie on the brother, man. Like go listen to the commentary he gave on Garfield's channel, fam. Like Raborn, like so okay, so y'all like no, he did. But if you go read the article, right, Raborn claims like it's not even talking about Wolof, it's talking about Soninke people. Soninke's nowhere in the article, fam. Not once. Not once, fam. I went and read the whole article on my channel when he was live earlier, fam. Not once, man. Like they're, and that's what I'm saying. Like that. Like when I had some respect for Raborn, but when I saw the Q&A and I saw he kept running from the Wolof thing, like he was ducking and hiding. You could hear crickets, bro. He didn't want to answer nobody.
That's my whole thing with his whole crew, the nigger brew killers. I always would act because their whole thing was forget about Egypt. Let's talk about Western Africa today. You know, and let's go into that history. And I would always say to them, well, that history is ambiguous because they never really wrote nothing down. I mean, how far can we go into the Ghanaian, Nigerian, and all these different, you know, how far can we go into the history where you're not dealing with word of mouth? A lot of that history is ambiguous. So it'd be like, and they would always get stuck on that point and dance around and change the subject.
Hey, man, millionaire mindset. You gonna just keep falling on your own sword, are you? This dude said the Bible was written by the name of a demon named the whole Bible was written by Paul. You saying the whole Bible was written by Paul?
So this is an Israelite this whole time?
Who?
This guy, because he says written by Paul. He seems like he's Old Testament only or something.
No, he's saying the Bible, like the whole thing.
The whole thing. Okay, never mind.
That's
yeah,
how
that brother is lost and looking for attention.
Yeah.
That's all that is, man. That's just a nonsensical statement right there. That don't make no sense at all. That shows you that this dude probably never read the Bible a day in his life. And he's probably on drugs and lost. And you know, it is what it is, you know. Some of our people was messed up. We going through them curses, man.
Yeah, man, that's sad, bro. But Avery, you was trying to say something earlier. What were you trying to get out, brother?
Oh no, I was just saying that side over there, Berean, Garfield, and what's his name? Well, whatever those guys are in the conscious community, I'm still not for sure all the names, but yeah, they're all anti-Semites. That's what I was gonna say.
Anti-black too. They racist toward black.
Yeah.
When they sit up and try to relegate your history to being stuck in one place for millennia, you know what I'm saying? And you debased and primitive and can't find your way out of a mud hut, and you ain't doing no trade, you ain't traveling the seas, you ain't doing nothing, you ain't building society, you ain't doing nothing for thousands of years until the Arabs and modern Christians get there, bro. That's fucking racism. That's racism. You hate black people, bro. That's all that is. You can only that's the only conclusion you can get to.
A lot of times they hate Judah. A lot of times, you know, and it's like, see, my father's a Benjamite, but my mother's a Judite. So I claim FBA and I ride with FBA, but I know that I'm a Benjamite, but ain't nothing wrong with that because the scripture tell us that the other tribes is supposed to fall up under Judah. Period. You're supposed to support Judah. But the Bible also let us know that it's going to be division. But he also let us know that he going to unite us at some point. But the division is here. We under the division right now. And we, you know, Judah got to be very careful, man, because, you know, what the foundational Black Americans get is going to benefit all the dark people, you know. But there's a lot of hate for Judah in particular, coming from especially people that's like immigrants and all that, you know what I mean? They may be Israelites from different tribes. There's a lot of vitriol toward Judah, man.
I got a feeling you talking about Garfield. He an immigrant, bro. And I got love for West Indians because West Indians pretty much You know what I'm saying? They did a lot for Harlem. You from Harlem, you should know. You know what I'm saying? Like, this is some of the hardest working people I know. You know what I'm saying? I just left Boston, like the most kind, like the Trinidadians and stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? They'll get a shirt off they back to you. You know what I'm saying? Feed you. Hey man, don't leave my house without all that. You know what I'm saying? So I ain't dissing them, but I felt like that. I
They
feel like
got the Trinity Massive.
Yeah, on a regular level, where people don't know that they Israel, there's a lot of vitriol coming from the tribes of Benjamin, the tribes of Simeon, even the tribes of Ephraim, even the tribes of Issachar, toward Judah. But they don't really know what they're doing. You know, they don't understand a lot. It's a surface level shit. It's not really that deep as far as they understanding go. But Judah should handle that shit accordingly because Judah is the culture when we talk about America. Judah has a very good case for getting reparations right now. And that would benefit everybody. Anybody that's black been eating off of Judah. But yeah, man, that the FBA thing definitely ties in with the tribe of Judah. That shit should be respected.
Nah, man, these niggas they don't respect West Africa. They don't respect the Caribbean, bro. They don't respect nobody. They all about pushing their narrative, man. You know what I'm saying? I heard people say that Africans were atheists. I'm like, where?
Yeah.
Where Africans atheists? Like, what are you talking about? I'm confused.
Yeah,
You know
I heard atheism was the African default religion. I was like, what?
Oh my God.
How? But that's what, bro. At one point, it's got to be like, okay, like, so what do you do for the people that agree with you? You know what I'm saying? Because like at this juncture, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's a bunch of knuckleheads out there, fam. You know what I'm saying? Like, we got to build something for the people, for the like-minded people. You know what I'm saying? It's gonna be nothing but bro. It's a bunch of knuckleheads, bro, and they're not going nowhere no time soon, fam. It's not like the fair fight back in the day. You know what I'm saying? Like we get a fair one. Like no, bro. Like it's not about information no more. It's about narrative. It's about, you know what I'm saying? Like everybody's doing everything like they're a news network. You know what I'm saying? Just trying to cover stuff up and just try to reframe arguments and try to like just really spin things. You know what I'm saying?
Right. And then they try to run the Sonetta and everything because they hoping that, okay, if I get 40,000 views out of this, I'm going to drown out, his little bitty 200, 300 views.
Right.
They banking on that.
And it works.
Brothers got to stop. Brothers just got to get more, like I said, y'all brothers, when it comes to the information, y'all brothers is super great with it. But we got other brothers that's also, we gotta pull them in too and just make this thing more attractive at the end of the day, and get the ear to people, because right now Shanetta has a bigger following and people feel like to get my voice heard, why not go to the bigger platform? So he's taking full advantage of that, you know what I mean? And that's cool, let that brother get his money. But at the same time, we got cats over here too, you know what I'm saying, that we could do our thing and be just as good,
And I think we start changing minds with like, and this is why I'm pressing the think tank concept. Like my homie Anonymous always presses the concept of like we need our own media channel, right? But at the same point in time, like, what do you put on the channel? You got to have the right info to put on the channel with it. You know what I'm saying? Like, so we got people distracted because they can't like a lot of people feel like they're Israel, but they can't prove that they're Israel, right? So they're in the state of just like latching on to whatever information they can right now. You know what I'm saying? Whatever feels okay. Like that, like you got people that are straight lying to them, like, hey, yo, E1B1A is within 2
Yeah,
fingers.
we could start off. We could start off with money. We could start off with money, right?
Facts.
I'm pretty sure every one of us is getting some bread, right? Enough to where we could put $10 in a pot every week. We could start like our own little susu, and maybe your shoe, because I trust your shoe, or I really trust D Red more than anything. We can make D Red the treasurer, and he's in charge of that chicken. And every week we could put something in that pot, and that money goes toward the production and making the brothers that's on the forefront look good. We can start off like that, and, and we get it cracking. Like anybody that's worth something, that's doing, like I know I get money, you know what I'm saying? Everybody that has a steady income where they're doing good, that fuck with the show, we can start with the brothers here. Yeah, I don't mind contributing $10 a week towards something or the pot and watching it grow. We can start off like that, man.
That's a good idea, but I think it's like the Bruce. Y'all remember Bruce Leroy, the Last Dragon? I think now, real talk. I think
yo, Yeshua, what was the most important thing about what he came to the realization
that's
of?
what I was getting at. That's what I was getting at, bro. That's what I was
All
getting
right,
at.
let me see. Let's see if we on the same wavelength.
Yeah, because the master joint, he trying to search and find who the master is. At the end of the film, he found out, well, damn, I'm the master. And the reason why I'm saying that is it's brothers and sisters that's going outside near the channel not knowing that you the catch.
Exactly.
But what's the key word? What's the key word though? Yeshua.
I am.
There you go.
He hits him twice.
Remember, he doubled down.
Yeah.
He doubled down on that shit. And listen, when you rewatch that movie, sure enough, only had the glow in his hands. Bruce Leroy had the shit all over.
Right.
But he doubled down on that shit. Like, nigga, I am. I've been keeping the laws this whole time, nigga. I got power. The fuck you talking about, Batman? You's a wicked nigga.
Right.
The fuck you talking to? And you only got the glow in your hands, nigga. And then he folded that nigga, threw him in the water.
Right.
Yo, is this Hebrew Perry?
Yeah, that's
as soon as you know, like, that's the nigga. That's what's up, bro. That's what's up.
Yeah, man. When Zion Lex them got into it, Zion Lex and Mighty Hero got into it with Sonetta because he biased. You know what I'm saying? Sonetta did everything in his power to wheel them brothers back on his channel. Why? Because he understand that as long as he got Zion over there, as long as he got Tazariak over there, as long as he can get Divine Prospect over there, the money coming in, the views coming in, people are coming to watch. They want to see it. And that's what I'm saying. Like, y'all got to see that. Y'all got to peep game. Like, wait a minute, I'm the catch. Make them niggas run on your type of time. Make them run by your rules.
Facts.
So y'all saying basically we should like come together and make one single YouTube channel that's basically like Berean or like what's that guy's name y'all said?
I agree with that.
100%, exactly.
Yeah, get them. We gotta. What I gotta do is get them to come over here, and then we need the people that's getting money that actually care and watch to be more conscientious in the sense that we gonna have a thing where it's gonna be like an alarm clock where nigga send some bread. And it's light. It ain't no sweat off your back. What's wrong with that? It's a negative connotation for that. But I'm gonna send my bread too. You know what I mean? But we want to build up the channel. And
it gotta be a united front. It gotta be like, ain't nobody going over there. We all gonna stand over. Y'all want to see us? You gotta come over to this spot right here that we done built. You know what I'm saying?
We used to do that. We used to do that in Israel. When you read the Bible, it tells you how certain kings, he had his administration, his government set up money pots. And the people, if you fucking with that, just drop some bread in there. And according to our numbers and how much God bless us, because we are God-fearing people, a lot of us is blessed. Whether they want to believe it or not, you might feel like your life is miserable, but nigga, you blessed, man. You making low $1,200 a week. You blessed. You like, yeah, nigga, but my rent's still $1,500. I gotta pay another $500 in utilities. I only come home with $2,000. Nigga, you get blessed.
Right. Talk to
him. You can afford a low $10, $20 here and there. Drop that money in that pot. in the name of brothers that you believe in. And the brothers that I'm talking about is cats like D Red, the brother Yeshua, the brother James. These are three official brothers, all from Houston, Texas at that. But they official. I know these brothers personally. I have no problem with setting up something with Yeshua that involves me giving him $10 a week. No problem at all. I know my bread would be in good hands.
Hey, you know, could you imagine that we had one platform where if y'all want to debate more, you got to come to that platform.
Mhm.
You want to debate Anon, you got to come to that platform. You want to debate Yarah, you got to come to that platform. So everybody, Shaw, everybody, the Hebrew of Israel, if you want to debate anybody, you got to come to that platform. The narrative gonna change.
I like that. I like that.
Well, we had a discussion about this where I'm supposed to open up a channel, and we was talking about doing the same thing with that. You know, basically along the same lines. So, you know, I'm in.
Yeah, I'm totally with that because when if we all went live at the same time, we would all get our own individual viewers and whatnot, right? So we
Right.
might have to pull them together and whatnot. You know what I'm saying?
I'm guessing. Actually, we can talk about this in private, not live. But I actually know a couple of ways we can, get the channel to get the startup of the channel fairly quickly. But I can talk about that privately just in case we got the ops watching.
Hey, you see how Sinetta was stumbling and fumbling when Zion Lex decided to no longer do any dealings with him? Think about if everybody at the same time was like, listen, we're not answering your phone calls, we're not coming over there. Y'all gotta meet us over here. So we never get a fair fight over there.
Basically boycott
our titles. Y'all want to try to railroad us into discussions. You know what I'm saying? Then you throw your little fake ass pose up. Nah, you gotta meet us on our terms over here.
Nah, niggas out here, get them some bread, and they gonna show you where that bread went. Like, nigga, look at this brand new BMW. You know what I'm saying? They gonna show you where that bread went. But then you got some brothers like our ancestors here in America. Like I say, always go back to Judah. Always go back to Judah. And remember, I'm a Benjamite, but I ride with FBA. Understand that. But my mom's a FBA. But understand this. Always go back to Judah. Judah was the ones. I battled C.J. Walker. You dig? All these different people from the tribe of Judah. They showed everybody how to make a way. Not just black folks. Everybody. And everybody, the world got rich off of Judah. The last kingdom that the scriptures talks about that comes out of England when it talks about the dragon with the 7 heads and there was an 8th head that came out the 7th head, that's America. Guess who built that up? Judah. That was Judah. Right now, Esau, the enemy, got it set up where the other tribes is undermining Judah constantly. We gotta let Judah do what Judah do and just support. Can't be no hating shit. I don't want to hear about what technically the Benjamites was the first kings in the Bible because of King Saul. We don't want to hear all that. You know what I mean? Just let we gotta find a way to balance the Bible and the times that we living in now. And at the end of the day, all that means is don't be a scumbag.
Hey, Perry, they got a lot of examples of scumbags over there in the country community, don't they? You know what I'm saying? Polite take the people money, like you said, got to do BMW, got to do whip. You know what I'm saying? Doing nefarious things with it. Like that's crazy, bro. They take money from the community all the time to do bullshit with it. But yeah, man.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, don't be a scumbag. Like, and that's what people do. Like, these niggas is so ignorant and whack and retarded that They just follow the blueprint. And I think this shit is deeper than just niggas being thirsty for money. Like, I think these guys are definitely Luciferians, Satanists. I'm talking about the Christians. They fall them too. We know the other group is definitely Satanist and Luciferian. They ain't got no problem with selling out to Satan, nigga. They look at it like this: ain't no such thing as God. So if you want me to, you want to jerk off to me on a videotape, I'm cool with that. How much you paying? Like, these niggas don't give a fuck. But the Christians is starting, it has fallen under that too. They got underground shit where
They
these
big under that.
Christians is selling out their integrity to the Luciferians. Let's keep it a buck. These niggas is getting a check. They just not popping. None of them is popping. None of that shit is popular right now. None of it. But trust me, 30 years from now, if God was willing to let the world go on for another 30 years, and these motherfuckers, the powers that be, which is Esau's kingdom, if they was allowed to rule for another 40, 50 years, trust me, they would have it to the point where it would be okay to have sex with a little kid. That would be the
They're
norm.
already working on that. They're trying to change the age limit to age of consent to 15.
Wait, hold on. Hey, Sean, in New York,
That's a national movement, bro.
they trying to do that nationally?
Yeah.
They doing that shit everywhere, man. Look
Look
what
it
they
up.
pushing
They're
on
trying
the
to change. It's called the. They're trying to change the age of consent.
Man, that's some leftist shit, bro. That's what I told y'all, bro. Y'all be rolling with the leftists. Hey, that's y'all. Don't
Now,
be
yo,
rolling.
let's get that out the way real quick. How many of y'all niggas that's on the panel right now would choose Biden over Trump? Let's get that out the way.
You know, you already know my answer.
I
Trump.
already knew your answer.
Yeah, you
I
know,
don't like either one of
brother's
the
not
answers.
political. Brother's not
Do
political.
we
You know?
have any Biden sexuals?
You couldn't pay me to vote for Biden, fam.
Yeah, I'm not feeling either one of them.
He said Biden section.
I didn't
Alright,
vote
so
violently last time.
we all against Biden. We all against that shit. Do
Joe
not
Biden came in
vote.
wilding out, son. I can't even do that shit with him.
He said if you don't
Do
vote
not
for him, you ain't black.
Yo, that
vote
was man.
Biden.
Hey, and they low key trying to reinforce segregation. This is where the niggers go, and this is where the whites go. They trying to do that shit again. Y'all better stay tapped in, bro. They trying to make it back like the 1950s on your ass. Oh man. No, man, never, man. I'm anti-Biden. Anti-Biden, bro.
Anti-Biden. And at the end of the day, a lot of people say, well, if you anti-Biden, you pro-Trump. My thing is this: I'm anti anybody that doesn't have policies that gives foundational Black Americans tangibles, and I'm against anybody that has policies that hurt foundational Black Americans. So it goes both ways with me.
He did give you a tangible. He gave you a black VP.
If you're not giving us tangibles, I don't fuck with you. And if you have policies that's gonna hurt us, I don't fuck with you. And one thing I can say about Trump versus Biden is Biden has policies that directly hurt Judah. He's come up with policies directly to cause harm for Judah.
What make you think?
I always
whereas with Trump, Trump's policies indirectly help Judah. Trump ain't never did shit for us, neither. But his policies indirectly helped us. because he was stemming the tide of the immigrants. He was getting them niggas the fuck up out of here, and
Right.
it helps
Uh-oh.
indirectly. And that's
Right.
the difference. Trump didn't have policies that hurted foundational Black Americans, but he was a racist. Biden is a racist whose policies, straight up and down, is toward hurting foundational Black Americans, and he's a racist.
He gonna
So
keep
who do
you
you
locked
choose?
up. He gonna keep you.
Who do you
He gonna
choose?
keep you locked up. Look. They said, listen, we want to get rid of the private prison systems. We want it to all be state owned, so we can get all the money. It's a multi-billion-dollar corporation. We want all the money. We want the government to run the prison. So if the government run the prison, that means the government gonna have interest in locking your black ass up. Why? Because they getting paid from it. So now what you're going to see, an increase of incarceration. In New York right now, they're not even locking people up for guns because of the COVID thing. Soon as the courts start opening back up in New York, it's going to be a lot
And that's
of
why
people.
that's another reason why we got to separate ourselves, because in New York,
But here in New York, even if they opened up the courts, that right now Rikers Island is a shit show. So they've been wanting to since the 80s, they've been wanting to shut Rikers Island down. They've been wanting to go private for a long time. I see it happening.
yo, bro, let me ask you a question. You ever been to the island?
Sean,
Who you talking to?
he from New York. Sean is a New York native.
You was on the island before, Sean?
Talk to him, Sean.
We can have a proper discussion about that. But I'm from East New York, Brooklyn, bro.
No, I'm just asking. Have you ever been on the island?
Yes, for
You
years.
was on the island. Have you been to Spofford?
Yes, I have.
All right. So you my brother, because I have too. So I know. And let me ask you one more question. How old are you?
I'm older, brother.
No, I'm just
Everybody,
asking
I'm
the
older
age.
than everybody. I'm
Come on
older than
now,
everybody
brother.
on the
Don't
planet.
act.
Perry,
You
he
know.
OG. He OG of everybody in here.
Hey, OG. All right.
Yeah,
All right.
yeah.
I
I'm
respect
older
it.
than
I
everybody on the
respect it.
panel.
All right, bro. I'm gonna go back on mute. I respect it.
Who the hell is that? Who the hell is that? I know that ain't
You know who that
Swaggy
is.
motherfucking P in this motherfucker.
Yeah.
Yo, where the hell you ass been, Perry? Huh? Where the hell did that go?
He said he was going on mute, man.
Oh shit, Swag. That's Swaggy
Hey,
motherfucking P in the
we
building.
was talking about your political party locking up black folks so they can get money, you know what I'm saying, and keep the money in house. You know what I'm saying? That's what we was talking about. Your political party.
For one, I don't got no party. That's y'all that be trying to pick sides. I don't pick sides with none of them motherfuckers because the motherfucking Republicans flooded the neighborhood with drugs and the Democrats locked their ass up. So I don't fuck with neither one of them.
And they both laughing all the way to the bank. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Hey,
So I don't fuck with none of them.
if you are a black American listening to this podcast, leave the blue spots and go to the red spots. You can thank me later.
No. You got to go to certain red spots because all red states is prosperous, nigga. So that's a lie.
Humble, Texas is 45% red and it's almost all black. So don't give me that. Stop.
No, I get all that, but what I'm saying is all red states. I ain't say red counties and red cities.
Okay,
I'm talking about a lot of them red states is cold.
You see what you do, D-Red, when you come on here, you be trying to, you know what I'm saying? Like,
No. What you say, just I call it down the middle. You know what I'm saying? I call it down the middle.
Earlier,
Some of them
said doc turn. He said doc turn, nigga. That's supposed to be doctrine.
Look, a doctor turns the goddamn key to get in the building. Doc turns. Nigga, come on, man. You act like you don't know what that means. Doc turns the key.
You're not being Pacific. You're not being Pacific.
Look, I am being Pacific. I'm being very peaceful. Know what I'm saying? I'm being very peaceful right now. I am being Pacific.
Now you defending the. Okay, so you for the incarceration of black males at a 3 times, 4 times rate of white males? That's what you for?
No.
Okay. Let me say this again. If you black American listening to this broadcast, move your ass to the red parts. Leave the blue parts. Thank you. Shit.
So yeah, we doing a political show, fam. Like, cause like politics is my thing. Like that. Like I don't talk about it much. But, like I really get off.
Yeah,
I work.
Nah,
I work for
we gotta,
what
campaigns
I
and all
will
that
say,
shit.
what I will say is, we
I
need to.
disagree. I disagree with the brother Yeshua on that. You gotta have foundational Black Americans everywhere. You know, we gotta be everywhere, ready to shut everything, and you have us everywhere. So you know, we gotta utilize that, man. You
I
know,
And
agree
we,
with you.
and we,
but
and
at
we
the
need
end
to
of the
create a
day,
pack, though.
what we gotta
Hey,
do,
Yeshua, you
we
messed
gotta
around
do
and
the
gave.
same thing. We gotta do the same thing that the Nigerians, the Jamaicans, the Trinidadians, the Irish, the Italians, the fucking English. We gotta do everything everybody else do. We gotta own up to our own culture and heritage.
Facts.
And our culture and heritage is America. American culture is Judah's culture. FBA. Period. Everything, everything came from Judah in America. Judah is foundational Black America.
Hey, Perry, can I get this
And
example? Can I get this example about what I said? Because some people might misconstrue it, right? I was living in Boston, you know, Boston deep blue, like that's the deep blue sea up there.
Yeah, facts.
People can't even pay. I was working with somebody. I got a good job. He had to get on the lottery just to get a damn house to stay in.
it's
Just to get
all
an apartment.
good. It's all good. You
But
comparing yourself. You
no,
from
no,
the
no, no,
tribe
no.
of
Hold
Issachar,
on, Perry.
right? Your father, Yeshua. I'm talking to you, Yeshua.
I got you.
Your father's Mexican, right?
Yes, he's a Mexican descent. Yeah,
All right. So you from the tribe of Issachar, right?
got you.
What I'm telling you is even you, as great as you are, you a smart, intelligent nigga. You use all your resources to benefit the truth when it comes to that Bible. But what I'm telling you is that Bible tells you that all the tribes is gonna fall up under Judah. Period.
No, I got you. But what I was bringing up while when I was in Boston, why it's important, is niggas up there that was making good money and still had to get on the lottery to get a place to live. But when you
All
come on
right.
downtown,
That's the curses. We know that. That's not a that's the curses. We gonna deal with that.
but
But
I'm
it's easy. Let's not act like it's super duper hard to get on and be successful living a legal life. Nigga, learn a trade, get some money, learn a
facts,
trade in the meantime, and
facts.
then from there you move on. We all know that.
But why I said when I came back to
We
Texas to bury my father, when I came back to Texas to bury my father in Amarillo, I asked my sister, I said, you want assistance? She said, assistance. She got offended. Assistance? No, I got a job and pay rent. My,
you
my,
talking
my,
about
my,
a female though, but that's a
my
woman.
point is this. My point is this. You can work Taco Bell in red counties like Amarillo and still pay your rent, but you go to these blue fucking cities and shit, you can barely afford to live with a good job.
Yeah, I mean they didn't said fuck it. I don't give a fuck. They living their life, and once they get to that point, it's nothing you can do about it. You got to let them live their life, and that's
Yeah, but
unfortunate that those people are in your family. But you got to move on and make it better. What you gonna
But
do?
but
Fuck
but that's what I'm
everybody else.
saying though. But that's what I'm saying though. Like what we got to do, we got to get way more politically astute. And then when Shoe been coined the
facts.
phrase, and I've been using it ever since he said it. We got to be utilitarian in our vote. Meaning, if in this county a Democrat is gonna give us what we need, we vote for him. If it's a Republican in another county, we vote for them. If it's a Green Party member in the next county, we vote for them. If it's whoever, it don't matter. You know what I'm saying? We got to get to the point where we understand we got to create ourselves a pack and a super pack. So, well, if you look at the Jewish pack,
Exactly.
they donate money to both parties. So regardless of who get in office, they should get done. Asians do the same thing. That's why the Asian hate crime bill passed unanimously with both parties. We wonder why we only get shit done is because we always want to pick a fucking side. No other ethnic group picks a side but us. Nobody else. So we got to realize picking a side don't work for us. So we got to do is create a motherfucking platform and say, say, okay, this is what we want. What Ice Cube did was brilliant. He came to them and said, okay, these are our demands. And whoever's going to give us more from our list of demands, that's who we put our money and our vote behind. We don't just go with one motherfucking political party. That's not political intelligence. Dr. Claude Anderson said you got to rent and buy whatever politician you need to get your agenda done. You know what I'm saying? That's gotta be our modus operandi from this point on. We're not beholden to no fucking party. You know what I'm saying? We gonna create our agenda and we're gonna vote for who's gonna give us the most from our agenda. And start there. And then from there, we can create our own political party for local elections and then create a PAC and super PACs for federal elections. But we got to get more politically astute. And picking sides and all that other shit, that shit ain't going to work because neither one of them really give a fuck about neither one of us.
Right. And you know what, D-Ray? At the end of the day, D-Ray, that shit going to start with Judah, as the Bible prophesied, because it's going to start with Judah. Judah is the one that's on code to that point when it comes to all the black people throughout the whole diaspora. Judah is the one that's 45, 55 million strong and vote at a 90% clip. So as Judah goes, the world goes. Judah is the culture. And you're Judah, brother. I've been telling you that for years. Like, you represent Judah to the fullest, the tribe of Judah. The tribe of Judah is foundational black Americans. That's who Judah is. My mother is from the tribe of Judah. My father is from the tribe of Benjamin. So that makes me a Benjamite. But guess what, D-Ray? I ride with Judah over Benjamin.
Hey, D-Red, bro, what did you say to debunk what I said? Like, so niggas should just stay in the blue spots? I'm saying move and run away from the blue spots. That's what I'm saying.
Well, no, what I'm saying is we need to aggregate in wherever we already predominantly at. So like when you brought up Humble, right? More niggas need to move to Humble, and then we're gonna use Houston as a microcosm. You know what I'm saying? Move to Humble. More niggas need to move to Missouri, to Fort Bend County, Missouri City, and all that shit. Why? So we can control the politics and economics in those areas. You see what I'm saying? We can create a political party so we can lock those local areas down. So we can control the city council, control the school board, control the mayorals and the head city councilmen and the judges in that area.
Okay, watch this. Check it out. Okay. So if that was to happen, are you saying that county would be red or blue?
What I'm saying, if we create our own party, it would be neither.
Okay, let me help you out. Would that county be pro-nuclear family or anti-nuclear family?
Pro-nuclear family.
Okay, it'll be pro-nuclear family. Would that county be let me see, what's another one?
You an asshole, you should.
I already know. Me and just had this conversation offline, so I already know every question he's finna ask me. Is it gonna be pro-abortion or anti-abortion?
Yeah.
Is it gonna be? I already know the questions you're gonna ask.
For tax cuts, against taxes. Oh yeah.
Is that county gonna be for tax cuts or against tax? Basically, is it gonna be pro-tax and spend or less taxing?
It's gonna be for I mean, it depends. It's gonna be more. It ain't gonna be a salary tax. Put it that way. And if it is a salary tax, it's gonna be a flat tax.
D-Red, you stumbling and bubbling there like a real
Because what I'm saying
and now Mercer puts a couple of weights together. You remember he left Morrison with a radio title, but these two fighters have them for some possible heavyweight.
Professionals, the fight starts at. So for Mercer, he's just trying to get everything going in the first 3 rounds. Tommy Morris.
After the 6th round.
Stumbling and bumbling, brother.
You know what I said? What I'm saying is different counties will have different needs because different counties have different needs, bro. So what you do, Herman Cain proposed a flat tax. So you can create a flat tax right across the board because if you're gonna have a county, you're gonna have infrastructure. That's why I was saying before.
He proposed a 999 tax. You know, like so he proposed like 9% VAT taxes with like a 9% flat tax, a 9% sales tax, and a 9% VAT tax. It just got like it
Did
just
we
got
lose
dead
D-Red?
quiet.
Nah, you just said some bullshit. What the fuck you just said, man?
Who?
Me.
D-Red, where
Yeah,
you at?
you, the British brother. What did you just say?
No, like so yeah, like
British brother.
he wanted the 999 plan. He wanted a 9% VAT tax, right? He wanted 9% flat tax and a 9%. Was it a corporate tax? Or was it a sales tax?
I
Texas
mean,
not
at the
even
end
that
of the
high.
day,
Hold on,
the
Texas not
results
even
of
British
the
brother.
yo, to the British brother. What most of us try to do
Huh?
is make so
I
much
gotta be
money.
British.
We try
Who's
to
the
make,
British
we try
brother?
to
Huh?
make, we
Who
try
the
to
British
make
brother?
so much
Right.
money throughout the year. A
Mm-hmm.
lot of us got trades. We know how to get money, and we try to make so much money throughout the year.
Mm-hmm.
We gotta decrease the money that they're gonna try to steal from us during tax season.
Oh, you sound like you on
We
the
have
red
to
side.
show we have to show receipts for everything. We got to show
Yeah.
receipts for everything that we use on our
Mm-hmm.
job.
Facts.
Rubber gloves. If you're a blue collar man, this is what
Mm-hmm.
you got to show receipts for all this.
Facts.
That sound
You know,
conservative. Hey,
If you
D-Red,
live
that's
in New
red.
York, transportation, you're not gonna drive to work
Oh,
every
he's
day.
talking about
You got a
pro
blue
taxation right
collar
now.
job. I'm just saying. So the money we do it so hard. We're such, especially in Harlem, we're such hustlers that a Harlem nigga like myself will walk away this year from the government with like 8 grand in my pocket. Meanwhile, I'm making like 1,800 a week. Blue collar nigga.
So
Yeah,
I'm for the
that's my
elimination
point.
of the income tax.
You say
I'm
you
a
for the
Harlem
elimination
girl,
of it?
man.
You
Yeah.
agree?
I'm not gonna get up here and explain to you how I get my money, but I'm a Harlem guy. And, you know, money comes first for me. Period.
Hey, what happened to D-Red, man?
D-Red looking up a VAT tax.
D
Hey,
Red, D
hey, Perry,
Red.
everything you said was conservative, my brother. That's some conservative stuff right
Yeah.
there.
Yeah,
Making sure you turn in all your receipts.
most FBA guys
Yo,
are
and you shoot the
very
question.
conservative. We're very conservative.
Yeah. Shoot the question is what were we historically, fam? What have we been historically in this country, fam? We've been historically conservative.
Everything you could name it.
Yeah, but
Everything.
long term,
Listen, brother. The whole world. Let me explain something to you, brother. The whole world functions off of the traffic light when they drive their cars. That shit was created by a brother that was from the tribe of Judah, a FBA brother. The light bulb, the filament, created by FBA brother. The car engine, the third rail, and the train station. All that shit created by FBA brother. We invented so much shit. We invented the refrigerator. FBA. The whole world used that shit. The whole world runs off of a driving system based off of the traffic lights that FBA, Judah, the tribe of Judah. Now, I know you're an Israelite. I know you're an Israelite. I know you're a brother, but you're not Judah. You sound Benjamin. You might be Levi, but you're not Judah. And think this, Judah did all that shit as the Bible prophesied it. So you gonna argue with me on that?
No, he's not arguing with you, brother. And the brother's not from he's not from Britain. He's not from Britain, brother. But yeah, man, I was just pointing out that and what Moore was pointing out that for most of our period, most of our time being here in America, most of us have been a conservative. We never really were left leaning like that. You know what I'm saying? So we don't really believe the hype of the media where they trying to make it seem as that we always been left leaning. That's not
Yeah,
true.
that's that division shit that the Bible speaks about. How now you are Issachar, right? and your mother is what? Judah?
It's African
What's your
American.
mother?
African American.
Right. So you're an Issacharite, your father's an Issacharite, and you a Judite. So let's say they pass reparations tomorrow and they giving out 350,000 to anybody that can prove that they forefathers were slaves, either on their mother's side or their father's side. Are you gonna get reparations?
I'm gonna give reparations on both sides. We get reparations on both sides, brother.
But the other side don't look like reparations is coming through for them.
I
But you
got
gonna get, but just like me, you gonna get it on both sides, right?
Mm-hmm.
Right. So at the end of the day, why don't you relax, my nigga?
Yeah. Me and D Red always had a political argument, man. I wish he was back on the mic, man. You know what I'm saying? It seemed like he got hit with that tax play and he left. But I was just pointing out, like, brothers be like, "Oh, I don't have a political allegiance." Like, if you don't have a political allegiance, you're gonna have to deal with politics at some point, especially on the grand scale. When a lot of brothers be talking about, "Oh, we should have our own communities." Okay, then you're gonna have to deal with the county clerk. Like, you're gonna have to deal
Now
on
you
some
just,
level.
at the end of the day, the way I look at you is you one of them niggas that you just gotta give a nigga like you some fried chicken, some Big Mac and cheese, and a empanada, and maybe a burrito or taco. You gotta give them both. It
Now I
just
gotta get the 3 cheese and
and both
nachos.
Mexican and a Mexican nigga will look at you funny, like nigga, where did mac and cheese come in at? Why I gotta give you that? Why I gotta give you for some fried chicken? And then the nigga gonna look at you funny too. The tribe of Judah gonna look at you like nigga. Why did I give you a taco? I just gave you some baked mac and some fried chicken and some collard greens. And then the Issacharite tribe is gonna look at you funny, like, yo, why? It's just gonna be weird. Issachar gonna look at you as Judah. Judah gonna look at you as Issachar. But
Gotcha.
that's the plight that the Most High set up for you. But guess what? You are what your father is. So you are Issachar, nigga. And you're gonna be against Judah at the end of the day.
Yeah, man. Hey, who want to answer the question from Barbara Ford? More, you want to tackle that question? Evry?
Okay, what she say?
Can you
Obviously,
drop the
question,
link
when is
into
the
the
time
chat just in case people want to come up?
the time that we start to reevaluate our theories, doctrine, knowledge according to what we see every day? Like you got to reevaluate it every day, fam. Like you can be like that. See, that's what science is, right? Like for science is constant reevaluation and whatnot, constant checking and fact checking and whatnot. You know what I'm saying? So like if what you're doing is not getting results, like you're not mapping the results, like yeah, you're lost. Like you gotta know where you're trying to go and know the results you're trying to like what they should be looking like, right? And if they're not going that way, like how to reevaluate and go another direction with that thing. Like, and this is where like real scholarship in science and the mindset of science, right, is important, because if you have a confirmation bias and you're trying to like you can't sincerely accomplish something that way. You know what I'm saying? Like if you want to like really do what you're talking about, Barbie, you know what I'm saying? Like you gotta, if you're gonna really accomplish something based upon that, you gotta really fact check that thing every day. Because like your confirmation bias can get you off on a whole bunch of crazy stuff, particularly like with scripture and whatnot. Particularly with that, people got crazy eschatology breakdowns and whatnot. That all change based upon methodology.
She says she doesn't see that happening. What don't you see happening? The reevaluation of doctrine? I'm trying to figure out what you meant there. Because we always reevaluate. I don't think the same way I thought 5 years ago. So we always, cutting out the weak points, trimming the fat,
Trim that fat.
Trimming the fat, man.
Fat back and turnip greens.
D-Red, man. What happened? It's like Orthodox Moore hit you with that stinger, man, and you fell out.
Nah, man, I was handling some business right quick.
Oh,
I had to handle
okay.
some shit.
You was reevaluating your life.
I'm good, nigga. I mean, I know politics, man. I ain't worried about that shit.
All right. So let me continue asking these questions.
I mean, I already know the question you gonna ask.
So it's gonna be a red county, like I said, brother.
No, it ain't gonna be no red county, bro. Because we create our own political party, it ain't gonna be no red county. The Republicans don't got a conservatives don't got a lock. They don't have a lock on morality. You got the Constitutionalist Party who don't believe in that stuff. You got certain libertarian groups that don't believe in that stuff. They believe it's the Republican Party don't got a lock on that type of shit. Once you study other political parties, they don't have a lock on that shit.
You just said constitutional and libertarian, bro. Like you just said red.
That ain't red. That ain't red. That's the problem. Y'all thinking polarized and a polarized mindset. That ain't red. Them people are not they're not Republicans. They got their own political party.
I'm not so okay. That doesn't like conservative Democrat doesn't necessarily be like red blue. Okay, so Yeshua, what was your list again?
Nuclear family.
So the Constitutionalist Party is definitely pro-nuclear family. The Libertarian Party, they don't care. Go ahead.
What about abortion?
Most people in the Libertarian Party, the vast majority of libertarians are pro-life, and constitutional people are definitely pro-life. Like most of them are Christians.
Okay, what about school choice?
Both are pro-school choice.
Oh, they red.
That's the point.
Your name ain't D Blue. Your name ain't D Blue. It's D Red.
But the point I'm going to see that's the point. I'm talking about creating our own, just like they did, create our own party and dominate our own local elections and create our own destiny, not be locking ourselves into neither one of them political parties. You see what I'm saying? That's what I'm talking about.
D-Red, look what Barbara Ford said. I see red more aligns with Torah. And sis, when we were doing that, when we were voting that way, like that's when we had more of a nuclear family and whatnot. That's when we had more of our own cities and whatnot, or towns and whatnot. That's when we had a lot more of our own stuff to deal with and whatnot, where we were able to preserve culture, etc. We don't have that now.
Watch this, D-Red. Are you pro small business or anti small business?
I'm pro small business.
Oh, you red. Your name D-Red.
That ain't got nothing to do with red. That's the point. That's the point I keep making, man. Like if you're not really getting, I don't feel. See, I think outside the box. I don't have to be beholden to no box. You know what I'm saying? So you keep trying to put me in a box, man. I'm bigger than a box.
No, I agree. No, you know what? Real talk. Like so, D-Red. Like so, I'm an independent, right? Like so, I actually agree with you. Right? I like my political ideology would be. I personally identify as a green libertarian, right? Like I'm smack down the middle, right? I like my voting record is crazy. I vote for everybody, you know what I'm saying? Whoever's the best at the time, you know what I'm saying? But like I agree with you that like in modern times we're more purple than red as a community and whatnot, you know what I'm saying? The older community is more red, the younger community is definitely more blue. Definitely more blue. But like I think a purple way to go is actually like it's not a bad way. Like 'cause you can do both at the same time, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, because like Pearland, if you go to like a county like Pearland is technically red, but Pearland the taxes is higher than a motherfucker. You see what I'm saying? So now but their taxes being high, it provides better schools. It provides better. So you can't be anti-taxes and want top of the line shit. You see what I'm saying? So, but it just depends on how they spend it.
But you just bro. It's not anti-tax. It's pretty much tax and spend is the problem. Where every time you run into a problem, you try to make some kind of social program that spike the taxes.
No, but see, that's not. But that's what I'm saying. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about. I'm cool with the taxes as long as the taxes go to where they need to go. Infrastructure, schools. You know what I'm saying? So where we can have top of the line shit where we at. You see what I'm saying? Not for no social programs, but for we can have top of the line shit for what we need to get done. And the people that's providing the maintenance for that infrastructure can get paid a good wage. So that's what I'm about. Because if we, like I said before, if we dominate, we got to find a field that we can dominate. Asians dominate the chicken houses. Hold on,
Give
shoot.
people crack pipes. That's
The Asians dominate the chicken houses and all of those type of shit. The East Indians dominate the hotels and motels. The Arabs they dominate the corner stores. We got to find an industry that we can dominate. And if we dominate infrastructure management, that's going to encompass STEM degrees, and it's going to encompass STEM trades. You see what I'm saying? And that way, we got the game on lock because ain't nobody be doing what we be doing. And we have we could take that money and work for other counties, go to other counties and bring that money and that revenue back to where we at. You see what I'm saying?
D-Red, real quick, would you support this policy? Would you support optional school choice along with universal public school or universal?
Yeah.
See, that's what I mean by purple.
You know what I'm saying? Because I feel like if that's why I use Pearland as a model. Pearland, you could say they believe in school choice, but they made their school so goddamn good you don't need to go to another school. You see what I'm saying?
And here's what I'm saying. And the cool part is if when you actually understand how this stuff works, like doing stuff with school choice makes it to where you can so one, you immediately make the class sizes smaller in the public schools, right? By doing that, right? Which makes it to where the teachers can focus on the kids more, et cetera. You know what I'm saying? You can pay the teachers more per student, et cetera. Like it starts to cure a bunch of ills in and of itself. But I'm saying but increase the concept to where like most places don't have universal schooling past like high school. Like, so I'm talking like trade schools. I'm talking like university, et cetera. At the very least, junior college or whatnot. Like you can increase it. You can a purple policy would be like, okay, you have school choice along with universal education that goes up to the university level. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm. But I'm with that. You see what I'm saying? It should at least go up to a 2-year degree at minimum.
D-Red,
huh?
Do you support the government funding safe smoke kits?
Are you talking about the crack pipe shit? No, that's just stupid. Especially when you think that some of the money that he used to take from the HBCUs, he used to fund that shit. Hell no, fuck that thing.
Hey, that's blue though. That's the blue side. Hey, Israelism says African Americans vote is about 10-15% max. Can't win anything with that or create a party that can compete with the blue or
that's
red.
the swing vote. What you talking about? That controls everything.
And again, that's what I'm saying. The person wasn't listening to what I was saying. I wasn't saying just create a party that you try to dominate nationally. I'm talking about create a party where you dominate locally. You see what I'm saying? So what I'm saying is you create a party, right? And it's all throughout Houston, Dallas, let's say Atlanta, New Orleans, Memphis, Chicago. I'm talking about black hubs, North Carolina, DC. So now we dominating these cities. You know what I'm saying? With this local part, this small party, and we dominate. You see what I'm saying? So now what we can do is now we got leverage. Now we got leverage on a national scale. So yeah, we may not be able to get a person elected, but what we can do is go to those other two parties and say, look, we can guarantee you a certain amount of votes because we dominate these black mecca cities. And so now we get to come to them at both parties and say, what you gonna give us? We got this 12-point program. What you gonna give us?
Right.
If the Democrats are saying we gonna give you 5, and then we get to go to the Republicans. If you give us 6, you got these votes.
Right. And you can do that on a national level. That's the point. Like, so with 10-15% of the vote, like, so it takes, like, so for Democrats, it takes them 19 out of 20 votes to win an election from black people, right? Like, so if 18 or it's 18 or 19, if they only get 17 out of 20 votes from black people, right? They lose the election every time, right? So that's what I'm saying. Like it does not take much in terms, like, so 10-15% is enough to control the entire political population, bro. It really, really is. And if you don't believe me, look at the Jews, bro. They're like, so we're 40+ million. They're like 6 million in the country. You know what I'm saying? And they control, like, look at IPAC, fam. That's the most powerful political.
Mm-hmm. Look at the Israeli connection.
Yeah. So like real talk, like, and this is what I'm saying. This is the value of people. Like, so when I see that, bro, I literally want 5% of people who voting blue, five voting red. You know what I'm saying, and like 5 staying straight in the middle. You know what I'm saying? Just let's keep this thing in the swing, right? You know what I'm saying? Because you can really control the thing that way, right? And so like what you're talking about having like a national agenda, like you don't need to have a party. You need to have a lobby. That's different, right? You just need to be like, okay, like you're saying, these are our 12 points. Who's giving us what, right? And you like we'll endorse people based upon that. You can have a whole 501c4 based upon that. Like that like you're saying, like a political action committee. You know what I'm saying? You don't need a party for that. You just need that, right? So that becomes that becomes your party. You know what I'm saying?
But that's what I'm saying, though. You know what I'm saying? But that's why I said the party isn't really for the national election. It's just for local elections. You see what I'm saying? So we can dominate, run, do that shit for local elections. On a national scale, what we're doing is we use the party and be able to say, okay, the party can be a part of the political action committee, and we can say, okay, you give us these points, you're gonna get this amount of money, and we're gonna give you, and you get our votes.
How it would work, like if you had a party that would align that they would align to all 12 points of the political action committee, right? Versus like it being the spokesperson for something. Like so like you could always say like, well, at least this party here always agrees with all 12. What you got, right? So that's how you get them to 5 or 6. You know what I'm saying?
Exactly. D-Red, but that's why I differ with you at, because you'll basically say, hey, if they say something that's appeasing to me, I'm going to vote them. I would never vote Democrat in the national election. Never. I will never agree with any of their stances. I don't agree with, if I have a child, that my child can tell me, Mommy, Daddy, I want to chop my genitalia off, and there's nothing I can do about it. No, I would never vote for a party like that strips me of the power of my autonomy in my household. No, never. See, that's the thing. Y'all, what rat poison is 97% of consumable food, 3% poison. Y'all would take the 3% poison because you think the rest is consumable. I would never.
No, so if you go long enough over time, right? Like, so if you go for what D-Red's saying in this concept, like the person that you get that would come from the left, because you got it, like what you're saying was like it would lean right. Period. I don't care what you're talking about, right? Like, so the person that would come from the left would be like somebody like a Tulsi Gabbard, someone who's not going crazy far that way. You know what I'm saying? Someone who's more of a libertarian type Democrat or something like that. You know what I'm saying? So.
Because you got blue dog Democrats. So
you're talking about not only my child can tell me that there's nothing I can do about it, my taxes will pay for his what do you call it, sexual reassignment surgery.
But see again, you're talking about a totally different, because a full all the way left leaning Democrat is not going to give us those points though. So you got to already know, once you come with them with their program, far left leaning Democrats are not even going to give you that anyway. You know what I'm saying? So what you will be doing is in the primaries, you will be electing motherfuckers on both sides that's going to be leaning more towards what you do.
D-Red, as an independent, you cannot vote in the primaries, bro. Since I'll be telling y'all be telling people to kill their autonomy and their voting power by saying go independent, then you can't even select the electorates. You can't even select them. You have no say in that. You don't. You don't.
So it literally depends on the state you live in. In a lot of states, you can literally switch. You can even switch parties or whatnot, right? Like, so it's not hard to do that type of stuff, right? But like at the same point in time, like that's also why you got to do stuff locally to change those rules. So for instance, I live in a state where they got like the top 2 election, right? I can't stand that stuff, right? It used to be to where like you could just have like anybody file and run, and it's cool. But like now, it's the top 2 people. They have a runoff before they have the primary in a sense, right? You know what I'm saying? It's ridiculous. You know what I'm saying? So we got to be able to control how we can vote. Period. Like how we can get people on the ballot.
Yeah, stuff. That's why I said we dominate locally. We got to start locally, dominate locally. Once you start dominating locally, then those laws that you want to be enacted will be enacted.
And yeah, shoot, real quick, guys. Shoot, this is where political action committee becomes more important than a party in a sense, right? Because like, so if with the political action committee, you can endorse any party, right? So you can literally like go third party if you want to, right? You don't have to. You don't have to endorse, which becomes even more applicable in terms of gaining power in a sense, right? Because the third party is how you actually really do the swing vote thing, right? Like, well, if you don't give me what I want, you don't give me what I want over here, I'm going to the third party's winner, right? It becomes super simple that way. Like, you don't have to capitulate to anything crazy. Like, so, like, we're like, again, I would never vote for a modern Democrat if you paid me to, right? Like, the only Democrat I would ever vote for is Tulsi Gabbard right now. Period. That's the only one. Only one, fam. But at the same point in time, I want to create a situation to where, like, if I even have to look at a Democrat, it's gonna be someone like a Tulsi Gabbard. How do I make that happen? You know what I'm saying? I gotta be able to to pressure that. Like, so I don't want to have our people vote for one party. I want our people to be able to control all levers of power. You know what I'm saying? And just move this thing in all directions if we need to, right? So again, like, how do you do that? You gotta make them compete in some way, shape, or form. And we have enough parties now to where, like, we can't make the competition happen, right?
Yep.
So, like, the Republicans ain't giving us what we want. You know what I'm saying? We could easily go libertarian. If the Democrats ain't giving us what we want, we could easily go go libertarian or even create a whole nother, like what I'm saying, a whole nother local party, right?
I think the Republicans are not going to do anything specifically for African Americans going forward, because if I'm a Republican, right, or if I'm a Republican official, if I'm in the RNC, I've seen how it backfired last time. Yes, you got 12% of the black vote this time. That was great, but these people that you were making inroads for pretty much spat on you during the election. You know what I'm saying? Like, your vote is your political currency. Hold on, your vote is your political currency. So if I'm not getting currency from you, why would I focus on your demographic?
Well, if the Democrats have their way, give amnesty to these illegals, they're not going to have no choice. Because if not, they're not going to win no more national elections. They're not going to have a choice.
I don't know, man. Shalom, everybody. Well, I was just gonna say, I'm like, it sounds like you guys believe that this country is actually honest about their parties. Those parties are just two wings of the same bird, though. They're all against us, man. Saying either party is just this good cop, bad cop. You know that by when you get into their court systems. That's what you're dealing with, good cop, bad cop, all the way until you end up in the pen. It's just good cop, bad cop. The lawyer is the good cop, and the DA's bad cop. They both working on you to just take that plea bargain, go to the clickety clank. That's what it's all about. The destruction of the black man. Ain't nobody about to just be sitting around here.
So why do black Americans do better in, like, red counties and red states? Why do they do better overall? Why? Is it because
What do you mean by why did they do better? What do you mean by they do better?
They do better financially. They're able to achieve higher things in life because of that financial leash that they don't have around their neck, like rent choking them up every damn month, because of the policies of their city and county has made taxes high, which raises the prices of goods. It raises the prices of rent and raises the prices of home ownership. They don't have to worry about stuff like that. They're less likely to do bad in a red county because of those things. You know what I'm saying? I'm just saying, do what's best for your family and what's best for your family.
You're just talking about the economy being actually in sync with people's income. That's everywhere.
That's what I'm saying. Like when I visit my sister living in Amarillo, Texas, North Texas, I was like, "You on food stamps?" You know what I'm saying? She got offended. She's like, "No, I got a job. I work at, you know what I'm saying, a little taco joint, and I pay my rent because rent ain't that high up there, because those policies that are choking our people up and causing things to be so expensive, like in Boston, Massachusetts, or New York, don't exist."
But let's keep it real though. That is a system that's set up that's not on the behalf of black people. Black people just happen to be there. But you go into Texas and there's ghettos there too.
Yeah, in the blue,
and the ghettos is just as effed up as everywhere else.
You proving my point. So, where are those ghettos located? D-Ray, where are those ghettos located?
That is just the
blue counties.
That's just the what do you mean in the blue counties? It's like, man, in the blue or red state, whatever you're talking about, there's ghettos in them. And the black people are the ones that's in them. There's nobody going to argue that. Like, I don't even know why that would even be a serious debate. That's not even a serious debate. We can't debate that seriously. We know that. So what we talking about is we're trying to pick a poison, and it's just like, I'm like, haven't y'all read the Bible enough to know that there's another move? Why are we always talking about like trying to become part of this government? This government is, these people going to war, man. This it's getting worse and worse. We are in the birth pains, man. And we got to stop ignoring that Christ was giving us insight on these days that we live in. We got to stop acting like that's not happening.
Was Daniel and Joseph wrong for being governors?
Daniel and Joseph these dudes were vision, they were dream interpreters, man. And it was just one guy.
So they literally held the position of governors, and with Daniel there was more than just him.
We can't sit here and take that isolated event and
Like,
then try
two
to
people are in an isolated event, and it's more than two people.
It was two. Those are isolated events.
Okay, who were hold on? Who were Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego? Who were Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego?
In contrast to the rest of the prophecy,
Who were Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego?
That was still part of the isolated event, was it not? Was it not?
So we got 5 people making an isolated event. I got you. Go ahead. In multiple time periods. Go ahead.
I don't know why you're cackling. Like that's what I'm saying. I didn't come.
That's hilarious to me.
Listen, hold on. I didn't come here.
What about Nicodemus in the New Testament?
I didn't come here to try to make you feel less of who you really are or nothing. I'm just trying to hey man, I'm a biblical person. So I expect to hear, biblical dudes be on biblical, in the biblical sync. And you guys are still talking about politicians. And I'm like, you guys talk as if this place is going to last forever or something. I'm like, what are you talking about? This place ain't going to last forever. And even if it was, I'm like, we don't have to stay here.
But we're not saying it is or
we don't even have to stay here forever.
What I'm saying I'm speaking for myself. While we're here, that's do what's best for us. And I think what's best for Black Americans, and he start fleeing these blue counties and these blue cities, because these blue counties and blue cities are locking our children up at a high rate. These blue counties and blue cities are feeding our children all type of GMOs and fucking them up. Their hormones are imbalanced. Like, that's a lot of stuff that's going on in these cities, man. Trapping them in ghettos, the school to prison pipeline. I'm just saying it's time that we have an exodus out of these damn blue counties that's been hurting us historically. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, but your exodus is just going into another state. It's going from the skillet to the frying pan. Why don't you like if you already thinking about that, like you're like, they nothing wrong with you thinking about like, hey, we got to get out of this situation, you know what I'm saying? And you know what I'm saying, you have layered it down to, okay, the red and blue counties. Like, all right, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, we can get away from the red and blue county, but you know what I'm saying, we're gonna just be leaving. We need to go a little further. We need to go further than just leaving a red or blue county. We need to probably just go ahead and just own some stuff somewhere else. While this dollar still has relevance anywhere. You know,
if most Black Americans could do that, I would be like, yeah, let's do it. But that's not economically viable. It's more economically viable for them to move. They'll probably still be in the same vicinity, but go like 30 miles north or something. You know what I'm saying? They can get a U-Haul and move 30 miles north, but you're talking about like going to Africa or something. That's a very very expensive venture for people that really don't make that much money on average to do. You know what I'm saying?
That's why we would have to, just make a conscious message and then a conscious effort for it. It's not that hard. You know what I'm saying? These people, they can go in, buy a, $3,500 car, save up for something like that. It doesn't cost that much to get to Africa. It's, what I'm saying, even if you have a whole family, I already did the price for my family. It's like family of 5. It's only going to be like $2,400, man.
Is there anywhere you can go to be where you can be a citizen instead of just a resident?
You can get dual citizenship in a lot of places in Africa. You don't have to lose your American citizenship or anything. You can keep your American citizenship and you can have citizenship there. But the land is a lot cheaper. That's the thing. Our money goes a lot longer. Our American dollar in another country goes a lot longer, goes a lot farther, and we could do other things. And Africa is a lot more freer. When I say that, I'm like, you don't have building codes and all kinds of red tapes when it comes down to you building structures on things and operating land that you own. They ain't gonna come over messing around with you. You buy it, it's yours. Ain't nobody. That's the end of that.
Bruh, I think you are looking at Africa like it's an anarchist paradise, and it's not.
I didn't say it's an anarchist paradise. I'm just saying that it's not as developed. It never has been as developed as the Western world. So
okay, what country is offering us those citizenship real quick?
There's some gives and takes when it comes to that.
So okay, so here's what I'm saying. Like, so when I asked you about this, like the citizenship versus residency, you're saying like you can build what you want to keep, and no one's going to mess with you. Like, so if you're a resident, they can mess with you whatever they want to, however they want to. If you're a citizen, it's a little bit different. I don't know of a place where I can be a dual citizen yet.
No, my brother-in-law, he is from Kenya, he was born and raised in Kenya. Didn't even come out to the Americas until he was in his 30s, and he married my sister. I know a lot about
a whole different situation. That's how, like, so he
it's not a whole different situation.
Him being from Kenya and marrying an American is how he can get a dual, like he can be a dual citizen.
No,
so
I'm asking
you.
Man, he's saying that, man. He's saying, and you can do the study on it. You can just watch and listen to these people. People they don't have a government. They don't have police and code inspectors running around doing anything. There's no such thing as that. It's not like here. It's not America. It's a different country. You're in a different part of the planet.
Okay, so I got you. I'm asking you just real simple. What countries in Africa can I be a dual citizenship or get dual citizenship from?
I think it's Tanzania. I know you can do it in Congo, but nobody really, saying Congo has a bad reputation or whatever. You can just do the research yourself and you just find it out. It's a quick Google. It's not like forbidden, hidden, sacred information. You can just Google it right now. They got dual citizenship. Just type in dual citizenships in countries that have dual citizenships in Africa. You'll see it. I'll give you a list of them.
So I got no issue looking at it. I'm saying offering citizenship to Americans, right?
To African Americans. For us, they got all kind of like diaspora reliefs and all kinds of other things set up that we don't even really know about because a lot of people don't study Africa and communicate with them like that. But if you just go and look into it, they offering all kinds of stuff for Black people that has been victims or descendants of the diaspora.
I think we bypassing something huge here. Let's say we buy the plane ticket, we move over there. What next? Where's the employment? Where's the money coming from?
That's like I was saying. They have diaspora. That's what I'm trying to say. They got all these diaspora benefits and packages, and pretty much like it's the same kit that you get when you come to America as an immigrant. You get this whole, pretty much this jump start. That's what they do to us too. That's not for everybody. That's just for those of the diaspora.
But if I okay, yeah, they may support 1 or 2 people or maybe 10 or 20 people. But when you're talking about a mass exodus, what country is going to take that on? Like, I don't see any West African country that's going to take that on. That's a huge burden.
Are doing it. And the most famous one for it right now is Ghana.
But they don't offer citizenship.
Yes, they do.
No, they don't. It's a whole different. Do you understand the difference between residency and citizenship?
Yes, I do understand the difference.
Break it down, so break down how Ghana is offering citizenship and not residency.
But you can always apply for citizenship. There's no banning or no prohibition on you for applying for
So
citizenship.
you're admitting that Ghana doesn't guarantee you citizenship.
There is no gamble. You're making it seem like if I go to Ghana and I say I want to be a part of Ghana, that's going to be a toss up. It's not a toss up. Like what? Why are you talking like that?
Because it's like having a visa, bro. Like a visa can run out. You
No,
know what I'm
it's
saying?
not like trying to
So
get
like a residency concept is like just like in Israel, right? Residents don't get treated residents don't get treated the same as a citizen in Israel, right?
Third world country, man. I don't know why you're acting like this, man. You're trying to have you ever did the research on getting a visa and the whole diaspora package of Africa and anything like that, man?
I've looked into how much it would take for me to expatriate, all that type of stuff.
Yeah, so why are you acting like it's a burden or a obstacle to be able to go and live in Africa? There ain't nobody trying to stop you from going to live in Africa.
So in terms of land ownership, right?
I'm
trying to figure out what's the benefit in terms of rights that I would have going there?
You have all the mineral rights and everything.
You don't, not as a resident.
If you go and apply for this,
where in Africa do I get mineral rights as a resident?
Why are you keep on trying to make this word resident? You can get up
because you said you know what that word means, and so you're understanding that Ghana doesn't give you citizenship.
You can get up and leave and move into Africa, and you can buy land. Why are you trying to complicate it?
Because you don't get the
you can't sit here and try to tell people
it's not the same.
You can't sit here and try to tell people in English that you can't do that because
I didn't say you can't do that.
So why are you trying to add complications to it?
You're saying that you can buy land that no one will mess with you, and that's nothing.
Nobody's gonna mess with you. Who's gonna mess with you? They don't have code enforcement.
Hey, bro, and they keep you can find the videos right now. People dealing with that stuff.
Getting robbed. They getting robbed.
Yeah.
They getting robbed by local Africans. Come on now, that's not.
Yep, all day long.
You can be burglarized, but Africans burglarize just like Americans burglarize. It's just
it's different, bro. Like it's different targeting like Americans moving to Africa versus like I'm saying us doing it to each other, right? Like it's a target group. You understand what I'm saying?
Well, if you move out there, on your own, then you probably are going to be standing out if you stand out like that. If you make yourself stand out.
How are you not going to stand out in Africa, bro?
What I'm saying is,
what African language do you speak?
You guys are talking about pretty much trying to dominate the government from the inside through.
No. D Red was talking about that. D Red, you can say names. I'm just saying, why not move away from the place that's causing us the most hurt? And I'm not saying that you have to move to Brazil or I'm saying like you just go 30 miles to the next city, 30 miles north or 30 miles south, and live a drastically different life than you would in the blue counties. That's all I'm saying.
And I'm saying do both. I'm saying move and take over.
Well, that's what I'm saying. I'm like, this place is not what it used to be. You know what I'm saying? Things is changing, and and you can see that they're even admitting it, that the world is not the same. They call it now just climate change. No more global warming effect. Just no, the climate now has been changed. We got a different weather. That's not a coincidence, man. You know what I mean? But if you really look at all of the aspects of what's going on with the rest of the world, and then you look at Africa and use it in comparison, you'll say this something is going on. Like it's almost like all you have to do is watch the news, and you will see that God is telling us that, hey, man, it's time for us to go back there. That's a safe haven. This whole place is getting messed up. And when I say the whole place, I'm talking about all these places where democracy has been. It ain't, you know what I'm saying?
If you go back to Africa, do yourself a favor. Go to Tanzania. Don't go to Ghana.
I wouldn't go to Ghana. I would be going like somewhere more to like Johannesburg or something like that. And checking something out like that.
He's
Going to
the
South
undeveloped. He
Africa?
said the undeveloped part of Africa, Johannesburg.
Nah, you just don't want. You don't. No, Johannesburg is not underdeveloped.
No, but
That's
you
why I'm
understand what
laughing.
they dealing with a lot of racism down there. They're dealing with a lot of things down there,
It's
man.
built up. It's just like it's
So
just
what you're saying is transplant yourself from a situation, right? Because ain't no civil rights movement in South Africa,
yes,
right?
it is. It's called the Economic Freedom Fighters. What are you talking about?
No. When I say okay, listen, are there institutional rights that are wrote down on paper in South Africa that protect you as a citizen?
Yeah, Africa has taken back. South
No. Listen to
took
what I
back
just
a
said.
lot of their shit from there, man. Like,
Listen, in America, there's something called the Civil Rights Act. It gives us a right to vote. You understand? It protects us as a class of people, right? Is there anything that's on that level or equivalent in South Africa?
yeah, they would be for them, not for me, but for them.
So why would you? I never understand people with the Exodus movements. Why would you take someone from a situation where we are guaranteed freedoms and we at least fight for them or say, hey, it's something on paper to
I'm not
challenge?
getting freedoms here. You know what I'm saying? Because
That's bad
here
diversity.
this system is rigged and
All right. Did you hear what I just said, bro?
the
Did you hear
system
what
is rigged, and it's a whole lot
He
easier.
heard it. He didn't get it, bro.
The system here is rigged. And I might as well go. We might as well go where, you know what I'm saying, we can actually buy, afford, and for the most part, since for you doubters, but for the most part, control our land.
No, I'm 100% behind you buying land in Africa, Battle Axe.
It's like not just one person buying. We could buy a big chunk.
I'm definitely not going with you.
You know what I'm saying? We could buy a big chunk of that stuff, and that land is a lot more promising. The soil is a lot more fertile and everything. You never know what you'll be buying when you go there. It's almost like, you know, Cracker Jacks. You don't know what you're gonna get. But there's gonna be some kind of prize to that land.
So
Africa is
who's the
worth it.
governing body of South Africa right now? What's the governing body?
What's the what?
The governing body. Who's in power in South Africa? That's what I'm asking you. What
Their own people.
Their own people are in power in South Africa.
Yeah.
South Africans and toxic.
It's not just South Africa. It's all Africa. All Africa is ran by Africans now.
No, bro, that's what
Africa, Sub-Saharan
it's
Africa
not.
is ran
No, it's
by.
not.
Whoa! What did you just say?
Sub-Saharan Africa is ran by Africans.
No, bro.
It is.
You
That
saying
whole colonist thing and everything that they went through from the from the colonization, that is over with. That is not
No,
happening.
it's countries still using French money.
It doesn't matter. They still are being ran by their own people.
Let me look this up.
If that colony thing, that colonist shit is over with, man. You didn't know that?
You said all of Africa, though.
Yeah, man. That is no longer happening no more. White people don't run Africa no more.
Do you know what the IMF and the World Bank is?
I'm not saying that it's the best place in the world, but I'll tell you this. The land is cheap and it's very fertile.
So I'm looking it up right now, the republics of South Africa. I'm trying to fact check this real quick. I don't know too much about politics in South Africa.
It's not just South Africa, you know what I'm saying? Don't just focus on South Africa. When you're looking up South Africa, you're looking for, you know what I mean, just like literally a small, tiny little spot out of the whole country. I mean, out of the whole continent. You know, Africa.
I'm seeing a bunch of white people. Let me go down. Okay, I see a brother, Archbishop Desmond Tutu. Go down. Who's the governing power now, though? D Red. Maybe D Red. No, I'm trying to research this real quick. This ain't my expertise. Who's responsible for the government of South Africa? Is it autochthonous Africans or someone else?
Well, the board and the Dutch set it up, but Dutch and the English set it up, but
The
the
Afrikaneers, right?
Africans are pretty much running it now. They're pretty much running their own shit
Oh,
now.
okay.
They kind of kicking them out. They taking their farms back and a lot of stuff, but they can't really run them completely out because they control the diamond mines and all kind of other stuff. They control most of the natural resources. The white people that's
Okay,
still there,
yeah.
they
I'm
control the
looking
natural
right now.
resources.
Cyril Ramaphosa is the president, uh, I guess, of South Africa. I'm looking at it now. I see it. I didn't know that. I did not know that. So, all right, well, move to South Africa. But I don't agree at all.
No, you can't move to South Africa because South Africa don't want nobody in South Africa but South Africans. They kicking Nigerians out and taking their shit in stores and harassing them and beating them up. They doing it to East Africans. I mean, they can't move that. They don't want nobody there but them.
So, what is Osun here talking about? He says South Africa is not the path. Unfortunately, European descendants have a major foothold.
Huh?
What is Osun talking about here?
I don't know.
He said European descendants have a major fisthold in South Africa.
Yeah, but they're a minority right now. Right now, they don't have no. They're not. They're running shit because they own. They control the natural resources. They're not running it because they are politically running it like they used to. Like it used to be the parliament, the president. All the motherfuckers will be white, but right now all the motherfuckers is black.
Yeah, I'm seeing it now. You're right. It's Cyril Ramaphosa.
They still got a couple white people, but it's like 98%, 99%.
Yeah. And so, what it is, but them white folks, them Boers, they still own the diamond mines, the oil, whatever, coltan, or whatever other natural resources they got. The white people own that shit.
So they still got the money.
So they still got the money, yeah.
They got the resource, they got the money, they got the power, the hoes. I just want to be successful. Anyway, D-Red, man.
Huh?
What you think about that move in the Africa? I don't think it's tenable.
I'm not moving nowhere, man. I ain't gonna lie. But my people built this country and fought in every war in this country. You see what I'm saying? This is just as much of my land as anybody else's. I ain't going nowhere.
Let me say,
Me personally.
okay, so why? Okay, back to what I was saying. Why stay in the worst counties that pretty much have done the most harm to our people? Why stay there and support the county? Like all you are hamster on the wheel.
But one of the reasons why them places, you know what I mean, is, you know what I'm saying, what they is because it ain't out of control with the, you know what I'm saying, with the niggas running rampant everywhere, man. You know what I'm saying? If all black people start going on to where the place is good, we would mess that up. And that's let's just be honest.
He said portable curses. I like
we
that.
know that he said that these curses will pursue you. So that means that, man, like the white folk, man, that'll just make white fly.
Hold on. So what's the point of going anywhere?
We need to go. We have to go where we can afford to purchase land. Not this go buy a little, acre and a half type crap. We got to get out of that. We need to go to where we can actually start, building and owning and doing a Black Wall Street or something without worrying about white folks bombing us and coming up with excuses to go over there and raid you and kill you like they did the Branch Davidians, man. They done this to some people before that tried to become autonomous in this own country, and a lot of them was white.
Why? Okay, DeSoto, Texas, right now is a black middle class affluent community in Texas. Why haven't they bombed it yet?
You said it was a what?
It's a black affluent middle class community in Texas, DeSoto, Texas.
Yeah,
and it's been like that since the 40s.
Is it part of the government?
No, it's not. It's not government funded or anything like that.
No, I'm saying it's a part of the government. Like, it got like, regular laws like the government. got roads on it and stuff.
Of course,
And
it's in America.
the roads are hooked up to the regular roads,
Yes,
that leads to the interstates and stuff like that.
yes.
Yeah, that's, I'm talking, not talking about that. I'm talking about some people that came and they tried to just run their own affairs and have their own government, have their own world, but they did it in America, and the America video recorded them target practicing.
Look, keep
And
it
then
right
police
here.
came over there and killed everybody over there. They killed over 200 people. They killed them all.
Hey, I'm gonna tell you something about Dallas. They ran the KKK up out of Dallas. Oak Cliff did that. So it's like my thing is this, bro. Like people try to sell this story of victimhood, man. That's not ubiquitous, meaning that's not across the board. Everything that we did in America wasn't a failure or was thwarted. You understand? That's the left telling you that everything we did went to naught. That's a lie, bro.
Well, whatever didn't.
Some of our communities, the reason why our communities that are affluent don't fuck with the other communities is the same reason white people don't fuck with them. Just like there was a white flight, there was a black flight. You understand?
What are you talking about? Are you talking about black people that moved away from black people?
Yes, there was a black flight.
Man, like, what are we doing, man? Like,
that's a fact. There was a black flight historically.
Yeah, man. It's never going to be anybody that lives amongst black people that has half a sense is going to be thinking from time to time,
I got to get the hell out of here.
Can I get away from all
I got to get the hell out of here. Yeah,
you know what I'm saying?
That's all what the rappers say. I got to get out the hood. I got to get out the ghetto. That's
right.
what
They're going to make me have to end up doing this or this and that. You know what I'm saying? Like, we know it. You know what I'm saying? But that's why it's important for brothers like us that actually has our minds a little bit more screwed on our shoulders tighter than a lot of these other people. We can have an option B just in case this place is not the ideal place to try to make it work out.
Hold on, Mike, for real. I'm not saying that we curse forever. I don't know where you got that from, bro.
Who said that we were cursed forever? I said that he said that these curses shall pursue you. So if these people over here is committing the same lifestyle that actually rewards negativity and negative outcomes, what do you think is going to happen? They're not going to defy physics. If these brothers is still cripping and blooding and doing that hating shit and competition stuff and all that me this thing lifestyle, and no matter where they go, they're going to ruin it.
I got you, but
Bro,
it's
they
also
cripping in
about
Africa right now.
Yeah, I know. That's what I'm saying. That's what we're saying. That stuff is poisonous. They only cripping in Africa because they watching us. Everybody knows.
No, I agree with that 100%.
Everybody knows that we is the, you know what I mean? There's something about us, about that crowd that went here.
So let me see if I got both your models correct. Like, so you're talking like a minimalist exodus, like you're talking about like in the closest red county you can find, right?
Yes.
So you're not talking about like moving to a red state. You're just like red county, right?
Yeah. Yep.
And so back, like you're saying, get all the way out, right?
Yeah. Because right now, man, like in California, man, we don't even have that option. We can't move right now. Wherever you living at, you're gonna be there until this.
So let me real quick, just so I can understand your paradigm. Like, what would be better about moving to like to Africa versus like for you, like from California, like because California is crazy expensive, right? California is like the epitome of what your was talking about. What would be better about you moving to Africa versus like moving to like Alabama or something like that?
You can have land for what you pay for a year in America for rent in one of them blue counties. That right there will equal generational wealth in another country.
Okay, like so, hold on, real quick. Like so, Madon Kemet, right? You know Madon Kemet, right? Like when I say like you know who he is, correct?
Are you asking me? Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I know Madon Kemet. Yeah.
Okay. Like so, he lives in a spot in Alabama to where like if he wanted to, he could actually like be married whenever he wanted to, right? This is an old town, like an old black town, to where like they actually have like what you're talking about. So like they're on city water, right? but they actually have a full well system and whatnot that they used to have before they jumped on city water that's still functional, right? So like if they ever wanted to, they could just immediately just shut off the city stuff and go right off the well water. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Like dirt. I'm talking dirt cheap rent like it's in the sticks and whatnot. You feel what I'm saying? It's nowhere metropolitan. It's in the sticks. You'd have to live like an agrarian type lifestyle and whatnot, but like you would have more rights over what you have there versus what you like again, you could be the mayor of the city there, right? You can move there and be the mayor of the city. You feel what I'm saying? Like literally like his mom was like one of the last couple mayors of the city. You know what I'm saying? Because there's so few people, like you could easily just like it's not hard, you know what I'm saying? You could be married, anyone could be married. It's just like who wants to be married this year, you know what I'm saying? That's basically how it is. You feel what I'm saying?
Yeah, you know, and that type of situation can be for everybody in Africa. See, the crazy thing about Africa is that it can fit like 3 or 4 Americas in it.
But see, this is what I'm saying. Like, so where could I go in Africa and be married?
You can go anywhere in Africa and be. You said married?
No, be mayor, like mayor of the city. Like
and at the same caliber as that, you can do that. You know what I'm saying? If you just had you a crew, you can take all your friends and families and go over there and you can be the mayor of the land. You know, like just say for instance, Kenya, it's $100 for an acre. So $1,500 for 15 acres. That's how it is sold. $1,500 for 15 acres. US dollars can get you 15 African acres. So just say you had $10,000 to invest in land. You got 1,000 acres, right? Is my math bad? I don't really know.
No, you got it. But what I'm saying, like, I would put that money in Africa to have my land over there as an asset and do whatever I would do with it. But I'm gonna look at it like a venture capitalist. I'm not gonna look like I'm going over to move and stay because I'm getting my money over here. That's the next question. Over here, I can amass wealth. Can I amass wealth in West Africa like that?
Yeah, they want to actually go over there and become a part of their life. They want us to be a part of them. They know they need us.
We all experiments need a control. All experiments need, you know what I'm saying? So D-Red, I want you to go over there and experience that for me and then tell me how it worked out.
I'm not going over there. I already said that shit.
D-Red, you gotta do it, bro. You gotta show and prove. Source up or shut up, brother.
Nah, I ain't got to source up because that's not my model. My model is a whole different model. The people who believe that, they need to go over there and do it. It's to show people how it's done. I don't think, like I said, my family fought in these wars, bled for this shit. So I mean, I feel like this is just as much my country as anybody else's.
This ain't really our country. We got
them countries in West Africa ain't my country either.
We got to stop trying to hyperimpose ourselves into people's business. This country. They made it clear too. It's been clear for too long. As this ain't none of our business. We don't have a dog in this fight. They making sure of that too. That's just what's happening. We don't. But hey, today though, we don't need them. We can just be like, you know what, man? Before your guys' dollar falls all the way to zero, I can take some thousands and just leave.
I mean, I get all that, but what I'm saying is, when you go to some place like Ghana, you know, to open up your business, you got to partner in business with a Ghanaian, or they won't let you do business over there. I'm not dealing with that.
I wouldn't go to Ghana.
That's actually smart on the state of Ghana because it's smart on their end because they're making sure that they're not cutting the autochthonous people or the natives off financially.
I agree with that, but that ain't good for me though. I ain't trying to do that.
You ain't supposed to go there and try to do an African blackout in Africa.
No, I get that, but at the same time, that ain't good for me though. It's good for them. That's smart on their behalf, but that's not good for me.
How you gonna say that he ain't good for you? Listen, let me tell you one thing. A maid, $2 a day. What are you talking about?
I understand that, but if you go, but what you're not looking at is if you go over there, you do business over there. You're gonna be going by their money system.
But you're not listening.
No,
But
you're not
you have
listening.
our money. But if you have our money,
How are you gonna have our money
like
if you're doing business over there?
people get income tax return checks,
I get
and,
that. I
and
get you have an
that
income tax to return check. But
income
if
tax
I'm working and doing business over there, that means I'm going to be on their money system because I'm working and doing business over there. I'm
unless
not working and doing business over here. I'm working and doing business over there.
unless you do business in the touring area, which is always they got all kinds of areas for sale over there too. So you can get into the 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 tourist area and the tourist locations and
hmm
get the US dollar still. And
hmm
you'll be living, you know what I'm saying, high on the hill.
Go
But
to
that
Africa
means
and be
I would have
hustling.
to still.
But what you see, that's what I'm saying. We took it back to an individual, and I fell into it with you. But that's just like from an individual standpoint. But I'm talking about, let's say we have 300 of us, and
hmm
we said we're gonna go and purchase. We're gonna find somewhere where we can own 1,000 acres, and when we get 1,000 acres, we're gonna build us houses or you know what I mean, mansions or whatever we feel like building. We're gonna build it there, and we're gonna build roads that lead up to Africa's highways.
So you're talking about like the beachfront property, basically.
Whatever, if that's the part that you want.
Because that's the only part that makes sense. Because if you're talking about doing a resort, then you or doing something for tourists, then you would be trying to do beachfront property. So therefore, you can set it up to where what Jamaica set up, how Jamaica set up, or Aruba or the Bahamas is set up because it's on beachfront property. So
Well,
you
no,
need beachfront property.
you was
You
taking
don't move in the heart of the country.
you took the individual scenario and then you translated it over to the you know, like 300 people scenario. Like the 300 people scenario, we would be more on a homesteading thing. You have 300 people on some land. We have some minds here, man, and we could actually that's a lot of land. Say we
No,
have,
no, I get that. I get that. But I'm saying even if we're gonna do it on a 300 uh people clip, you still will want beachfront property because you can fish, you can still it gives yourself more flexibility in what you can do in regards to food and sustenance. Then you can get off in the trade. You don't want to be landlocked nowhere.
no, you know what I'm saying. 1,000 acres, though, you know what I'm saying. You just gotta imagine what it would be, even if you had a beachfront property. It would still only be a portion. The rest of it, you know what I mean, will have to be somewhere inland.
hmm No, I get what you're saying. I get it. I get it.
So it's like it's doable, and we don't have.
It's doable. I agree with that.
If he
But
would have said, we're gonna bring everybody to this training facility, get everybody certified in IT, that way they can work remote. I'm like, okay, I rock with you because now you got a way to make USD in another country. Now we talking. He ain't saying that, man. I don't know about that other way you talking. Like you ain't telling me no way to generate no money, no real money over there.
Well, I'm just talking about the beginning of a kingdom. I'm talking about I'm talking about a place to where you know what I'm saying we all could actually can have a foundation foothold at, man. You don't have to stay there for the rest of your life or nothing. But if you want to, well, guess what? It could be a spot where you know what I'm saying, like
Can I
right
make a
now
proposal?
we don't have nowhere to where it's saying, hey,
Can I
black
make
folks,
can I make a
this
proposal?
is for you to leave. If you want to get out of America and you don't agree with their system and you think this system is whack, here, you know what I'm saying, you can come live here and start over.
Gotcha.
We'll help you out on this and that and this and that.
Are you prepared to go to war with the Africans for that?
You ain't gotta go to no war to nobody, man. These people are inviting us. That's what you guys are
Are you
acting.
inviting us to start countries and kingdoms over there?
What?
What African country is inviting us to start kingdoms inside their country?
They will. What would happen if black people started moving back to Africa? What's going to happen?
It won't be an autonomous kingdom, fam.
It's thousands, man. Listen, there's millions of us.
So
That's what I'm
okay, so,
saying.
so
That's
as
not
residents, not
plausible,
even
bro.
citizens of a country, you're going to be residents in a country, not even citizens, and you're going to start your own kingdom in the country.
Not millions. This would be something. This would be something that's biblical. Go back to Africa, one way or another. Whether you guys plan on it or whether just prophecy fulfills it, man. But it's going to happen.
Gotcha. So my thing is, what you're talking about is an invasion. Like, there's no country that's going to.
Facts. It's neo-colonialism all day.
There's no country going to sit up there and let millions of people just come into droves in their fucking.
Not an invasion. We are the rightful owners and the rightful leaders and the rightful military of Africa.
But listen, look what Kedrick said. We gonna get shot. Okay, 1,000. I say 1,000 people come over there all at the same time. It's gonna be a problem, bro.
No, it won't.
1,000 people coming at your border at one time.
Bro, they half of the time they at war with themselves based upon tribalism. You think that they not gonna go to war with us based upon tribalism?
And it's not about no tribalism shit. It gets more political than that. But I hear what you're saying. But it does happen amongst tribes. But it's not tribalism.
But they would look at us as a tribe as well, because we would be a tribe of Americans coming to their land, trying to dominate if they control of their land.
Lies, these people they don't think that about us though. Those people like us. They look up to us.
But they won't like us. That's why they put it this way. It's a reason why they're trying to put checks and balances in place to where if you want to open up a business, you gotta open up a business with a Ghanaian. You can't just go over there and open up a business by yourself. It's a reason why they're putting those checks and balances in place.
Like the brother said, man. Like in other words, you ain't gonna just do an African blackout.
We know that.
Like they want you to be a part of the
So
community.
how are you gonna start your own country over there if you can't even start your own business over there?
You can have them work for you.
You still understand what I'm saying?
Own business.
If they put checks and balances for business, they're damn sure not gonna let you start your own country.
It's still your own business. And
It
whatever
ain't my own business. I got a business partnership.
It's your own business.
That's not my own business.
It's
Bless his heart.
D-Red. I got a proposal. You and Battle X go to Africa and you tell me how it work out in a year from now, and then I may consider it.
I'm gonna end up going to check it out soon.
All right, yeah, y'all be the group that go in and the experimental group.
I'm gonna check it out soon.
I feel like this is all like a raised boom boom room kind of plan. You know what I'm saying?
Nah, this is the scriptures though.
I got you. Hey, but Battle X, won't it be easier to go to a place like DR or something? Like his dirt people out there too.
That ain't the conclusion. That's just a move. You know what I'm saying? Before the real move or something like that. Like, why would I? I plan on living longer than that.
Hey, my plan will work with even what Moore was talking about.
I'm looking for conclusions.
Moore was talking about going to places like agricultural base or whatever. But if you into the field of STEM or IT, you can still work out there remotely and still make good money, man. That's how I look at it.
Agriculture.
Strategize.
You said something about somewhere where it's agriculturally based.
Yeah, Orthodox Moore was talking about people live in an area where the rent's dirt cheap and like they like more agriculturally based. Somewhere in America, I don't know where he was saying.
In Alabama.
Oh, in Alabama, yeah. But if you go to Alabama and the rent dirt cheap, you can be working remote and make great money.
Mm-hmm.
Alabama is really bad though. That's a bad place to be.
Why?
Break that down.
Bad. I never hear anything good about Alabama. I hear a lot of real, effed up stuff about Alabama. That wild shit is running rampant out there in Alabama.
Like what? Let me understand what you're talking
about. The same old shit, man.
What's more wild than what's more wild than Alabama? Hold on. What's in Alabama that's more wild than what's in California?
I didn't say more wild. I said it's the same old shit, man. Like,
Alabama might be more safe than
words
California.
so you can beat up the straw man. I didn't say all that. I just said that it's it's the same old shit. Hey man, I'm telling you, man. Hey man, we're in a prison. There's something's wrong here, and we gotta. And I know that y'all know that. That's why you guys are debating about, political parties, because everybody, people that get involved in those conversations, is people that is aware that something is still wrong and things need to be adjusted at least.
But to be honest, from my standpoint,
the system is busted. It's broken.
From my standpoint, I know it's most black people gonna vote Democrat or vote left, or you know what I'm saying. I already know which way it's going, so I really vote for my individual interests. I'm not going to even lie to you, bro. I vote for my individual interests. I'm pro small business, less taxes, all that stuff. So
what's the opposite of pro small business?
Hey, Battle Axe, you do understand that the whole continent of Africa is ran by the Union, right? I mean, the African Union, right?
Yeah, but they don't have a problem with black people immigrating back to the country.
I'm not saying that to say that, but I'm saying that to say this. They're in close relationship with those who we separate ourselves from. They run the same system that those who we separate ourselves from. They just have a different monetary system. So I'm just trying to figure out like what are you separating yourself from and attaching yourself to? One slave owner
Separating from the actual democracy, as in the infrastructure. You could
look at. I would just say this.
You could buy
into the African Union Constitution, bro.
You could buy thousands of acres of land and build your own. You could build your own town.
I would just say this: look into their constitution and see how your plan fits into their constitution.
In whose constitution? There's 42 different countries.
Okay, all right. So you don't know you don't know about the government there, so you probably need to check into that.
I'm just saying, there's 42 different countries. They all vary. And
they all have their presidents for sure, but they all have one
constitution to a degree.
The reason why I brought up the Constitution is because they all signed that Constitution. All the presidents of the continent of Africa signed.
So what does that mean?
It don't mean nothing, bro.
It
means absolutely nothing. By the way,
I'm saying
don't even check into it to see again if what you're talking about actually goes hand in hand with what they talking about. But don't worry about it.
Only thing I'm saying is you could go to Africa. I know that.
Hey, my brother was like, "Take your happy-go-lucky ass over there, dude, with no research on the
Constitution and all that." But you could go to Africa. There ain't nobody saying that we can't.
No, that's true. Anybody can visit Africa, but you're talking about staying there for the long haul. And we know brothers that went. Mighty Hebrew just moved out there. The other brother that be rapping on Facebook just moved to Tanzania. I forgot the brother name, but you know what I'm talking about, Battle Axe, the rapping brother that sound like J. Cole. He went out there. You know what I'm saying? So we know you can move out there, brother. No one's saying you can't move out there. Me personally, I feel like that's not the move for me. That's all I'm saying. I feel like it's not the move for me. And I don't know too many African Americans that can afford that type of gamble, in my opinion.
I know not individually, but if we had more of a plan, look how much we've been planning and sitting around in this country planning on becoming part of the politics or planning to utilize the politics on our behalf. Like, we've been doing this stuff for decades. But when it comes down to like, hey, let's start us a biblical setting in Africa. Let's go purchase us some land and just dip. That's not a conversation that's usually circulated, man. And that's all I'm saying. Like, right now seems like a good time to talk about that. This place is already they about to go to war with a country that got crazy ass missiles. You don't think that Russia is pushing up on Ukraine and without America in mind? They know that America and democracy is weaker than it ever been. And now they like, man, shit, we got stuff. That's why they pushing on Ukraine. They're like, and if America want to say something, they're gonna get down with America. That's just what's gonna happen, man. We in it. We can just, but at the same time, we can just go on right out the back door. Like, all right, hey, man, deuces, y'all on your own. It's white folks fighting white folks and shit. You're like, oh yeah, now this is over with. The spot is hot. The
Okay.
spot is hot.
What country should black people focus on moving to? Let's start there. Which country?
I don't know, man. You can just focus on the continent, though. Africa it's like
You gotta know what country, because we can't even have the conversation. You gotta be realistic, bro. Like, which country should black people move to and why? Like, we have to start there. What country?
No, the most uninhabited country that's green is Congo.
So now we gotta find out what of political affairs of Congo.
Anywhere in that
So
Congo.
would you want people to walk into a situation blind or walk into a situation knowing what they got in front of them? So
Nah, it's just this is something that's a whole lot bigger than just like one person. I don't have all the answers on it. I'm just saying, according to the scripts, we're not going to be here. We're not going to be wherever we've been put in captivity at. God is going to encourage us to leave. And that's because it has to have, we gotta have a general location. And we know that we got to return where we came from. So it's like, all right, well, we can start from Africa. And when we get there, we can all talk. Or we can talk about it now. But we have to start talking about it. We can't keep wasting all our time trying to become part of the politics, because these people's politics it's just like, man, all right, whatever, you know what I'm saying? That's cool, but in the meantime, what we gonna do when you guys over here lose your guys' shit?
So just so I'm clear, why would moving back to Africa not be it being in captivity? Like if that's the place that you went into captivity?
Because the white folks that took us in captivity is over here.
But like, so you have black people selling you in captivity up there?
No, it was only the white folks that left, and they're over here now. They're all right here.
Hold on, say that last part again.
The white folks that kept us in captivity is over here. This was the place that everybody ultimately ended up at after this place got built up. After they made it a cool little comfortable touchdown spot for everybody. Then they started the mass immigration.
Okay. So let's just go back here. You're saying the Congo. Let's go to the Congo. What is the political life like over there? Like, what's the laws like? Like, what's the atmosphere like? What's the crime like? Like, what's the likelihood that we're going to be safe?
It's like for the most part uninhabited, but the spots that is inhabited is just like it's just regular cities. It looks like
you're talking about a country that uses French money. That's what I'm saying. Like, so you have like the West African franc, and you have the Central African franc. Right? There's a bunch of countries that are stuck under French money still.
Yeah, they take American dollar too, though. They take U.S. dollar. U.S. currency is much accepted.
What's the language over there? What's the main language there? Because we're gonna have to learn a new language, right? If we go there.
No, they speak English too. Everybody speaks English over there.
They speak English in a French colony.
They speak English in Africa. They speak English everywhere in Africa. Those people know English.
I'm talking about in Congo.
Yes, in Africa. Period. The continent of Africa knows English.
No, listen to what I'm saying. Compartmentalize. We're just talking about Congo. If I was to go to Congo tomorrow, will the average person living in the Congo understand my language?
Yes, the average person in the Congo would understand English, and you would understand his English, even though it will sound heavy accented. You would still make out what he's saying.
Okay. I'm looking on the internet. It says it's a French colony. Maybe they do speak English. I don't know too much about their present day situation.
I'm looking right now. The official languages of the DRC are French, Kikongo, Lingala, Swahili, and Chiluba.
Oh wow! So we're gonna have to learn French. Brother Battle Axe.
Why would you have to learn French? You can just
because we're trying to go there to live.
You don't have to
integrate with the society.
Become part of the government. I'm talking about buying. You can just build your own town.
Like you can't even read the contracts, bro.
You talking about communication, man, building relationships. If you ain't speaking the language, you can't build no relationship.
I don't know, man. You guys are like making a lot of joke out of it. I guess you guys are used to, you know what I mean, not like receiving information correctly, but I'm just
no.
At the end of the day, what you guys are saying isn't a much better plan than what I'm saying. Like what I'm saying actually has some type of movement to it. What y'all saying, there ain't nothing going on. You guys, that's why I got in, because as soon as it got to the point to where I was like, okay, as soon as they start talking about school, I'm hitting the link. I'm hitting the link. And then sure enough, y'all start talking about gotta go to school, gotta get up in there and get your degree up in there. I'm like, damn, here we go again. Same old shit then, huh? I'm like,
wait a minute.
So, niggas like me,
we shouldn't go to school
like that.
So
like I'm not wired to be sitting up in nobody's university.
So black Americans shouldn't go to school.
I didn't say that. I said,
but you just said.
I said not everybody is wired like that. I said I'm not wired like that.
Okay, you're not wired like that.
No, and there's a lot of people that ain't they flow.
So it's easier to just go to another country, know nothing about their politics, nothing about their language, know nothing about anything that country has to offer or what you have to do to even get into that country. It's easier to do that than just go to school and get a skill.
What I'm saying is,
you know that.
What'll be easier? I'm not talking about easy. I'm talking about the conclusive solution. See, what you're doing is what is easier. I'm like, I didn't even say nothing about no easy. Who said easy? Some of this stuff
you said better. You said better though. You did say what you're saying is better.
Right. It's not everything that's better is easier. Some good things take hard work. And this right here is rewriting our history, man. This is reinstituting what we lost. Fuck this joining this system. This system is not guaranteed, man.
What if would you move to the Congo if it was headed by Garfield? People that think like him?
I don't even know who that is.
You know who Garfield is.
Hey, I'm telling you, I don't know who that is.
What about Raborn? Raborn, you know who Raborn is?
No.
Battle X. Chris Harris.
I know who Chris Harris is.
What if Chris Harris was running the whole shit where he getting thousands of black people to move back to West Africa? You gonna go over there under his regime?
If he was keeping the commandments, yeah.
No, like he is now, as he is now.
Shit.
Damn.
I really know how he is, right?
It shouldn't even be a thought process for you.
I heard of it just goes like this. That wouldn't last that long. But the people there would soon adapt to the 10 Commandments in anyways, because there ain't nobody gonna deviate and say that that's wrong. And you ain't gonna you know, come on, man. Let's be realistic.
Like you already got people that's deviating, saying that the 10 Commandments ain't nothing.
What? Say that one more time.
I said you already have people that say that the 10 Commandments ain't nothing. And Chris Harris is one of those. So understand the question that was asked to you, bro.
Chris Harris literally brought in the Bible, but you know that.
Nobody has nothing to say against the 10 Commandments. If I say, hey, Chris, I already had a debate with Chris. He tried to say the commandments is evil. I went down to 10. He can't say none of the 10 commandments is evil.
You just said that he said that the commandments was evil.
Yeah.
He tried to say that the commandments was evil. And then I went down to 10 commandments. And he couldn't say that the 10 commandments were evil. He tried to hang on to one sub law, some statute later on, like somewhere in the book of Deuteronomy, trying to say something about I think
regardless what we know, he can't show anything that he say, Battle Wax. It's the words that come out of his mouth. You understand that? That's what defiles the body, right? You understand that, right? That's what defiles the soul and all that good stuff, right? So it's not the fact that he's speaking any type of truth or he's acknowledging anything. That's not the point. The question was, if a person like that was running it and knowing how he thinks, knowing how he feels about the Bible, we understand that the 10 Commandments is in the Bible, bro. Mind you, he burnt the Bible. So it's like, you guys, when you hear questions or people ask you certain things, you be selective in your hearing, it seems like.
Well, that's not really what the case was. It was just like at the end of the day, regardless if Chris was thinking that way and had some movement going, he had a lot of people. Consensus is going to overrule if he's wrong. If this dude is saying, hey, we need to steal from each other or something, people are gonna look at me like you're wrong.
The consensus is that they already are on the same page with him. That's why they're making the move with him.
But they still not going to be able to say, let's all steal.
All right, bro.
Well,
no, come on, Battle Axe, because
is, like, why would you even ask that question? Like, what listen, I'm talking about Israelites. If Chris wants to be an Israelite, he want to roll with us.
But see, that's what I'm saying, Battle Axe. You missing the whole point, bro. It's not really about Chris. It's about the mindset. It's about the mindset of these people, right? And he just used Chris because Chris has a mindset that's against the Israelites. You know what I'm saying? Like, he's not specifically calling Chris out, saying that Chris is literally about to do this shit. He's saying that you get your ass over there and you got somebody that got a mindset like Chris. Now what you gonna do?
I didn't say get in, but
never mind.
I said at the beginning. That's why at the beginning that we have to, talk about it here. In other words, man, we need to get our minds right. We need to get prepared to actually start having our own. We need to get prepared and start figuring out how to obtain our own.
So you're saying get ready to get ready.
Yeah, people have to. You know what I'm saying? Like, this is the time. What do you do before you leave? You get ready.
Hey, man, listen. So my thing, I'm asking a tough question because I'm like, people have always proposed this, but I would never tell somebody to do something, go out there ass naked. You know what I'm saying? That's slang for saying unprepared, not knowing what you're getting yourself into. That's what I'm saying, bro. Like, you pick the Congo, it's like, okay, you gotta learn the French language now.
And that's just one of the things that you have to discuss. That's what I'm saying. You can say, hey, we shouldn't go out there just ass naked. Like, that's all I'm saying. I didn't say, hey, y'all, go out there to Africa ass naked on a whim. I'm saying we should be talking about leaving here because this place doesn't look so promising. They're going to war. They got plagues. They having inflation. They're running out of stuff everywhere all the time.
Okay, so real quick, on one level, so why wouldn't the fall of the country be an opportunity to rise in the country?
Because the weather is working against it. They're in what is called now an extreme drought. They ain't never even seen a drought like they said. This country ain't even had a drought like this in over 1,600 years, and they only been here for less than 1,000 years.
Because they got dams everywhere, like in California.
No, it's not because of the dams, man. It's water table. The water that flows underground. It's called the water table. That is low. It's gone. I used to live up north where a lot of houses was on wells, and a lot of houses had to be demolished, you know, because there was no more water. You couldn't dig to. They were already at the bottom of the water table. No more water. Big old nice houses, it's no longer habitable. That's happened out here in California, man. They said this place ain't gonna be habitable in 30 years. They said California won't be habitable in 30 years. This is the breadbasket of the nation. A lot of the food comes from here. That's what I'm saying. Like this place it's not the same as it used to be. Black people should have an option B. Everybody else does. That's why they don't talk about it. It's because they already know in the back of their mind, they're like, and if all that fails, I'm just gonna go back to whoop de whoop. Black folks, we still sitting here talking about trying to become part of the politics and shit. These motherfuckers looking like, man, don't you know that all the smart people left? Y'all should have known that when you ended up with George Bush flunky ass. And after that, you got bro.
Real quick, Ballas, what different parts of the country have you been to?
I've been to a couple different parts of the country. I've been to the Midwest. And I've been to the West Coast.
Have you ever been out the country?
Nope. I've been out the country.
So do you feel like you might be like unfairly comparing like the majority of the country to California, which is in comparison a shitstorm?
No, I'm just saying that this place, this country itself is falling. This country is going through a change. And black folks hasn't, you know what I mean, risen much further than when they first started. So it's time for us to just go ahead and just have another option, looking at something different.
That's what I was trying to get you to understand. The system. Like, we're talking about a system. Forget the people. Right? Because again, when you look at the heads of all of these different countries outside of the United States, you see people that look alike. They say they ain't the same, but you see they look goddamn alike. From the Arab countries to even the Far East countries.
Yeah.
They don't really took out the native people and put in the mixed people, you know what I'm saying, where you can see the Caucasian for sure in that person. If not a whole Caucasian running a country that he ain't even a part of. Like, so I'm just trying to understand. And the only thing that we see kind of different is when we look at the African countries. But again, that union is a part of the United Nations, bro. They sit at the goddamn table with these same motherfuckers that's over here oppressing us. So I'm just trying to understand your logic when you say we need to do something different and make a move to a whole nother different place. So like, what are you doing when you get there? Like, you think because they Africans and they got the same skin tone that you got, that it's gonna be something more peachy and cool?
I'm saying that it's cheaper. I'm saying that it's less policed. It has less red tape on the whole ordeal. And it's cheaper and it has less red tape. These are the two main obstacles, man, when it comes to trying to have generational wealth in this country.
Okay, bro.
You need land. You need to be able to build, and you need to be able to have that land doing something. You can't just have a big old empty lot, a big old vacant lot. You gotta do it.
But we can do that over here, though. That's the crazy part. Everything you're saying, we can do over here. We can get land. It don't have to be empty. We can grow cannabis on it.
It's a whole lot harder. A whole lot harder. It's almost
how is it hard?
For too many people, it's nearly impossible. For too many people,
it's nearly impossible to acquire land.
No, for too many people, it's nearly impossible to even afford land.
Where? Because land is pretty affordable where I'm from.
In a viable place.
It's viable down here. I don't get it. Like,
how much is the land?
I'll have to look it up, but it ain't.
How much?
It ain't California prices. I tell you that. That's what I'm saying.
How much for 10 acres?
10 acres? Let me look on Zillow. Let me look on Zillow. And brothers can get
Then
can
you
you
have
get a loan over there?
oh,
Like, can
then
you
you
even get a loan over there? How does finance work over there? How do you get funding over there?
you have to tap the well. Then you have to build the house.
I just told you about an area that had all the wells already set up, yeah.
Man, that ain't. What do you? Wait, no. There is no. They just got wells just sitting around everywhere, man.
I
People ain't.
just literally told you about a place, right, in Alabama where it was black people that made their own town and then eventually set it up to hook it up to the city and whatnot, right?
So 1 acre lot is 50K around my area where I live. You can get 1 acre for 150K.
How much?
1 acre.
For how much?
150K. And then you can get another.
That's
You
nearly.
go towards the Highlands, you can get 1 acre for 40K.
Let's just stop there. That's nearly impossible for too many people.
How's that? That's not impossible at all.
I said that's nearly impossible for too many people.
That's nearly impossible. 150K.
Hey man, our people in these communities is plagued with drug addiction, alcoholism.
No, bro, you don't buy the land outright. We're not
Just be
saying buy the
honest,
land
man.
outright. You get funding for it and you pay off the mortgage on it or whatever every month. You pay it down every month.
What kind of people are you imagining? Like, are you imagining the black people in the United States?
No, the people that I associate with in real life can do that.
But are you talking about like
I don't understand what do you think about black? First of all, how do you think of in your mind? What comes to mind when we think of black people? That start there.
Well, when I see black people, not when I'm thinking, I don't really think too much about it, but other than what I'm seeing.
So you're saying that black people can't get $150,000 to get an acre of land?
I don't see $150,000 floating around much places.
I know somebody right now that owns
for 100
properties that's a black American. I don't get it.
That's illegal. That's like some illegal amount of currency. It's going to be hard. You can't even take that to a bank. You can't. People don't just have $150,000. Ain't no jobs like that paying where you could just kind of go out there through the temp service to where you're going to just end up walking around with 150.
Listen, brother, I'm not saying buy it outright. No one's saying buy it outright. You get it funded. Like, you know what I'm saying? Do you understand what I'm saying?
You talking about loans?
Yes.
Once again, we still dealing with a lot of people. Those things aren't nearly impossible.
That's nearly impossible to get more. Help me out. Is that nearly impossible to get a loan? I'm lost. I'm confused. You can't get a loan?
It's not like this. Not everybody can get $150,000 loan. No, they can't.
I mean, if you in it with a group of people, all you need is basically one person to be able to get the loan to get the land, so that all the people can put the work in. Like, why everybody got to be able to get 150,000? Like, that don't make no damn sense.
Because he said that $150,000 is only enough for 1 acre. You know how much of 1 acre? That's like a backyard.
What are you talking about in the United States?
1 acre is 1 acre. One acre. Yeah, he said $150,000 for an acre out there where he's at. 150,000 racks.
Well, that's just one location.
And
different places.
Right there,
that's a lot cheaper.
That's a pretty penny for literally a backyard of space.
But that's just one place, though.
So we got to do better than that.
All right, so that's near my city. Okay, what about $22,000 for an acre?
Hold on. Let's think about this though. You got that that $150,000 for 1 acre versus $150,000. You know how that folds over in any other country than the United States?
Wait,
That's
hold on, wait a minute. But bro, my whole
You
point of
tripping.
doing this was because you said you can't get land here. I'm like, yes, you can.
$150,000 later.
Okay,
I'm
so
gonna end up having.
$150,000
Hold
is
on.
too.
I'm
You
gonna
don't believe
have
black
a
people can get
backyard.
$150,000 loan? Got it.
Okay,
You
let's
can
take
get
a look.
acreage in
Let's
rural Alabama for 1,800 an acre. Feel.
let's take a look at a brother who actually made his money here in America, right? Akon. You know how long it took him to develop a city there?
City where?
Now, mind you, he got the resources. He's from the land, right? Do you know he needed resources outside of his money to get that shit done in his own land? So it's not as easy as you making it out to be.
I never said. You guys got to stop saying that. I keep saying I never said the word easy. You guys keep on building these
What I'm
straw
saying is
mans and attacking them. Y'all
you're
got to stop
simplifying
building
something
straw
that's
man
not.
and
You're trying to
attacking them.
simplify something that you can't simplify. Is what I'm saying.
No, I'm not simplifying. I'm
Oh,
giving you the prophetic message. Is hey, you guys, guess what? In the last days, black people or the Israelites is supposed to be leaving from the places of their captivity.
And how are we supposed to leave? We supposed to leave on our own accord, or we supposed to be getting some help? Let me know.
We are supposed to be leaving, getting help, but we could
Come on, man,
actually
you
get
gotta
to
act right.
that process if
We
we
gonna go
start
by the
actually
prophecies,
working
bro.
towards leaving. But if we don't ever even consider it, if we're always having think tanks about trying to
It's not
make
about a
the
think tank,
system
bro.
work, if we
First
keep
off,
on
you
holding
can't
think
just
tanks
we
on
never
trying
been a
to have
people
the
to just
system
move
work.
off of feelings, right?
No, I'm
We
just saying.
always been a people
I'm
that
saying we're
always
having think tanks on trying to make the
we
system
always had a people
work.
that planned our moves, bro. We never just moved off of, you know what I'm saying, because we nervous or it's a reaction. Like, no, we didn't move like that, bro.
Listen, if we keep having think tanks on Republican parties, Democratic parties, and voting strategies, we never going to get to the topic of getting out of here, man.
This panel has never talked about voting. This panel
No, that's all I'm just
about
saying.
any of that. Now, if you're talking about our other family members, you know what I'm saying, then you gotta do what you do and you gotta address them, right? But when you talk to us and we not talking about that, we never once brought that up, then that shouldn't be even, you know what I'm saying, addressed when it comes down to the topics that we're addressing.
Well, it was brought up, you know what I'm saying? I didn't come out of nowhere with it, you know what I'm saying? Like you guys did.
Who said that we should be voting here in America?
No, we had a discussion
No, we
about
had a discussion
politics
on that.
earlier. Yeah,
Oh,
you're right about
I
that.
must
But
have missed that. My bad.
my thing is this, bro. Like you saying that, like you have a fucked up way of thinking about black people. I'm just gonna keep it 100 with you because if you think we can't get a loan for 150 grand to get an acre and actually flip it and make good money off of it, I don't know what to tell you. You don't have that much faith in black people, bro.
And if you can't get the loan, bro, you can't scratch some 3,500 for the acre in Alabama.
Let me respond to him on that. Acre of land is not a lot of land. That's a backyard.
Okay, what about no? It's not. The brother said you could put 4 houses on 1 acre.
I had houses that have
You're gonna make your money back. You're gonna make 4 houses. You put 4 houses on 1 acre. You're gonna make your money back whether you Airbnb,
Facts.
whether you flip the houses, and whether you do it for rent. You're gonna make your money back, bro. Plus more.
You're gonna put 4 houses on an acre. No, that's
my brother James.
Like what they do right now, fam. Like what they do right now.
Yeah, you talking about this, you know what I'm saying? A multi family dwelling home. I'm not.
Okay, what about 4 acres for $70,000 then? What about 4 acres for $70,000?
See,
70?
Yeah. For 4 acres.
What is you know? That's what I'm saying. What is this land? What is this little small spot? That's what I say. I had a house with 5 acres, and that wasn't a lot of land. I mowed it. One time, I mowed it with a weed eater.
So when you go to Africa, you're gonna have 100 acres of land that you just buy.
You could buy 15, 20 acres for $1,500.
Okay, show me the proof that you can buy 100 acres of land right now in Africa.
Just pull it up. Just pull up land for sale in Kenya. I don't know what to tell you, man. You like I'm trying to tell you. You make it seem like I'm the guy that has all the answers. I didn't come here with the answers.
But you just
I'm just telling y'all, hey man, according to the Bible, man, we should be talking about dipping. We should be, and if we were talking about, if we had our minds set on dipping, that's like more like setting apart. That's more having a holy mind state, a Holy Spirit. You just like, all right, let's just get out of here. Like, what would happen if we were going to just dip? You're like, okay,
Oh
if we were going to
man.
dip, man, we're gonna have to have our minds right.
Let me
Like, well, then
respond
we're
to
gonna
you
have
real
to
quick,
work
Battle
on
Wax.
people's
Let me
minds right.
respond
So
to you.
Christ was right. We got to get out here, man. We got to start. We got to get the message to these people. They need to.
What's the
Let
currency
me
in
respond.
Kenya?
Let me respond to you real quick. So when you talk about gaining resources and people, you know what I'm saying, put themselves in position to make a different type of move, wouldn't it be ideal, right? Wouldn't it be ideal to purchase that 1 acre, like the brother Jermaine posted, put the houses or business on that particular acre of land, right? From there, you have a means of currency coming in, right? A steady means of currency. So now you're able to actually make that move financially secure to where you can actually go to another country and probably even do that. Now you still have your means of income coming in from the property that you purchased in the land of captivity. Now you're moving to a different land of captivity.
You wouldn't be like what you talking about is actually, you know what I'm saying, definitely like one of the things that would come up. And it was like, yeah, man, that's a big move that you can make, especially while we are not in the big moving as a big unit. We're actually, you know what I'm saying, still kind of, you know, just small little groups doing it. We could have something that's anchoring us financially and giving us stability with the US dollar. That's not a bad idea at all. That's actually how, if you look at all the people on the YouTube that's actually in Africa from America, that's what they do. A lot of them are relying off of YouTube, getting the US dollar from YouTube to keep them afloat in Africa. And them people they live in large.
Okay. Look at the screen. So 10 acres of land in Kenya is $500,000.
No. That's
bro.
that's their money thing. It is not the same as ours, man.
I know 58.
No, that'll
58
translate all
million. Hold
the way
on,
down.
listen, brother. Listen.
You're not listening.
58 million Kenyan shillings is $500,000 US dollars.
Nah, man, that ain't true, man. That's
Okay, that
that's
ain't true. I'm lying. I'm a liar, right? I'm a
hey,
liar.
no,
Okay.
I ain't saying you're lying.
I'm
That's
lying.
not true.
Watch this. Let me put it up. What? Okay. 58 million.
No, I
right?
didn't tell you that. I didn't tell you that your conversion is true. I'm saying that's
Look, what does that say right there since I lied? What does that say? $508,771.93. That's $500,000, bro.
I didn't tell you that your translation is wrong or you're lying about that. I'm saying when I say that that's not true, I was saying that when they price that, that's not a true price. They do that shit over there in Africa to these US sites. They change the prices just in case white folks do want to show up over here. They'll sell it to them for that. But that's not really the price. That's just them just
Yo, shoot. Can I share my screen
So
for
how
like
do
3
so
seconds?
how do we understand what it is though, bro? Like if it's not what we looking at, who do we supposed to tap into to actually understand this what's real and what's not?
Who gonna be there tonight? Who gonna be there, Ray? Who that did? Who that, Ray? Just guess.
there's a lot of different ways that you can do
I
that.
got a
You know,
man that's more than
thank
8
God
foot
to the
tall,
internet.
4 foot shoulders, and that ain't all. He's a
What are
king
you doing?
size papa. He's my king size. Bang, girl. I take the door off the hinges when my baby comes to call.
That's right, fellas. Catch any cab heading uptown because all the drivers know about Ray's Boom Boom.
Hey, Ray. Where am I?
Oh, come on, Goldmouth. Somebody's got to watch the door.
Hey, Ray. Now I can get used to this.
Ray, this steak tastes like butter.
Made it just for you, Cookie.
You got some steak sauce?
Boy, get us some Worcestershire sauce. Clean off that damn tape. I'll whip your ass.
Something wrong with your ear? Move it. Hey, Ray, I know your club got gambling.
Poker wouldn't be a club without some dice.
Lucky shot. My man, let it ride, Ray.
All right, poker, let me ride.
Yes!
Do you live around here?
Hey, my thing is, come on, bro. Don't do me like that. That secret source scholarship stuff. Like, oh, that's not the real number. You got to contact Boo Boo from down the field.
There's no way impossible that any land is sold in Africa for $500,000 for 10 measly little acres. That's not a lot of land, and that's a whole lot of money.
10 acres is a lot of land. Like, how big do you think an acre is, bro?
10 acres is not that much land.
What
it's
you
not no
talking about battle wax, bro.
10 acres is a lot to manage
Come
for
on,
one
man.
person.
Like you can't be having this type of conversation, bro. You're an Israelite, bro. Like
I lived on a house that had 19 acres. It wasn't that much.
What the? All right, bro.
I had 19 acres. It wasn't like, you know what I mean? Hey man, you got a chunk. You got a whole city block worth. It was just, it's like a half a city block. 19 acres.
Okay, let's just go to the website again, bro. I'm just going off what the website says right here, bro. Like, again, keep in mind 58 million Kenya shillings is a $500,000. Look at this one. This is 295 million.
Right. So
for 5 acres.
That's just raw land, not undeveloped and whatnot.
So you think that
look at the developed land, bro, with the crib on it in the yard.
Right.
Yeah, that's 400. Wow.
But then okay, check it out then. So that would have to be like, what is that? Like a $2 million home?
No, hold on. Let me see.
1 acre of land too. That's cold, B.
That would have to be like a $2 million home.
Man, that looked like a regular crib.
You saying that this is a $2 million home and it took
that's
them
a $4 million. It's a $4 million home.
Matter of fact,
$4 million home.
Yeah.
That's not now. Can you see?
Yeah, that's like a 1 acre joint in Fairfield. Come on.
Yeah, can you see how that is not actually lining up right?
You know what I can get in America for $4 million? Like,
do you know what you can get in Africa? You know what you can build in Africa with $4 million US?
I can get 1 acre in a house, bro.
Well, now you know that these prices is obviously hijacked. These are not true prices.
How do we know that?
They're not true. What?
Because they're not actually lining up with real reality.
What can you show us reality?
We're looking at pull up in America.
Reality, bro.
Pull up in America a $2 million house.
Hey man, this is ridiculous.
This is not America. This Kenya.
But I'm saying pull up in America a $2 million house.
Shit.
I don't know how this is gonna help with Kenya, bro.
It's not gonna help at all, man.
Because you're saying that this is what you can build and price at for $2 million.
Wait, and earlier you gave me.
Bro, do you understand? I don't think you understand what you said.
They're saying that somebody is going to have $2 million US, and they're going to actually buy that.
4 million.
4 million. So let's see what you can get for $4 million. A $4 million home in America. Look at the palace.
Yeah, you can get a mansion for that much money. But what I'm saying is, bro, over here.
So that means that is not the truth. That something's wrong.
How do you know it's not the truth, though?
Because it doesn't make any logical sense. There's no logic anymore. It's outside of the realm of logic.
So Jermaine, this is what you wanted us
to. It's actually not, because what they do is it's called a foreign markup. So what they do is, like if you go to Mexico, well, we know the peso ain't worth nothing compared to the dollar. But if you're an American, they charge you based upon the American dollar. They don't charge you based upon the currency of the particular country that you're looking to buy in. That's why you will get those houses like that. That's why if you go, American goes to Mexico and tries to buy a property, property or buy a house and he's not native to that country, he's gonna be paying a certain amount of money. It's just what it is. So that's why when people be saying stuff, it's really don't. That's why I said I'm not going nowhere because I already understand that we're based upon real estate. Because my wife talk about that all the time because she does real estate. You know
So
what I'm saying? So
that's exactly what I'm saying. I'm saying the exact same thing. I'm saying when it they'll market like that, they'll put it like that even for their houses. But then they have they'll make it to where it's really expensive when we go look at it from our website or from our internet connection, or I don't know how it works, but when we look in African stuff, we're getting weird websites and the information is distorted.
So we
To
have
where we're getting,
there
like
is no way
he
to
said,
know
a
the
foreign
truth.
markup. He said he called it like a foreign markup. We're getting that. This is what you're seeing. But if
It's
you
still a
go on,
prize.
they have a Zillow in Africa. There's a Zillow that they have out there.
Hey, do us a favor, Battle Wax. Go to anything that you went through, whether Zillow, and give us the link so that we can pull it up so we can see what you're talking about.
Yeah, my computer is broken, so I'm just relying on my telephone. I haven't been able to go live or nothing or do anything online really recently.
So we have no. So we just got to take your word for it. All right.
You can go do your own research.
But even if it is a foreign markup, who's gonna pay the foreign markup? Foreigners. We're foreigners. We're not Kenyans.
You wouldn't have to, we wouldn't be considered as foreigners. That's what I'm saying. They gotta some type of diaspora programs and shit like that.
So all of this.
Not all of them have it, but
Just
there's a lot of them out there. There's a lot of countries out there.
Let me get this straight. We're gonna do all of this going around the world trying to find a secret price, a secret website. We could just take the money, get a loan, get an acre of land here, put some houses on it, make some damn money. This right here is not too complicated. But what you're talking about is we got to find a secret seller and find out what the real price is for the indigenous people there. You know,
I'll be able to find. I'll have it. You're saying like by the time in the morning when I talk to my wife, she knows it. She probably knows the name by heart because she actually is the one that spent a lot of time on it. And
I'm gonna keep it a stack because I gotta jump off him. Like if I gotta choose between just going to the nearest red county and this here, I'm going to the nearest red county, fam.
I know, whatever. We already know, man. We ain't talking about the easiest thing. We're talking about a solution. That ain't no solution. Like it'll only be a solution until everybody sees it as a solution.
But bro, you pretty much ragged me on the $150,000 thing. We go to Kenya and find out they want fucking $4 million. Like, come on, bro. Like,
but we know that $4 million can't be true.
No, do you want to know how it can be true?
It can't be. That's not.
No. Do you know why it definitely can be? Because so what's the price of a house hooked up to like some kind of like sewage systems and all them kind of things versus a house that's not? What's a house like that has all the amenities, etc., that you're used to here versus what the average individual lives with out there?
If you rent that house that you're talking about out there, it's only $200, sometimes $40 a month.
Based off of what? Show me some.
That's the price out there. Africa rents houses for $50 a month, $40.
You're saying Africa, like, okay, this is Kikuyu, Kenya. Like, this is where the Israelites are in Kenya. The people that claim to be Israel are.
I'm just letting you know that the price of Africa's rent is a lot cheaper.
Shows
you that the houses.
Hey, scroll up to the top to that real cheap joint on like 0.005.
Which one?
Hold on.
0.005.
No, go down. I think it was the one right beneath that one, or that one. Yeah, like, bruh, like that's what you're talking about being able to afford and whatnot, right? Yeah, that one right there.
That ain't bad. What was wrong with that?
How small is it?
That's a place for animals.
It literally don't even got the size on that joint.
No, it don't tell you how big it is, but I'm just saying, got a place for animals. Looks like a place for food, houses. Like You know, it looks like any place in California. You know what I'm saying? Before the drought,
We do.
you're like, okay, we could grow with this. What do you? I don't understand. I'm like,
You gonna move a whole
I
African
could have been on here. I could have been on here acting. I could have been
You know
on here.
what? You know how Hebrew prayer was like. Hold on, real quick. You know how Hebrew prayer was like. We need to put $10 a week towards something. I felt like we should all just donate to the Battle Axe Going Back to Africa Fund. You know what I'm saying? We should just we should just do a solid. Hey, bro, just go ahead and go back to Africa, bro.
That boy said you can
No,
grow food on it.
we all gonna end up having to leave here, man. You guys know the scriptures. You know,
and that's why it'd be a good investment to send you to Africa. You know what I'm saying?
I'm willing to go scout it out. I'm willing to go scout it out. Be Caleb.
So wait a minute. So if I would have showed him something like this in America, you know, this dude would have went off on me. He would have went off.
Bro, he wasn't willing to go to a place that was literally ready to be autonomous if you wanted it to. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, okay.
I just know, man. We're talking about solutions. I'm not talking about band-aids. That's just a band-aid approach to the problems, man. We got
okay. So a family that's hardworking family, you know what I'm saying? They spend $4,000 on this land, then what? It's undeveloped.
That wouldn't be $4,000 land right there.
Yes, it is.
That would be man.
Either or it's undeveloped. Like, run with that part. It's undeveloped,
man. That's $1,000.
Bro, this is probably 0.01 of an acre, bro.
Let's say that's $1,000. No, man. That's about an acre. You got okay. See, this is the thing. You guys don't understand.
It's not an acre, bro.
No, I'm letting you know. I know what an acre is. That right there, what you're looking at, is about an acre.
That's not an acre, bro. That's not an acre.
What do you think? Okay, let's pull it up. Pull up,
bro. You know how I know? Because I'm comparing these two. This is 0.05 of an acre.
100%.
Pull up. How many feet is an acre? Pull it up. Why you still laughing? Laugh about this one because you're gonna learn something. Nico's gonna learn about land. Pull up. How many feet is an acre? How many square feet is an acre? Let's do it.
Land to invest. Might have reasons.
Then you don't want to pull that up. Then you're gonna find out that an acre, it ain't as big as you imagine it.
I know how big an acre is, bro.
No,
but
an acre's small.
Yeah, this got to be 0.125 because of the price comparison. Look about down here.
Yeah, look at exactly.
It's 0.25 of an acre, bro.
What are you
bro?
And that
bro,
was
you're trying to get people to get 1/8 of an acre, bro. Stop it.
That wasn't that land. That's a completely different price with a different area.
He's comparing the price range with the land size.
That's what they selling that for, man. You're like, how many say that, you know?
Okay.
Okay, put up 1 acre and put up.
I know how. Okay.
How many feet is 1 acre?
1 acre into feet to square feet, right? 43,560 feet.
I blame all this on Akon and on the movie Black Panther fans.
So divide 43,560 feet by 1/8. What's
1/8? Divided by pi?
Divided by 8. Divided by 8.
No, that's square feet, right?
Divided by 8, bro.
I can't go. I'm on my phone.
All right, I divided by 8. And that's how big that land is. Let's see. 2,722 feet. Did I do that right? Hold on. Let me pull my calculator up.
Yeah, that's not a lot.
That's what I'm saying, bro. That's what I'm
saying. Neither is an acre.
Brother. But we're talking about
not a lot.
We're talking about paying $4,000 for 1/8 of an acre. That's what I'm trying to get you to see.
So I can get like a good acre of farmland in a decent acre of farmland in Alabama for like $4,000, $3,500, something like that, right? Like why is it a bad idea to do that, but a good idea to get this?
For 5,000.
Show me that you can get that land in Oklahoma for $3,500.
I'll just take my word for it, like you're talking about.
No, I don't want to take your word for it.
Hey,
No,
by
bro,
the
show
way,
me.
by the way,
Special pleading fallacy, Fed. I got you.
by the way,
Oh no, it's
by the
like,
way, by
are
the
you
way,
not going to show us that?
by the
No,
way,
I got you.
are
Hold
you
on.
saying that $4,000 in a 4 land all the way at King is all it can get you is 5,445 square feet, and that's a deal?
No, that's the foreign markup. What you're seeing, you're not seeing the real true price.
Okay, fuck it. $1,000. You're only getting 5,445 square feet. What are you gonna do with it? It's undeveloped.
Hey, based off of research, it's $1,500 for 15 acres.
That's
So let's just go off of
just take
that.
your word
You
for it.
have you have 15 acres for $1,500.
D-Red,
Then
where you at? D-Red, stop being so quiet, D-Red.
then you can make moves, man.
Oh my God.
You can make moves. You know, you can actually have a lot more longevity in your moves too. These things that you guys are talking about it's not even guaranteed it'll ever even happen.
Okay, Battle Axe.
We don't know if we're going to ever be able to take over the political aspect of this and make it work for us.
Battle Axe. You buy this land over here for $1,000. Then what? This is the point I'm trying to get to. What do you do with this land?
Build it up.
With what? It's 5,000
Do
square
the same
feet.
thing that you would do here.
What you gonna do? Put a lemonade stand on it? Like what the fuck?
If you get 15 acres for $1,500, man, you build it up, man.
No, I haven't seen 15 acres for $1,500. I'm trying to tell you, bro.
That's because you're seeing
I see an eighth of an acre.
You want to keep on acting like that ain't happening. You want to keep on acting like
Bro, I don't have any proof of that, bro. I'm looking on the screen.
Well, there's two brothers. I told you about the farm markup. The other brother that spoke up spoke about the farm markup too.
Okay, even with the farm markup, it's still not lining up with what you're saying. 15 acres for how much? $1,500. That don't even make sense, bro.
Neither does a little 2 or 3 bedroom house for $4 million. That don't make sense either.
Yeah, it do.
Okay.
Because Raborn said, what about the indoor plumbing and everything, all the amenities that you're used to in America? You don't
None
have
of that makes $4 million. Like $4 million, the stuff still costs the same.
Keezer said the land looked thirsty in them pics. Bro, okay. Walk with me, please. Can you walk with me, Battle Axe?
Yeah, I'm right here.
All right, walk with me. I am an investor. I purchase to this land. What is my ROI?
Why would you invest on that?
That's the question I should be asking your ass.
Why would
I invest in it?
Why would you invest in land that you can't? Obviously, it doesn't even look like it is having enough water. Like we talking about.
No, you can't do that. You pick
This is just the same old shit. You know what I mean? You know when they show you the flies on the little babies and the starving kids in Africa and Ebola. Like come on, man. Nobody wants you guys going back to Africa. Why? Why don't they want black people going back to Africa? Why they got black people so allergic now to Africa?
Are you trying to share something?
For the record, I'm trying to get people to pay for you to go back to Africa. You know what I'm saying?
But you get what I'm saying? I'm like, why has it been so long of us not leaving? They want you to sin and they don't want you to leave. Those are the two main objectives. Don't go nowhere and don't keep your commandments.
So the average farmland price per acre in Alabama right now is $2,600 $2,644.
So it's killing that king and shit. And you was gonna get a dry piece of grass. Like that was gonna be dried up grass and shit over there.
I can go to Mississippi, 2,100. You know what I'm saying?
No, you didn't show us. Why didn't you show us?
I go to Louisiana for 2,000. Right?
I don't know what you pulling up. Just pull up. Show us. Go on.
I'm pulling up way more than what you're showing us, man.
No, go on Zillow. I'm on the phone. I can't do anything. As soon as I try to leave from here, it just kicks me off of the whole screen.
Oh, okay, send me a link, and I'll share it.
I can't leave from here. As soon as I leave from here, it just turns off.
Oh, I see what you're saying. All right. Oh man, like I don't know, bro. Like it don't seem tenable. That's all I'm saying. It just don't
I
seem.
say like this one, man. The land in Africa is a lot cheaper than the land in America.
I don't know that. I don't know because what I
You
just
can
seen
do the
before.
research. Just you got to do a little bit better research.
D-Ray, are you there?
People ain't moving to Africa. People ain't moving. People from America ain't moving to Africa and
Yeah, I'm here. What's up?
not being able to afford their living.
If I show you a home, 1 acre with a home on it for $4 million USD, and then I come to Texas and say, "Damn, you can get a 4 bedroom, 4 bathroom for $175,000. Which one is the most tenable, most viable option?"
The one in Texas.
All right, boom, we done. We done. Battle X.
So whatever, man. You guys got it. You guys got it like a just. It's just whatever. Your mind is closed. There's
How's
nothing
that
you can really.
close mine? I'm
There's
just
nothing that you can really say. You're just like whatever, then, man. That's just what you think. All right, well then stay in America. Just think that this is going to be your home. Join the Aboriginal fucking movement.
Battle X. Why you getting mad about?
I'm not getting mad. It's just at the end of the day, you be like, well, then you can't say nothing to people that has that when you got all your guards up and your, you just got your whole little thing doing. You're doing your
Asking you to prove what you're saying is
no,
having
you're
your
not.
guards up.
I'm just sitting there saying like, hey, man, it says it. What the proof is? It says it in the scriptures. That's my
No, no,
proof.
no, 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 no. We're not doing that. See, that's dangerous. We're
That
not
ain't
doing that.
dangerous.
If you cannot explain to somebody in a real world situation why they should go to another country and why is it viable and is it affordable, and then also telling them that they need to learn the local laws and learn what the lingua franca is, you are being very dangerous and careless with the
Dangerous
lives of black people, man.
and careless with the lives of black people, but yet we're talking about voting and getting into the political strategies and just waiting for Uncle Sam to have this fucking epiphany and change of mind on how he's going to be dishing out his wealth in his society and let the black man have a slice of the pie. Like fuck all that, man. That is a black Negro fantasy. That is not realistic. We know that because time has proven that that's not what happens here.
Shout out to Ray's Boom Boom Room. You know what I'm saying?
This system doesn't. This system ain't designed to where black people is running it and owning it and having a fair share.
Cool.
Like we're
That's
the
because
consuming class.
there's more white people than there is black people, right?
We're the consuming class.
Got you. So why not be more action oriented and make the moves for black families to do better where they at now?
Because we've been thinking that.
No, listen to what I just said. I didn't say thinking. I said action oriented.
We've been doing it. Black people been trying.
Oh my God, man!
You're making it seem like this is a new idea. That's the crazy thing about it. I'm like,
the black people I know that are action oriented and actually do things and pull themselves up, they doing good for themselves right now. They doing good for their families. They're supporting and providing for their families. So you can miss me with that victim.
What do you mean by supporting and providing for you? All you got to do is get a job and you can support and provide for your family.
Exactly.
Like, but that's not the issue.
And niggas are not debt. They're not full of debt. They debt free. They got multiple assets because they work hard to achieve. That's it. I'm action oriented. They do things. They don't just talk about it. They actually do it. They didn't have to move 30,000 miles away to do it.
Well, just get a job. If that's all that you're looking for in life, then you don't need nothing. I can understand, but then I get your whole reason why you're bringing these things up, like politics and Republican and Democrat. If that's your pinnacle of satisfaction, it's just getting you a meal and a hot in the cot, 3 hots in the cot. Hey, I dig it.
That's what the scriptures say.
I'm saying, hey, that's all.
Now we have to get the scriptures because you up here talking about some other stuff.
I'm just saying, if that's all that you're looking for, you just want the 3 hots in the cot. That's all that you need. Need you some jungle juice. I'm good. I hear you. I ain't mad at you. Jacob is a simple man. He don't want much. He just dwell in the tent. But I'm gonna say this though. I'm like, I'm not in a position to where I'm satisfied with the projection of my life in the United States. And there's a lot of people that shares that same feeling. And for those that are sitting there thinking that way, man, we're gonna leave here, man. And maybe brothers like y'all just gonna catch the second round. That's all. But we ain't gonna be here, man. We're gonna leave here. And we're gonna prove to y'all that then no, God offered something better for the black man than what this place got. This place ain't the
Okay,
coup
what
d'etat.
about what God said, right? What about the Bible right here? Jeremiah 29:24 says, the Lord sent this message to Shemaiah, the Nehemite in Babylon. This is what the Lord of heaven's armies, the God of Israel, says. You wrote a letter on your own authority to Zephaniah, son of Messiah, the priest, and you sent copies to the other priests and people in Jerusalem. You wrote to Zephaniah, the Lord has appointed you to replace Jehoiada as the priest in charge of the house of the Lord. You are responsible to put into stocks and necks, irons, and any crazy man who claims to be a prophet. So why have you done nothing to stop Jeremiah for Anathoth, who pretends to be a prophet among you? Jeremiah sent a letter here to Babylon predicting that our captivity will be a long one. He said, build homes and plan to stay, plant gardens and eat the food they produce. So what about what Jeremiah says?
And that was them coming in to the
That's he's
captivity.
in captivity, bro.
That was them coming into the captivity in the same book
It
of
says
Jeremiah.
predicting our
In the
captivity will
same
be a
book of
long
Jeremiah,
one.
he tells them to not get wives and not have children in this land because they all want to be a bunch of Babylonian heathens. He's like, my response to that is, you can go to the book of Zechariah, and if you want to really see it, man, the book of Zechariah lets you know. Right here in the book of Zechariah, chapter 2 and verse 5, he says, yeah, I myself, says the Lord, will be unto her a wall of fire round about and will be honored in her. Talking about us, the daughter of Zion, Jerusalem. He said, and oh, get you forth. Oh, flee from the land of the north, says the Lord. You whom I have scattered into the four winds under heaven, says the Lord. Save yourself, O Zion, thou that dwells with the daughter of Babylon. For thus says the Lord God of armies, with a glorious power has he sent me out to the heathen, which spoiled you. For whoso touches you shall touch the apple of his own eye. Behold, I will lift up my hand over them, so that they shall be spoiled of those which before served them. And you shall know that the Lord of hosts has sent me. Be glad and rejoice, O daughter of Zion, for lo, I am come to dwell in the midst of you, says the Lord. At the same time, there shall many heathen cleave to the Lord, and shall be my people. Thus will I dwell in the midst of you, and thou shalt know that the Lord of hosts has sent me unto you. The Lord shall have Judah in possession for his part in the holy ground, and shall choose Jerusalem yet again. What? And shall choose Jerusalem yet again. So we're going to have to dip out of here for that to happen. Let all flesh be still before the Lord, for he is risen out of the holy place. And I
So,
could say that that's
so
happening
isn't
today.
that something enacted by Yahweh himself and not us? What
He's
you're
not going to sit around here and fly with pelicans and angel wings around. Like he told us right there. He said, save yourself. He said at 6, he said, get you forth and flee from the land of the north, says the Lord. You whom I have scattered into the four winds under heaven, says the Lord. Save yourself, O Zion. Do what? Save yourself, O Zion. You that dwells with the daughter of Babylon, in particularly speaking. That's us.
so when Jeremiah right here, verse 5, you're just gonna say this is null and void, where it says build homes and plan to stay, plant gardens, to eat foods that they produce, marry and have children, then find spouses for them, so that you may have many grandchildren and multiply. Do not dwindle away, and work for the peace and prosperity of the city where I sent you into exile.
That was the beginning of the captivity, man. That wasn't at the end, man. That wasn't at the when God was about to destroy it, man. We're at the different process now. We're at the
What
part
about
where
this part right here? Where it
Babylon is
says,
about to be destroyed, man. We're
what
not at
about
the part where we're just coming in to the punishment. That's something that we could have been preaching back in the late 1800s or something. All right, I hear you. All right, we got out of slavery. Let's plant us some vineyards. Let's have us some generation, man.
all right,
That
man.
place was hey man, no, for real. America was a promising land. It had a lot of stuff going. These people was just coming into the whole automobile industry and the mechanic.
It's promising now. You know how much
But
money
but
our
it ain't
people can
happening
make?
like that no more. No, there's a plague. There is a inflation.
There was a plague back then.
There is the dollar is losing its value. They're having a record lows
Our ancestors survived 2 world wars. What are you
in the
talking back
stock
then?
market, man. Hey, man. There's a drought. Nobody knows when it's going to be fixed because they say the only way it's going to fix it is going to take years of heavy rain. It says we must have years upon years of heavy rain to fix the drought. In other
Fix what
words,
drought, bro?
the extreme drought that is now has hit the whole United States, especially the West Coast. The West Coast they call it the drought is now at the level of exceptional.
Why do the land ever have a drought according to our heritage?
That's when God doing stuff, man. That's God judging, man. We look in the book of Isaiah, I think it's 29 or 19.
So drought don't mean that we don't have no water. It just mean that the crops ain't getting no water, right?
No, the drought means that there ain't no water coming from the sky, and now we've seen that the water table actually gets disrupted also. Now that we got all these wells, they don't really mention those things too much. You don't really hear, but wells run dry too. So when the well runs dry, and we all know how the saying goes, when the well runs dry, well, these wells over here then ran dry.
No, I can't say that, bro.
I can. You can just do the research. This is not, I don't understand. I'm like, what do you mean you can't just say that? You can. This is not sacred information.
Okay, so we just did the research for the price.
Just do the dry. Hear what you're
right?
saying.
We just did the research for the property.
What does that got to do with anything? I'm.
Well, if you allow me to finish, then you'll understand
listen,
what has to do with
there
what
is
you're
a
talking about,
a
right?
drought.
So
If
like,
you
I
don't
don't
believe
look,
me,
look,
listen.
look.
If you don't
Hey,
believe
look,
me, you can just
look, check it out.
You don't have to sit here and start trying to throw your speculations. Well, because
It's not
the
about
reason
speculation, man.
it is a speculation because you're not.
Look, bro. Hey, listen, man. I don't want to talk.
You're not
over
even
you. I
dealing
don't
with
want to
the.
yell over you at all, man. And I'm not gonna do it, right? I'm not gonna.
Well, you're not dealing with the info,
bro. I'm not gonna do it. So listen, man. We talking about you and your understanding, bro, and what you trying to bring to the table, man. You know what I'm saying? What you talking about is supposed to line up with the scriptures, and it's not lining up with the scriptures. So, like, if you're not gonna line the scriptures up with what you're saying, then what are you doing, man? Are you preaching to us? Are you trying to get us to believe what you're saying? Like, I don't understand. We all stand on the scriptures. So if we ain't seeing clearly what you're saying from what you're pulling out, then what are you saying? What are you showing us? Because this ain't got nothing to do with us moving to no Africa or moving outside of this land.
or something.
You said what?
Are you? Do you want me to like to bring the scripture out or something? Is this your weird way of asking me to just bring the scripture out?
Hey, brother, what about the end part of this sentence right here where it says, pray to the Lord for his welfare will determine your welfare?
That was when they were coming in. Well, check this out.
Oh man,
that wasn't at the destruction of Babylon. There was some.
Let's talk about during the captivity in
This was
Babylon.
there was instructions for them when they were coming into the captivity, but then there was instructions for when God was about to destroy Babylon and send the Syrians over there. So, like, we don't have to.
So we're not supposed to take care of our business and our families while we're here.
Nobody's telling you not to do that. Why would you build up that straw man and attack that?
Because I'm telling you, that's what the scripture's saying, and you saying no, it's not.
No,
So
I never told
confused.
you brought it up, and you brought that up only in contrast to me saying leaving.
Oh my God.
That was you. You brought that up only in contrast to me saying leave.
All right, brother. We just had an impasse, man. I don't know what else to say, man.
So look at check this. This is the scripture of the brother, because the brother is accusing me of not lining it up with scripture. So I guess he thinks I'm just proselytizing and coming up with my imagination. I ain't, he knows don't call me out on nothing like that. I ain't playing with the scriptures like that. So he says right here in the book of Isaiah chapter 19 and verse 2, for thus says the Lord, I will stir up the Egyptians one against another among themselves, so that one shall be always against his brother and neighbor. Yeah, one city against another, and one kingdom against another. And Egypt shall choke in herself. When they ask counsel at their gods and at their prophets, at their soothsayers and witches, then will I bring their counsel to naught. I will deliver Egypt also into the hands of grievous rulers, and cruel kings shall have the rule of them. The water of the sea shall be drawn out. Nilus shall sink away and be broken up. The rivers also shall be drawn out. The wells shall decrease and dry away. Reed and rush shall fail. The grass by the waterside and upon the river banks. Yeah, and whatsoever is sown by the waters shall be withered, destroyed, and brought to naught. The fishes shall mourn. All such as cast angles in the water shall complain, and they that spread their nets in the water shall be faint-hearted. Such as labor upon the flax and silk shall come to poverty, and they also that weave fine works. All the pounds of Egypt, all the barley, all the moats and ditches shall come to naught. So God does cause droughts when he judges nations before he destroys them and ultimately wipes them out. They go through these processes, and America is going through that right now. That's just what God does. This is his manners. So I didn't come out of just the thin air with it. God it's been recorded for him doing these certain things before.
Man, I ain't seen no droughts here in America. Nowhere.
Just pull up extreme drought in United States. Pull it up right now. 2022 drought. And then you get all the information. This is not sacred information. This is Google information. I watch the news all the time about the drought. I'm surprised that you never heard it. I'm like, how can you not have heard of it? That's all they've been talking about. California lost a whole city. There's a whole city that's no longer in existence anymore because all the wells dried up. All the inhabitants had to move out.
So California is the only place where the water comes from. Everywhere else, they don't get no water unless California issue them some water, right?
No, nobody's saying that. I said the breadbasket of the world. We grow most of the food. We grow a lot of the food that ends up on the table, on the dinner tables in America, right here in California. In the
And
sandbox.
you dam up a lot of the water so you can irrigate it for that purpose, right? And so there's literally legislation in California right now for people who are trying to stop the policies of the state government because of man-made drought concepts.
No, there was no man-made droughts. These people didn't. They don't have no water.
Hold on. Do you want the bill number?
Like they don't have like no big water source like that. They California, cities like Los Angeles and stuff. They don't even get their water from California. That water comes from the Colorado River. They don't even get their water from here.
Wait, how do we get
the water in Los Angeles from the Colorado?
On that note, you know what I'm saying? I'm gonna jump off.
All right.
Yeah, I'll get you, brother Bear. Slow out. It's really good.
Slow, brother. Hey, Battle Axe, man. I you know what I'm saying? I'm just all about what's best for, brothers and sisters, man. If you think is what's best for you is moving to Africa, go right ahead. Ain't nobody stopping you, man.
Well,
it says in the scriptures that we are going to end up leaving here. So what place will we go to?
Man, I'm talking about by your own volition, meaning you get up and do what you want to do. I'm not talking about no prophecy. I'm not talking about the Most High coming back and doing anything. And I don't think you are either, because when we brought that up, you said, no, it's on our own. We got to do it ourselves.
Yeah, I said that the scripture says to do in the book of Zechariah 2, verse 6, says to save yourself.
What does that mean?
He said that. He said that he actually doubles up on what he meant. You need to flee, leave. He wasn't talking about spiritually detached. That's that Christian shit. That's not what he was saying. He was saying save yourself. Flee from the land of Babylon. You that dwells with the daughter of Babylon. He said, get out of there. Because he then he gives a list of what he's about to do. He said, he says pretty much to put it all up in one nutshell. He said, I'm about to destroy this place. I'm about to send an army up in here and everything, man. He's like, this place is done. You need to leave. And here we are, still sitting around here trying to get into the politics. And he's like, I don't see what's going on. Like, this scriptures is being fulfilled. God has a way of getting down. You can read the stuff in the scripts and learn about what's going on today. And a lot of people say, but that already was fulfilled. You're like, that doesn't mean that you can't learn.
So when he say he gonna gather us from the four corners, what does that mean? We do it ourselves?
Yes, he actually, because when you go to the book of Deuteronomy, it's actually in the contract we were going to do that. It says in Deuteronomy 30:1, he says, when all these words are come upon you, whether it be the blessing or the curse, which I have set before you, yet if thou turn unto thy heart among all the nations, whither the Lord your God has thrust you, and come again unto the Lord your God, and hearken unto his voice according to all that I command you this day, both you and your children with all your heart and with all your soul, then the Lord your God will turn your captivity and have compassion upon you, and go and fetch you again from all the nations among which the Lord your God have scattered you. So you say, wait a minute. You say so when he says that he's going to do it, you're like, but he wasn't the one that actually necessarily scattered us.
What?
It was actually like
man, that's not what I asked you, bro. I said
but it was done through.
He said that, and you just read the scripture where he said it again, that he's going to gather us. He's going.
Yeah, but he said he's going to scatter.
He didn't say nothing about what you just read. He didn't say nothing about.
But you didn't let me finish saying what I was saying. Why I brought
you saying something, but you're not reading it.
Excuse me.
So what I'm saying is what you read had nothing to do with what I asked you.
You got to let me finish though, because
I'm not asking for you to preach to me. I'm asking for you to show me the scripture.
You gotta excuse me. You
can't. I'm not asking for you to preach at all. If you finish reading the scripture,
I brought that up.
Are you finished reading the scripture or what?
No, you gotta let me be able to explain why I even brought it up. Other than that, you just let me read.
There's nothing for you to explain.
Excuse me. I would like to be able to explain why I brought that up, though.
But I don't need you to explain none of that. I just need you to answer my question.
Excuse me. I did choose to.
I just need you to answer my question. I asked you a specific question. I didn't ask you what you're talking about. You want to expound on.
I will be glad to answer your question.
Well, then just deal with my question, and then whatever you want to expound on it.
I will be glad to answer your question as soon as I'm done saying what I was just going to say.
Bro, do you know where you at, bro?
I will be glad to answer your question.
Do you know where you at, bro? I'm not here to play no games with you, man.
Excuse me. I'll be glad to
answer with you, Battle Wax. So listen, man.
Excuse me.
You gonna respect what I'm asking you, bro, or you can do it moving, bro.
Excuse me. I will be glad to answer your question as soon as you allow me.
Then please just address my question.
As soon as you allow me to
expound on whatever you like to expound on.
Exactly. That's all I'm just trying to say. I'll be glad to answer your question. I was just saying that it shows that he says he gave responsibility for scattering us, but that was done through the transatlantic slave trade and everybody that it was involved. So we know that when he meant that he would gather us, it didn't mean exactly by some.
Man, can you?
I have a quick question. Where's the land of Israel? Do you believe it's in the Levant or in Africa?
I think it's in Africa.
What part of Africa?
Just sub-Sahara. It's still debatable. This is newfound information.
So the whole of sub-Saharan Africa is the promised land?
It's somewhere in sub-Saharan Africa, just sub-Saharan Africa, somewhere around there.
It is the promised land given to Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob.
Yeah, like he just now said. The scripture I just read. He said that we're going in Zechariah chapter 2. He said that we're going to have to. He's going to choose the land again.
All right.
He's
Do you believe in the New Testament, by the way?
So as of right now, whatever land that we're thinking that it is, according to Zechariah 2, it ain't the land, because there's still in the last days it's prophesied that we're going to still have to. God's going to have to choose His land again.
Interesting. So, do you believe in the New Testament?
Yeah, I believe in the New Testament.
Do you believe in the event of 70 AD when the temple was destroyed?
I don't know too much about it. I just know that that's what somebody said, but I haven't done nothing to be able to say that, I got a teaching on it or anything.
All right, I advise that you look into 70 AD. It's a very important event to Israelite history.
No, I know pretty much the summary about it, but I'm just like, well,
Okay.
Yeah, I know about it. So what's the point though?
All right, so the point is this. The second temple was destroyed by the Romans. Are you aware of that?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, so how is the land of Israel in Africa when the Romans never destroyed the second temple in Africa? They destroyed it in the Levant, the modern day state of Israel.
We don't know that, because
how do you know that we don't know?
We don't know that.
Yeah, but where's the evidence that we don't know?
Well, we know that there was a lot of conquests inside into Africa, and Africa was being invaded for hundreds of years.
But by Romans, because we can tell through archaeology whether
that time
who was going through.
When they were destroying temples and doing all kind of iconoclasm and all this stuff in the 70s and in the first century, they went through Africa also.
Who taught you that the land of Israel is in Africa?
So when they destroyed the temple, we don't know which part they were talking about, because there's some place out there called the Zimbabwe ruins that a lot of people out there, and there's even been some scholars that has agreed that is possible, the Temple of Solomon there, and you can see the Zimbabwe ruins, and they don't know how they got there.
All right, so who taught you that Israel is in Africa?
The
Because
Bible.
obviously we didn't.
The Bible
we weren't
taught me.
knowing this.
The Bible taught me that.
So nobody, no one, let's say TOTW or Truth Unveiled 777, nobody on YouTube taught you this.
No, they didn't teach me that, but what I did, I know about Truth Unveiled, and I got some stuff from Truth Unveiled, and I put it on some of my videos. But
okay,
I found out about it being in Africa by just reading the Bible over and over, and it just started popping out too much. I was like, wait a minute, and it was like, this don't sound like that.
Right.
This sounds like Africa.
So you're saying the spirit told you it was in Africa, basically?
Well, the book, I was reading it. You can read it. You can see that it's
okay.
talking about Africa.
All right. So you do have enough evidence that it's in Africa?
I got lessons that it's in Africa.
All right.
But
where in Africa then, if you have all this?
I don't have a definite actual location. That's still information. It's new. Like I said, it's new information.
If it's in the Bible, then shouldn't it just straight up tell us where?
The places ain't named the same. Don't you know that?
What do you mean they're not named the same?
They're not named
Jerusalem
the
is
same.
Jerusalem.
It's what things are called in Africa ain't the same as what they used to be called even 500 years ago. They got different names.
Do you know what they were called 500 years ago? Have you done that?
Not everybody knows all the names. No, I don't know.
He didn't ask you about everybody. He asked you. He talking to you.
No, I don't know. If everybody, if
I thought you did
those people there don't even be knowing all the names, then how would I know?
All right, where's Beersheba then? How about that? Let me just be easy with you. Where's Beersheba?
South Africa. That's somewhere in South Africa.
Okay, I'm sorry. Okay, all right. Let me be a little bit more serious. All right, so what about the wilderness?
I ain't gonna, no.
I'm sorry. I'm
No,
sorry. I'm
you
watching
guys
another
are
film
like
right now.
real. You guys
No,
are just
bro,
like
bro.
you guys are the wrong
Relax,
kind of
bro.
people.
Relax,
Man,
relax.
you just don't have no answers for
Nah,
simple questions.
no. You guys are.
You just don't have no
Where's
answers for
the
simple
I'm the
questions, and you
man.
about to start crying.
I'm the
You about to
man.
start crying now. Like we don't
You
need that.
trying to come at me like I'm the man with the hat
No,
that had
bro.
the
All right,
million
I'm
something there?
sorry for laughing,
Well, I
bro. I'm
mean,
sorry.
you bringing up
Relax,
all of this
relax.
You
shit.
come at me with the man with the
You bringing
millionaire.
up all of this stuff. So
I
I
did is
mean,
I
why you
said,
don't have
hey
no
man,
answers for it?
we're gonna have to end up going to Africa. Do you think it's in Africa? Or what do you think it's at? I said, well, I think it's in Africa. Well, where? I'm
Hey,
like,
hey, hey,
motherfucker, I don't
hey,
know,
Battle
nigga.
X. You know the last group of people who booked a trip to Africa because they were following the Maury? They end up drinking Kool-Aid like Charles Manson. That's all I'm gonna say. Better be careful who you follow.
I ain't following nobody, man.
I'm just saying. I'm just giving you some brotherly advice. If somebody
Listen,
says,
man,
"Hey,
hey,
let's
I don't
all
know
go to
why.
Africa," be
I'm gonna let
careful.
you know this one. You can spare me that advice. I don't listen to people. I
All
don't
right,
listen. I don't. Whatever, man.
just be
You say
careful.
you can't say shit to y'all. You say anything, and you just
Just don't
have to
don't
be
don't
in
drink the
opposition.
Kool-Aid. When they give you the Kool-Aid, don't drink it. Just
You see
drop
what
it.
I'm saying? You gotta clown something. You gotta try to make something look weird, or like, why are you doing this? Why ain't y'all just
You doing it
receiving
to yourself,
information?
man.
Why ain't you just saying, oh, okay, you know what I'm saying? I never thought of that, but whatever. You know, that's how I'll take information that I'm not even agreeing with. I'll just be like, oh yeah, oh.
We're
Yo,
not
Where's the
we're
way of the
not we're not
Philistines?
used.
Shalom. Shalom. What's going on with y'all?
Shalom Akmalat.
What's going on? Yashar, y'all, the Hebrew Israel, and Scholastic Bully, Battle Axe.
It's Shalom.
Shalom, shalom.
Shalom Akmalat.
I got a question for y'all. The brothers that, you know what I mean, was going against, you know what I mean, leaving here. If y'all can answer this question. The question is, can you guys show me anywhere in the scriptures where the Israelites did not leave their captivity and go back to their land?
Where they did not leave their captivity and go
Yeah,
back. So
can
basically,
you
they
show me
stayed in
anywhere where
the.
they stayed, where they were captives at?
The scriptures say we're not supposed to go back to that land anyway.
No, I'm just
After,
saying. I'm
after we
just
got
saying. Can
exiled.
y'all show me anywhere in the Bible where we stayed, we were captives at?
I was trying to do that. In the book of Ezekiel, it talks about our land will be pretty much occupied by the Gentiles. And
Didn't
we won't
Daniel
be able
stay
to,
in Babylon?
But no.
no, but
Everybody in
after
the Bible, no, they
he's saying
actually
after,
left Babylon. I'm not talking
yeah,
about Daniel. I'm talking about
Not
the
all of them.
Israelites. After they didn't stay in Babylon until
Yeah,
70
we
AD.
did. No,
So they
not
stayed in Babylon until
actually.
70 AD.
I said no. I said we stayed there till about 1000 AD,
Okay,
if I'm not mistaken,
so
or
we did
1000
leave though,
BC or
right?
something like that. 1000 AD or something like that. One of the two. Hold on. Let me grab it.
No, it's okay. You don't got to do that. I'm just trying to make a point here. Every captivity that we was in, we never stayed in that captivity. We ended up leaving.
according to, okay, so do you
Yeah, we
believe
did.
when the Romans sacked Jerusalem and King Hadrian, right, the Roman general Hadrian, ended the Jerusalem state and named it Palestine, we've been scattered since that time period, correct? Akmalak?
We've been scattered since, you talking about 70 AD?
Yeah, no, 100, I think 119 AD. When the end of Israel, that was the end of the state of Israel. It's no longer called Israel, it's called Palestine
I'm talking
because
about
of that.
Hadrian.
Yeah, Hadrian.
It's called yeah, we've been scattered since.
Wait, where do you
So we
believe
haven't.
Israel is first?
So you believe that African Americans are Israelites? I'm just gonna walk you through this.
I believe that we're from the tribe of Judah.
So
Yeah.
we haven't been back. So okay, it's safe to say that African Americans that were claiming to be Israelites haven't been back in the land at least almost 2,000 years, right? At the minimum.
Yeah.
So okay, so what was the point of what you were saying then? I don't get it.
Yeah, me too. That's
No,
what I'm trying to
what
figure
my
out.
point that I'm saying is this is what I'm saying. We never ever stayed in the land of our captivities. Never.
So do
there's going to be a day.
you guys subscribe to Hebrewism of West
Hold
Africa?
on. Okay, you can ask your question. What was it?
Do you subscribe to to Hebrewisms of West Africa?
I'm not familiar with that term. Can you explain?
Isn't that the book you're talking about, Hebrewisms of West Africa by The book, right?
Joseph, yeah, Joseph Williams.
Yeah, Joseph Williams.
So, see it right here. See the book?
Yeah, I see it.
Yeah. See that highlighted portion?
Yeah.
Yeah. So I'm gonna read that real quick, just to help you out with some of our history.
Yeah, that's
right?
a good book, actually.
So this is coming from page 141, and it's talking about the diaspora, right? Judeans, right? So the real dispersion began with the Babylonian exile. Nebuchadnezzar transplanted to Babylonian the choice of the Judean population, probably about 50,000, were transplanted, and Jewish communities were formed in Babylonia at many points, as at Tel Aviv and Cassifia. Here, the Jewish religion was maintained, and from this center, Jews radiated to many parts of the east. Thus, the Jews reached Media, Persia, Cappadocia, Armenia, and the Black Sea. Only a few of these Babylonian Jews returned to Palestine. I'm going to read that again. Only a few of these Babylonian Jews returned to Palestine. They maintained the Jewish community in Babylonia till about 1000 AD. It is here interesting to remark in passing that as late as the middle of the 10th century, we find the Arabian traveler Ibn Hakel describing a Jewish kingdom at Atel near the Caspian Sea, and noting the smallest in numbers of the inhabitants of the country are the Jews. So I'm gonna stop right there. But we did stick around after our captivity, just to confirm that to you, just because I don't think you read that before.
I mean, even Daniel.
Are you saying that we stayed in Babylon?
I mean, even Daniel's
Hey,
an
bro,
example who stayed in
I'm not
Babylon.
gonna read it again.
Daniel.
No,
Daniel the prophet.
just be clear. Did we stay in Babylon?
Did Daniel go back to Israel?
No.
Exactly.
Daniel he wasn't the last Israelite.
Exactly, but he wouldn't have been the only one there. He had like other Jews. I guess I'm just gonna use the word Jews. He had other Jews there.
But the honest question would be: Did Daniel's people go back to Babylon?
Right.
I mean, did they leave Babylon? You want to just be honest, just be having an honest question. Just ask that. Like, did his people go? Because Daniel didn't go to Babylon by himself. So it was the people that went. So it's like, did they people ever leave? The answer would be, well, yeah. Not maybe not in Daniel's lifetime, but they did. And then like we can move on. We don't have to sit around here and start being all simpletons and start trying to make somebody look like they something else. You like we shouldn't do that to each other no more. That's why
What are you talking about?
Wait, where do you believe
who made
Babylon
somebody
was,
make somebody look like something? I said maybe I said to Akmalak. Maybe you haven't came across this in our history.
Brother, man,
so I read the information.
Honest to God, I was
not to show the brother up. What the fuck is you talking about, Battle Wax?
Honest to God,
down, bro.
I didn't even have you in mind. So you probably should calm
down, bro. You tripping, man? Because not even Ebri, he's not even coming off foul to nobody, bro. So stop that, bro.
He's
Nobody's
been
attacking nobody.
Right here, this Moore's has been. I had it been. Come on, man. Have you been here the whole conversation or not? Moore has been notorious.
Moore is not even on here, Battle Wax.
Who is this? Well, whatever his name is.
Hebrew is not attacking you, bro. Knock it off.
Hebrew. All right, whatever. I thought it was Moore. My bad. I ain't looking at the phone. But anyways, man, he wasn't receptive to information, man. It was not the right mind state, man. That's all I gotta say.
Yeah, and then I think that we kind of being like, it's disingenuous to say that the Israelites stayed in Babylon all the way up until we went to, I guess, West Africa.
I mean, they did stay in Babylon, a lot of them, because we know that by the time we get to the New Testament, we only know that Paul is from the tribe of Benjamin, and even he said he was born in Anatolia. He was born in Asia Minor in Tarsus. And when we get to also in the New Testament, the only thing we hear about is the Judeans, which is where we get the word Jew from.
But there were the
10 tribes,
the southern kingdom.
The 10 tribes did not
the northern
return back
kingdom
to the
that
land.
went off. I'm talking about the southern kingdom.
Yeah,
and
but
letters were
why
sent.
why
To
talk about only the Southern Kingdom? Like,
no letters were sent to Babylon.
Well, yeah, and the Northern Kingdom, they went off. You know what I mean? They was in all types of lands.
yeah, but isn't the argument that they stayed in their lands? I'm trying to figure out.
No, I'm talking about the Southern Kingdom of Judah.
And what about them?
They did not never stay in their captivities.
Well,
Never.
some of them probably could. I mean, can't account for every single family in ancient
I'm not saying every
Israel.
single. I mean, there are some people that you know what I mean got old and died in their captivity, just like
Exactly.
our ancestors here. But I'm
Exactly.
saying our people never stayed in their captivity. That's all I'm saying. So with that being said, we got to start looking to get up out of here, because like the scripture says in 1 Kings 8:47, it says once we turn to the Most High and confess our sins, that the Most High, he will start hearing our prayers. You know what I mean? And then once he hears our prayers, he will bring us back into our land.
Nah, I feel like I'm just gonna wait on, I'm gonna wait on the Most High to do whatever He's gonna do. I'm just gonna
Okay,
live where I'm at
okay.
and
I'm gonna
take
ask
care
you
of
a
my
question.
family.
When the children, hold on, when the children of Israel was in Egypt and the Most High came, right? Who?
Yeah, that's the Most High.
Did the Lord actually show up, or did he send people like Moses and Aaron?
Yeah, but
And
who's
then
gonna be
through
our Moses
them,
and Aaron?
no, through
I'm
them
not.
in God's judgments, which you know what I mean, we see now we got Israelites and God's judgment going on. With those two scenarios together, the children or the Israelites left Egypt.
Yeah.
Yeah, you know what? That's a perfect example. I'll go with it. Israel did leave the Egypt when they had the correct man to follow them, which was Moses. But you guys want to be like the Israelites who are enslaved in Egypt and want to leave before Moses even comes.
Moses
We
is
talking
here.
about we got our
You don't
Moses and
know.
Aaron's.
Yeah, man.
Who is our Moses?
Christ
Explain
is
to
our
me.
head. Moses. Christ is the head.
So why you can't be patient and wait for him?
Christ.
Exactly.
He's
That's
already
what I'm
here.
Where is he? Wait, what? The
Christ
scriptures
is
literally
here.
say, "Be careful of the false one that will lead you into a desert." Y'all are going to be led
We're not
into a
leading
desert.
you into no desert. We're not telling you that you need to run off into fucking the
So
Middle
what are
East.
you saying then? Clearly.
We're saying that Christ is here, and and he is leading us. And
Bro,
the
that's what
next
the
move
book
is
that
is
Charles.
is
That's
is,
what
is
Charles
to,
Manson's
and
followers said, dude.
the next move after we fix our minds is to leave.
Bro, that's what Charles Manson's followers said.
Man, I don't care. I don't see that is the part that I keep saying that when you guys are like, you're giving me the wrong type of responses. These are not actually genuine either.
Bro, you don't even
You
know
gotta
where
stop. You
Israel
gotta
is
stop
in
saying
Africa.
stuff
Where
like
am I
that.
going to go? You
Stop
don't
saying
know.
stuff like, or you got don't drink the wine cup. Like you know what I'm saying? It's kind of like,
Where is Israel then in
it's
Africa?
like talk to
Lead me to the
people,
promised land. Where is
you
Israel?
know what I'm saying, with respect, so you can get respect back. That's all.
Where is Israel in the land so I can go there? Where is it? Can you tell me?
It's in Africa.
Where in Africa is a
I can
big
tell you where it's
continent?
not at. It's not in the Middle East.
Where is it in Africa?
It's somewhere in there.
Lead me to the promised land.
He says that he's going to have that chosen out again. We just now read that in the book of Zechariah chapter 2.
So
That's
basically, you're going to lead us into the wilderness of Africa, not knowing where we're going. Basically,
did Moses lead the people into the wilderness?
They knew exactly where they were going. It's just that they became wicked.
Did they know where they were
made that
actually
golden
going?
calf
Then why were they going in circles?
because they made the golden calf. I just said.
Why would they go in circles if
They
they knew where they were going?
for that golden calf.
Wait a minute. Do you also believe that Israel is in Africa, Torah?
I'm just saying.
Of course.
Oh no.
According to Genesis 12, you want to go through it?
It's not going to be in your favor. Where's Beersheba?
Okay, let's do it. Let's go.
No. Tell me where is.
No. We can just handle this.
No, we're
just
going
real
to just
quick.
be reading scriptures, but give me locations. Where is?
We ain't give you location. You just read the Bible.
Yeah,
Where's-
we're going to give you the location of what the Bible says. All right.
Let the.
Where's Shechem? Tell me that. Abraham went to Shechem after he
The
left
Shechem
Earth.
is what the Bible's going to say, and it places it in Africa. Can you get them that scripture, man, so this dude can stop asking questions?
Where in Africa? You not
Hold on, you
telling
gotta
me
give
what-
me a second, Battle Axe. I gotta get this juice for my dog.
Oh, you're not even telling me where. Just
Want
like
me to
it's
get
in
it?
the
It's
Bible.
placed in Africa, but don't nobody know where.
You want me to get it out?
Who are the
They
Ishmaelites?
didn't know. They didn't know where Jerusalem was either.
Who's the Ishmaelites?
When they were walking around in Egypt,
You
I mean,
can't answer that
when they
question.
left Egypt and they were going through the land of Canaan, they didn't
The
know where
Most High
Jerusalem
didn't
was.
allow them to go to Jerusalem.
No, they didn't know where
They
Jerusalem
did. The
was.
Most High didn't allow them to.
No, he kept
Stop
telling
being
them.
stupid.
He told them.
Go read the scriptures and show me
He
where
told
they
them.
just
He
wanted
said.
to just wander around the
Hold
wilderness
on.
for 40 years.
Hold on. He told them.
Don't be stupid, man.
During the
told them.
conquest,
Listen, man.
When,
I don't even
the
want to have this
conquest,
conversation with you because I'm gonna disrespect you, bro.
wait,
I'm gonna just go
let
ahead
me
and
talk
read
to
out,
you, man?
and
Because
I'm gonna allow you to
every
have it
time you
with
get on the
Hebrew.
conversation, man, you
Because at
turn
the
it
end of the
into like
day,
some
man, don't
you turn,
nobody got time for y'all false doctrines. I
you
mean,
turn this into
for real.
some
And don't
SVDL
nobody
shit.
got time for your false doctrines at all. Period.
Nigga, will you stop doing
I ain't the
this, man?
one, bro.
Then get the fuck off.
Let me show you something real fast.
Oh, power trip. Let me show my movie
yeah,
flex.
during the conquest of Joshua, they didn't go
My,
to
my thing
Jerusalem
is
right
crazy.
away.
It's crazy because like,
I'm back.
oh shit. Oh,
What happened?
hey, Charlotte playing no games. Man, he
What
brought it on himself. But my thing is, Akmalot, when we look at all the archaeology and we look at the history, like the Arch of Titus, it shows them going to Israel, going into the temple and taking the menorah. You know what I'm saying? It's saying
Where
that
you say Israel's at today?
in the Middle East, in the
You
Levant.
know, there's actually an ancient stela made by the
You
Egyptians. Wait, hold
you
on.
said
There's an
in the
ancient
Levant?
stela made by the Egyptians that actually mention Israel. It's called the stela, the Menfert stela.
The Meneptah Stela.
Meneptah stela. Sorry. It actually mentions Israel, and it's in the land of Canaan, aka the Levant.
Mm-hmm.
It's not.
I got a question. Is Africa the land of Ham?
I mean, Africa is just a continent. I don't really get into land of Ham, land of Shem type of stuff.
I'm just a question. Is Africa the land of Ham?
I mean, you can say that Hamites are there, yes, but Semites are there too. So it's
hold on. Okay, so check. Africa is the land of Ham.
No.
It's Canaan.
No.
Huh?
Akmalak, no.
No, it's not. So
no.
you got one brother saying it's not, and one brother saying
So,
it is.
No, I said that Hamites are in
Africa,
there. I didn't say that was the land.
South Africa, right? Bits of what you would consider to be the East Africa, right? That would be what you would call the land of Cam. They have their borders, right? According to the lot that they pull.
So Africa is the land of Ham.
Africa is just a continent. You know that.
Just okay. Where's the land of Ham at?
Because their borders are there right now in South Africa. Is it now the land of Jacob? I mean,
Ivry, where's the land of Ham at?
I don't really think there's a land of Ham. Like the scriptures never say that this is the land of Ham.
So okay, where was the land that was allotted to Ham at? Where's that at?
There was no allotting to Ham in the scriptures.
What? So Shem, Ham, and Japheth didn't get land? They didn't go to their lands? They all didn't split up and get land?
No.
Do you understand the borders of Shem's land? That's what I'm trying to. That's what I was getting.
I'm talking about Ham right now. I'm trying to get this.
If you understand the border of Shem land, you understand where Ham land start. But
okay,
obviously
you
you
tell
don't.
me where
So
Ham
go
land
ahead.
starts.
You don't want to hear it, bro, because you keep cutting my bill when I'm trying to just ask you simple questions about what you're talking about. But you guys, you know what I'm saying? Like, I don't understand y'all, man.
It's ridiculous.
Jubilees,
ask a
brother.
question, brother.
If you go to the book of Jubilees, you will understand the lots that was pulled. Very simple. It's not hard to find.
Yeah, if you go to Jubilees.
Okay, one more time. Where is that land of Ham at? You guys know. So where's it at?
What did I just tell you? Tell me what I just told you.
Go to Jasher.
Kush.
What did I just tell you? Didn't I just tell you some in East Africa to South Africa?
Thank you.
Is that not what I said?
Thank you.
I said South Africa. I didn't say the whole continent of Africa.
Okay, I appreciate that. Now I got another question. Since you answered that truthfully, I want one last question,
twice, bro.
I got a couple more questions. Is Canaan a descendant of Ham?
Oh no.
And
yes or no?
And
is Canaan a descendant of Ham?
Okay, he is. So what?
Was Canaan in his father's land?
No, he wasn't.
Where was Can you prove that according to the scriptures?
Jubilees,
Jubilees is scripture, so I don't. You can't tell me no.
Okay, so what? Show me this book of Jubilees where
What you
Canaan
mean?
left
Show
Jubilees
me
is
this
his
book
own
called
of
land.
Jubilees.
Jubilees is
Show me
called
in the book
literal.
of Jubilees where
Oh,
Canaan
you
left the
silly.
land of Ham.
Jubilees
Show
is
you in
Show
the
called
me.
Jubilees what?
literal.
Show me in the book of Jubilees where Canaan was not in the land of Ham.
I mean, what if those Canaanites aren't even sins of Ham?
Man, this is just show me because you guys now
Yeah, I
y'all
mean,
giving that
once I
wrong.
show you, then what?
Okay, then Canaan left Ham, and wherever Canaan left to, that's
Canaan
where the
never,
Israelites took
Canaan
over.
never went to Ham's land. That's the point.
Yes, he was what?
Who are the Hittites?
Ridiculous.
Can you look that
Man,
up for me?
no
So in the
questions.
book
Just
of,
show me. If
in
y'all
the book,
can't
I
show
am going
me,
to show you. I'm going
hold
to
on. If
show
y'all
you what
can't
he's
show
talking
me
about
that
in the book
Canaan
of
was not in
Jubilees.
Ham's land and that Canaan left Ham's land, you guys lied.
Okay, can we show you in the book of Jubilees?
Go ahead.
Okay, you ready? It says, and Ham and his son, excuse me, and his sons went into the land which he was to occupy, which he acquired as a portion of the land of the south. And Canaan saw the land of Lebanon to the river of Egypt, that it was very good. And he went not into the land of his inheritance to the west, that is to the sea, and he dwelt in the land of Lebanon eastward, westward from the border of Jordan and from the border of the sea. So it says here he didn't go into his land of inheritance. He went into Lebanon, which wasn't meant for him. That's what it says in Jubilees. Want to keep reading? It says in
No,
Ham.
that's good. That's good.
No.
Oh.
There's more. In Ham, his father and Cush and Mizraim, his brother said unto him, Thou hast settled in a land which is not thine, and which did not fall to us by lot. Do not do so, for if thou doest so, thou and thy sons will fall in the land and be accursed through sedition. For sedition ye, all the sons of Noah. Sedition have you settled, and by sedition will thy children fall, and thou shalt be rooted out forever. Dwell not in the land of Shem, for Shem and to his sons did it come by their lot.
So he was in the land of Shem.
I can also bring up a map if you need to.
No, that's good.
No, I can
That's
bring
what the book of Jubilees say, brother.
That's the book of Jubilees.
Yes, sir.
Also known as Little Genesis.
For sure. I did not know that.
Oh yeah, it's a good book. Yeah. Let me pull up a map real quick of these Canaanite tribes and.
No, that's how you got. That's what all you got. That was just simple, man. That was that simple, man. Because I was, you know, what I mean, I believed that Canaan was in his father's land, but you know, what I mean, this book of Jubilees, you know, shows something different.
Let me see if I can find this map real quick.
Hey, can Battle Axe come back up, brother? Cause he in the back.
Yeah, sure. I didn't.
No, I'm asking you, Shark, because they had got.
Here's a good map. So here's a good map of.
If he can't control his emotions and his feelings, man, I'm gonna boot his ass right back off.
Okay, all right. Battle
Here's
Axe,
a good.
Well,
actually, man, I've been controlling myself, man. As this, you always taking the conversation, you know what I mean, like that, man. You know that.
That's not start. That's just keep it. Come on, man. Why would you?
Did you see what they brought out, Battle Axe?
No, I don't know. I don't know what happened. I got kicked off.
Well, they showed right here in the book, according to the book of Jubilees, Canaan wasn't in the land of Ham with his forefathers. He actually went into Lebanon and he dwelt in there,
which was not his land.
Which was not his land.
What and what?
Good night. Good night.
Yeah, I thought that Canaan. I thought Canaan dwelt in, you know what I mean, Ham, dwelt in the land of Ham, and I was coming with the argument that if he dwelt in the land of Ham with Ham and Ham's in Africa, then that would prove that the Israelites took over a part of Africa.
I put the link in the private tech chat so y'all can go look at that yourselves. You see it?
All of the land of Africa ain't allotted to just only Ham.
We agree.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We said that earlier that some parts of Africa are Shems.
Yeah.
The book of Josephus is tell you that you get the name Africa from a Shemite.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So like, I'm not saying anything against that. The only thing I'm saying is it's an African book with an African setting, giving us the direction south of Egypt,
Changing my
that'll
screen.
place us more into Africa.
Here,
Not
here's
to mention a lot of the characteristics that God talks about His holy land, the land that He promises to us. He said that it doesn't lack anything. It's the land of the living. It waters His own self. It's full of many streams, rivers, and lakes. I'm like, that doesn't line up with the Middle East. That lines up with Africa.
It does actually line up with the Levant, but here's the land of Canaan.
The Levant is not full of rivers.
He
Yeah,
dwelt in
it
the
is.
land of
It
Lebanon,
is.
eastward and westward from the
Show me
borders of
the
Jordan.
springs in the Levant.
All right.
Where are the springs at?
All right, I'll show you. This is where understanding and learning topology comes into play. So let's learn about the topology of Israel. Just give me a quick second here.
The springs and all the rivers and stuff.
Yeah, I got you.
That
I'm
land
gonna
right
bring it
there,
out.
it's not filled with rivers.
It is. And what we have to keep in mind is that the land of the Levant was different 3,000 years ago. Like all lands were different. Like North Africa wasn't once a desert. It was once green.
But
So
that's what
same thing with Arabia. Arabia was once green. It was once called
it was
the Green
still
Arabia, Green Sahara.
it was still some type of geographical footprint. It would left some type of geographical footprint behind all that because of
It
the
does. It's all buried under the ground.
because of the sediment would have maintained that evidence. It's a different kind of sediment. It's not just loose, loamy sand.
You do know that even West Africa is starting to become like desert. Desertification is even happening in West Africa, in the Sahel. It's starting to stretch. You know, even West Africa is going to be a desert soon.
But there's no
Give me a
trace.
second here.
You would still see traces of where the riverbed has cut out.
You can see traces of the riverbeds, of the
Inside
former
of it.
riverbeds in the Levant. You can see it. You have to use like an air view, like helicopters, I guess, or a satellite view, should I say? That's a better wording.
You can just use it in Google then if you can do that. If that's the case.
Yeah. So let's get into the topology of the languages.
Do Google Map satellite.
Give me a quick second here. Hold on. Let me I'm gonna mute myself real quick, and we're gonna listen to something, and then I'm gonna share my screen. Just hold on. This is gonna be good for everybody because
like for you to try to say that place is a place that's full of rivers and rivers and lakes and streams and springs. That's not the truth. That's you may have a pseudo.
Have you studied the ancient land of Canaan?
But that ain't that. Hey,
you can't
that
say
ain't
it's pseudo if you haven't
like
studied
today.
it. Come on, man.
Hey, listen, that ain't what it looks like today. It's not a place where it can sustain us at the capacity that we would be at comfortable with.
It once did, and the scriptures even say
No,
that when we return, that the land. Hold on. The scriptures
I can say
even
about
say
you
that when
one.
we
I can
return
say
to
it
the
once
land.
was. I can say that it once.
Battle axe, bro. Stop cutting Ebri off, man.
I'm just saying though. I can say
you don't have. You can say what you need to say. Stop cutting the brother off, man. He don't talk loud. He don't like to talk over people. You see that?
Come on,
bro. Stop trying to be aggressive with this brother, man. He trying to have a conversation with you, and he about to show you what he talking about. Have some decorum, bro.
I'm waiting for him to pull the topology up. Pull it up.
Yeah.
But
have some decorum, bro. He's
but in the
speaking.
meantime,
You don't have to speak over him while he's talking.
But in the meantime, we just gonna have a conversation. That's all we doing.
That's fine, but don't speak over him. Allow him to finish his thought.
Okay.
Yeah.
Man.
So the scriptures even say that when we return to the land, it's going to be desolate. But it says that when we come back, that the waters will start to flow again, and that that certain plants, fauna and flora would begin to re-show itself again.
Can you show me?
Yeah, let me bring that out, and then I'm going to bring up this video. So let me find that again.
And when you're saying all this stuff about it was once this and it was once that don't cut it. These people they went south from Egypt.
Okay. Yeah. All right. So just give me a quick
So are you aware that in the book of Genesis 12:1 it says that they went south from Egypt?
Hold on, I'm trying to find this verse, so I can't really listen to you and I can't multitask.
Yeah, we talked about that last time we was on here. It doesn't say it went south from Egypt, bro.
It does. It does. And the word Negev means south.
It does not say it went south.
Then what did it say?
Okay, if we get this scripture and go through this again, brother.
It says right here in 13:1.
Okay.
Abraham departed out of Egypt, both he and his wife, and all that he had, and Lot with him, unto the south.
Doesn't say that, brother.
The south is Negev. That's what it means in Hebrew.
The Negev is not a place.
Do you know why?
Negev is a direction. That's south.
Do you know why they even call the desert below Judah Negev?
Do you know the only way that you can leave Egypt with animals is south?
No.
Yes, he had a law.
But listen to what I just said, because
He wouldn't lead them. He wouldn't lead them. Nobody in their right mind would lead their flock and cattle off into the middle of a desert without any sustainable passage.
That's
have you actually seen the land of Israel? Like, have you actually looked?
Yeah, I looked at it
the
on Google.
Yeah, I'm about to pull up some images because it's actually a pretty beautiful land, and it's not all desert. But first, I'm going to bring up the scripture. First, I'm going to bring up the
scripture. Okay, I'll do it after. I'll do it after so you guys can get what that word Negev means.
Yeah, it means south. I mean,
the reason why it means
correct.
The reason why they called it Negev is because it's south of Judea. It's named in relation to Judea.
That all came after, man. That's not the truth, man. That was the Jewish people lying. They made that up. That ain't the truth. They knew that scripture right here would place you in Africa. So what they did is they fabricated that and said, well, the word south is now the region, this region in the desert that's actually east.
Okay.
You're like, wait a minute.
So I'm sharing my screen.
Can I read
or I just
you can go ahead, you shoot.
Serious, and it said that they went south.
Okay, that's not what it says though. The scripture says, so Abraham left Egypt and traveled north.
It didn't say that. Show me where it says he left Egypt and traveled north.
I'm showing you on
the
screen.
Look at your screen, man.
Where?
Look at your screen.
Genesis 13 and Abraham. What translation is this?
They left Egypt and traveled north.
The New Living Translation?
Come
on, man. You can't pull up books like that. I'll go straight to the Septuagint.
Okay, so you want me to go pull the Septuagint out of my book box?
I got it right here already, man. I'm there. I'm locked and loaded. What's up?
All right, let me get Genesis 13.
And I can go to the Latin Vulgate. And I can go to the Latin Vulgate, and I can go to books, to Bibles that was translated in the 1500s. And they all say south. Okay, nobody ever translated that word historically as north until the New Living Translation. Why they had to sit there and
shoot, bro.
The
just
opposite,
type in Negev.
Because now it's not even saying they went to the Negev, because the word Negev don't mean north. But you look at the Hebrew word right there, it's Negev, which means south.
Give me a second, Yeshub. I need to take care of something, but I'm about to read the scripture here in a second, so you can show whatever you got to show.
All right, so right now I'm trying to get the Dead Sea Scrolls online, so we can just read it from Dead Sea Scrolls.
The Dead Sea Scrolls are fake.
What?
The Dead Sea Scrolls are not real.
Are you?
Dead Sea Scrolls are written on sheepskins. They was not used on papyrus when they would have been used on papyrus at the time when they said that they were claiming at their date. Those things are bona fide fake, all of them.
All right. So I'll just go to Bible Hub. How about that?
You can do not bring the Dead Sea Scrolls. That is,
man, that's crazy.
That's not true.
Got you. Okay, so I'm gonna go to Bible Hub. It just because Bible Hub give you all of the verses, right? Let me see if I can get Bible Hub up here, right here. Bible Hub. Let me see. Yeah, I mean, damn. Hold on. Let me share my screen. Can y'all see my? Oh no, you can't. Let me share my screen again.
What verse was that? Genesis 3 and what?
13 and
Genesis
1.
13 and 1.
Just 13 and 1.
They said
I got it. I got the word again.
Hold on, real quick.
If you want to share screen.
Hold on, so share my screen right here. Genesis 13:1. This is Bible Hub, so it has all of the versions. See that? All of the versions. So we're gonna read multiple versions. Okay.
That ain't gonna mean anything because you're going into all the new translations. We all know that all the new translations were used to to check.
All of them say the same thing.
No, they
That's
don't.
what
Because
I'm
when
trying
you
to show
go in,
you.
no, they don't. Because when you go into the new translations, everything after the
Okay,
1611,
King James Version, and Abraham went up out of Egypt.
yeah, you know how when you go up the river, because they're talking about the pattern of the Nile River. That's why it was called Upper and Lower Egypt, and one was north or south, the opposite. That's all that was. But you'll see right here,
Abraham went up and out of Egypt into the Negev.
Yeah, we know that. Listen, you got to realize this, Scholastic Bully, that Upper Egypt was actually, hold on, check this out. Upper Egypt was actually south and Lower Egypt was north. So when it said that he went up, you got to follow what they considered up, which is actually down.
That's right.
Bruh.
Bro, what?
Let me share my screen.
I'll be ready here in a few seconds.
Hey, check
I'll
this
let
out.
you finish, Yashar.
Can y'all see my screen?
Yeah.
What does it say right here, Yeshua?
South Country, the region of the southern Judah, boundaries are not specific.
So if you see right here where it says region of southern Judah, do you know where southern Judah is?
It would be in Africa.
I'm done.
That's just you automatically.
South Country and South.
That's you just automatically
I'm done,
accepting the fact that, and you're trying to get me to accept the fact that
I'm not trying to get you to do
is in the
nothing.
Middle East.
I was talking to my brother.
No, but okay. Well, if you say, "Do you know where Judah is at?" when after you pose that information, then that means that you're basing their question off of me already, or whoever has already agreed that it's in Judea.
Okay, so Negev in South Africa is what you're saying.
Negev would be the direction south.
Okay, get numbers 13 and 17. Can y'all get numbers 13 and 17 for me?
Numbers 13 to 17?
Yeah. So every time we see Negev, we talking about South Africa or the direction of the south.
Yeah.
I didn't say that every
13
time.
and 17.
I said that was talking about the direction south.
Okay, so numbers 13 and 17.
And Moses sent them to spy out the land of Canaan and said unto them, get you up this way southward and go up into the mountain.
Yeah, so that means South Africa.
South was up still. Because that's all this that was our point. Thanks.
How is that your point?
Yeah,
you're
number
saying
13.
every time you see that word, it means South Africa.
We're gonna remember that numbers 13 and 17. That goes with our doctrine. You got to keep that.
That goes to your doctrine.
You hear that, bro? Their doctrine.
Wow.
A doctrine is just a teaching.
Okay.
That's what that means.
Yeah,
a teaching.
We don't have doctrines, bro.
We have everybody.
Okay, numbers 13 and 29.
The doctrine is teachings. No, listen. You can look the word up, and you ain't got to freak out about it. Just look at numbers.
Hold on, real quick. Get numbers 13 and 29. Read
Numbers
that
13 and 29. And the Amalekites dwelt in the land of the south, and the Hittites, and the Jebusites, and the Amorites dwelt in the mountains, and the Canaanites dwelt by the sea, by the coast of Jordan.
So the coast of Jordan is by South Africa.
We didn't say that. Like you keep on trying to,
bro. But that's that word.
You're building a straw man, and all we saying.
But you ain't being clear about what you're saying.
That's because because he's trying to sit there in South Africa.
Man, stop trying to blame it on somebody else. Won't you be clear with what you're saying? So nobody got to blame nothing.
All I'm saying is, when you look at the scriptures in Genesis 13 and 1, they went south. That makes a lot of sense too, because he did have a lot of animals. So they went south. The setting starts off leaving Egypt, going deeper into Africa.
So south is going. South is going. Is south going up or down?
Listen, if you don't want to accept it,
no, I'm
you don't got to.
I'm asking.
In terms of how they were saying it,
is south going up or down?
It's going down.
It's going down. South is going up.
So that means that northern Egypt going up. So that means that northern Egypt was closer to Jerusalem, right?
South is going up. That's all I got.
Oh, okay.
They saying they going up out of Egypt. They talking about going south.
Yeah, so going up, right? Going towards Jerusalem, right?
All right. So I'm ready to show you what I got when it comes to the land of Israel and its topology, because this is very important. And I would like for
all of you guys go get in the bed.
everyone to check this video out. This is from Dr. Don Fowler, Old Testament Backgrounds, Lecture 2. He's a professor. This is dealing with the topology of Mesopotamia, should I say, and Israel, and it's very good documentary, or should I say lecture, college lecture.
Are you going to show it, or
Yeah,
is
I'm
this?
about to show it. I just want to first give you a little bit of background. We're going to let him play the first few minutes of this, and then I'm going to go to the relevant portion, but I'm just going to show the first few minutes to let you know who this person is. So I'm going to mute myself, and let's get started.
This is Dr. Don Fowler and his teaching on Old Testament backgrounds. This is session number 2, Topography of Mesopotamia and Israel.
Welcome back to our second session. We went a little long on that first one, so we'll try to limit it from here on in to something less than an hour. What we want to do is to try to make a simple point that the structure of the earth, the topography of the earth, is created by God, at least from the perspective of the Bible. And in that perspective in the Bible, God is the creator. But it follows, therefore, that he works out his plan through the topography, through the creation of this world. So it's well worth our time. I trust you're going to agree with me. It's well worth our time to study the topography. So what we're going to do is to divide our thoughts in this hour to two topographies, one Mesopotamia, the other Israel. Mesopotamia, of course, is much larger than Israel. It's the source of the great powers of the ancient Near East. The greatest civilizations would have begun here first. And so what we would like to do is to point out to you several different things of some consequence.
All right, so now we're going to get to Israel.
As you can see,
because his first part of the lecture is dealing with Mesopotamia, so let's get to the Israel part.
Leaving that out, and we'll go back to Israel and explain to you this region over here. As you can see, therefore, the soil isn't very good, but it is forested, or at least it was, and there is some metal deposits, although not a lot. Most of the copper deposits came from the island of Cyprus up here. Our English word copper comes from the name Cyprus. If you look at the consonants, copper and Cyprus, the consonants are the same. So this region does not have that good topsoil, but it can sustain populations. It doesn't have forests, which means it can use them to build homes, as well as things like ships or weapons. And it has moisture. As a matter of fact, the further north you go, the wetter the region. The further south you go, the drier. The further east you go, the drier. So that if we look at a map of Israel and we see the rainfall, then we get a map which shows us this literally incredible variation in rainfall. I am no expert on the surface of the earth, but I would not be surprised that there is no place on the surface of the earth in which 100 miles can make the differences that it does in Israel. In other words, you may not be able to see it, but on the map, I can tell you that the blue regions represent 60 inches of moisture a year. Now, as you can tell, I trust, those are mountainous regions. As a matter of fact, this is Mount Hermon, which is almost 10,000 feet high. But because of the height, regions right here that's about 2.5 times the amount of rainfall that we get here in Virginia. Okay? You can see that a larger region is in this, I'm not sure, I think that's kind of a yellow. This is over 40 inches of rain a year. That's almost twice what we get in Virginia. And then, as you can see, as you go further south in the differing shades of brown, the brown go from about 30 inches of rain a year to maybe 20. Okay? So as you can tell, this whole region that makes up the core of Israel gets adequate rainfall for cropping. Right? See how the further south you go? So that if we were to show you what tiny distances we're talking, from right here, which is Lake Chula, down here to Beersheba, is roughly 100 miles. In 100 miles, you go from 60 inches of rain to 10. Isn't that just astounding? Here, you only have about 70 miles from the coast where you're getting 30 inches of rain a year to the Jordan Rift where you're getting 10 inches of rain a year, all in the space of just 50 or 60 miles. So what it tells us is two principles that cover the topography of Israel. The further north you go, the wetter it is. The higher you go, the wetter it is. So Israel is on this utterly unique phenomena of what some scholars call a rain line. And as you can tell, the rain line passes roughly through the country. So that if you are south of the rain line, which functions on a north-south line, if you're south of that rain line, then there's adequate rainfall. But if you're north of the rain line, I misspoke myself. North of the rain line, there is adequate rainfall. South of it, there may or may not be adequate rain. That rain line passes roughly through the middle of what we call Israel. All right? So we're learning some things about the topography. We're going to learn some things about food production here that make Israel different as well. In Mesopotamia, in their food production, it's a grain-driven agriculture, growing almost exclusively wheat and barley and some vegetables. In Israel, it's a different topography, which means they have different crops. To be sure, they grow wheat and barley, but that'll only grow effectively where you have decent topsoil. When we look at Israel, what we have is a culture of mountains, which means that growing vines is not only possible, but preferable. The phenomena of the hills is such that crops like we think of cannot be effectively grown except in the valleys. But the mountains are almost perfect for growing grapes. And so grapes do not like a lot of moisture, and they don't like excessive heat, which is why in both Mesopotamia and Egypt, there is a complete lack of growing grapes. But when it comes to Israel, it's perfect climates for that. The winds blow in often from the Mediterranean Ocean, and they bring with them cooling breezes, and at night that deposits dew, which is the way grapes like to receive their moisture. And that's the reason why when you're reading your Old Testament, you read about dew in in very favorable terms. It's never pictured, as far as I can remember, in negative terms. So it creates a whole different crop culture. And so in Israel and the regions to the north, Lebanon, it's a region able to grow two things: olives and grapes, both of which have the phenomenal ability to provide for people year-round. By that, what I mean is the grapes can be dried and turned into raisins, which means you have those with you all winter. And so that means you can have fruit all winter. In Mesopotamia, they didn't have that. And so the raisins provide fruits substance during the winter months. And secondly, olives give an enormously important benefit to their culture, because the olive tree produces a lot of fruit, and the olive can be eaten or it can be turned into oil. And oil was a vital, vital part of their culture for both religious reasons, since it was used to anoint humans in spiritual, religious rites, but more importantly, for cooking, for lighting purposes. You know, the olive oil would. So it created, these two crops created a different culture, a different lifestyle. And so it meant that this region has a completely different, or a largely different culture
Okay, man.
than Mesopotamia.
All right.
The climate is different. They can actually have winter because of the height.
He said, "You get the point."
As a matter of fact, one of the most amazing things about Israel.
I'm like, so okay, you can grow grapes. I'm like, all right, but that doesn't.
And olives.
Oh, you
which
didn't
is
show
used for-
us. I asked. I said, where is the rivers?
He said, "And olives."
No, I'm just saying. I'm like, he didn't even answer the question. He showed us what makes him believe that.
I'm showing you. the
Hold on, let me
topology of
finish.
Israel.
Hold on, could you
All
show
right,
the whole
I'll let you
video?
finish. I'll let you finish.
And I'm like, wait, okay. I just want to, because I'm gonna be quick. I asked you to show me where are these rivers, these lakes, these streams, and these water springs, and you showed me this.
It's getting to that, and it
Well,
did talk about the water. It talked
like,
about the Mediterranean Sea. It talked about the Dead Sea. It talked about some of the streams, like the way when you grow crops and stuff in the mountains. Like it's getting into all that stuff.
Okay, how about this one? Okay, before we do all that and watch this video, can
there's
you?
even more too.
I
If
can't
you
go
watch
to
the whole
I
thing.
can't go to my computer because my computer is broken. But can somebody please just at least pull up before we do this whole strenuous lesson with you? Can we just pull up one picture? Can you show me the rivers of Africa? Can you show me
All
that?
right, yeah. Real quick, this Joshua 1:4. Can y'all get that? Read that real quick.
You want me to read it or them?
Does it say right here, from the Negev wilderness in the south to the Lebanon mountains in the north, from the Euphrates River in the east to the Mediterranean Sea in the west, including all the land of the Hittites. Wait, the Mediterranean Sea is west of Israel?
Just like what that man said. And
Hold
the
on.
mountains of Lebanon, that's what that man said too. That to the north of Israel are mountainous regions, whereas to the south is more desert regions.
Hold on.
That man just said that.
Because I don't know what translation you're reading from.
No, that doesn't. Well, I got the KJV and it says, "From the
KJV is a
wilderness
horrible
in this
translation,
Lebanon, even unto the great river, the river Euphrates, in the land of the Hittites."
Okay, cool. What do Euphrates at?
That would be Africa too.
No,
it's not, bro.
Tell us what river. Tell us what river.
It goes like this, man. It goes like this. You can believe what these white folks is saying. You can do it.
Oh,
Go for it. That's on you, but I'll tell you this one, man.
Basically,
I'm telling you this
racism.
one.
Man,
Hey,
that's
you got a
that's a
big mission
bad
ahead of you.
argument.
Listen, you got a big mission ahead of you waiting for the white folks over there in Jerusalem to move out of the way or
So
for the
basically,
bombs
your
to go
answer is
off.
let's be racist to
Is
white
this
people.
telling
Got
us
it.
No,
that you don't
I'm like,
understand
if that's your land, there's some people that's
you don't
over
understand
there
prophecies?
right now, and they're claiming to be you. They're saying, and you're
I
not
don't
them.
care what other people claim to
Hold
do.
on. But this is reality. See, like Kevin Samuel said, we got to stop living our lives ignoring barriers. There's realistic barriers that
Okay.
you
Where's the land
must
of the Hittites? Where's
address.
the land of the Hittites? Where's the
You
land of the
must
Hittites?
address the realistic barriers. You can't
Where's
go
the
to
land of
Jerusalem
the Hittites?
claiming it.
Where's the land of the
Okay,
Hittites?
but no. Before you ask me another question, because you guys keep on trying to like, where's this? Where's that? Where's this?
Yeah, but you just questioned me.
I'm just like, all I asked you was one thing. I said, show me the rivers and the streams. And then when I asked this
Man,
brother,
stop trying to control
and
the
then I asked
narrative,
the
man.
brother,
Just,
hey
just
man, can you
trying to
pull up a
flow
map?
the conversation, man.
Will you please pull up a map of the rivers of Africa? Just pull it up.
And I can pull up a map of the rivers of the Middle East.
The river system of Africa, and they'll show you all the rivers that's in Africa, and it'll blow your mind.
You know, there's rivers in Europe too, in Asia, in
The-
America.
If you look at the river systems in Africa, then you look at the river systems in the Middle East. Right now, today, it is mind-boggling, and one overshadows the other.
Here you go. There
Which
you go.
one's the
Rivers of
Euphrates?
No, not the main river. Then pull up the
What?
river systems.
What do you mean? You just said rivers of Africa. You getting mad
No,
at me?
but it's showing you the major rivers. There's all kinds of.
Man, you see one title up there that say major rivers, and that's what you think it is?
But look, if you look at the one title that says major rivers, and then you look at all the other ones, they coexist with the exact same major river.
Not really. Some of them show different things too.
But if you look at it, that's what they're showing. They're showing you just the major rivers. We see it because there's one that's labeled up there called the major rivers.
But look at what
All right,
you
so
should type
give me a
in. It
map
says
that you
rivers
want
of
me to
Africa.
get because I just Googled what you told me to Google. And
Yeah,
And that's what I'm saying. You, just keep scrolling.
you told him to type in rivers of
Boom,
Africa.
right there.
That's what he typed in.
Go right there. That one. That's highlighted. I mean, that's like glowing and shit. No, next to it.
He want the computer.
The one from Reddit. Map porn.
This one, it's just going to.
No, but these are real. These are all the tributary. These are all the tributary.
They're showing the same thing, bro.
Yeah, it's the same thing. Yeah.
But look closer.
Look closer.
I see what you're saying. It got the little branches. Oh, that's inferred. We know that.
Those are all kinds of other little rivers. I mean, that place is full.
Is that what you said? That's all kind of what?
Those are all rivers.
Those are technically streams, but
those are not technically. Hold on. Those
That's why when your shoe typed in rivers, it only showed those large rivers because those are rivers. Those little streams are streams. That's why they're called streams.
They're not streams like in the way to where you're thinking that there's something that won't be recorded on a map. These are real like sources of water.
What is a stream? Explain to me what a stream is.
I'm saying, but by the way that you said it,
is a body of water that.
Why don't you explain
from
what
a
it is?
river.
Because you made it seem like.
Hey, your shoe. Type in streams of Africa, bro.
Yeah, type in streams of Africa because he's getting streams and rivers mixed up.
I ain't gonna lie. That's why y'all don't be seeing me online. I really don't deal with people like this.
So we can't chill and kick it, bro.
Like y'all Catholics.
We can't question his
I'm
methodology.
telling y'all the truth. That's why you don't see me online.
There you go.
Bro,
There you go. There go your streams of Africa. There you go.
But you ain't being fair, brother, because I let you come on here. I don't say shit and let you rock out, bro. Don't do that, man.
No, but I ain't
do that.
at y'all.
No, bro, because y'all come on here and say whatever y'all want to say. I don't even interrupt y'all, bro. Just because I disagree with y'all on that, y'all gonna play me like that, man?
Oh no, you can disagree, but I don't be laughing at people and trying to make a joke out of people. I don't play that. I don't be laughing at people.
Man,
Battle
listen, bro, ain't nobody. Look,
niggas can't laugh.
And everybody else is everybody else. So everybody need to be and move like you. When they
No,
talk,
I just know how to conduct a conversation to where it can keep.
Ain't nobody disrespecting nobody, man. Just because somebody laugh, because somebody see something funny.
Yeah, man, ain't nothing funny. I didn't know.
Of course, it ain't nothing funny to you, but it might be something funny to somebody else. So what? You gonna have a problem with somebody laughing?
We have to cancel anybody who laughs. Cancel them. Get them off the internet.
Like this. It goes like this. This is just a hard fact. In real life, when you're going out in the streets, people don't do it.
What?
But when you go online,
Man,
you never see.
yeah, all right, whatever. Anyway, man.
If
So
anybody
these are the
laughs at me,
streams of
I
Africa
must
right here,
cancel it.
bro. These
People
are your
in
streams
real
right
life
here.
don't be laughing.
So what we talking about? Here's your streams right here.
That nigga said people in real life don't be like.
They
Yeah,
don't.
man.
They don't be
It ain't
doing that
even
shit.
worth it. It ain't
That's a
even worth
cold
it, bro.
world right there.
So here's the streams. We back to the information. The streams, right? You talked about streams of Africa. There you go.
What?
That's
There's
what.
streams of this is
Okay, go to that first one then.
3 streams that move.
Can you go to that first one at the top left corner?
No,
This
you
one.
can't see nothing.
Is there anything bothering you with what you're seeing right there?
No, it's not. It's just a waterway.
It's just water. Yeah.
So that's a lot of water around a lot of green vegetation.
That's what
Right?
water is typically surrounded by. Right?
That's water around a lot of green vegetation. Am I lying or not?
No, you're right. No one's arguing against
Okay,
that.
so well, in Africa, it's full of that stuff.
So is
So all of Africa is Israel.
So is Europe.
No,
Europe
I didn't
has
say all
streams
that.
and
All I'm
rivers.
saying is all of Africa is filled with that though.
Yeah,
That's
but so
the
is Europe.
African.
Not really, because you
Now
have
let's go to
you have the Sahara.
now let's go
Desert.
to Jerusalem River.
This is the Sahara Desert.
That's
though. Like,
Africa.
Africa.
No, go
like,
to the Jerusalem River. Go to the river in Tel Aviv. How about
Isn't
that?
there a
I
lot of
will
rivers?
here, but look how big the Sahara Desert is, bro.
Go to the Jordan River, and I'll show you that the Jordan River is a stream.
Well,
First off,
isn't South Africa? Doesn't it have a lot of rivers too? Like, can't Israel be there in South Africa?
all
Yeah,
that it could be anywhere in Africa.
You mean South
No,
America?
I mean, excuse me, South America. My bad. I'm so sorry. South America. South
No,
America
it
has
can't
a
be in
lot
South
of rivers.
Like Peru.
No, it can't
Exactly.
be South America. If you want to imagine it that way, you want to imagine all this took place right here. That's what you want
I'm
to do.
just saying places with rivers. The whole planet has rivers.
That's not what I said though.
Why the Sahara Desert? Why are we not considering the Sahara Desert a part of Africa when it is?
Because there's white people there. You know.
No, it's just look at it.
Berbers.
Why?
This
Yeah.
is
Why?
ain't
Why
life.
is it separate,
It's unpromising.
It's unpromising.
man?
So Abraham, let me get this straight. Abraham came into Egypt. First of all, where did he come from? Where did he come from? He came from up here in the Middle East, right?
No, I don't believe that.
He came from Africa.
Came from Africa.
So he traveled from Africa into Egypt.
He traveled from Africa to Africa.
Into Egypt.
So
And then he traveled back into Africa.
Then travel back into Africa.
Wait.
You see why
Abraham-
brothers laugh,
Abraham
bro?
came
You see
from-
why people laugh?
I'll
Bro,
let you
you can't get mad at me for laughing at some shit like that, brother. You saying that he traveled in Egypt from Africa and then traveled back into Africa?
Yeah, that's what he did.
All
and
right.
we know, and it's crazy too. That was a trip. How you brought up that New Living Translation and how they actually knew that it was a mistake that that was in the scripture that they actually didn't catch about him going south. They try to cover it up by changing it to Negev, and then ultimately in the New Living Translation they just said fuck it, opposite. We just gonna call it north.
Okay. So where
In the New Living Translation, they took the word Negev and said now it means north.
Crazy.
No, that's
Which
not what
proves
it
to
said.
you
It
they're
said
trying to
north.
cover it up. They're covering up the direction that Abraham went.
the scripture says that Abraham was from Ur of the Chaldees. Where is
So
Ur of the Chaldees?
Chaldees is over here, bro. It's over here.
Matter of fact, no. Show us Ur of the Chaldees in Africa.
Yes, please.
It'll be in Africa.
No,
Okay,
where
well,
in
show us.
Africa?
Show us.
That's a huge continent.
Just
okay.
like you
Okay.
asked the brother to show you the rivers.
Okay, was Ur Chaldea in Mesopotamia?
Yes.
Okay. And are you aware that the word Mesopotamia means
The land between two
land of
rivers.
two rivers?
Or semantic stuff, man. Can you just?
No, I'm
show
not.
us-
These are not
Can you
semantic.
just show us
Actually, yeah, you trying to change
Ur
the
of
subject.
Chaldee
I'm
in
not
Africa?
a subject. It's just I got to give you.
Not a wax. Can you show us Ur of Chaldee in Africa? Tell
I'll
us
give you the answer right now, but I
Tell
got
us the link so
I
that we
got
can
to
pull
I
it
got to
up.
frame my answer. This is called framing.
No.
Just
I
tell
need
you
to-
what
we
to
need
type in.
Look. Listen to me clearly, right? We need to pull it up. So
There is no such
the audience. There's 22 people watching on
There
this
ain't
channel
no such
alone.
thing as that right
We
now.
have
You
3
know
other
that you know-
channels that we have connected to this. So we don't know exactly how many people are actually watching, right? So we want to show the people. This is why it's called the source. This is not called proselytize. This is not called Sunday school teaching. This is not called none of that, bro. None of that. This is called the source. So tell us where to go, because the Google is up here still.
I'm telling you where the
We
source
can
is.
find the place Ur of Chaldee in Africa.
That's what
We're
I'm
asking.
tell
We're
you the
not asking
place.
for you to preach nothing. Tell us where to go.
Are you done, man? 'Cause you're not even letting me even respond to your question. I'm trying to read
No,
right there.
it's no question. Tell us where to go. It's not a question.
You have to look on the map of Africa. Follow the Nile River. And when you see the Nile River split from the main Nile River to the White Nile River, you'll see that there is a plain right in between those two areas. There used to be a city called Babylon right there, right in the middle of the land of two rivers.
How ancient is that name, though? How far back does it go?
It goes back real far. It goes back
What
pretty much.
time period did Abraham live?
It goes back. It
What
goes
time
back
period did Abraham
to.
live in? The Bronze Age or the Iron Age?
I'm not sure exactly how long it goes back.
All
I
right,
just
he lived in
I
the
know
Bronze
that it
Age.
used to be called Babylon.
All right, so Abraham lived in the Bronze Age. Is that place called Babylon in the Bronze Age?
Probably not.
Okay, then. So he
I
didn't
don't.
live there.
Keep it real. I couldn't even tell you. That's what I'm trying to say. This information has been wiped away and lost. So none of the place names is going to be the same, and we got to already know that. That's a given. So when we get there and we look at all these places that investigate them today, of course they're going to be named completely different things. That's the reason why we have to go back and we got to actually retrace the steps, and we got to get down to the bottom of what's going on with that Genesis 13:1.
Okay, I got you. Okay, in South Africa, do they have camels? Are camels indigenous to South Africa?
Well, I don't know why you keep hanging on to the word South Africa. Look. Can we just say Sub-Sahara Africa?
Okay, fine. Are camels indigenous to Sub-Saharan Africa?
There is camels that are indigenous to Sub-Sahara Africa.
No. Are camels indigenous to Sub-Saharan Africa?
What do you mean by them being indigenous? Is that where they come from, or is there camels that come from there too?
Wait, what?
Is there camels that come from there? Is that what you're asking me? Or are you asking me, is that where camels originally come from?
Indigenous.
Yes, there's camels in Africa.
No, that's not what I'm asking you. That's not what I'm asking you.
There's camels that is native to Africa.
Native to Sub-Saharan Africa.
Yeah, there's camels. Yeah.
You tell me camels are in those thick Congo jungles. Camels.
Camels are native to Sub-Saharan Africa.
I'll pull it up.
There's
camels. Show me that, man. Show me that source, bro.
And they even have African inscriptions that they're finding still up to today that is showing inscriptions of camels in prehistoric representation.
You know, the scripture says that the Israelites fought the Canaanites, and the Canaanites had chariots. They rode on chariots and they had horses. Are horses native to Africa?
They say the dromedary camel is a large, even-toed ungulate native to North Africa and Western Asia, also the land of East Africa, Sudan, Ethiopia, and Somalia.
That's not Sub-Saharan Africa.
Yeah, that's North Africa.
Okay, what about what is Sudan, Ethiopia, Somalia?
Sudan is not Sub-Saharan
East
Africa.
Well, those are still African camels, nevertheless. You acting like people can't use them, or they never did anything with them. They just stayed in a vacuum. This is not reality in a vacuum. Y'all got to get out of that.
Again, my question.
I'm telling you, that's not Sub-Saharan Africa. That's all I'm saying.
Okay, all right, okay. Ethiopia,
hold on.
Sahara Africa, but it ain't not Africa.
Can y'all show any evidence of Rome occupying sub-Saharan Africa in the first century AD?
Yeah. Well, I'll let you get that question.
We probably won't be able to find that.
There's a lot. How big sub-Saharan Africa is?
It's like I'm saying. I'm like. This has been it's been a long time, and the main thing has been wiping off this very existence. That's the main is to take away our remembrance.
Right. So
you know that Somalia, Ethiopia.
All right. Can you show any? Can you show any evidence of Assyria in sub-Saharan Africa during the time of Hezekiah?
All I'm saying is, man, it says in the book of script. And here, listen.
Right. Can I just show this source real quick? Can I just show this real quick about camels and why?
Let me read this one scripture just real quick.
Well, sub-Saharan, all those places I named was in the sub-Saharan Africa. Just so you know, brother.
Got you. No, they're not. Anyway.
Yeah, it is. I'll pull it up.
All right. Y'all see my screen?
Yes.
You see what that say right there?
The coming of the camel.
The
Yeah.
coming of the camel, right? You see what this says up here, brother Akmalak? The one hump camel was originally domesticated, tamed for use by humans in southern Arabia around 5000 BCE. It was introduced into northeastern Africa around 3000 BCE.
No, I'm not talking about the one hump camel though. You're bringing up something I'm not talking about.
Right, they're talking about the domesticating process.
Yeah, I'm talking about the dromedary camel, brother.
Yeah, the dromedary.
Not the one hump camel, the two hump camel.
Okay, that's probably going to be worse on that, right?
No, it's not, bro. Just look up the
That's
dromedary.
probably- I will. Hold on. Let me finish reading this. From northeastern Africa, the Romans brought the camel. Hold on, listen, bro. The Romans brought the camel to the Sahara Desert in the 1st century CE.
The one hump camel, brother.
So
We're not
you don't
talking
even get
about the one
camels.
hump camel.
So do you understand that you don't get camels in the Sahara Desert until the Romans brought them in the 1st century?
But that has nothing to do with what I just showed you. I showed you, and I can show you one more time. The dromedary camel is from the sub-Saharan.
Wait, what?
He already did.
Sudan, Ethiopia, Somalia. That's all the sub-Saharan Africa. That's sub-Saharan Africa.
Is Ethiopia in like South Africa or West Africa?
Man, that's the
It's
sub-Saharan
sub-Saharan.
Africa. That's sub-Saharan Africa. Look
All
it
right.
up.
So the
Matter of fact, I'll just
dromedary
pull it up.
camel.
Watch this. Let me get
The
this.
dromedary
screenshot.
camel is the one hump camel, bro.
No, it's not, brother. Man,
You might need to pull up your shoe for everybody to see.
man, let me share the screen, brother.
Share your screen. I'm looking at it, brother.
Let me share the screen.
It better not be
Hold on,
from,
let
like,
me show this real quick. I'm gonna
Reddit
give it
post
to
or
you.
What
something.
come on, brother.
You see that? You
Yeah.
see that? You see that dromedary? You see that one hump?
It's literally called the
That's not
Arabian
the-
camel. It's called
Man,
the
let me
Arabian
just
camel.
show what I'm talking about.
It says
I
known
see
as the
humps.
Arabian camel, bro.
It's
I see
Arabian.
two humps. What you talking about, brother? They even showing you the phases of the two humpism right there.
No, yeah, there's one with two humps, but they're both.
Most of the
He said the phases. Huh?
The two hump one is a Bactrian camel. The dromedary camel is the one hump.
No, let me get my source.
Yeah,
You saying
Bactria,
no, I'm
Bactria is
showing-
nowhere
Let me
near
show you.
Ethiopia.
Oh, why y'all not reading it? Like,
Well. Okay, check it out. But what did they say? They said that they had the one-humped camel,
that's the one that went to Africa, the one hump camel.
but the dromedary camel, which is the two-humped one.
No,
No,
the dromedary
no.
is the one hump camel.
Yeah, that's the name. That's what it's called.
Okay, well then they said that they introduced the two-hump camel, but the one-hump camel was there then.
Wait, what? How you get that?
He's saying that they introduced the two-humped camel.
No, the Romans introduced the dromedary camel to
And the dromedary camel is the two-humped camel, correct?
The dromedary camel is the one hump camel. The Bactrian camel is the two hump camel.
Stop it, bro. I'm
All right,
You looking at it right on your screen? Are you looking at your screen?
I think it's talking about camels for.
Are you looking at your screen, dog?
Why?
Yeah, I'm looking at the screen. I got my
So
screen.
why you
shared,
sitting here
man.
acting like we trying to
He's
make
trying to
something
control
up?
the narrative. He's trying to control the narrative, brother. Come on, man.
I'm
Let
trying
me
to
show
control
my
the
screen.
narrative.
It's on the
Yeah,
screen.
just let me show what
Nobody
I got.
made this up, bro.
I'm not making this up either.
Let me blow it up. Can y'all see that? That's blown up.
I
man.
want to. I really want to see what Ak is looking at.
I almost kind of do too, but I want to.
I'm dying to see it, bro.
Akmalak, you see what
Unless-
that say right there? Bactrian camel.
Stop playing.
Unless he pulled a tail and just like
And that says dromedary camel.
called it that.
One hump,
You
two
don't
hump.
want the smoke, brother.
Listen to me, Akmalak. It says Bactrian camel. It has two humps. The one
So
hump-
okay, let me ask you a question since you're going that way. Is that the camel that you said that the people brought to Africa?
The one hump, the dromedary camel. Yes, the one hump is the one that was brought into Africa. It started in Arabia and it was introduced to East Africa. Then the Romans introduced it to the Sahara in the 1st century.
When did they do that though? They said in 3000 BC.
No, the Romans introduced it to the Sahara in the 1st century. It made its way to East Africa in 3000 BC.
3000 BC?
Yes.
When was that?
3000 BC.
Like but what was occurring amongst the Israelites or amongst the Hebrews?
Israelites didn't exist during that time.
So wait a minute. Wait, what?
The Israelites
Israelites
didn't
didn't
exist
exist
in
in the Bronze
3000
Age.
BC.
So they didn't even exist, huh?
No, they
Who
didn't.
did?
Humans.
I think you're confused.
Oh no, who
People-
existed? Who in the Bible existed 3,000 years ago?
The Bible
A
doesn't take
lot of
place 3000 BCE.
This is my
Who
understanding.
existed? So nobody existed at all.
That's not what I said.
No,
People
just-
existed, brother.
So that's what I'm trying to say.
You had the Nakata period. You had the Nakata period going on.
1,000
You had pre-dynastic Egypt going on. You had early dynastic.
I think Tassetti was going on.
Yeah,
there.
you had people-
what people was around there in
There
that
was
time?
definitely no
was
Semites
was
there.
Abraham around at that time?
Black Nubian descendants were around.
Hold on. Was Abraham around at that time?
Hurrians were around.
There was
I got a
no
question.
Semites in Ethiopia yet. I know
Was
that's
was
for sure.
Abraham around at that time?
No, this is before Abraham was born. This is before
Okay,
Abraham
was
born.
was Noah around at that time?
This is after Noah.
Okay, so who was what descendants was around at that time if it was
The
after Noah?
descendants of Noah. That
So
populated
Shem,
Earth.
Shem,
Shem, Ham, and Japheth's populations were around.
Okay, so what descendants of Shem was around at that time?
All of them.
All the descendants of Shem?
Elam, Ashur, Arphaxad, and Lud. Yeah, and
all of his sons is what they saying.
Froxad, Lud,
But we getting off the
Ram.
Yeah, we are getting off the point.
Yeah, the point is
No. So no. The point was, so when these things were brought there, it was way before Abraham had the camel, right?
My point is, Abraham has the camel.
Camel was already introduced into Africa, correct?
Yes, into East Africa.
So it's not a far fetched
not
concept.
sub-Saharan
Hold
Africa,
on.
bro.
So this is where I was going because I let you guys marinate with it, and you guys didn't know where I was. You guys didn't even know why I brought it up. So I'm gonna tell you why. Then
Hey, let him share his screen.
I'm gonna tell you why.
I need to marinate on that screen share for real.
I'm gonna tell you why I brought it up. It's because if Abraham came after these
you got it.
camels was introduced to Africa, then it's not a idea that is too far fetched to conceive or to even accept that Abraham was in Africa with camels.
No, not just Africa, sub-Saharan Africa. That's
Sub-Saharan Africa. They were introduced already before he was born.
So Abraham has camels in sub-Saharan Africa.
Yeah, you said that they came before Abraham was born. They was
Not in
already there.
sub-Saharan Africa, brother.
Yeah, so where was the dormitory? Okay, watch this.
So is like Egypt and the Sahara Desert a vacuum?
Okay, all right, fuck it. Fuck the camel. Where are the horses?
Yeah,
Where are the
let me get to
Where are
the
the
horse
horses and chariots in sub-Saharan Africa?
Where
Where
are
are
they?
they? Because the Book of Judges, the Book of Judges said the Canaanites they had horses and chariots of iron. Where is that in sub-Saharan Africa, bro? In the Bronze Age. Where is it?
It was in Egypt, right?
Oh my God.
Did not
No,
Egypt?
no,
have-
we said sub-Saharan Africa.
Hold on,
Sub-Saharan
asking, did Egypt have did Egypt have
Canaanites had
but I'm
chariots.
asking, did Egypt have horses?
Canaanites had chariots.
But I'm
In the
asking, did
scripture.
Egypt have chariots and horses too?
No, we're talking about the
But I gotta
Israelites
ask
fighting
that
against the
question
Canaanites.
so I can be able to you know what I'm saying, deal with your
Why can't
to deal with your information. I'm trying to ask y'all a question. Did Egypt already have horses?
No, the people that first have.
Wait a minute. Are you trying to say that
I'm
when
trying
the
to tell
Israelites
you.
came out of when they had to exodus out of Egypt, the Egyptians didn't have horses at that time?
During the Exodus time, I have to look at the timeline.
They, according to the Bible.
The Egyptians got their ass whooped because.
Well, I'm just saying, according to the Bible.
No, because they got attacked by people that had horse and chariot. They didn't even know what it was.
Wait, no, I'm saying when the Israelites came out of Egypt in the Exodus, the Egyptians didn't have horses at those times.
We're not talking about that time period. We're talking
But
about
I'm trying
the
to ask
Israelites
about
and the
the time period
Canaanites.
so I can ask about the time period.
Okay, all right, got you. I got. They say they did. They just say they did. Are there horses in South Africa? Or
So my question is
there's horses in the
listen to me, brother.
sub-Saharan.
Listen
Yes,
to me.
there's horses in the sub-Saharan.
What about
So
chariots?
happened 3,000 years ago.
Horses and chariots.
3,000. Why you gotta go 3,000 years?
Okay, horses and iron chariots in sub-Saharan Africa 3,000
Oh,
years
you
ago.
talking about like in the time of
The conquest of Canaan. The conquest of Canaan, brother.
Canaanites had them. Remember?
There had to have been, unless Egypt existed in a vacuum, because Egypt had horses, and Egypt was an empire that was influencing things all the way down into South Africa, and that's just a proven fact. So we don't have to sit around here try to pretend like Egypt existed existed in a vacuum.
So you're saying Israel's in South Africa?
That's not what I said. I said that Egypt had its influences all the way down into South Africa.
But all right, so in South Africa, was there horses and chariots?
If Egypt had its influences and it had its control as what was described, then it wouldn't be an idea that would be completely dismissed.
Well, can you prove it with facts?
I said it wouldn't be an idea that can be completely dismissed.
If this, then that is literally a fallacious argument unless you're going to show something, fam.
I don't gotta show you guys anything. That's just what y'all
Well,
because you guys are the ones
I got a couple for y'all then too.
See,
is there rhinos in Israel?
This is a problem.
There actually once was rhinos.
Let me do.
No, are there rhinos in Israel right now?
I know it's Sunday. It's not Sunday yet, is it?
You're asking me questions about. All you doing? You guys come up with just random questions and everything. Prove this. Prove that.
I lost track of time. What's today?
It's early Monday morning.
It's Monday.
Oh.
Yeah, that's literally that's literally like the exemplary aspect of a slippery slope fallacy. If this, then that, right?
Right.
No, that's all y'all doing. Just like prove this, prove that, prove it. Like, what is that? Where's this? Where's it? I'm like,
the Bible.
We're asking you not to make a fallacious argument.
I'm not walking in the
not fallacious.
Say everything like, hey man,
it's literally a slippery slope fallacy. If this, then that.
Exactly.
Nobody's saying nothing about no ifs and this. I'm just simply saying.
You just did.
I'm simply giving a critical analysis. That's it. I'm looking at the information and I'm lining it up with history and using logic.
Yeah,
I'm
but
saying,
you can't find anything.
I'm like, only unless Egypt existed in a vacuum.
You can't tell me where anything is.
I'm saying only unless Egypt existed in a vacuum. That's because, man, hey man, a wicked.
Can you show me the Hyksos invasion of sub-Saharan Africa?
A wicked and adulterous generation seeks for a sign, man. Like that's all you're doing. You like give me, give me the proof. And I'm like, I gave you the proof. I showed you the verse.
Where's
one?
Where's Jerusalem? If you gave us proof, where's
Jerusalem? Listen, if Genesis 13:1,
where's Jerusalem?
Doesn't actually do anything, then I don't know what to tell you, man.
Where is our temple? Like, where are we supposed to work?
You get what I'm saying? If that's your question, after you read
Genesis, got no temple.
Hey, hold on.
Yeah, where was it destroyed?
You see that? You see how his question after we showed them Genesis 13:1 is just speculative.
So what's your second and third witness?
Bro, I can show you a book about Star Wars and Jedi. Does that make them real or something? Like,
are you correlating the Bible to Star Wars and Jedi?
What's your second and third witness?
Can you type up the word Gihon real quick?
Spell it.
Gihon. And can you pull it up in the blue letter?
Oh, you're talking about the Gihon Spring. That's in Israel, by the way.
I didn't say spring. It's the Gihon River.
No, it's called the Gihon Spring.
No, it's the Gihon River.
I'm not going to argue this.
What are you talking about, man? You can go to Genesis 1.
Here it is, right here. Oh, you said the river?
I said on the blue letter.
You said the river?
Yeah, Gihon on the blue letter.
Yeah, this is in the Middle East.
Now, can you pull it up on the blue letter?
The blue letter?
Yeah.
Blue letter Bible. Yep. Man, why can't y'all find me any location though? I still don't understand that.
Wait, what? Why is this not?
You gotta donate.
I'm not donating to this. How you get this off of the stream?
Give them a little bit of money. You choose. Give them $1. Just $1.
Oh yeah, right there. Dismiss.
Yeah, that's off the yeah.
Strong's H1521. Gihon.
Gihon. It says a spring near Jerusalem.
Exactly.
No, go down to the Genesis.
One of the 4 rivers of the Garden of Eden. All right, you see that? Now keep going down.
Yep.
It says it's a pool near Jerusalem.
It's a Greek, and it's a river also. And look at, and it's west of Jerusalem.
Mm-hmm.
Now
Agree.
watch
I
this.
agree with that. I agree.
Now, can you go down
Jerusalem's in Palestine.
to right here? Now go to the read full entry.
Mm-hmm.
It says, see, we can just we gotta read this whole thing. Because watch. This is how you learn this. Now go to the top.
Arabs even call it
It says
the
a river so called from its bursting forth from its fountains, compared Job 40 and 23. To this answers the Arab in those Arabic words I can't read, but which the Arabs commonly use of larger rivers as the Ganges and Araxes.
Yeah, so nobody uses this in even over there with the sister language in reference to a spring, like he was saying. He was talking about a spring and forth as in a river bursting.
No, there's 2 different types of Gihons. There's one that's mentioned in Genesis with the Garden of Eden, but then there's another called the Gihon Spring in Israel. You do know a river can have more than one name, right? There can be 2 rivers with the same name.
Okay, watch. We'll see then. He said, of a fountain with the stream and ponds near Jerusalem, called elsewhere. And it's in 1 Kings 1 and 33. All right, or 2 Chronicles 32 and 30. Said, the second of the 4 rivers of paradise, which is said to surround the land of Ethiopia. All right, that puts us in Africa. All right, Genesis 2 and 13. Some who follow the Arabic use of the word understand the Arexes, and they take Kosh or whatever in this place in a signification entirely different from that which is what it commonly has. But this is improbable. On the other hand, it was the constant opinion of the ancients that the Nile was intended. See Jeremiah 2 and 18. In the Septuagint, the book of Sirach 24 and 37, book of Josephus. Come on, man. He said, and I expect that the Ethiopic Nile was particularly meant, which may in fact be said to surround Ethiopia. I have discussed this more at length in the source pages. So I just know, man. I was like, all right, well,
what, bro? What's
So yeah, so if it's talking about the now, help me understand what that does for your paradigm.
All right.
Because it's next to
what's the other rivers?
Yeah, like the Euphrates and Tigris.
Yeah.
Euphrates. Okay. Let's go to Blue Letter Tigris. Let's type in the Tigris and the blue letter. See what happens.
I mean, so much other evidence. I mean, who are the Philistines? I mean, come on, man.
So are you saying all 4 rivers are in Africa or no?
Yeah, I would think so, or maybe not all 4. Maybe one of them would be a boundary somewhere in some other area, like the Middle East or somewhere in between, where they call I guess you guys call it the Levant or something like that. Whatever that little spot you guys are talking about, something like that. But like I said, I'm not coming here with all the answers. I don't have all the answers. Like I said, it's a newfound, understanding. That's all. But there is a large amount of people that see the same things. So
I mean, just because a large amount of people believe in something doesn't mean they're right. I mean, the Nazis were an entire country of people that believed in something. That
don't mean that they wrong though either. Because I'll tell you like this,
the Nazis ain't wrong.
It don't mean that they wrong either.
Wait, what?
Because I'll tell you like this, they're not just coming out of thin air with it. So
you think they're not
coming out of thin air with it?
Never mind.
Akmalak ain't coming out of thin air with it.
Okay, that's a bit anti-Semitic, but okay.
Well, you
Nazis really killed you too, by the way.
Well, you know how to spell Euphrates.
Euphrates is like EU
P-H-R-A-T-S.
I just read the Tigris River rises up to Armenia.
Shout out to Dan.
Are you going to tell me Armenia's in Africa too?
Shout out to you, yeah.
Is Armenia in Africa?
I'm not claiming no damn Armenia. What are you talking about?
No,
No,
the Euphrates River flows to Armenia. That's why we asked.
I'm not claiming Armenia. I will tell you that.
I said that the Euphrates River mentioned in the scriptures flows
I
to
don't believe that the
Armenia.
rivers would be right there. If I'm saying that I believe that, I see that the scriptures is directing me deeper into Africa. Then I will have to change the whole setting. The whole biblical setting would have to take place in Africa.
All right. Where's the Philistines then, if they're in Africa? Because we know King David fought the Philistines. So where are the Philistines?
Well, there's evidence of Philistines being all the way down into South Africa also.
So Israel's in South Africa?
No, all the way down into. So there's
What's on first?
Found like
Wait,
Philistines didn't.
He didn't ask about no evidence of Philistines being nowhere. He said the land of the Philistines. So is it in South Africa or no?
No, he didn't ask me where is the land of the Philistines. He asked me
where are the Philistines?
Where are the Philistines? And I just like shit. Philistines, they, like I said, there's evidence of them found all the way down into Africa.
Can you show this evidence?
Like I said, my computer is.
Just tell you shoot what to type in, and you know we can get it
off the top of my head.
You can't think of your sources off the top of your head.
I'm not a walking encyclopedia.
I mean, I can think of my sources off the top of my head. But
good for you, you know. But not off the top of my head, I don't have all that stuff. Man.
All right. So now that we got done with the people, now where's the land of the Philistines?
They would have to be in Africa, man. That's all we saying, man. I don't understand. Like, why are you keep trying to see? That's what I'm saying. You're trying to get me to show you a specific area. Like, where's this at? I'm like, hey,
obviously, you don't have an answer. So
you say, no, I don't, and you're trying to get me to answer questions.
You just keep filibustering.
You question of things that you're.
I'm not even trying. I'm not even being confrontational at all.
Filibustering. I'm telling you the truth. You're trying to get me to answer your questions.
I'm not trying to get you to do nothing. I just asked the question. If you ain't got the answer,
like Paul said, he said, don't answer foolish or unlearned questions. These are unlearned questions for me. Right. I'm like, I'm not learned in that.
Every time I ask you a question, you know, when you get caught in your bullshit, this is
no, I'm not bullshit. You're asking me, hey,
you run to that.
You say you land of where's Bethel at in Africa? You're like, you know, you just like anybody that'll be a wild guess.
I mean, I can tell you where Bethel is.
You're supposed to know these things, man.
No, you can tell me where these people.
I can't tell you nothing.
Is telling you where Bethel is at.
No, we know it's called ancient Bethel because we have artifacts that go back thousands of years that say that this is Bethel.
Who found the artifacts?
There's Bethel and
plenty of people found the artifacts. You do know there are such thing as black archaeologists, right? Like it's not.
No, there was a Bethel, but who found the artifacts? Just tell me who found them.
But that's not an unlearned question.
Tell me who found them. No, tell me.
Because you're asking me, it's not unlearned.
Can you tell me who found them?
Give me a second.
Go Google it. You told us to do it. You can Google it. Do the research. Google it.
Hey, Battle-Axe, do you realize the ancient Egyptians war with the Philistines? They war with the Sea Peoples, and all those people were north of Egypt, not south of Egypt.
Are you aware that Egypt was bigger than what they show you right now on the map, though?
How is that a rebuttal to what I just said, brother?
Because aware that it was bigger.
It's a deflection.
That's not a deflection. It was bigger.
It's a deflection.
You make it seem like Egypt was always tucked up there like that. Egypt was bigger than that.
Where did you
listen to what I just said? If Egypt is in the land or Northeast Africa, and the Philistines are said to be north of them, that means the Philistines will have to be in the Syro-African rift known as the Middle East. Correct?
How could the Philistines be north of them if when they were going south?
Wait, what?
When they never went south to fight the Philistines, bro.
When
Okay, cool. Fuck that. The Battle of Kadesh. Where did the Battle of Kadesh happen?
It probably doesn't even believe the Battle of Kadesh. You might not even know about it actually, because that was against. I'm sharing my screen. You shoot.
All right, let me let you share your screen.
I'm trying not to be rude, but it's a little bit difficult. I'm not gonna lie.
Upper and Lower Egypt.
No, that's my screen. I will definitely play that though. That's my screen, you shoot.
That's yours?
Yeah, that's not Ivri. But
Oh,
No, that ain't mine. That ain't mine. I don't know what that is. Here's a good map. So here's the map of the Philistines, and it's pretty close near Israel. And we know that this is the area of the Philistines because of 4 famous Philistine towns, such as Ashdod, Ashkelon, Gaza, and Gath. And so, yeah, we can actually show you the area of the Philistines. Like, we know where it's at. So let's actually deal with some of this. Pulled up a map, and there's various maps as well. It's not like it's just one map. It's
We
tons
already
of
know
maps.
the contemporary evidence about it. Like this is what has already been accepted and circulated. We know that, but when you look in the scriptures, it's describing a different place.
Yeah, but where is Where is Gaza? Where is Gath? Where is Ashkelon? Where
Those
is
places are no more called those places anymore,
what?
and if they even exist, they might
Why
not
are why
exist.
would they
But
not be called those places though? I don't understand.
because the Africa was renamed. All the places over there in Africa was renamed back in like the 1400s. They renamed all of that shit.
So Europeans couldn't even step foot in Africa at one point because malaria would kill them, right? So how are
In
they
the
going to rename everything when they could even barely get there way back in the 14th
They
century?
sent a lot of explorers into Africa. They got a lot of.
That's in the 19th century when they managed to get,
in the 1400s. You can see a lot of cartography of the Europeans exploring into Africa, and they were
not in the 14th century. They were being killed by malaria. They were afraid to go into Africa. They called it the Dark Continent because they didn't know much about it.
Names in the 1400s, they had biblical names, but then when you get to the 15 and 1600s, they start having the names that you got now.
All right, how do you know that?
Like
Who
Congo,
named it? All right, you're saying they had biblical names in the 14th century. Who named it that? How do you know the Europeans didn't just name it that? Because they were coming into Africa, and so they're just giving familiar names, like New York. There's a New York in the UK or in Europe.
Because some of the names there that they got now is with the dialect. It's actually it's in agreement with the dialect of the people's language.
So do you know the language?
And
how do you know this? Do you know the language?
And some of those and in those people's languages, especially like the Bantu, the Bantu language, that language actually has a lot of Hebraic root words in it.
Man.
Do you even know the language to make these assertions? Do you even know the language? Have you studied it? Do you know Semitic languages?
Studying everything on this.
Where's the origin of Semitic languages then?
Like, I don't know, man. It's like whatever, man. I don't even like the way you're asking me questions, honestly, man. I don't really.
I'm just
like keep it real. Like the way that you're talking to me and the way that you're asking me, I'm just kind of like, I don't even care.
You ain't asking logical questions?
No, he's not asking like he just like it's kind of, and I'm kind of just looking like,
hey, shoot, can I share my screen real quick?
No, I'm just looking to myself like, man, you don't even know. You have no idea. Like, I don't give a fuck what y'all think, man. Like, you can stay right here. Stay here.
So then,
live your life in America.
Get off the panel, then, bro. If you don't give a fuck.
No, I'm just saying, go get a job. Try to get become a
St. Louis team. We have who's on first, what's on second. I don't know who's on third.
That's what I want to find out. I want you to tell me the names of the fellows on the St. Louis team.
I'm telling you, who's on first, what's on second. I don't know who's on third.
You know the fellows' names?
Yes.
Well, then who's playing first?
Yes.
I mean, the fellow's name on first base.
Who?
The fellow playing first base for St. Louis.
Who?
The guy on first base.
Who is on first?
Well, what are you asking me for?
I'm not asking you. I'm telling you who is on first.
I'm asking you who's on first.
That's the man's name.
That's whose name?
Yes.
Well, go ahead and tell me.
Who?
The guy on first.
Who?
The first baseman.
Who is on first?
Have you got a first baseman on first?
Certainly.
Then who's playing first?
Absolutely.
When you pay off the first baseman every month, who gets the money?
Every dollar of it. Why not? The man's entitled to it.
Who is?
Yes.
So who gets it?
Why shouldn't he? Sometimes his wife comes down and collects it.
Whose wife?
Yes. After all, the man earns it.
Who does?
Perfectly sums up our conversation.
Hey, man, I'm just like, y'all gotta know who the sea people are. Ancient Egypt, they were fighting with them, and then the Armana letters. The Armana letters are huge.
Beautiful. Let me pull that up. Actually,
like y'all try to upheave like all of archaeology off of one verse in the Bible with no
with nothing to back it up with. And you give white
All
people
of
way too much,
archaeology, bro.
and you give white people way too much credit and power. You think they are like gods almost. They just changed the whole planet. Like you're actually giving them more power than they deserve.
Yeah.
And
Oh yeah.
Y'all done
don't
made the
even
white man God. All right.
yeah, you don't even realize it.
That's some straight idolatry right there, Phil.
And you guys, man, see that's why you know what I mean. I don't be sitting around in conversations like this because y'all just you ain't saying nothing good to nobody. Okay, all right, so I'm supposed to go to bed and sit here and think like, damn, I worship white folk based off of Yashar, Hebrew, Israel. They taught me
So
in
your
Orthodox
only answer for
Orthodox.
why you have
They,
no
they,
proof to
they,
back up
they
Genesis
help out
13 is
Share
that
my
the white
screen.
man
So
changed
you
everything.
Get out of here, man. Come on, man.
share my screen.
You guys know that what you guys doing is just you're hearing different. You're hearing somebody's different understanding, and next thing you know, you're trying to make it like almost like you're trying to clown them. That's all.
Bro, I was the one trying to get a collection plate money with you back in Africa. You know what
put
I'm
it
saying?
in like regular term. You just trying to clown. You clowning, and it's funny.
I'm trying to understand what you're saying, bro. No, it like it's funny. Not funny, haha. You know what I'm saying?
No, y'all just chuckling and cracking jokes and showing little spoofs and shit. Come on, man.
Bro, like if I ask you a serious question, like can you show me evidence of like Rome occupying sub-Saharan Africa in like the first century AD? Like that's like a basic question right there, right? If you can't answer it, like okay, you might want to rethink your paradigm.
Why would
if you can't show none of the archaeology for anything anybody like because we're all asking for different pieces of
Can you tell
archaeology,
me what
right?
was going on in
And you
Africa?
couldn't show none of them.
Can you tell me what was going on in Africa at that time?
Here's ancient Rome. They never
Why
went
would he
into
want to show you
South
what he's
Africa.
asking you?
No, I'm asking. Can you show me that?
Why would
They
he want to
never
show
went
you
to
what
South
he's asking
Africa.
you?
That's for sure.
Because he's trying to say
No,
that
man.
I gotta show him
answer the
where Rome
question that
was
he's
at.
asking. He might need to talk to himself and ask himself the question.
Man. That information was definitely prophesied
real stupid,
for us to have that wiped out.
Hey, anybody got a radio clip on them?
No, it does say in the scriptures that is the truth. It says in the
Already.
scriptures that these nations, man, they came together to destroy our heritage, and that's what Psalms 83.
I'm at it right now, man. Psalms 83 and 2. It says, "For lo, thy enemies make a tumult, and they that hate you have lifted up their head. They have taken crafty counsel against your people, and consulted against your hidden ones. They have said, Come, let us cut them off from being a nation, that the name of Israel may be no more in remembrance. For they have consulted together with one consent. They are confederate against you." Come on, man. These people, they hate God this much to where they completely replaced our whole shit, man, and got you over there looking at that little tiny spot with the white folks standing around at that shit, looking at you like, "What's up?"
This little tiny spot, like that.
It is a tiny little sliver.
That
They
little
got over
spot
there.
is all ancient.
That spot is small. It can't hold all us.
God, man, that's what's wrong with y'all, man. Y'all lost in the sauce.
No, you lost in the sauce, man.
That's right.
Where's ancient Assyria?
That's not a big land. God said that He gave us a large land.
Where's ancient
I got a
Assyria?
question for you guys. You guys asking us where's ancient this, ancient that,
Yeah, because we
ancient
can
this
show
and
you.
ancient that. Can you guys show me that these
we showed
hold
you
on.
everything you asked.
Wait, hold on,
Yeah.
real quick. Can y'all show me any of these names
Everything that you asked
in their ancient language?
Yes, we can actually.
Go ahead.
All right, so you want the ancient language of, let's say, the Assyrians?
No, the land. I want you to pull up the map with the
I have a
land
map.
of Assyria in this language.
Yeah, it's
Or
right here.
Babylon
Here's,
in its language, or
It's a Shemitic.
Syria in this language.
They all Shemitic tongues. So
here's Assyria right here. So I guess you want the language. I guess I can type
No, I
that in
want you to
too.
show me an ancient map. I want you to show me an ancient map with the name on it that it was
With the
called at
name
that
on
time.
Okay, I got you. Ancient Assyria, got you. Okay, just give me a quick second here. So ancient Assyria, here's a map, like you said. It would be generally in the area of the Tigris and Euphrates River in ancient, of course, Nineveh, because Nineveh is mentioned in the Bible. And there's also ancient Ashur. So let's actually bag up a little bit and get to it.
Yeah, and we pretty much found archaeology to show you a lot of these names are.
Wait, click back on that.
So, well, I'm about to read this, but the old, and then I'll go back to the map. The old kingdom, the old Assyrian period, when Assyria was merely a city-state centered around the city of Ashur. The state was typically referred to as Al-Ashur, so we do have a name, the city of Ashur. And what's interesting about Ashur is that Shem had a son named Ashur. But anyways,
They even have a deity name, I'm sure.
right here, yep, we're just about to get into that. Ashur, which is, like Yeshua said, one of the deities. It's a East Semitic language. Oops, sorry, I accidentally pushed Semitic languages. It's a god and head
You're
of the
done,
Assyrian
brother.
pantheon in
You're done.
Mesopotamian religion, worshipped mainly in northern Mesopotamia and parts of northeast Syria and Southeast Asia Minor. So
It's no
we
African.
actually
No, that's
do
not the
have.
language. There's
There's
no.
no African.
No. You're you see, you didn't do what I asked you to do. Can you pull up the
Here's the
Assyrian
language right
text?
here.
No,
This
hold
is
on.
Assyrian. This is
No. Don't. Hey, don't. Just listen. I want you to show me something specifically. Yeah, I want you to show me that writing, the land in that writing right there. Show me the land of Assyria in that writing on an ancient map.
All right. Let me do that thing. You want an ancient map?
Yeah, an ancient map with that writing on it.
All right, but when I do this, you have to do the same thing. We're going to be fair about this. You have to do the same thing.
He's not gonna do it. He's not gonna show nothing.
Man, just do it.
You got to be fair about this. All right, I'm going to do it.
It's like, man, listen, man.
In Syria
playing.
map. Let's just go with older Syria map.
Man, shout out to the subscribers. Shout out to the 21 that's watching on Genesis 49ers. Appreciate y'all, family.
There's a tablet. What's it called?
I guarantee you ain't gonna show me no map.
Yeah, I am going to show you a map.
No, you're not.
Yeah.
No,
Relax,
it's not
bro.
a map.
Relax.
Hold
on. I gotta think of the name of the map. Actually, let me see what it's called. I think it's called Babylon, actually.
Shout out to Marvin. He just joined the panel, y'all.
Shalom. And you are discussing about the cultural origins in America, about Hebrew people, right? And also about the African origins and the Asian origins, if I'm correct.
No, we're not.
Okay.
I'm about to show something really quick.
No, brother. You gonna show me this? Really?
Well, hold on. Let me read this. Don't interrupt me. The Babylonian map of the world is a Babylonian clay tablet written in Akkadian, one of the oldest Semitic languages, containing a labeled depiction of the known world with a short and particularly lost description dated to roughly the 6th century BC. So let's look at this map. Here is a map.
Look at the map.
And this
Pull
is
the
written
map
in
up,
ancient
then.
Akkadian.
This is your map. Let's see your map.
Well, hold on, because it's actually going to give you the locations. Actually,
on
the
that,
locations
right?
Here. Wait, hold on. You got to read the locations with the map because you don't know Akkadian, and I don't know it either. So I have to read the translation. So it says the city of Babylon is shown on the Euphrates The city of Babylon is shown on the Euphrates in the northern half of the map. And the mouth of the Euphrates is labeled swamped and outflow. And Susa, the capital of Elam, is shown to the south, and Urartu to the northeast. And it also mentions Kassites and others. So I'm going to pull up a better depiction of the map with the name.
So now we want a map of Jerusalem and South.
That ain't no damn map, man.
This is a map. Look, here it is right here. Here's the map.
That's a map.
Babylon, the mountains, Urartu, which is towards the east. North.
Why are you serious?
This is how ancient maps were, dude. I don't know how you think ancient maps were back then. But this is ancient maps.
What area is this?
Crazy told you this. He's ready for no real information. He looking for some shit that's drawn up with watercolors.
Yeah, he doesn't understand ancient maps, dude. These people are from 3,000 years ago. They didn't have like the same type of map makers we do today. This is an ancient map.
What does it say on the top? What is that?
Picture pages, time to get your picture pages, time to get your crayons and your pencils. pages, open up your picture pages. Time to watch Bill Cosby do a picture page with you.
Now you show me your map because you said you was gonna pull up a map too. We're gonna be fair about this. You show me an ancient map
You
with
ain't
these
show me no
locations.
map or nothing. What are you showing me?
This
What
is
is
a
this?
map. This is
A
a map.
map
I
of what?
literally just read it. All right.
Explain this map.
All right, you read
What is
this.
this? What is
I ain't
these
gonna read this.
points?
What does it say? What does
Yeah,
it say?
I don't know what you're showing me either, man.
What does it say? Read this. What does it say?
No,
That's
you
clearly-
explain the points.
That's
What are
clearly
these
a
points?
map, bro. That's a map.
That ain't clearly a map.
That's
you go.
clearly a map.
There you go.
This
Read
is
it.
a map from
What
the
does it say on?
6th
What is
century
those
Read it. Read
descriptions
it, bro.
that's
Read
on
it.
the top?
Read what it say, man.
Man,
I just read it. What are you talking about?
I'll pull it up my damn self.
It's right there on the screen. Read it.
So he gave, look right there, say Mountain of Akkadian, the city, Assyria is listed there, Sus is listed there,
All those
Bet
things are what
Yakin's
you call
listed
map.
there, bro. It's a map.
A map of what?
The map of Mesopotamia.
There's a map of Mesopotamia now. I thought it was a map of the world.
Who
Yeah,
said
Right,
that? You
look,
didn't ask
the
for a map of the
Babylonian
world,
map
dumbass.
of the world. Mesopotamia.
What is this?
The
Nigga said a
Babylonian map of the world.
He didn't even ask for no map of the world.
Yeah, so
You
this is
said
the
a
map of
map.
the
What are
world,
you
then,
talking
right?
about?
Is this the
Look
map
at
of the
this nigga,
world?
man.
Is this the Babylonian map of the world, or is this the Babylon map of Mesopotamia?
Wait,
That's
what?
the known world.
So now this
Yeah.
nigga talking about the map.
That's the
of
known world to them.
You can't stand
Yeah, so
ass niggas, man.
this is their map of the world, right?
Deceiving ass niggas, man.
Yes, the map
All
of
right,
that
yeah.
world, the known
Bro.
world, bro.
So this is not like the map of Mesopotamia. Just Mesopotamia obviously would be in it, but this is their idea of everywhere. All right.
Yeah,
Six
exactly.
half a
Right. It's their
dozen.
world. Their world. So like people say the old world, that will be like what? The Middle East, Africa, and Europe. That's
Mediterranean.
not including the Americas, right?
Right.
This the known world to them.
Ebri, I'm gonna need you to stop beating up your elders, fam.
I'm just checking.
Are
That.
they older than me?
I'm just checking that out. I'm like,
Bro,
man,
everybody's older than you.
That nigga's elder.
Oh.
Now, since we showed that map, we were looking for a map of
Man,
Jerusalem
that
and
wasn't no
South
map,
Africa.
man.
Why
That's
can't we get a
bullshit.
map in Jerusalem and South Africa, bro? Why can't we get nothing from South Africa, man?
Yeah,
Like,
you
this
show
is
us
a-
maps. Show us
Come on,
maps.
bro.
Hey, man, y'all teachers, man. Y'all got y'all camp, man. Why y'all can't show nothing, man? Y'all supposed to be ready to go.
computer's
What's
busted.
doing, man?
Didn't the spirit show you?
That's why I be telling people we not know it alls, we show it alls. Let's just show it, brother.
Hey man, you have to just go and just just take some things and then do your own research if it's worth you wanting to find out. If it's not, hey man, it's on you.
Yeah, you right. You
Hey,
right. You ain't giving us nothing.
Well, hey, at the end of the
You're
day,
just talking just like the Sunday preacher, man.
you're gonna have
You
to
know better.
You can
know better.
That's true.
You can become defensive, offensive.
So
But
Jesus Christ was born in South Africa. Hold on.
ain't doing
Jesus
none of
Christ
that
was
stuff,
born in
man.
South Africa. No, Jesus Christ was born in South Africa.
Why you keep on saying the word South?
I'm asking a question.
You always mention South Africa, so
No, I don't keep.
Okay, fine. Jesus was born in sub-Saharan Africa.
Khan, yes.
And the Roman emperor went all throughout sub-Saharan Africa, killing all the firstborn, trying to stop Jesus from being born.
And I didn't say that it was all sub-Saharan Africa. So before
where in sub-Saharan Africa then?
I don't know today, man. I can't.
Oh my God.
That area, that it's prophesied that place won't be anything.
Wait, what?
So, like, we won't be able to just point it out and say, "Hey, look, there's Jerusalem. It's right here." It's-
Bro, your ability to special plead is unsurpassed.
I'm just
What do you?
to get some kind of logic behind this. That's all I'm trying to do.
The scriptures said
I'm being denied logic right now, and that's not fair.
It's going to be. He's going to turn it into a wilderness. It's not going to be a structure anymore,
Here's
man.
another good example of the map, actually.
So, do you believe that Jerusalem was supposed to exist all the way up into the last days, according to the scripture?
No, listen.
Well, maybe this one.
It doesn't matter what I believe, right?
I'm just saying that
I'm trying to figure-
is that what you know according to the scripts?
What I know of is when Jesus Christ was born,
Armenia.
the Romans tried to get him killed, right?
Huh.
And Jerusalem was it was a vassal kingdom to Rome, right?
Yeah.
So we should be able to show and point out in history when a place in sub-Saharan Africa was a vassal kingdom to Rome, and there was a period of time when the Messiah was trying to be killed by killing all of the firstborn.
It's in the Bible. That's the only evidence you're going to be able to find.
I'm going to bed.
Yeah. It's been a long night.
If that ain't enough, man, you're gonna have to just wait on the Middle East to clear out for you. That's all.
But Battle Axe, you're not giving me anything.
All I'm saying is just wait for the Middle
You're
East.
not telling me nothing. I'm like, okay.
All I'm saying is,
So somebody in the chat wants to know if you're part of Teo Ministries.
all I gotta say is just go on ahead. No, I'm not going ahead and just do your thing. You know what I mean? In the Middle East,
You might
and
need to repeat your question more.
get you some irrigation lines and all that stuff, some water pumps. And
Okay, let me look up the Roman Empire in the 1st century. Let's see if it say the sub-Saharan Africa. Let me see.
Also, you can look up the Roman Empire map and see how they viewed the world as well. So let's see where they put the word Judea. Where was Judea according to the Roman maps? Actually, I can pull that up too. I'm thinking.
Yeah, was Judea Edomites?
Oh, so the Edomites are in the land of Israel now.
I'm just saying,
Edomites is in Africa.
Was the Roman
Judea map of Roman period.
You guys ain't gonna answer none of my questions though.
Hold on, I can't.
Wait, what was your question? What was your question?
Was the Romans Edomites?
Some of them were.
Would it be safe to say the Romans?
Here's the map of the Roman period. Judea. It's in the Levant.
There's nowhere in sub-Saharan Africa, bro.
So we know now that
there's Judea.
They were the Edomites then.
They will be in Judea, south of Judea,
might
in
be
the land of Edom.
saying shit like this, bro. We might just be I'm fucking with you. But bro, look,
bro,
they
so they were
the map, bro. No,
right?
Please, bro. I'm pleading with you right now. Look at the map, bro. That's the Roman jurisdiction right there, 1st century.
That doesn't.
Bro, you made a grown man
say
They push past the coastline of northern Africa.
For all this,
Moore, I'm at the point of no
You're saying that they conquered all this upon the Red Sea, but they never went down the Nile.
Also, keep in
what's
mind,
that? This is the second time this happened on this channel, bro. Like, didn't this happen like the first time with the Divine Prospect on?
Hey, watch this. Let me share this real quick. Hey, is this a map?
Yes, it is.
Akmalak, is this a map?
No, I don't know what the fuck that is.
You don't know what it is.
No. It's cool.
That's Naruto.
I can't say that's a map.
No, I don't know if that's a map. It looks like a blueprint.
Right.
It isn't. Never mind.
Okay, hold on. I got some.
I don't know why you who's over there heckling.
I'm sorry, I'm just laughing, bro. I can't laugh.
You saw laughing. Hey, I had to get on it too. I was like,
no, I'm laughing at Akmalak because Akmalak said, "What the fuck is?"
No, I said I don't know what the hell that is. I'm sitting there looking at something else.
Let me see. Let's go here.
No, that's not a map. That's Goku.
Brother, pull up, man.
What about this one? Is this one?
That one to the.
This one is, huh?
Yeah.
This a map, huh?
Yeah, it looks like a map.
And this one not, huh?
I don't know what that is.
It's not.
I said I don't know what it is.
It looked like a map, but I can see the letters at the bottom of the map where it says in blue, Francis Nicholas map. So I'm like, okay, I guess it's supposed to be a map of something.
Right. So these here, these are not maps.
Those are. It looks like some type of mountain range on that one on the left and on the right. Yeah, it looks like some rivers and mountain ranges.
Yeah, what is this about?
What Ibri showed you is similar to this.
No, what he showed us was not similar to that.
It's very similar.
What does the scriptures on the top say on that quote unquote map he showed us?
It's very similar to this. You asked for the shit in another language, so how about you do the fucking research?
I'm looking at it right now. I'm looking at it.
No,
you know what I mean, I'm looking at the thing, the Bible journey.
I'm gonna pull up another.
And they got Daniel 1 and 2, Daniel 1, 3 to 21. And it's supposed to be correlating to
let's see here.
Daniel in Persia or Daniel in the Mesopotamia.
This is sad, bro.
You know,
we had a screenshot request from the audience.
Says Babylon was situated on the east bank of River Euphrates. And for me, you want a screenshot for me?
Do you secrete a reading dysfunction? Do you have problems putting your words in a colostomy bag? That's why I've cremated this new program called
Cremated
Book on Phonics. I'll teach you how to testiculate my way. To computate how it works, I will intersex with a perverted deviant by using one of my own penile implants. Masticate the sentence. See, dick, angina. Angina. You know what Jana is, don't you? Yeah. You see, you conjectulating your verbs and reaming your fibula. Impeach me. Dick, at last, you emasculated pace and accelerating at a promiscuous rate.
Hey, man, that ain't what that says.
Shut up. Suppress your defecation. See, reading is bisexual in your mentality. I think it was Plato, Plato, who stuck to the wall when he said one must put his transvestite in jeopardy if one wants to become a cunning linguist, like Vanna White. Now, hermaphrodite, try it again.
C,
Jane,
C, Jane's big breastises.
That's it. Now you're expectorating your Sphinx distinct wedge.
I got to have me the big breast.
Hold on. I ain't no venereal fuddrucker. But I can teach you to procreate your hemorrhoidal retention. And you don't even have to be clairvoyant, Claire Huxtable, to ovulate this amazing program.
But how big are Jane's breastises?
Gigantor. So please, don't put off tomorrow what you can castrate today. Send your colon in today. Soon you'll be on your ivory way. And remember, RIF, reading is fallopian.
Woo!
You can go back to my map if you don't mind.
Man, that Roman occupation, bro, got to be answered though, bro.
Man, ain't no answers, bro. Ain't, bruh.
Is this it right here, right?
That talking about Babylon.
Yeah, this is. Yeah, what does this say up here?
That's written in Akkadian.
Has anybody ever translated that?
Yes, it has been translated. They deciphered it. Yes.
Okay, what does it say?
All right, let's just go to it. Type in the translation.
Translation of what?
Of what you just
It
asked.
looks like
Of what you just asked me.
The translation of the Babylonian.
But I did just show.
So real quick, what are you trying to confirm with this particular
hey man,
map?
Don't call me retarded, nigga.
Hebrew?
Wait, what? What did you say, Orthodox?
What did he confirm with this particular map, Hebrew?
What did
I'm retarded. You don't even know no biblical. No, you don't know anything about the biblical timeline, and I'm the one that's retarded. Yashar.
Hold on, I'm trying to hear what Moore said. What did you say, Moore?
So what exactly were you trying to prove with this map right quick for them?
Oh yeah, so what I was illustrating is that we do have ancient maps of these locations because they asked us to show us an ancient map.
No, that was one location. We know
no,
the
it showed
location that's
Assyria.
like
It showed Assyria. It showed Babylon. It showed the rivers, the mountains. It showed all the locations. Remember,
on that
ancient
thing?
Israel,
No, it didn't.
ancient Israel was taken to Assyria. It showed Assyria. So, and Babylon. And here's Judea as well.
So
yeah, you got things like the Seneca inscription also that was found in Turkey that corroborate the location of Assyria via like Luwian hieroglyphic inscriptions. It's like it's a dual linguistic stone. Like it also has Phoenician on it as well.
And why do the West African tribes say they travel from the east?
Like Eldad the Danite, he says that Israelites went into Africa after the Syro-Babylonian Empire.
Yeah, they say they travel from the east. They travel from Israel. They travel from the Middle East.
Can I ask you a general question about the Babylonian location where the Israelites gone? Because I spoken with an Eritrean Jew, and he showed me also in Ethiopian evidence, archaeological evidence, that the Syrians were also in Ethiopia or North Africa in the past time, and that they have iconography about the slavery and the travel when the Assyrian occupied the Ethiopian Jews in the Sargonic timeline. I think the second or first Sargonic timeline it was.
Yeah, so to answer that question, I'm eating, by the way. But to answer that question, the Assyrians did have a massive empire. Let me pull it up. And they did expand. When they conquered Israel, they also went into Egypt and they conquered Egypt. Let me pull up the ancient Assyrian.
And you heard what he just said. He said they got evidence and iconoclasm of them going even deeper.
No. He didn't say deeper and all that stuff. He just said that there is evidence of Assyrians.
Marvin, where did you say it went down into?
That they went to, for example, the city Aksum, and we know the city Aksum is in the Eritrean Ethiopian area.
Right. That's not South Africa.
Is that lower than Egypt?
Look, here's the map of the Assyrian Empire. This was in 671 BC, and they expanded all the way into Egypt, all the way into I guess this was Nubia. Aksum, yeah. So yeah, that makes sense. There was a massive Assyrian expansion.
Yeah, I think there could be evidence that Ethiopian in the past days was an area even down to Congo, even down to the Nubic area. So it could be also that they are deeper, and according to Catholic books, they knew that even Congolese and Zambian people were called Ethiopians. Because before the Arabization of the word Africa from the Berbers, the whole Orthodox Church in Europe called the whole continent Ethiopian. They called even the ancient Nigerians West Ethiopians. I mean, it sounds crazy, but I saw some interesting maps from the 12th century that took that into account.
Hey Marvin, let me ask you a question. Are you familiar with ancient maps of ancient Ethiopia, aka Africa?
A little bit, but it would take time to find the images to pull that out, or the terms to look in Google while you find the stuff. I even have some icons on my phone that shows that, for example, Cameroon had a location that was called Judah, what gave me the evidence that the 12 tribes establishment of each tribe have its own location and borders, not only happens close to Assyria, where we see Judah and Palestine or Lebanon. It happens also in some areas in Africa in the past times after Joseph, according to what I know. So we have many Israelites, and we have a clan tribal understanding of the nations, because what we read in the Bible is the following. We read that God owned the land, Israel in the north by Syria, and owned also Africa in that perspective. And he gave the sons of Abraham that land. It's not that the Israelites buy it. It's according to the text, that the text says God owns it and gave his servants this land as present. And then we have also documents that say that foreigners can buy rights to the land, for example, to do agriculture. But on the same side, they have also an account that those people who rent land has to give it back to the inheritance owner. So it's a completely other politic as this democratic Israel we see today, because this democratic Israelite we see today is not according what the Torah says Israel should be. So there is a need that the real children of Israel, according to their own roots, have to be restored. And many rabbis know that, but we have Russian or Slavic politics, that take account how Israel is ruled according to the so-called Orthodox rabbinic terms that came around the Middle Age Byzantine time of Europe, because only those were considered, while other ethnicities of Hebrews were hunted as so-called Hamites when they killed the Negrophytic Europe kings. In the Byzantine wars between the Orthodox Church, the Catholics, and the Umayyad Empire of Islam. And that's why you see also evidence that Negrophytic European traveled to America so that they are not hunted from their own Hispanic citizens where the Moors lived when they came to America as businessmen. So it's a possibility that we have Negrophytic European descendants also, not only descendants on the transatlantic slavery that came to America.
So according to like the maps in Africa, right?
Mm-hmm.
The place where it speaks of the kingdom of Judah, right? Like we never in the land that was given to us as, like you say, a present. None of the lands was considered the kingdom of Judah, right? It was just the land of Judah, right? So when we go into the land, the kingdom of Judah in Africa, is there any place in that surrounding area that's called Jerusalem, where the Holy Temple is built?
It's possible. Let's see this way. When we read Isaiah 34, we see something about bloody unicorns. These bloody unicorns were translated from Latin and mean rhinoceros. And we know that rhinoceros, live only in Africa. And that's the real, how you call it, unicorn, eyehorn term of animals. And we also have in some psalms storks and animals that have only a connection to Central Africa. By the way, we see in Chronicles that people were called Lemba. Lemba Hebrews, what means in Hebrew bread maker, is a Congolese etymology of Hebrews or Jews. So that also means that we have a region of Jews that are kings there, that are landowners there, and we only see also see in ancient accounts of the real text of the book of Joshua that this book talks in chapter 74:4 about the kings of Africa, or what the real old term of Africa was. So Africa was known to the Hebrews as Hebraic words in the past.
Yeah, so you know what I'm saying?
Rhinos, you gotta understand though, just because a particular landmass don't have particular animals today doesn't mean they never had it in the past. Like people do this with the lions. Ancient Israel had lions.
Asiatic lions.
Yeah, Asiatic lions.
Oh, hey, that dude just schooled y'all.
No, he didn't. Like,
Yes, he did.
because North Africa used to have hippos.
Yeah,
and
wait,
shit.
where's your little Daffy Duck? Come on, man.
Got you.
For real.
No, I'm trying to answer and respond to him.
I understand.
North
I mean,
Africa,
lions lived where tigers live, and that even goes to India, and they were killed off or caught
Right.
due to
The
nature.
one horn rhino is India. It's not even Africa.
They live in both spaces, and I know that the Subasian ships that Africa and India in the past was connected to the sea lions, and they had ships of the Greek term of the account of the Alexandria library that the Hebrews between Africa and India and the south coast traveled along each side and owned lands and had politician and kingsmanships.
I got you, but Marvin, you do understand animals go extinct or they die out or they migrate from different land localities. They don't just stay there.
Of course, I understand.
In North Africa, you have stelae with writings of hippopotamus, crocodiles, alligators, and all type of stuff. When you had the Green Sahara, but today you don't see those animals because the terrain's different.
I know, but there are biblical terrains,
Here's a
that
map
are
of
only
rhinos, ancient rhinos.
left in Africa. For example, we have rivers we never see in Lebanon, but they are there. We have in Exodus 3:5 a landmass size of kilometers that is too big to fit.
Marvin,
in
can you see the screen?
Yes, I see it.
Okay, now you see where it has
the great longhorn.
The Merrick's rhino. I guess you can say rhinoceros, right?
Yes.
Do you understand that these particular rhinoceros are in the Levant?
Rhinoceros.
That they are also there.
Rhinoceros, man. Rhinoceros, man.
Yeah, rhinoceros. Yes, I understand that. I also know that the Israelites also take with boats some animals with them. I mean, why do you find even in Indonesia African animals that came from that empire according to the Subasian time, which goes over 6,000 years ago?
Okay, brother Marvin. So we're not gonna deal with ancient time that deep.
These are all extinct. They're not even there no more. These.
Got you. So the Roman occupation. Where does the Roman occupation begin and where does it end? In the first century.
Okay. I think that it was in North Africa.
Do you have a YouTube channel, brother? You sound familiar.
I have some YouTube channels.
Okay.
But a friend of mine from Angola has most of the things I learned from him. His name is Mikael Massa, and he talks about the African genealogy and traditions and the kingsmanships and everything what belongs to the Jews, what he knows about the Bantu cultures.
Right.
It's
very interesting.
You see the map on the screen? That's
Hey man, wait, hold on real quick. Hey man, drop that link to that channel in the back chat.
Yeah. You share your information, but I want him to look at this map real quick.
Okay.
This is the Roman occupation.
Yes.
You see where Judea is, right?
Yes.
That's where Judea will be anciently 2,000 years ago. That's where the Arch of Titus, the sacking of Jerusalem and all that would happen.
Yeah, that's the New Jerusalem. It's the Jerusalem where they came back after the Asiatic Abrahamic land, because the Abrahamic lands were North Africa to Asia. They even go to Lavan, Iraq, Iran. I mean, it's a big area, and we only see a small piece of that. You know, because Judea, this Judea we see here is between the Midianites, which were right on the right side, where Petra is. Midianites were right, you know. And there is an interesting thing when we look in the Bible, in the chapters from Exodus 12 to 15. You know why? Because there is a mountain cross line where they go over by the Red Sea on the right Red Sea, not on the left. When they move from Africa to the Arabian coast, and then over to the other side where Baal Ajas is, where they see from the river view the mountain of Horeb before they went there. It's about a chevron or something like that. It's a Hebrew word. You see, that's why they never cross between the Red Sea. They cross a sea underline that goes to the over the Arabian coast, according to Exodus 15. I have to give you in Telegram the screenshots how they reached Horeb. It's a really interesting thing. I don't know if you have Telegram, but the advantage in Telegram is you can share many files and it doesn't overfill your phone, and you can share many videos up to the size of 2 gigabytes of files. That's why I even wanted, you know, to motivate many of the people that are now in Clubhouse, that we can make a Telegram room where we really can share files, translate them, you know, because we need a big collaboration that goes into every African language, that goes to any European language, that goes to the languages, our Latin people, Hispanic, Portuguese, you know, that we can share all the knowledge we have. We need really a big internet platform. We need to make websites in Digital Ocean and make it organized, put our best IT handsmen to it, put our best historians to it. And then we have really an account that can overflow to Europe, that can show them the gaps they have in our history when we study the Bible.
What part of the world you live in, brother? If you don't mind me asking.
I live in Germany.
Oh, it's another Germany brother.
Yes.
I wonder why all the brothers from Germany, how the brothers Germany are finding my channel. That's crazy.
Probably through me, because no, I'm joking.
Yeah,
I actually do get a lot
but my origins are as well from Nigeria as from the Slavic, Aramaic, Greek people that are the Romanians today.
Oh, the
Orthodox. Yes.
Oh, that's awesome.
Although I have Tauric origin of the Hebrews, and I have Bantu origin, yeah, like Yoruba, Igbo, and there are many. But I still studying what are my Hebrew origins in history on both sides, on the European, Asiatic side, and on the African side.
Okay. All right. Yeah. Only thing I would say towards that, man, is historically you can see where the land of Israel is, bro.
Yeah.
No, white story. Not no history. White story. That's the white story. That's the whitewash version.
Again, making the white man powerful.
So again, he agreed that the Roman occupation is the Roman occupation. Y'all can't show me Rome in Sub-Saharan Africa, bro.
Well, you know what
they was it in Nigeria, bro.
Like studying English, man. They got power.
I think because I think I have to show you something about the past church on the Roman power in Africa, which even goes not only to Ethiopia, which goes also to Congo and what they did to the Congolese. I don't know if you watch the Netflix channel Black Earth Rising. They really talk about real politics that happens how the French people erased the Tutsi Hebrews from Congo, while they're supporting another party just because they are the minority, and they are much more from the fault because the tribal kings had war between each other in Africa from the Hebrews.
So I'm gonna read the Eldad the Danite. Let me pull up Eldad the Danite, man. I'm just trying to make sense of it.
Yes.
Because you got to look at the reason why they said that the Romans didn't even go deeper into Africa. It says because they didn't find there anything they wanted.
Judea is not in sub-Saharan Africa, bro. Judea is in the Middle East.
You didn't hear what I said? I said they said that the reason why the Romans didn't go any deeper into Africa, and that on that map that you showed us about the Roman occupation, just going to those extremities, they said it's because they didn't find anything there they wanted.
They found what they wanted here. This is the most powerful, one of the most powerful empires that existed in times past, bro. What are you talking about?
Do you know that Pope Alexander VI has maps where to find gold in Africa of the Hebrews to steal from the Hebrews because they studied the Bible? Where did the Hebrews go? And they wanted the gold of the Jews, you know, and Jews hide their gold in the temple. That's how the evil churches got rich, because they plunder all the other churches, they plunder for the monarchs, Inquisition, yes, and they stole from the Jews.
It's not 2,000 years ago, bro. We're talking about 2,000 years ago when Christ would have walked the earth. He would have walked in Judea. Galilee is not in South Africa. It's in the Middle East.
Yeah, and parts of North Africa also, you know, because when we read Matthew, from who are they fleeing? Are they fleeing to Bethlehem where black people live, or are they fleeing to Bethlehem where middle type people of Arabians live? I think they fled there where people look familiar to themselves.
Mark, that time, the time of Yeshua was no Arabians there.
No, but we have Herodes there, right? We have Herodes in Luke 1. And don't we have Herodes in Luke 1? So how did Herodes' people look like that hunted the Hebrews? How did the Persian look like? We have to consider that also.
They have they actually have those depictions of themselves on their walls, things of that nature. So it's not like we can't see what they actually look like. You know what I mean?
Yes.
So what direction?
And when you look at them, you know, they don't look like what you see today.
Here is Herodian coinage. And here's how he looked.
Hmm?
You know, but I can imagine that because of the Greek invasion of the Alexandrians before, that the Persians and the Greek intermixed with each other. Even 500 years before Christ lived there, because the Macedonian history is between 500 years before Christ, and is how this rabbinic Jews get the 9 candles, because 9 candles are not natural to the Torah. And they try to, you know, erase the scripture Maccabees 1-4, you know, put them away. And in the same way, they can't describe why the candles were going off in the rabbinic Jewish times and why they have 9 candles instead of 7. But if you expose that traditions, you can prove that the Masoretes did wrong with removing the Maccabees scriptures apocryphs when they weren't, because that's their Greek historical account.
Well, they have 9 candles, brother, because they believe that the 7 candles is only for the temple. So they feel like you're out of pocket or you're wrong for having 7 candlesticks in your home. So they feel like it's only right to have it in the temple. So
but this poetry is a thing that came later because they couldn't explain themselves. The real thing is they wanted always that the candles are on, that they are burning. And some of the candles, because they didn't have enough, don't rate unto 7. And that's why they put 2 extra at the time of the Greek occupation. That's the historical board, you know? And now you're talking about the cultural information that happens later when they want to explain themselves about the new Hanukkah traditions that came in Summer train rabbinical terms.